The story begins on a cool, moonlit night in a forest. The sounds of children crying echoed around the forest, transmitted into a certain house. Why is there a baby crying so deep in the forest? Probably some stray dog. The man took the axe, revealing the heads of several animals on the wall. If you want to rob my house, you're out of luck. The figure of a man holding an axe walked out the door, his eyes filled with death, but he chose the house of a hunter. He thought to himself, looking at the way they avoided all the traps and covered their tracks, they were probably not ordinary thieves, but nothing can escape my ears. I will quickly finish you off. As he said, he swung his axe. But entering the stable, there was no one else besides the horse. He mumbled, "There's no one here. Ever since I heard the news that I can't have children, I've always heard strange sounds." But immediately, the man holding the axe cried out in shock, "Ha, what is this?" In front of him was a child wrapped on a pile of straw in the stable. He quickly picked up the child and pressed it to his ear, not even daring to believe his ears, but there was a heartbeat. Immediately, the man revealed a gentle expression, as if the sun of truth shone through his heart. At this time another woman also walked in, yawning, "What's going on, Vincent? Why are you so noisy? This man's name is Vincent." Vincent panicked, "Olina, did you wake me up?" Seeing what her husband was holding in his arms, Olina hurriedly said, "What is this baby?" Vincent didn't know how to explain. "Well, the thing is." After a moment of thinking, Vincent silently said, "Yes, I think. This is our child." That's when the miracle happened. When he opened his eyes and waved his hand, a wind blew and brought clouds. Soon after it started to rain, the dry land became lush and the villagers rose high, song of joy. He also protected the village from lurking dangers, and thanks to that mystical power, peace returned to the village, and the people were no longer hungry. But he never stopped researching to help the people of the village. They considered his power to be magic, so they called him a magician. "Are you reading a book, Sharon?" Hearing that, the boy named Sharon closed the book, smiled and called out to his father. This year he is 12 years old. And Vincent is 40. Vincent looked at his son and was filled with happiness. He happily hugged his son and lifted him up. He said, "You're so cute, I've finished chopping wood, let's go home and eat." My son is also happy. Whoa, 1 hour. Sharon now asked his father again, "Father, I have a question, how do people use magic?" Vincent was shocked when he heard that. "Ha, French mother," he thought to himself, "is this the kind of book I bought for the boy?" He slowly answered while leading his son home, "There really isn't much to magic. If a guy can catch a bear and kill a bear, or an axe can cut down a tree, then it's magic, right? Ha ha ha." At this time, in the distance, there were a few boys playing soccer and silently talking to each other. "Oh, it's Uncle Vincent, and there's Sharon with him. That guy is always engrossed in books, even when I invite him to hang out he won't go." Another person smiled disdainfully. "What is that huge book? I wonder if he can really read it. It looks really skinny, not like Vincent at all." Vincent accidentally heard this sentence and was stunned. The kids were still talking innocently. "My mother said the two of them picked it up from somewhere. It was probably abandoned because it was strange." Vincent clenched his hands. How dare they say that to his son? He looked at his son worriedly. At this time, Sharon smiled and replied, "If you can cut down a tree with just an axe, then that's magic, right?" Vincent was silent and then told his son, "Sharon, because you helped me a lot today, so tomorrow let's go to the city together. I will buy your favorite fruit." Sharon heard that and was surprised and happy. Vincent looked at his son and thought, "I'm sorry for my shortcomings. But no matter what anyone says, I'm still your son," he thought as he patted the boy's head. Sharon thought to herself, "I want to know more about magic." A few days later in a city on the outskirts of the kingdom of Thormiacraeus. Sharon sat happily in the car. "Wow, so this is the city. In front of you are luxury clothing stores and fragrant restaurants." The carriage stopped. Vincent told his son, "Sharon, you have to wait at Martin's shop until I finish work. You can't go into shady alleys or bump into nobles, you're always very good." But Sharon heard that and immediately obediently said, "I know, Dad, don't worry." Vincent heard that and immediately let the carriage continue. Sharon was somewhere else writing something on the sign. An old man looked at him in surprise. "Oh my God, you really know how to write." "Thank you, you don't need to do anything." Sharon said, "It's okay, I want to help you." "Mister," Martin sighed and smiled, "he's so young but he's really smart, but our kid Martin only knows how to destroy the village and destroy the neighborhood." At this time, Sharon called him again. "Sir, do you know about magic?" At first, Mr. Martin thought it was law. Sharon expressed no, magic, how to use magic. Mr. Martin heard that and immediately understood. It was indeed a series of children's hobbies. Magicians also stood in that high position. Looking at Sharon's face full of faith and hope. Mr. Martin could only smile and say he didn't know much about magic, but there were many books about it over there. Sharon was excited when she heard about the bookstore. Mr. Martin also asked me if I wanted to go see it and come back after watching it. Sharon smiled. Really? Then I'll be right back. Mr. Martin held the book Sharon left in his hand and smiled. Oh, I also read stories like this when I was young, so nostalgic. But when he opened it, seeing what was in the book made him startled. He suddenly remembered, wait, right now, the boy asked how to use magic. At this time in the bookstore, a hand reached out to block the Sharon and shouted, "No, how dare you touch them with your hand?" Sharon wondered, I can't read the book. The bookstore owner frowned. These expensive books are not for poor people like you. They are not like the books in regular stores. You are not allowed to touch them with dirty hands. Sharon couldn't help but be speechless. It's so expensive. I don't know where my father bought his books. At this moment, behind him was a man entering the bookstore and asking, has the book I ordered arrived yet? The shop owner immediately cheerfully came to greet him. Oh my God, head butler, you're here. Of course you're here. How should I bring them to you? The butler immediately noticed Sharon flipping through a book. At this moment he was thinking, this book is the same, nothing much. Sharon left the store a bit sad. Reading a book was difficult. I washed my hands. At this time, Sharon noticed a man holding a box of books in his hand walking into an alley. The boy immediately chased after him. Is he a noble? I don't know where he took them. The scene before his eyes surprised Sharon. The man directly threw the books into the trash. Sharon then picked up a book and smiled sadly. So this is where my father got the book for me. Looking into the distance, there were a few girls with gorgeous outfits holding books in their hands. He thought to himself, nobles, I don't know what's the difference between us and them. The memory from before of his father telling him not to bump into nobles resurfaced. Sharon turned around and left, still thinking, whatever happens to them. But I don't. At this moment, a large hand touched Sharon's shoulder. The tall man reminded, this is not a place where people like you should hang around. Through this gate is an area reserved for nobles. He asked again, where did the kid come from? Where were his parents? Sharon panicked, oh my father is nearby. At this time another guy came closer and whispered, he looked suspicious, he didn't look like the kids living around here. Probably an orphan, or maybe an agent of thieves. Hearing that, the man immediately turned around and said, come with me for a bit, kid. But right now the only thing he had was your jacket. The other two were immediately surprised. Where did he go, you idiot? Find him quickly, even a kid can't catch him, what a shame. Sharon was now hiding in a bush. He was breathing heavily and thinking to himself, are they gone yet? Looking at myself in disarray. Sharon thought to himself, his father would probably scold him. Seeing his shoes being thrown away, Sharon quickly came closer and picked them up. At that moment, he suddenly heard a sound coming from inside. What is magic will be the topic of discussion. Sharon heard that and was stunned. Another voice rang out, no principal, please shoot fire for us to see. Sharon thinks that this place is the Magic Academy. The voice continued to sound, setting a fire on campus is against the rules, but if you answer correctly, I will cast a spell. According to the students, what is the most important thing when learning magic? The whole class immediately replied that it is knowledge, hard work, you have to study magic all your life, is money, I heard you have to buy a lot of things, but the principal said no. Sharon heard that and immediately wondered, isn't it about knowledge, hard work, or money, or is it a matter of being a noble? The inner voice continued, the important thing when learning magic is insight. The kids on the other side echoed again, what is wisdom? The principal smiled and asked, does anyone here know what 1 + 1 is? Who doesn't know? What else is 2? Hey. The teacher asked again, so can anyone explain why it is 2? At this time, no one can answer. The teacher immediately smiled. The current strange feeling was insight. There was a time when people did not know that 1 + 1 = 2. Many scholars worked hard to prove it. But even without solid evidence, we still understand that 1 + 1 = 2, right? That's because the law always exists in the world. That's why we don't need to learn it, because we automatically understand and accept it. Because magic has been present in the world from the beginning, we can perceive and accept it with insight, which is why insight is more accurate than knowledge and faster than hard work. The kids inside were surprised, so that's what turns a person into a genius. The teacher smiled, yes, if you hone your skills you can also become magicians like that. After hearing this, Sharon was surprised. Becoming a magician, can I have that opportunity? At this moment the teacher smiled again. That's right, the child behind the wall, I want to hear your thoughts. Sharon panicked. Did he find out about me? Should I run away, or answer, I'm very dirty now, who knows what they will do? That was a thought that crossed Sharon's head. If I don't climb this wall now, I will regret it forever. So Sharon immediately used all his strength to climb up the wall. He looked at the scene before his eyes in amazement. In a vast blue sky, children are listening to the teacher lecture. The principal smiled. You came to play with me. This person is the principal of the Magic Academy Alphas. Murphy Alfie is a level 4 magician. Sharon's heart was pounding. He decisively jumped over that tall wall. Sharon, with a tense face, approached the principal and the rest of them. The children saw this and shouted loudly, Principal, he is not a noble, I think he is a commoner. The other kids shouted, Hey, you can't come in here, go away. Sharon was shocked when he heard that. But the principal smiled and said it was okay. Come here, is there something this old man said that attracted you? Sharon's bright eyes expressed, I want to see magic. Hearing that, he immediately asked, Have you never seen magic before? Sharon was confused. Yes, I had just seen it in books, but had never seen it with my own eyes. The young puncher thinks Sharon is lying. What commoner would read a book? Sharon can't compete with these kids' martial arts. The boy bowed his head and asked for permission. You can do any magic, I just want to see it with my own eyes. The principal smiled. Ha ha ha, it's very simple. I will show you a magic that can create wind. The children were excited when they heard that. Only Sharon heard it and asked endless questions. But at that moment, a strong wind blew, sending both Sharon and the group of noble children flying into the school. The children shouted happily, only Sharon was scared to death. Right after that, everyone was about to fall to the ground. Sharon was extremely scared, she was falling. But when it seemed like I was about to kiss the ground, Sharon opened his eyes, only to see the children looking at him laughing loudly, and himself floating in the air. The principal smiled and asked Sharon how he felt, and the other children also smiled. But on the contrary, Sharon just frowned. The boy stood up and asked, What is magic? The principal intended to use an example to make it easier to understand, but Sharon immediately interrupted him. It's okay because you don't understand it anyway. Please tell me the truth. The children saw that and immediately frowned. Did you hear that? Dare to be rude to the principal. Even the teachers did not dare to speak to him like that. The principal certainly frowned. But before Sharon's steady gaze, he smiled again. So I'll explain it a bit more complicatedly. Magic is something beyond common sense. In other words, it is an expansion of the mind to discover the truth of the world. The principal was about to say something more, but Sharon spoke for him. It was unrealistic, but maybe because of that, it was closer to the truth. When the other children heard that, their jaws dropped. The principal immediately laughed loudly. Isn't that also written in the book? Sharon says no, I saw similarities between the books. Many ideas of great people have been considered absurd and avoided by people, but in the end, they all accepted information as a newly discovered truth. So the truth is actually hidden in those absurdities. That's what I thought. Hearing that, the principal smiled thoughtfully. At this time, Sharon asked again, What do I have to do to learn magic? The principal smiled. A smart child, even though it was very difficult, he still tried to absorb and filter the information to understand. Perhaps this boy is confident that he can do it. Looking at Sharon firmly in front of him, the principal sighed silently. But unfortunately the boy is a civilian, he smiled. To make it easier to understand, I will show you. Then he immediately called Shuamin. Enter the spiritual world. The little girl named Shuamin heard that and immediately clasped her hands together. Sharon at this time did not understand what the spirit world meant. A moment later, Shuamin's body radiated green light. She said she had entered the spirit world. The principal immediately said, Okay, now guess how many coins I am holding in my hand. Shuamin immediately replied, There are 6. The principal opened his hand. Exactly 6 coins. Sharon gasped in surprise. Why? The headmaster continued, When a magician concentrates, their mind becomes sharp enough to be able to sense everything around them. More advanced magicians can count the number of leaves on a tree at a distance. This is called an extremely sensitive mental state, the silent world. As he spoke, he took away the 3 coins in his hand. Shuamin also said that now there are 3, but her face was a bit tired. The teacher explained, A magician who can enter the spiritual world will perceive the outside world in a supernatural capacity. And it can finally dominate reality. Sharon was stunned. not only was he able to count the number of coins, but he also had the ability to sense the entire situation in front of him, perhaps himself. At this moment the teacher said, "Everyone can do it, try practicing in a quiet place, first you have to feel yourself, then clear the thoughts in your head." The principal understood that although everyone can do it, not everyone can do it. He just told Sharon, "When you do that, a new world will be open for you to explore. Child, do you understand what I say?" Sharon immediately expressed, "If I can't feel myself, then I won't be able to empty my thoughts." The egg shop owner stroked his beard, hesitating. This boy kept surprising me. He immediately said, "Will you try it, right here?" After all, if the boy cannot enter the spirit world, he will not be able to learn magic, feel himself. Sharon closed his eyes. He asked himself what it meant. Is it the brain? No, it's just an organ. The senses and reality we perceive cannot exceed the concept of the brain. I don't have to find out its meaning, but feel it. One by one, erasing everything I felt about myself, not my existence became more sensitive, but only my mind remained. Right after that, Sharon gradually opened her eyes. The scene of the principal and the surrounding children still takes place. The principal smiled, resting his chin on his hand, asking what he felt. Sharon gasped, said the sound, "I heard all the sounds." The children immediately laughed when they heard that. Of course they would hear it. Did the principal just say that? He thought to himself, so this boy can't do it, just like I predicted. What happens inside the mental world is in another dimension, smelling sounds, tasting light, and feeling the landscape through the skin. The principal stood up and patted Sharon's head. "Very good, if you continue to practice in the future, you will be able to hear more sounds." Then he immediately left with the children. "Okay, the special lesson is over, let's go back to school." Before leaving, he did not forget to think to himself, "What a pity, that is an outstanding child. If that child was born a noble and educated from a young age, that child could achieve something similar to these children. After all, there are many genius children in the world." Sharon immediately jumped onto the wall. He gasped and was shocked. It's really successful." Sharon recalled, "I heard a shocking sound. Is this really the spiritual world? I feel like I'm being torn into a million pieces. And is spread throughout the world, as if beyond the universe and the galaxies, I am this world." Sharon shed tears, ran back as fast as she could. "I cannot help but tremble before this vastness. It was just a moment, but I was able to escape my body. And become indeterminate." While running away in panic, Sharon accidentally bumped into a stranger and fell to the ground. Sharon quickly stood up. I'm sorry. But the other person is extremely upset. "What are you doing? You're really upset, it seems like you've run into a bunch of big street thugs." The guy grabbed Sharon. Was he crazy or something? He had to pay for touching someone else, right? In front of that guy's evil face, Sharon was scared and kept apologizing, but he said sorry wasn't enough. "You belong to the guild, right? Are you here to kill me?" At this moment a sound rang out. "What are you doing? Is something interesting happening?" The man heard that and immediately turned around. "Miss M.E. Why did you come late? Are you bored again?" Sharon heard that and immediately thought to herself, "Miss, I have to ask her to save me." But the scene in front of him terrified him. This group of people were smiling and talking to the other person, and with that appearance, that woman was definitely a noble, and she seemed to be still young. The blue-haired guy explained, "This guy wants to kill people, so I want to teach him a lesson." Sharon was being dragged and still tried to explain, "It's not like that, I just accidentally bumped into him." Another guy wants to kick Sharon with his foot. "Stop nonsense, do you think we will believe you?" Sharon fell down in pain. They were still surrounding him. "You should make up for it, you brat. Where is your mother? She must have run away after giving birth to a child like you." The others saw Sharon's changed eyes and laughed. "Look at him. His eyes have changed. Are you angry or something?" That guy immediately kicked Sharon's head again and cursed, "You brat, why don't you look at me more?" They took turns kicking Sharon's body. "Also remind each other, don't bruise his face." That young lady, Amy, had just come closer and told the group of people to stop and watch. If that was the case, it would die. Amy approached and asked, "Are you okay?" Sharon lay on the ground, trembling, and said, "I didn't do anything." He shed tears looking at the woman in front of him. Amy stood up and told them, "Yes, it's okay to stop, isn't there anything more fun?" The other group replied, "Well, we plan to beat it and sell it to the village in the south. It's also a commoner, so there's no need to worry." Sharon heard that and was horrified. What? He suddenly thought of his mother and father. Amy now thought to herself, slaves shouldn't have any shortcomings, right? She gave an evil smile, then, why don't I confirm it too? The crowd laughed loudly, ha ha ha, are you going to check it out? She's telling you to take off your clothes, do you want to be beaten again or something? Sharon cried and was shocked. Amy now blushed and thought to herself, take off, they really want to take off, these crazy people, I just want to see their expressions. She frowned, what's more, why is he like that? I was going to let him go after playing around for a bit. It's not crazy. At this time Sharon had a horrified look on his face, his eyes turned blue. In the malicious laughter of those people. A dragon flies by. The cawing of crows, the mice. Everything seemed to stop at this moment. Sharon looked around in surprise, this is. A loud cry rang out towards the royal tree from before. Sharon realizes she is in a memory, the principal's words still resonate, I will show you a spell that can create wind. Memories seem to flood back, shocking Sharon. Returning to reality, the crowd only saw Sharon as if his soul had been sucked out, they pulled him up and shouted loudly, brat, are you deaf, do I look like I'm joking or what? But Sharon only showed an uncertain look in her eyes. Amy saw it and shouted loudly, wait, stop. But it was too late, Sharon's body emitted a wind with enormous power. Swept all those people out of this alley. What Sharon saw now was the scene of those people being blown into the air, then falling in a thud. Sharon couldn't believe his eyes. Those people were covered in blood. People with broken bones. People foaming at the mouth. Only Amy could still calmly land. She shouted loudly and asked what you were shouting about. Her eyes are evil, where did you learn magic from, why are you a commoner like you? Luckily at this time there was a sound from everyone, speaking over there was a very loud noise. Amy shouted a damn thing and quickly jumped up and left this place. Sharon shouted loudly how could she fly like that, but seeing someone running closer, Sharon looked back worriedly. The scene before his eyes scared him. Sharon knew very well that they definitely wouldn't listen to what he said. So he panicked and ran away to death. While running Sharon, I remembered my father. This world is so cold. At this time in another place, the Karmas family's first-class noble. Amy shouted loudly, damn, I can't believe they were defeated by a kid. Her father, the homeowner, Karma Shekora, calmly asked her if she had come home so early today, if she had skipped school today, but he suddenly realized that his daughter was in extreme trouble. Amy frowned, I've learned everything already, it's not fun at all. Looking at Amy angrily going upstairs, Shekora sighed, I don't know when I will grow up, even if I am a genius, I can't be so careless. Otherwise, one day you will be overtaken. Those words made Amy feel embarrassed. While Shekora was not understanding what was wrong with her child, she suddenly heard her ask, Father, magic. Do you know anyone at the Magic Academy that I can introduce to you? One frosty day. Vincent called out Sharon, where are you Sharon? Entering the room, Olina immediately told her husband that Sharon had gone to the logging area. She said, to get more firewood. Vincent frowned when he heard that. What, the snow is still falling and he's going to cut wood. After thinking for a while, he decided that I would go find it. As he walked, he thought, all spring, when I brought Sharon to the city for the first time, I almost lost him. It simply said I was lost, but when Sharon returned in his arms, the boy was in tears. What really happened? In the deep forest, a tree was full of cuts. Sharon held the axe in his hand, he breathed heavily. The magic that was activated that day. I still haven't been able to use it again. The magic I successfully summoned was instinctive, because of my clairvoyance, I didn't know that the middle part had been missed, because I had no knowledge of magic. But I can penetrate the spiritual world. As expected, this time Sharon was able to penetrate the spiritual world once again. If I'm in the spiritual world, I can feel everything, the feeling, the shape, the scent, I can feel everything related to this tree at the same time. In the mental world, Sharon saw a beam of light from a tree. What is this? Sharon immediately opened her bag and stabbed straight into that light. I can't explain it, but I can feel it. After the last stab, the whole tree was broken in half. Sharon smiled, magic. On this side, Vincent hid in a corner with his mouth open. What did I just see? It was lightning. Vincent turned around to look at the boy who was chopping firewood. Sharon saw while thinking. This was the first time I succeeded in countless chopping attempts, like a miracle that day. Vincent at this moment shed tears for some reason. The hands holding the book tightened their grip. Sharon still thinks, I don't need luck, what I need is basic knowledge. Tomorrow and the day after that, I will continue to repeat, because the opportunity will come one day. Time passed quickly like a dog running in the field. 3 years later, Shrione was a little older and sat on a tree stump. He stood up and picked up the axe. Then touched the tree trunk in front of you, cannot see with the eyes. You have to feel it with your eyes, then you swing the axe really hard. Sounds like flashes of lightning. The tree was easily cut down. Sharon looked at the tree, I almost went home after just meditating. He turned his head, it had been 5 hours, Shrione was still in the mental world. It's like I'm one with nature, the trembling bushes, the movements of insects, the trees absorbing nutrients through their roots, just 5 hours is not enough to feel all of that. Sharon remembered the old principle, if possible, a new world would open up. He smiled, a new world, an apt description. Sharon took the pile of firewood and returned home. On the way back, he accidentally came across 2 white horses grazing, and also a noble carriage. Sharon thought to herself, we have guests, the carriage is so luxurious. Sharon slowly returned home. Immediately saw his parents sitting with a strange man, their faces were serious. Mr. Vincent told Sharon to quickly come here and meet this person. Vincent introduced, this is the assassin butler of the Agent family. The butler had a serious face, very pleased to meet you, just call me Timurin. Sharon followed suit and said hello, first time meeting, I'm Sharon. The other man stood up and told me where I came to see him. Sharon thought, the Agent family was the second highest noble in the entire kingdom, why would someone who served a noble want to find him? Timurin touched Sharon's ear with one hand and said let me see first. He touched Sharon's face with one hand and asked him if he could read. Sharon didn't understand and still replied, I learned a little when I was young. Mr. Timurin kept looking at Sharon, making him confused, can you explain this? Timurin then said, you seem to have been raised well, you are the son of a woodcutter, but you know how to read, you are also a good child. Do you intend to work for the Agent family? After hearing this, Sharon was suspicious. What? Timurin explained, we are planning to move books out of the mansion's main library, which has 10,000 in total, including extremely important books among the collected books, in 2 years. The transportation will be assigned to someone else, but the sorting will only be completed by the 2 of us. Sharon heard about the library and immediately felt moved. If it was the Agent family's library, then it would be full of important knowledge of the magician world, but this time Timurin said, however, the only person who knows about this is your family. If just one book gets out, or news about this gets out, then your life and that of your entire family will be destroyed. Vincent and Olina looked at each other tensely. Sharon also realized why his parents were like that. Timurin continued, because your life is in danger, so we will pay a lot of money. This is money you will never earn just from hunting, so it's worth taking care of your son. Vincent heard that and shouted loudly, I don't listen to your request because of money. Me, I just want our house Sharon can fulfill its dream. Timurin now laughed loudly again, ha ha ha, why are you thinking so much? What, you think the boy will have a career? Stop dreaming, if you don't do it for money, then why do you ask me to use your son? Vincent was angry, because he said he could read books. Timurin is calm, of course they said so, but as soon as he can read, I still can't completely supervise him. He said he hopes the boy can fulfill his dream. Have you been lying to your son for a long time? Vincent immediately turned pale when he heard that. Thinking back to that year, Vincent frowned and asked Olina if Sharon was reading a book. Olina used to tease Sharon a few words just for fun, but when he turned 6 years old, he started reading books to learn. The boy looks good and adorable, but more importantly he's smart, maybe, he's of noble lineage. Vincent always thought, if the boy was raised by nobles, instead of us, then he could go to school. Then he immediately shook his head, no, what am I thinking? Sharon is my son. It is right for a woodcutter's son to learn how to work in the forest. But when Sharon started working in the forest, Vincent was afraid again. In the end he raised the boy to become the son of a woodcutter. Back to that day, Vincent knelt in front of Timurin and shouted loudly, do you need a commoner who can read? Please use my son, he knew how to read when he was young, and is also very smart. But please, can you let the boy read a book? Back to reality, Vincent trembled, I don't need any money, if I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have begged like that. Vincent was angry, tears streaming down his face, shouted loudly, get out of my house immediately. I don't need any of your money, if I had known it would be like that. Hey, I wouldn't have come to beg you like that, get out of my house right now. How dare you make fun of my family just because my family doesn't have much money? Timurin smirked and put his hat on his head. I'm sorry, you guys don't know your identity. At this moment Sharon spoke again. No father, I will do it. Timurin turned his head back in surprise. Vincent called Sharon in panic. Timurin reminded, are you serious? I'm not threatening you at all. I told you that even the smallest rumor will kill you. Sharon doesn't hesitate. It's okay, please just let me do it. Sharon smiled. I will never reveal that, and if anything bad happens, I will not hold any grudge against you. Timurin smiled. If you wish so much, I will pick you up within a week. If you change your mind and refuse before the deadline, it's okay, but once you step into the villa. Before leaving, he did not forget to say, you must know that you will not leave unless this is over. The door closed. Vincent panicked. Sharon, why did you agree to this kind of request? Those bastards just need someone to die instead. This is my fault. I will take responsibility, so please give up, deny it now. But now Sharon said, Father. Thank you, Father. He smiled happily through his tears. Thank you, Father, for giving me such a big gift. Vincent also cried and hugged his son. Don't worry, Sharon, you think your father can't protect you. Remember to come back unharmed. I guarantee they won't touch a single hair of this family. He painfully thought about whether his father had raised his child well. Olena couldn't help but wipe away her tears. All three people in one family were touched. A week later, someone gave Vincent a contract to sign. Before he could read the contents of the paper, it was snatched back. Sharon was led by two people to the carriage. Now, time is passing by every second, so let's go, this way, your luggage is here. The car door was quickly closed. Sharon sat silently on the carriage. You open the spiritual world again. Immediately saw his parents hugging each other and crying loudly. Sharon touches her parents' illusion. At this moment the carriage trembled for a moment. Bring Sharon back to the real world. Sharon reminded herself to stop trembling and retreating. Because this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, a double-edged sword. Sharon frowned, weaving between these people with immense power. Will I be able to survive for 2 years unscathed? The car kept going. On the map, the main house of the Ajin family is located inside the Krayas citadel of the Tamiya kingdom, which is a normal warrior family that produces legitimate swordsmen. The previous head of the house was a third-level Orthodox swordsman, and the current head of the house, Demeter Osent, was a fourth-level Orthodox knight. This was what a companion told Sharon. In short, they dominated the powerful forces in the city. He pointed out the window, and there was the famous site of the Ajin family, the main road. It was truly a beautiful scene with vast castles. Stepping out of the car, the other man smiled, scared. This family is full of monsters. Another person told him to be careful with his words. Are you tired of living? Let's go, we have to follow this bug. Sharon held the luggage bag and looked left and right. Now I feel more real. This is the home of the second-class noble, the Ajin family. The two took Sharon to a building. This is the administrative room and the butler's lounge, and is also where you will stay. As soon as I entered the room, Temura was already standing there. He called out, I'm here, I will explain the tasks you need to do, so follow me. Sharon, who just came from the countryside, immediately turned around and followed. They entered another room. Sharon was stunned. Wow, this is the Ajin family's great library. Mr. Timurin explained, the books here will be moved to the new library, and your task is to arrange them. You will receive a list every week, and you will have to find and gather the books listed on it. Working hours are from 9 in the morning to 6 at night. Outside of those hours you are free, but you are not allowed to go out, and you are not allowed to go to the manor without special permission. Butlers usually teach you butler etiquette. Do you still have any questions? Timurin said as he handed him a stack of papers. Sharon thought in his heart that it was worth risking his life, and on the surface he asked when I would start working. Timurin simply said, starting tomorrow. The next day, Sharon entered the library wearing a butler's outfit. Put a pile of thick paper on the table. Sharon thought to herself, now I understand why they only let one person be in charge of arranging the books. The standards of arranging the books must definitely be consistent. For example, if I organize a book called History of Swordsmanship, everyone will have different opinions on whether it should be in the professional swordsmanship section, or in the comprehensive history section. And one more thing I realized when experiencing arrangement systems is, all knowledge is related to each other. And the core thing that connects them together is history. Knowledge is gradually built up in a straight line called history. History is the backbone of knowledge. After thoroughly studying history and using it to consolidate other areas, my learning speed also increased significantly. Out of 10,000 books, 850 are historical books. I will read them all in the 2 years I'm here, to achieve my own dream of becoming a magician. Sharon suddenly heard footsteps. It seemed like it was the deputy butler. Sharon remembered that he couldn't let others see him reading, so he quickly closed the book, because he wasn't allowed to do that. Mr. Timurin and another person entered the room. Mr. Timurin asked, "Have you arranged everything well? Are you working overtime again?" Sharon stood up straight and replied yes. Mr. Timurin quickly turned around and left, not forgetting to remind him that you still have a long way to go, so don't let your body weaken too quickly, you must accept full responsibility for everything you do. Sharon said, "That said, I definitely won't do that." Before leaving, Mr. Timurin was silent for a moment. Then he suddenly turned around, making Sharon shiver to death. Timurin put his hand on Sharon's shoulder, making him afraid of falling off his chair, thinking to himself, I was caught reading a book during overtime. However, his face remained calm and serious. But Mr. Timurin just brushed the dust off his shoulder and reminded him that there is not only a butler in this library, but also the owner and the young masters who come here. Pay attention to your uniform, and make sure he is not lowering the quality of the Ajin family. He even frowned, reminding Sharon what to do with that long hair. Sharon stiffly, "Yes sir, good evening." He sighed inwardly, "So this is it, I have to focus on the next 2 years. I have to be careful and not get into trouble. Should I tie my hair like Dad?" The night is dark, Sharon thought, but the bigger problem is. It's too difficult. Sharon looked at the book in her hand and gasped. 3 emperors, 7 kingdoms, just the kingdom of Thormia is already difficult. How can I understand this much? Do I need to memorize any more? But he thought, no, if you want to access the knowledge of a book at any time, you need to understand each event in it clearly. Just one more line, Sharon thought as her eyes narrowed. He finally fell asleep with the book still open. A hand reached out and picked up the book. Mr. Timurin looked at Sharon and sighed, "What a fool, holding this book for a whole month." He smiled, "Do you think you can succeed just through studying? If you could read practical books, I would have banned you from coming here outside of work hours." However, Mr. Timurin left, not forgetting to think, fortunately, he was just a willful idiot. 3 months have passed. Sharon has started working at the Ajin family's main house. One person asked, "Sharon, have you arranged those books yet?" Sharon smiled and replied, "Yes, you can bring the whole set." Sharon gradually got used to this sorting job, and he also learned many other things from the maids. A butler smiled and picked up a book, saying, "I will borrow this book." Sharon heard that and immediately said, "The second young master is also borrowing this book, right?" Sharon looked at the note, "But they still haven't returned the book they borrowed last time. If you accidentally lose it, there will be a bit of trouble." The housekeeper was scratching his head. "Just like you said, I'm still asking them about it, but they emphasized that they would return the books themselves." To be honest, the nobles don't care if a book is lost or not, only us housekeepers have to worry about that. The butler sighed. The most shocking truth was that they didn't care about the book leaking out. Hearing that, Sharon vaguely guessed that there probably weren't any books that were too important in a library like this. The butler reminded, "But don't tell anyone I said that," then waved goodbye to Sharon. Sharon bowed his head while thinking, but that doesn't mean he will be safer. A noble will only appear comfortable if he truly has a heart for the people. And the nobility do not even remember the things that the people had to risk their lives to do. Servants must not make any mistakes and become cold and emotionless, just like Mr. Timurin. Sharon said to herself, "It doesn't matter whether the nobles care or not, but living a quiet life is best." At this moment a sound rang out, "Damn it, you damn old man." Sharon saw someone coming in and was shocked. Suddenly something happened. A blue-haired boy trembled and cursed, "On a day like this, if you relax a little, no one will care." As soon as Sharon looked, he immediately recognized that blue hair. It was the Earl's youngest child, Ryan Ajint. There was another sound outside, "Ryan, how dare you run away? When I catch you, you will have to run another 100 laps." Ryan panicked and still ran forward. Ryan grabbed Sharon's shoulder, "Hey, don't tell him I'm here, remember." It wasn't until this person got closer that Sharon realized, he's so big. As soon as Ryan finished speaking, he immediately crawled under the table. There were still screams outside. At this time, an old man with a long beard reaching his navel rushed into the library and shouted, "I know you are hiding here." He asked Sharon, "You there? There's a kid the size of a pea with green hair who just arrived here, right?" Looking at this person's massive body, Sharon wondered, If the blue-haired kid is as big as a pea, then what am I in this old man's eyes? Sharon was sweating but still tried to smile and said, in my opinion, he resembles the youngest brother, but please forgive me for asking who you are. This old man heard that and immediately frowned. I am a swordsmanship teacher, I am the teacher with the right to beat that bean to pulp, you better tell me quickly, or you want to cover it up, show early. Sharon was silent for a while then said, I understand. Then he pointed towards the bookshelf. The youngest boy was hiding under the bookshelf there. After hearing that, Ryan broke into a cold sweat. Hey, are you crazy, do you want to die? Ryan was immediately grabbed by the teacher. The boy panicked, Master, this is just a misunderstanding. With just one hand, this teacher easily grabbed Ryan and fell to the ground. Then he dragged Ryan out of the library as he said, following me, scoundrel, neglecting practice, you need to be taught your senses again. Ryan was dragged around like a cheap rag. He rolled his eyes and looked at Sharon, saying a few words with his mouth, you will pay the price. Sharon has no choice, the teacher is more powerful than the head of the house, so that's the only choice I have left. According to rumors, he was captured and sent to the mountains to practice for a month. After Sharon worked here for a while, he read the first book in 20 days, but after fully understanding that first book, he read a total of 82 books in 4 months. Sharon flipped through the book and thought, as I thought, it's just a difficult start, no book contains completely new content. If I build a foundation with the first 200 books, then the remaining 150 volumes will be easier to absorb. After Sharon read books about the history of the origin of magic, he began to have doubts about whether learning the history of the origin of magic was the right choice at this time, but because he had learned about the formation of all things before, he felt even more certain that this decision was correct. Sharon thought, if a wise scholar creates a theorem, magicians are the same, but they also have to realize that theory to apply it in practice. Therefore, a magician is similar to a scholar, but not all scholars are magicians because they cannot enter the atheistic sensory state of consciousness, which is the spiritual realm. Spiritual world, Sharon closed the book she had just read, so with her spiritual field, if she absorbs a large amount of knowledge conveyed in these books, then I will become a real magician. At that moment, the library door opened. Before Ryan even entered, he shouted loudly, hey bastard. With a miserable look, Brian said, breathing heavily, I went through hell to wait for this day. Sharon is both scared and admired, so persistent. He was speechless and looked at Ryan, who was hot like an oven, and asked, are you really here for that? Ryan was angry, is that so? Ryan remembered bitterly, do you know how much trouble I had to go through? I kept climbing and climbing the cliff countless times, and every time I felt like my fingers had no strength left, and thinking that I would die, I thought about my revenge. Sharon heard that and was a bit scared. This is worse than I thought. His anger must have reached its peak. When Ryan saw that Sharon didn't answer, he shouted, don't you dare open your mouth again? Or do you think I'm going to do it, like this because I just tried a little? I asked you for help and trusted you, but you turned your back on me. Every time I look at a bunny emperor like you I feel nauseous. Sharon explained, it's not like that, I'm just telling the truth. Ryan immediately grabbed his collar, don't try to argue that you're right, you should have said that you didn't listen to my request at that time. Sharon also understands, it's not easy to reason with strong people like this, TSK. Sharon looked straight into Ryan's eyes and asked, so what should I do? Hearing that, Ryan stopped and thought, why, looking at him, I thought he was the butler working for my house, but what is this calm attitude? Then Ryan smiled evilly again, okay, you're looking down on me, aren't you? I'll show you who I am, follow me quickly. Late at night, Sharon followed Ryan to a place in the family. Sharon thought, isn't it a training ground? Is he planning on beating me until he lets out his anger? It's better to just lie down and take the beating than die. Sharon sighed, I couldn't lose the opportunity that my parents risked their lives to give me. At this moment, Ryan threw a sword to Sharon and said, catch it. Sharon looked at the wooden sword in surprise. Ryan pointed his sword at him and said, a duel, I am not a coward like you, the price to pay for looking down on me, who is destined to become a great swordsman, you will have to suffer from the sword, my sword. Sharon couldn't stand it anymore and said, what, did I do something cowardly? Ryan also has his own reason. As a servant in the Ajin family, you must protect the Ajin family. You sold me out to your master because you were afraid of being beaten, people are in such trouble and yet you sell them out like that. His eyes flashed with fire. Sharon also couldn't help but feel shy, his eyes changed. Ryan continued, it doesn't matter how my family ignores me, but the way you do that to me is what's worth mentioning. He took a stance, picked up his sword. The gap between our levels is too big, so I will allow you to make 3 moves before I start, Sharon thought. Those eyes, definitely the same person Agent. Wooden swords are very hard. If I break a bone I will have to return home. What should I do? What should I do? Sharon remembered after a while. What he could do was, that's it. Let's try it, I have 3 chances. Sharon finished thinking and swung his sword. The first time Ryan easily blocked it. Sharon also felt pain in his hand thinking, what kind of power is this? His hands continued to hold the sword tightly to deliver the second blow. Of course, Ryan still coped easily. He even smiled and announced that this was the second attack. KK. Do you know how to hold a sword? Sharon sweated and thought, I only have 1 chance left, let's start. Immediately, Sharon's eyes turned blue. You have entered the spiritual world. Ryan looked at him and shouted, what kind of posture is that? Sharon raised his sword again and just said, you will be more difficult to block if you don't use force. This time the 2 swords touched each other. Ryan smiled, okay, after this move, it's my turn now. But immediately, a crack rang out, and the sword in Ryan's hand shattered. Ryan looked without believing his eyes. Not only Ryan but the sword in Sharon's hand was also broken. He was breathing heavily. My bet was successful. Sharon remembers, I felt the first attack, and calculated the opponent's timing with the second attack, and I carried out my intention on the third attack, the lightning strike that I had been practicing for 3 years. Ryan was stunned and still looking at the broken wooden sword in his hand. Then he called out again, hey, you. Sharon looked up startled. Ryan looked at Sharon and asked, where did you learn swordsmanship? Sharon tremblingly explained, this is not swordsmanship, it's just lightning strike. Ryan heard that so silly, huh? Sharon worriedly explained, my father worked in the mountains and I also followed him in cutting trees in the mountains. Because I was physically too weak to cut wood in the usual way, I came up with this trick to help. The work is lighter, it is called lightning strike by woodcutters. Hearing that, Ryan was stunned and thought, what the hell is he talking about? Ryan frowned, he mastered that technique while chopping wood. I've been holding a sword for 15 years, Therese, no way a sword skill can be learned just by chopping wood. Ryan remembers the past, his sword was also broken by someone. Voices of praise rang out, wow, that's great, I can't believe you can use that 1-kill sword skill. You are only 12 years old, but you already know how to use the Ajin family's secret techniques. I have nothing more to teach you, because you have already surpassed your peers. Rai, you must inherit my genius, let's have a grand celebration. The father looked proudly at his child, but did not notice the other child who was in tears. You always wonder, why, I can't catch up with him, Rai Ajin. Sharon saw Ryan's face and was confused, young master. Ryan shouted frantically, I will not accept this. Sharon is worried, young master, have I made you uncomfortable? But Ryan shouted loudly for Sharon to shut up. Sharon was startled to realize that Ryan had taken out a real sword this time. He put the sword in its scabbard. Then threw it towards Sharon. Ryan said, take it. Since both of our weapons were destroyed, the battle isn't over yet. Since you've mastered the sure kill sword technique, I should treat you accordingly, right? Ryan pointed at him, 1 month from now, we will fight here with real swords. Sharon looked at the sword in his hand in panic, a real sword, he could really die. Sharon shouted, young master, please reconsider, I have never learned swordsmanship before in my life. But Ryan just coldly said, that's why I gave you that time, if you have enough ability to master the sword skill of killing by just chopping wood, you will be able to do it somehow. Don't even think about running away, because I will definitely surpass you. That morning at the library, Sharon held her head, oh, now I understand what's going on. People of the Ajin family are said to have black and blue hair. The patriarch, the dark-haired Ajin bishop, has 3 sons and 1 daughter. The black-haired eldest son is a 6th-level swordsman, while the blue-haired eldest daughter also has exceptional talent. She chose music over swordsmanship, and is currently a musician in the palace. The second son, Ajin Rai with black hair, is also a genius. But Ryan is different from his brothers and sisters who are all special. The butler was also confused and said that he was quite incompetent even though he had a personal guide. Everyone in the family knows that truth. Sharon scratched his head, I did something unnecessary, I should have just let him hit me, now I'm hurting the self-esteem of someone who is always compared to his siblings. Sharon tearfully thought, nobles always think they are nobler than others, I thought I wouldn't die unless it was a question in a book. But if Mifm dies, so will my parents. Sharon comforted herself, I don't have time to be like this. Sharon walked to the bookshelf and thought, just think, he'll become a magician. Since I lived in the mountains, I have been very confident in my physical strength. If I learn how to defend, I will be able to survive. Sharon looked for a few books on basic swordsmanship. He seriously opened the first book. He needed to do everything within his power. One morning, a rumbling sound rang out. Ryan is running like crazy. The other master was very pleased. The child had passed 100 laps. The old man is proud. You are already faster than the previous record. What's going on? I didn't think you would be so obedient in training. But Ryan shouted loudly, damn it, what kind of training is this? The master heard that and didn't understand anything. What are you saying? Ryan shouted loudly, I can still stand on both feet. Don't you have any stronger method? Master looked at Ryan and asked, what happened to you? But Ryan only answered, nothing. Master thought to himself, this time it's the cause, huh? Ryan has learned some new techniques, but he has already mastered the sword technique. In the end, the master just said, okay, if you die, don't blame me, let's fight. Schema, an illusion, a simple diagram of the human body. The magician has the mental world, and the swordsman has the schema. Everyone has a visualization of their body. But the schema can push their limits to the limit. Mastering the schema is able to use and perfectly control every cell in the body. Mastering the schema is the most important thing for a magician. Sharon finished reading and immediately closed the book and thought, wait a minute, this is completely contrary to the spiritual realm, should I try it? Sharon closes her eyes and must first feel herself. This point is quite simple, it is similar to a spiritual field. With the spiritual realm, we need to erase ourselves at this time, but with the schema, we need to dig deep into our own existence. Once I get rid of this black curtain, I will have completed page 1 of the chart. However, Sharon frowned. It wouldn't be effective if he put all his efforts into the scheme, which was definitely contrary to the mental world right now. He remembered the girl named Amy with red hair from back then. Was the girl he met 3 years ago a fake scheme? Achieving a high level at such a young age, she was unbelievable. In the afternoon, Sharon took his sword and book to an open field. It would be better if I learned some basic swordsmanship skills with a foundation in spirit realm. I will start with the 8 directions first. Sharon swung his sword, first cutting from above. In another place, Kian is also frantically practicing his sword. This time it was the master who had to shout loudly, please stop, Ryan. At this rate, your muscles will burn up. But Ryan was still weird, they weren't on fire yet, he said while slashing wildly at the wooden post. Hess mad, damn it, why aren't my muscles broken yet? Why isn't my arm broken yet? Why can't I learn the diagram? At this moment, the master had to use his hand to stop him. He tearfully said, Ryan, that's enough, let's stop here for today. Ryan dropped his weapon, yes master. Master applied ice to Ryan's body. The two sat in the arena. The master asked him, what are you thinking? Ryan just said, your arm hurts to death. Master then said, Ryan, you know. I never knew you could still try like that. Ryan replied, yes, now you see, you need to rise up. Master continued, but I think you did very well. Have you ever thought about what you did best before? Ryan smiled helplessly, you don't know, you only know what you are good at. Well, master is not surprised. Well, that's exactly why, that's why I'm not a genius. Ryan was angry, arg, stop saying that, I already know, you're kidding me. Master said seriously, geniuses all know that they are geniuses and what they are best at, that is why the efforts that geniuses put in, they only do actions and practice it when they 100% confident they will do well. What real geniuses fear in others is hard work to achieve the impossible, a burning will to challenge the impossible. That will and determination are the nemesis of geniuses. Ryan was stunned, then smiled. Of all the words of encouragement I've ever heard, I like these the most. Ryan clenched his fist, that's right, if talent is something I can't have from the start, I'll grit my teeth and practice it through my hard work. Ryan smiled, I will definitely win. In another place, Sharon was also breathing heavily while practicing. At night, Sharon was still practicing. What swordsmanship is the process of learning life-taking actions, but its flip side is a highly psychological battle of life and death. Imagine an invisible enemy, which seems to attack from many directions. In fact, when attacking, there will be 8 major directions. Within a month, I trained myself to slash those 8 directions, and defeat those 8 directions. I played 1 round, then. For the past month Sharon has been using the spirit world to simulate enemies. Continuously try every day to practice the most basic skills. Late at night, Sharon threw the sword to the ground laughing. Ha ha ha, it turns out the sword masters chose this path. He looked up at the sky, the world of swordsmanship was as limitless as magic. Sharon put the sword back in its sheath and said to herself, Dad, Mom, I'm sorry, maybe I can't go back. But I have no regrets, although this path faces life and death, I have seen a wonderful world. The next night, there was still torchlight in the stadium. Ryan had been waiting for a long time. Seeing that Sharon had appeared, Ryan didn't hesitate to say, let's go. He pulled his sword out of its scabbard and thought, in just 1 month. But did it radiate that aura? Ryan remembered a month ago, at that time perhaps he had never learned swordsmanship. Ryan frowned, adding that, holding a real sword for the first time and still being so calm, is he really as talented as Rai? The more I think about it, the more I want to defeat Sharon. I must win, I must win. Ryan shouted come here, then rushed towards Sharon like a rocket. Sharon was already in a waiting position. Shiorn opened his spirit domain and swallowed his saliva. His swordsmanship was so good, his swordsmanship was on a different level than mine. But I can feel it. The direction of the sword. Ryan also saw this, he thought, he was observing the sword. Is the brat not afraid of this blade? Sharon thought, I'm not afraid of death. But death, the reason for that fear is in the future, and the future is still something that has not happened yet. If you can't imagine the steps to follow, then people will be able to jump into the abyss. Ryan also noticed, not simply preparing for death. He seemed to have completely controlled his emotions. But Ryan doesn't falter because of this. But me, I'm not afraid of death. Ryan immediately swung his sword and rushed forward. Sharon immediately looked and analyzed, looking to the right. So he quickly blocked a sword attack. Ryan thought, if I do that, there is such a thing as a wall that cannot be overcome by trickery. Ryan continued to attack continuously. Sharon was startled, his sword strike was both fast and heavy. The speed of his sword swing was gradually faster than his sense of sword direction. Ryan swung his sword, this time successfully making Sharon bleed, causing him to curse under his breath. I'm about to lose. Ryan shouted loudly, raising his sword. This time Sharon chose to back away. He was panting and thinking, strange. How can that be? Ryan smiled complacently, how surprising, you already realized it. This is Ajent swordsmanship to practice great swords, how can you bear it? Every slash is my effort to melt bones. I will crush you with my power, he shouted loudly for Sharon to start quickly. Sharon and Ryan are still fighting 500 rounds, after playing for a while Sharon quickly realized that, strangely, if he slashed upward after attacking the chest, I would have been slashed in half and the end would be over. Why does he keep making big attacks? Sharon quickly realized, I see, his understanding of swordsmanship was lower than he thought. He was proficient in swordsmanship but did not understand how to use it. If so, I will reduce Ryan's expected fighting ability. The two swords still intersect. Sharon decided, change the plan. Don't defend anymore, attack. Ryan was stunned, what? If he suddenly attacks, wouldn't he be exhausted? Sharon continued to attack. Ryan was defending and thinking, damn, these are all simple attacks, why can't I block them? Sharon analyzed. Your opponent's stamina is decreasing and maintain your own stamina. Ryan gasped, it couldn't be like that, it couldn't be. Memories of that day reappeared. Sharon clearly remembered that day, how Rai looked at him, and gave him a contemptuous smile. Thinking of this, Ryan became even angrier and swung his sword, damn it. I will become the best swordsman in this world. Sharon thought while blocking the sword, what? Has he given up? His tactics are unethical, is he calm? But then, Sharon was stunned, huh? Search direction, I can't read it, there are too many random search directions. Ryan rushed forward like crazy, it seemed like Sharon was in great danger. A sword flew through the air and then fell to the ground. Sharon and Ryan both gasped. Ryan looked down. Could this really happen? It turns out that the sword that just fell was Ryan's, and Sharon's sword was still in his hand. He remembered the last few attacks, when he rushed towards Sharon like a rocket. He changed his grip in the blink of an eye, Ryan thought, and pointed the tip of the sword upward. Ryan looked at Sharon, what the hell is he? Sharon also doesn't believe this, can't believe he actually won, but what to do next? Even though it's a competition, Hess still a noble, I've trampled on his pride again, I don't know what he'll do next. The training ground was silent, only the sound of breathing could be heard. Ryan just said, I lost. He rubbed his head, Arg, I lost again. You won, because I lost, so even if you decide to kill me, I have nothing to say. Sharon looked at him in surprise. Then I laughed, what the hell are you kidding? Ryan didn't understand anything. Sharon scolded again, do you think I will really get this life if I kill you, young master? What are you saying such ridiculous words? Ryan was confused, no, but we fought with our lives, and I also admitted that I lost, isn't that right? Sharon shouted, only you want to bet your life on this, that's it, and I just want to live. The two argued. Sharon was angry, thinking that from the beginning I thought this match was nonsense. Why did you blame me in the first place when you were the one who didn't want to practice? Ryan said, wait a minute, you bastard, who's blaming who? It's all because of you being petty, even if this is the first time we meet, in that situation you should show respect. Sharon shouted loudly, respecting the monkey. Have you ever thought about how much you upset me? I was sandwiched between the homeowner's son and his swordsmanship master. If you were really worthy of respect, you wouldn't be putting one of my servants in such a situation. Do you think a truly respectable person would confront his swordsmanship master head-on with such swagger? Ryan was told that he could not answer. Ryan seemed to be enlightened. It turned out that from his perspective, this was a life-for-life match, but from Sharon's perspective, he simply wanted to deal with Sharon. Sharon was so tired that he plopped down on the ground. Arg, I really thought I was going to die. Ryan was confused. What's going on? Isn't it normal that after a competition, people praise and encourage their opponents? And the fierce warrior I had just faced had disappeared. Sharon was so depressed right now that she was in tears. What the hell was going on? It was real, Ryan thought. He must be a genius. But he didn't laugh at me like Rai. Instead, he used all his strength to confront me directly. Ryan then asked again, hey, what's your name? Sharon wiped his tears and replied, Arian Sharon. Ryan seriously introduced, I am Agent Ryan. Sharon was confused, did he say his full name? Ryan extended his hand to Sharon and said, let's become friends, what do you think? One beautiful morning, the library was bustling with people working. Timurin looked at the papers and said, so far you have completed classifying 7,028 out of 10,453 books, good job. Sharon smiled and thanked Timurin. Sharon thought, I have been working at the Agent Library for a year, the number of books I need to classify has decreased, so my work efficiency has also improved. Furthermore, my goal of reading 850 history books is now down to 200, I read about 3 books a day and soon, I will complete the amount of basic knowledge I always wish for. Not only that, I also experienced swordsmanship and understood the nature of fear. Thanks to that, it seemed like the endurance of my mental world had increased. Sharon sighed, at that moment I really thought I was going to die, even though the start is slow, as long as I don't give up, I will achieve my goal. But more importantly, nothing compares to finding a good friend. Ryan looked at the pile of books in the library, wow, there are so many books, I wonder if our family has read them all yet. Sharon above replied, of course, the homeowner and the second young master often come to the library. When Ryan heard that, he immediately replied, well, it must be fun to be smart. After getting close to Ryan, I realized that he is very emotional and has quite cute aspects, contrary to his stubborn appearance, or should I say, he is truly the youngest child. Ryan threw, take the book in your hand, there are many books they can read, he really acts like the youngest child. Sharon painfully picked up the book and reminded him, don't ruin it, if you ruin it, they'll die. Ryan raised his finger and replied, ha ha ha, don't worry, a book can't be more valuable than a person's life, even if you burn down the whole library, I will protect you, don't worry. Sharon was at a loss for words. Just shut up to stop being obnoxious, he said, if you don't do anything, they'll be safer, but why did you come here today, what about practice? Ryan confidently replied, I was just doing basic training, I told him I wanted to go to the library to study a bit. Sharon was so angry that his hands were shaking, so you should hurry up and study, what are you doing, what's up? Ryan swings his arms and legs, I'm bored, so bored. Sharon sighed and thought, it's not like Ryan is lazy or anything, really, Ryan is like fire, once the fire is ignited, it cannot be extinguished, as long as there is a chance, he will flare up again, no matter what. 10 minutes later, Sharon brought Ryan to the table and said, you came here to study, to study. Ryan looked at the book and frowned, Sharon, no pari, you said you wanted to become a magician, do you really need to read that many books, 800 books, Crazy, Sharon replied. Of course, actually I'm still lagging behind. Before coming here I didn't have a chance to study anything. But now that I've read 600 history books, I already know most of them. After listening, I was speechless. Really? Ryan looked at Sharon reading a book and thought, every time I look at him I'm surprised. How can he read books so fast? At this rate he will be pulled into the book too. Moreover, he is the same age as me but much more mature. Ryan wanted to be able to sell it, so he opened the book and said, ahem, oh, this book is quite interesting. Ryan read out, Preface, I'm sure everyone has asked a question at least once in their life, if a swordsman and a magician were to confront each other, who would win? Sharon stopped reading the book in his hand after listening, while Ryan continued reading. To find the answer to that question, I traveled the world. When I close my eyes, even now, I can see the sparkling light on the top of Artuzna 6,000 meters above sea level. On those mountains, there is a carnivorous plant that takes birds as its source, Pallas. After reading for a while, Ryan was too lazy to stop. This book was so bland, but Sharon said, what, I'm having fun. Ryan doesn't understand. What's the point in having fun? Therese, no painting. It has nothing to do with swordsmanship at all. Sharon immediately rushed forward and picked up the book. Before he could read a page, he already said that, so according to the author, who will win? When Ryan heard that, he immediately said, are both swordsmen and magicians crazy, but fight like that? At this moment a person walked in. It was Rai Agent. He said, of course the swordsman will win. Sharon immediately bowed, welcoming, young master, and Ryan was annoyed. What? How did you know? Sharon bowed her head while thinking about, let alone, our conversation just now. He heard it all, okay. Ryan was also a bit worried about his friend. Rai picked up the book and thought silently. A servant who dares to speak impolitely to a noble child will not be forgiven easily. Ryan now laughed provocatively. Ha ha, why are you so sure? You're sure you are not on the swordsman's side because you yourself are a swordsman. Rai replied, why am I so sure? I didn't think you would pay that much attention to it. You can see it right away if you look at the status of all the swordsmen and magicians on this continent. Ryan quipped, spit, we're talking about fighting. What does it have to do with local affairs? People choose positions on the battlefield based on military rank. You probably didn't mean to say something like that, right? Rai immediately turned to call Sharon, oi, that guy over there. Ryan was so angry that he was ignored. Are you ignoring me? Rai asked Sharon, what do you think? Sharon was immediately confused when asked. He worriedly thought, what is his purpose? I also thought he was very unpredictable from before, but now that I have other things to worry about, it's even harder to guess his thoughts, so I have to give the correct answer. Sharon answered honestly, if the level of the swordsman and the magician are the same, then I think it will be difficult for the swordsman to win once the magician has entered the spiritual world. But if the swordsman uses his excellent physical strength to fight before the magician can make a move. Sharon had not finished speaking when he was interrupted by Rai. No, you are wrong. Rai smiled sarcastically and said, the magician will buy it. Sharon was stunned. Even though Ryan was standing behind, he was upset. He wasn't surprised and thought, it's always like that. Since we were kids, whenever I felt uncomfortable with someone, I would enjoy trampling on what they valued. Rai asked again, it seems like you like history. I'm sure you've heard of the 5 body armor, right? Artifacts scatter the mental world of magicians. I'm talking about anti-magic. Sharon frowned. A magician's natural ability is the spiritual world, when fighting a mage in their spirit world. It's no different than fighting sharks in the deep sea. However, there is one thing that can stir up the water and distract the fish. That is anti-magic. If the spiritual world cannot influence, then magic cannot either. Once equipped with a holy relic that has any properties, the magician will not be able to do anything to them. After all, this is still just a hypothesis. In the past, anti-magic was a precious power created from the flow of mana in the dragon's heart. Besides, because of the frequency fluctuations, no matter how much wealth is poured in, it cannot increase their effectiveness. Even the master magician, Yakra, is only capable of using up to 65% the abilities of the 5 body limbs, therefore their value. Rai continued, of course, because it also had historical value, so each part of it had a price equivalent to the annual budget of the entire kingdom. When Ryan heard that, he immediately cried, so how can a swordsman become stronger? Rai smiled. The main problem was that the people who created the anti-magic were the magicians. Both Sharon and Ryan were surprised after hearing this. Ryan said, what, why are they? Rai explained, of course, because the demand for anti-magic was so great, it was easy to make money from it. Those magicians are waiting in line to be used, so Therese no need to buy a precious holy relic, I understand the point. Mage is just a profession where some pathetic people try to sell their own weaknesses for money. Ryan heard that and immediately blamed him, that was too harsh, but Sharon interrupted him. Sharon said with a smile, but that is the nature of magicians. After hearing this, both Rai and Ryan were shocked. Rai said, "What did you say?" Sharon explains, "As you said, anti-magic is created by magicians. It is used to limit the ability of magic in magic forbidden areas. It is also used effectively to aid in the training of magical practitioners. Although anti-magic is used against magicians, it exists as an intellectual achievement that serves good purposes. So I think it's quite one-sided to say that swordsmen are more noble than mages for just this reason." After hearing this, Rai's blood immediately became a little hot, and Ryan tried to hold back his laughter. Rai angrily turned around and left, not forgetting to say before leaving, "Hey, theory and reality are very different. No matter what, the truth is that the magician will never win against the warrior." Sharon and Ryan watched Rai leave without words. Sharon on the other hand breathed a sigh of relief. "Phew, I thought I was about to die." Ryan put his arm around Sharon's shoulder and laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, you're amazing, Sharon. That was the first time I saw my brother with such an expression. If your tongue was a sword, then you would definitely be a strong swordsman, best in the world. It's really too much." Sharon thought with a wry smile, just as Rai said, theory and reality are far apart, however experimental exploration is based on other people's weaknesses. 6 months later, Tamurin looked at the papers brought by a butler. He put down his teacup and said, "Okay. It finished faster than we thought." The other housekeeper also said that the plan to relocate the library was pushed forward 6 months, and it was a real relief when the books that had been neglected for 20 years were finally clearly classified. However, if losing such a useful person would be such a waste, "Sir, we could extend the contract with some reason, perhaps." But Tamurin immediately interrupted this person. "You are saying some meaningless words, just focus on your work." The other person immediately bowed and said, "Please excuse me, sir." Tamurin sipped his tea and thought, Sharon Aryan. At this time, Sharon had read the last page of the last book. Reading books is a very easy task, but reading hundreds of books is a completely different story. Sharon smiled in satisfaction, like a dream, at last. At this moment, Ryan ran from outside, huffing and puffing into the library, calling out Sharon's name. "I heard you're done, have you gone home yet?" Then Ryan looked at Sharon in surprise. "Have you really finished reading it all?" Sharon smiled. "Yeah, Therese, nothing more to read here, at least on this side." Ryan immediately walked over and shook Sharon's hand, laughing loudly. "Really? Ha ha ha, you're so amazing. Did you really read it all?" He patted Sharon's shoulder. "Congratulations, that's great." Sharon now smiled and said, "Ryan, before leaving, can I come visit your house?" When Ryan heard that, he was stunned. "What, really?" Sharon was confused. What was so surprising? Ryan looked sorry for himself. "It's just that you're too careful about our relationship. I'm quite disappointed with that, so I didn't expect you to say that." Sharon heard that and smiled wryly. "Really?" He thought to himself, "Wow, I kind of regret this too." Thinking back, the place where the two of them most often met was the library. Whenever Ryan went to the library to play and saw someone, he immediately left, so he really had few opportunities to meet alone. Sharon mainly because he lived here all year, so I'm a bit curious about where he lives. Ryan immediately dropped a like. "Okay, let's go, our whole family is going out today." A moment later, Sharon looked confusedly at the giant mansion in front of him. "Whoa, coming all the way here, I found this place a bit scary." Sharon asked quietly, "Ryan, is it okay to go straight to the main door like that?" Ryan immediately said, "Don't worry, our whole family won't be back before afternoon." Sharon followed Ryan upstairs and looked around. He saw that this place was so quiet, so spacious. Ryan is used to saying, "Right, they're just maids." Sharon thought while walking, "That big gate is just a bedroom door, a room here is probably as big as my house." So Ryan is the young master of a very rich family, but he is not bossy at all. At this time, Ryan also brought them both to the place. "Here, my room." Sharon was shocked in her heart. Ryan's bedroom, the smallest room at the end of the hallway, looked like a small resting area after training. Ryan lived here. Sharon smiled and commented, "It looks like a training room." Ryan also said, "Feel free." A moment later, Ryan's face turned serious. Sharon, on the other hand, is extremely relaxed. Ryan couldn't take it anymore and closed his eyes. Finally, he angrily threw all the cards in his hand and shouted loudly, "I won't play anymore, I've lost again." Sharon proudly picked up the coin. He, still playing. Ryan then said, "Hey, you're cheating with the spirit world, aren't you?" Hearing that, Sharon was startled. "What, who do you think I am?" Sharon bluntly revealed that he had a habit of placing a few aces on the outside, and the way he bet on cards whether he had a pair or not was quite easy to tell. Ryan was stunned. "What, how did you find out?" Sharon smiled. "Observation skills will bring good results when you don't focus too much on one thing. When observing your opponent, you should observe all the opponent's actions, then you can guess them. What are you thinking?" Ryan rubbed his head and said, "Don't just observe one point, but observe the entire action." "So will this help awaken our strategy?" Sharon smiled. "Maybe, it also helps me enter my spiritual world." But Ryan still expressed, "I still half understood and half didn't." At this time, Sharon found a novel in Ryan's room. He turned to ask, "Ryan, can I borrow this book? I've been reading too many history books lately, it's interesting to read novels for a change." But Ryan had been sleeping on the table for a long time. Sharon slowly took the book out of Ryan's room, nervously looking at the clock as he walked. He said everyone would return in the afternoon. At this moment, a melodious piano sound rang out. Sharon was startled when he heard it, the sound of a piano. There is only one person in the mansion who can play the piano. In a slightly open room, a woman with long blue hair was playing the piano, Reina Agent. Reina immediately looked towards the door and said, "What do you think?" "That's my sonata." Sharon was startled. He was caught. Sharon couldn't help but approach. "Well, I think it's great, but your heart is exploding. What should I do?" Reina asked, "This is the first time I meet you. Are you newly recruited?" Sharon honestly replied, "Oh yes, I've been in charge of sorting books in the library for a year now." Reina smiled. "Ah, so you were a child. I heard that not everyone can classify books. You must be very smart. Have you ever played the piano?" Sharon reminded herself, "I can't be negligent." She is an expert in using diagrams during performances. Ryan also said, "The person with the worst personality in this mansion is his older sister." Sharon replied warily, "Never." Reina suddenly pointed at the empty space next to her and said, "Let me teach you, come here." Sharon heard that and immediately panicked. "What?" His face couldn't be more serious, sitting there. Reina smiled and said, "It's okay, I gave permission so no one will blame you." Sharon gulped and thought, he insists, but I don't have the right to refuse. Besides, I don't have a chance to sit in front of a piano anymore. Sharon sat down. Reina simply explained to him the basic notes of the piano. She helped him practice. Try pressing all three keys at the same time. A soft sound came out. Sharon thought with a blush. The sound was really nice. Reina complimented, "Oh, that's a good start." Sharon then said, Sorry if I'm asking too much, but can I try to play?" Reina heard that and immediately agreed. Okay. Sharon said at first before playing, "Maybe it won't be very good." Reina didn't stop him. That's how everyone started. She thought to herself, he knows more about music theory than just what did I just teach. Sharon immediately touched the piano and played the sheet music. After hearing this, Reina covered her mouth in surprise. She couldn't believe it, he got it all wrong. But Therese no hesitation in pressing the keys. Should I stop him? Reina couldn't believe it. It was strange, he made a complete mistake. But it's completely the same. It's like he can perfectly imitate the feeling of the music he played earlier. Sharon now entered the spiritual world again. Every note played. Reina frowned in thought, starting to sound more accurate. Sharon is still playing the piano. Reina is still opening her mouth in surprise. Whoa, what? You can't call this a performance, but he has the clairvoyance to feel the most quintessential things. Why is this kid a Mandarin, especially since he looks like a noble? Sharon now released his hand, confused and said, "I'm sorry." At this moment a loud sound rang out. "Don't be so loud, you hateful demon gremlin." Ryan yawned and shouted, "When you go home, just rest, why do you keep acting so crazy?" Seeing that Sharon was also sitting here, he immediately exclaimed, "You're here too, Sharon." Sharon was confused. "Yes, that's right." Reina immediately spoke up, You two know each other." Sharon was confused and was about to deny this. No, then. His mind was confused. The friendship between me and Ryan would be exposed. Why did I feel like I was committing some crime? Ryan in the back scratched his chest and said, "Oh, that's Sharon, Hess my friend." Hearing that, Sharon immediately fell to the ground with a thud. "What are you saying, Ryan?" Ryan smiled comfortingly. "Don't worry, the gremlin witch has a really unpleasant personality, but she doesn't care about those things." Sharon didn't really believe it. What? How could that be? How could he not care? When Raina heard his name was Sharon, she bent down and smiled gently. "Don't worry, if Ryan says you two are friends then that's fine." Hess a bit obnoxious, but Hess responsible for his words. "So what were you thinking while you were playing? I really want to know," Raina asked further. When Ryan heard that, he was surprised. What, was Sharon hitting him? "I thought I was going crazy in here." At this moment the logic of 16 years in Sharon is collapsing. Sharon doesn't understand. Does he not care that his brother is friends with a commoner? After calming down, Sharon looked at Ryan and asked, "Besides Ryan, why did you lie? Your sister is a beautiful, kind lady." Hearing that, Ryan immediately said with a serious face, "What? Don't be fooled by her. She is a witch, who knows when she will follow and devour you." Raina also smiled and said to him, "Sorry, my younger brother is a bit childish. I'm glad he has you as a friend. Please pay attention to him." Sharon also politely replied, "It's nothing, really Atoy is the one who is grateful to him." The two of them talked to each other. Ryan smiled evilly and said, "Hess so cute, why don't you keep him, and let him join our family too?" Raina heard that and immediately said, "So close that you're not afraid of him taking away your sister?" Ryan replied, "What are you talking about? You're not the one I'm worried about but Sharon." But before he finished speaking, a hand rushed towards him. Raina beat Ryan, "Thought she didn't say that you think you're so good." Looking at the two sisters, Sharon thought speechlessly. Just when she thought she understood more about the nobles, they became even more difficult to understand. After being beaten, Ryan immediately asked, "Why did you come home? You just took a break not long ago." Raina explained, "You don't know, Rai is preparing for the exam. I came to pick him up, we're leaving tomorrow, and he went to visit another friend, he'll be back later." Ryan heard that and was surprised. What, crazy? So why is the distance so far? Sharon couldn't bear to look at Ryan like that. The exam certification is a standard and condition for magicians and swordsmen to be recognized, not only within the kingdom but also across the continent. More than 1,000 people attend each year, but no more than 30 successfully complete it each time. There is also unverified evidence. If you graduate from an academy approved by the kingdom such as Althea's Magic Academy, there is a chance to become a 10th rank unproven magician. After receiving achievement points through organizations and activities, you can advance in rank. But where there is money and fame, people will naturally gather. Even if the degree has not been verified, people still constantly want to receive a certificate. That was the legendary exam that Rai was preparing to take at the age of 18. Ryan smiled sadly and said, "Wow, geniuses are truly different, they have the full support of their family." Raina patted her brother's head, "It's okay, I'll go prepare dinner, it's seafood from the royal palace, so I have to prepare it myself." Raina also smiled at Sharon and said, "It was nice meeting you Sharon, see you next time." Sharon also greeted back. In his heart he thought to himself, "Do I still have the chance to meet him again? Because, tomorrow I will leave the mansion." At this time, Sharon asked Ryan again, "Ryan, your sister, does she have a lover?" Hearing that, Ryan was surprised. Then he showed an evil smile. Ignoring Sharon's explanation, he ran like crazy out of the hall. As I ran, I shouted loudly, "Sister, sister, Sharon asked me this." Sharon regretfully chased after her. She said something because she felt sad. Ryan ran to the hall and asked loudly, "Do you have a lover?" Ryan was about to say something else, but Sharon caught his mouth in time and pulled him inside. The servants didn't understand anything. Raina smiled and explained, "They were just teasing each other, don't worry." Now that we've finished separating the poison, it's time to steam it up. The servants obeyed and followed her. In a corner of the hall, a butler asked, "Hannes, Master has a guest today." The person named Hannes said, "There is no prior schedule, Chief Butler." Looking at Sharon and Ryan talking to each other, he said, "I think I've heard that sound before, now I remember." He looked serious, called Hannes, telling Timurin to come to my office immediately. The next morning, Ryan was doing a tiring practice with his master. Master also felt proud. He became more enthusiastic again. It must have been a year. Last time he got discouraged very quickly. But I'm sure once he reaches the royal palace, he will change. The problem is to grasp the schema. Ryan was resting when he heard the servant call out, "Master." Lady Raina asked him to return to the mansion immediately. Hearing that, Ryan didn't care much. my sister, if it's praising my brother, am not interested, tell her to do whatever she likes. But the servant shouted loudly and said, no sir, the lady said that Sharon was in danger, he might die. Hearing that, Ryan was startled and asked again, why, I thought he was going home today. The servant answered breathlessly, the head butler had reported to the head of the family, I don't know, but the lady said it was because of the relationship with you. Ryan immediately put on his shirt and told his master, my master must go see you immediately, a Mandarin named Sharon is my friend, and somehow you know. Dad will definitely forgive him if I can convince him, he'll practice later. But at this time, the master said, you can't do it, you can spray glue. The master then silently handed the sword to Ryan. Right now at the Agent family villa. The hall was full of servants and Gent family members. Sharon knelt right in the middle. The cold-voiced head of the Agent family, Sharon Aryan. You will be executed. Some maids heard that and whispered, how dare a commoner do that to a noble? No matter how ignorant you are, you must understand these rules. Tamurin also couldn't bear to look at him. At this moment, Reina interrupted again, Dad, wait, I have something to say. But the Agent homeowner stopped her, saying nothing else. He held a pile of papers in his hand. On this document provided by the head butler is the testimony of many servants confirming that this boy acted very carelessly in front of Ryan. I've read the contract details so I shouldn't have any comments. Is there anything else I want to say? Sharon bowed her head silently and said, I want to ask something. If the young master and I are friends, then what will happen to the young master? The servants heard that and couldn't believe it. This guy, he didn't even understand my current situation. He should have begged for his life. Reina was also surprised. How worried was he about Ryan? Even though he was in this situation, owner Agent frowned. You still dare to ask me that question? What a commoner, how stupid. Do you think if you hang out with someone like you, what will happen to the nobles? Hearing that, Sharon immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He raised his head and said, it's true that Ryan and I are friends. We've been friends for a year now, and will always be friends. All the servants heard that and were shocked. Why aren't you afraid? The Agent homeowner became even angrier. Yes, it seems you despise the Agent name. He shouted loudly, Chief Butler, quickly deal with him, don't let news about this leak out. Reina yelled at him, Father, wait, please listen to me, but he said, he admitted it, and I have made a decision, as the homeowner, once I have made a decision, I will not withdraw. A butler secretly talked to each other, isn't this a bit too much for the head butler? But a senior person told him there was no reason why we all had to die because of one person. This family is our life, to protect it, we must eliminate any conflict that arises, no matter how small. Watching Sharon being taken away, he said, you will see it was wrong now, but later you will be grateful for that choice. At this moment, from the main gate, Ryan ran in like a god, shouting loudly, I won't let that happen. Reina saw that Ryan had arrived and was immediately happy. Sharon was also startled. Ryan shouted loudly, who dares to kill my friend without my permission? Bishop immediately spoke up, I. Ryan said loudly, why, he didn't make any fatal mistake, he just made friends with you. Bishop sat there is no need to make a fatal mistake to be punished. Affairs related to nobles are so complicated, you can't even imagine. My family is dealing with this complicated situation, and you are also enjoying the privileges of being a noble son. Hearing that made Ryan even more upset. If that privilege forces me to kill my friend, I don't need it. Bishop frowned, it was a child asking why he had to die. Making friends with a noble meant that the relationship had to be equal. Do you really think that commoner considered you a friend? Based on that, there are many people in this world who want to take advantage of nobles. Ryan shouted loudly, Sharon would never do that. Bishop's face turned cold, how can I trust you? Let's prove that you and Sharon are really friends. Reina was startled when she heard that, and Ryan didn't understand. How to prove it? It's gone. Ryan looked at Bishop startled and realized, if I say you can't prove it, then everything is over. Can human feelings be proven? But I feel like I can't talk nonsense. If I were Sharon, I could easily defeat him. Realizing what he was thinking, Ryan immediately looked over at Sharon. That look, it looked like it was taking everything in, the same look as when he was competing with me. Ryan remembered that day Sharon once told him, sometimes not focusing on small issues will bring better results. Don't focus on small parts of your competition, but instead look at the whole. That way you will be able to see their true intentions. Ryan tried to look at his father to analyze. Father. Bishop Agent, second-class noble, head of the Agent family, black-haired pedigree, 4th-level certified minister, knight, that's right, this is not the same as an argument between father and son, but a sword fight. Going back 30 minutes ago, Ryan shouted loudly, Master, why don't you let me go? My friend might die. Master, calm down. That's right, you're talking about the kid who works in the library, right? But that kid is a civilian. Ryan was worried and disappointed. Master, I didn't know you were such a person. You taught me, Master, that if you could wave your sword and talk, then anyone could be my friend. The Master calmly explained, don't you know what is most important to a noble? Don't nobles naturally have to eliminate anything that threatens their family's status? Have you ever thought about the weight your friend carries, when his value is only equivalent to a fly? After being friends with him, don't think twice about it, don't even think about solving the problem by arguing. Ryan clenched his fists, but I couldn't stand here doing nothing. I was the one who proposed to be friends with him first. I don't want to be a coward. Master smiled, good determination. The boy is very affectionate, honest and pure, but like that he cannot become a great swordsman. I put a lot of hope in him, and I will cheer for your child. Master gave Ryan a sword, took it. I'll let you go if you bring this back with you, but if you're not even mentally prepared for this, don't even dream of taking even a single step from here. Ryan said determinedly, Master, I will never forget this favor. Master never forgets to remind. Remember, throwing away a friend is like throwing away a part of your body. This is a sword fight that costs one's life. Ryan laughed loudly. It's true, father, I was almost defeated by you. Prove that they are friends. I believe it's okay, because I believe that Sharon and I are friends. Your existence, Sharon's friend, is proof of the friendship between you and him. Bishop heard this and shouted angrily, this is unreasonable, this is not a father-son argument. Even now, the prestige of countless nobles is collapsing. If I can avoid the family's decline, then I will even be willing to break with my son. All the servants and Reyna couldn't help but panic when they heard that. Ryan immediately stood up straight and bowed his head. If you have to do that in exchange for your friend's life, then I will happily leave. Bishop angrily shouted calmly, this kid, raise your sword. If you really think this kid is your friend, then bet your life right here. The sword in Ryan's hand was immediately drawn without hesitation. Bishop was stunned. He even picked up his sword to oppose his father. Ryan placed the sword in front of his chest. He was not pointing the sword at his father, he was just showing his trust. Bishop was angry. How can I have friends? I can't even get along with other nobles. Now I'm just keeping people weaker than me to comfort myself. Ryan didn't hesitate to answer directly. This time father was wrong. Sharon is my friend, and he is better than me. I want to help Sharon so he can shine brightly in a higher position. This time Bishop pointed his finger at Sharon and said, did you deceive the boy? Did you convince him that a commoner can be friends with a noble? Sharon was about to speak, but Ryan stopped him. Sharon, just stay there, I will protect you. But at this time Sharon called Ryan's name again. You don't need to take responsibility for everything. I will take responsibility for myself. Sharon recalls, from the moment you wanted to be my friend, I had a hunch that I would have to stand at a crossroads to choose whether I should be your friend or save my life. Even if it means I will have to die here, I don't regret making friends with you. Hearing that, Ryan cried in despair and said, yes. That's exactly what I mean. Even though we're isolated, we're still friends. Bishop couldn't believe his ears after hearing it. After hearing this, Reyna cried and thought, even though we lack maturity, we are still human beings with emotions. A true friend does not turn his back on us. Everyone has such a friend, or wants to have such a friend. After hearing this, the butlers couldn't help but be moved to tears. Only the head butler was extremely upset. At this moment, there was a loud laugh from above. Ha ha ha, so interesting. Reyna saw this sound and was immediately happy. Mr. A blue-haired man who seemed to also belong to the Ajin family. He laughed loudly. I didn't think I could witness such a touching scene when I was so close to the world. Youth is truly the best. Reyna saw him coming and immediately thought with hope, everything would be okay, if it were him. Bishop saw that his father had arrived and frowned. Hess already here. Reyna told me it would take a few more days. This person sat down on the sofa and said, I came early because my friend ran away with a young girl. Sharon was surprised when he saw this person. That person was the General Thormia, and a third-level swordsman, Ryan's grandfather, the former head of the Klumpfagen family. Klump said comfortably, anyway, this place is still noisy as always. Youth is really great. Bishop frowned and explained, in this situation it's not so great, our family's image has already collapsed. Klump laughed, don't rush to conclusions like that. I've been standing behind watching quite a bit, and it's clear that everyone here has a lot to say. So why don't we first listen to each other's opinions to see if we have lost face? Witness number 1, eldest daughter Reina Agent. She smiled and said, although yesterday was the first time I met Sharon, I could already tell that he was a very smart and talented guy. Moreover, Sharon had fulfilled all the requirements of the contract and was supposed to leave the clan today. Considering such circumstances, it is difficult to say that Sharon approached Ryan with a specific malice, somehow, and as a result, I don't believe that his actions have tarnished the family's honor. When Mr. Clumph heard that, he rubbed his chin and smiled. That's it. If that's the case, what do you think, my second nephew? Witness number 2 is the second son, Rai Agent. Rai immediately frowned. He didn't like that boy. Bishop saw his son say that and immediately thought, yes, I know I can trust you. But now Rai continued, but this has nothing to do with me, Bishop said in shock. What? What do you mean? You say you don't like it and then you say you don't care. Rai comfortably sat on the sofa. Yes, I don't like the boy, but who Ryan is friends with has nothing to do with me. I simply want this to end so we can depart for the royal palace. Reina heard that and was speechless. Wow, her younger brother's attitude. Mr. Clumph laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, this is exactly why there is no place like home. So in conclusion, to hear the opinion of the person who must have observed the child Sharon, for the longest time, the deputy butler. Witness number 3 is Mr. Timurin. Seeing that he was being called, the head butler also silently reminded him. Timurin was not surprised to see the Ajin homeowner's warning eyes and thought, I am sure you are aware. We are people who do not express opinions, but who submit to the master's will. Mr. Timurin thought for a moment, then opened his mouth. Sharon did the work I assigned him, and he completed it very satisfactorily, and he even completed the work 6 months ahead of schedule. Not only the head butler but Sharon was also shocked. He cursed under his breath. What the hell did he think he was doing? Mr. Clumph asked again, do you know that they are friends? Timurin told the truth. I knew he often went out with the young master but didn't know that the two of them were friends, but in my opinion, if he was a child who didn't know manners, he wouldn't have been able to classify those 10,000 books. Ryan looked hopefully towards Sharon, but Sharon thought, Deputy Butler. Reina feels extremely hopeful. Great, the atmosphere has completely changed. The only person who wants to punish Sharon is father, but at this time, one word did not ring out, Clumph. Turn around 180 degrees and say, I cannot agree to this. Reina couldn't believe it. On the contrary, Bishop was as happy as if he had picked up a 500,000 bill in the middle of the street. Mr. Clumph explained, no, I understand that they consider each other friends. However, let's stop here. If this relationship continues, rumors will eventually spread outside, and this may become a weak point for opponents on the political battlefield to seize and turn against us. All the people in the Rai family are outstanding individuals of the kingdom. Rai Tamshis is still preparing for the certification exam. Moreover, what can I do when so many families depend on me? Position. Sharon, you are a smart child, I believe you will understand. Reina wants to say something. And Ryan became extremely angry. Clumph just looked and chuckled. I see you have a lot of potential and intelligence, Ryan, but why don't you understand what I'm saying? They should also know how heavy it is to carry the lives of countless people on their shoulders. Mr. Clumph said to Sharon, what do you think, Sharon? I want to thank you for teaching my innocent nephew what true friendship is. But can we end it here? Sharon closed his eyes, then in front of everyone's stunned eyes, he said, impossible. Sharon said loudly, if I cause trouble for Ryan then I don't mind never seeing him again. However, that doesn't mean I can't consider him a friend. Me and Ryan are friends. As long as you consider those things, I will obey any orders you give. Ryan clutched the sword in his hand, humiliated. I also felt relieved that Sharon didn't have to die. To be honest, a part of me felt that way, but Sharon already knew. That abandoning a friend is equivalent to abandoning a part of yourself. That's fine, anyway, this isn't about negotiating salary. Ryan drew his sword upward, took a defensive stance and shouted, I hereby declare. Reina and Clumph saw that and widened their eyes. Reina shouted, don't do that again, I don't know what you're planning to do but don't. The sword stuck firmly into the ground. Then knelt down and said, I, Ryan Agent, third son of the Agent family, will from this moment become the sword of Sharon. Bishop was so angry that he was shaking. What? Hey, damn you, you idiot. The origins of the Knight's Oath date back to when the kingdom of Thormia was first founded. In a period of chaos, countries large and small alike fought for colonies. Atulfi, the strongest among them, succeeded in uniting them all and declared the kingdom of Thormia. However, The newly established kingdom must stand up against its powerful neighboring countries, so, instead of being purged during the unification of the kingdom, the defeated kings were allowed to rule our realm directly. And in the process created the Knight's Oath. They swore to become a sword that only the owner could wield, and in return, were granted noble status. That was the origin of the Knight's Oath and also the birth of nobility. Therefore, breaking the Knight's Oath means that one will become more despicable than a rabid dog. Ryan happily looked at everyone. What do you think? Now I can't take it back anymore, right? Ryan felt proud in everyone's gaping eyes. Master, it seems like I caused trouble this time. If you were there, Master, you wouldn't have been able to cry. Giving me the sword was not for me to do that. Sharon quickly knelt down. Ryan, what the hell are you doing? Clump said without a smile, if I am really witnessing you saying you will become his sword, then surely that boy is worthy, right? Answer me. Is he really talented, or is he just talented in my eyes because I myself am a useless person? Ryan laughed and said loudly, swords don't judge, they only protect. After hearing this, Clump laughed loudly uncontrollably. That's right, immature brats have to at least do this much to reach the top. Your mouth is fine, but with your mediocre swordsmanship, I feel sorry for your friend having to accept such a poor sword. When Ryan heard that, he immediately felt insulted. Clump walked over and patted Sharon on the shoulder. Enough is enough, everything is over, even though the boy is still not the sharpest sword, but Sharon, he will never betray you, take good care of my nephew. Sharon nodded tiredly. Thank you for recognizing me. Then he pointed at the butler, you two have sworn to be friends for life so I can't let you go like that. Deputy butler, using the carriage that Sharon was supposed to use to go home and take her home, his parents are here. The butlers behind were extremely happy with this result, only the head butler was still in shock. Really? I never know what the nobles are thinking. Peacefully returning to the Agent family villa, Ryan happily tossed around on the bed, so refreshed. Have you seen our family's expressions? It's great. Sharon saw that and was speechless, remembering and asking, Ryan Knight Oath, you don't need to do that. Ryan immediately sat up and said, Sharon, I won't do that because you're my friend. I'm different from my brother, he has the power to attract others, I simply chose to bet my life on such a person. Sharon heard that and felt shy. What, why did you suddenly say that again? I feel so pressured. Then he continued, but if you want to protect me, you'll have to train much harder. These words directly hit Ryan's weak point. What's wrong? It's nothing, you just stabbed a wound in my heart. At this time, Raina also ran in to talk to them. Ryan, did you really swear the Knight's Oath that you will become Sharon's sword? Unexpectedly, when he entered the room, he saw Ryan lying half on the bed and half on the floor. Ryan painfully called for Raina to get out quickly. Sharon heard that and quickly reprimanded Ryan. What are you talking about? Just a moment ago your sister helped a lot. Please come in. Raina did not deny it. Yes, she brought important information from the opposing side. Ryan really didn't want to hear it at all. What's wrong? What are Dad and Grandpa doing? Raina sat down on the bed and sighed. They were truly bloodthirsty, but after all, I had already released the Knight's Oath card. They were planning what to do next. So anyway, Dad is thinking about enrolling you and Sharon in the Kaizen Sword Academy. Raina said again, Sharon, you said your swordsmanship talent was terrible, right? You said it yourself. Sharon was confused, but to that extent, Raina replied of course, now he has become a member of the family. I told all of them about your talent, to see if they would volunteer to invest anything in you, probably for the sake of Ryan's future, they want to help you succeed. Ryan immediately got angry after hearing that. Without my permission, who dared to let me go to school? It was so difficult that I finally got to play with Sharon as I wanted. Raina angrily kicked Ryan with her foot. Haze this meathead bastard, what else do you want to do after causing such a commotion? Ryan got up and said loudly, and anyway, Sharon didn't go to the Sword Academy. Sharon will be a magician in the future, he has already opened his spiritual domain. Raina heard that and was surprised. What, spiritual realm? Shiren has already opened it. Then, Raina said, wait, that means. She said while looking at Ryan with sarcastic eyes, you swear a Knight's Oath to a future magician, huh? Uselessness has to have a degree, Ryan shouted in pride, get out of here, old lady. Raina recounted, so he used synesthesia to sense the mental world, and read Ryan's movements to win. I think it's good, Raina analyzed, since the energy of your mental world is quite high, this should be possible. Sharon asked that. Raina ignored the proud Ryan and praised, you are great, according to what I learned in school, the more condensed the energy, the stronger the spiritual world. and it is possible maintaining that density when using a sword is extremely wonderful. When Sharon heard that, he was immediately embarrassed, and when Ryan and Reina saw it, they were speechless. Reina heard that and said, I will tell you about Sharon's path. Of course the conditions for you to enter the sword school will also be included. Ryan then remembered, what, then what will happen to my master? Reina replied, Mr. Kate already knew about this, so yesterday he ended the contract. Tomorrow morning will be the time for him to say goodbye. Ryan was stunned. Huh? He looked at the sword given to him by his master. Thinking about my master, he packed his bags and left. I don't know how much time passed. A butler opened the door to tell Sharon, Sharon, your family has arrived and is waiting in the living room. The homeowner said you can go see them first if you want. Reina immediately smiled and said, what do you mean, Sharon? Sharon was immediately happy when he heard that. He immediately said, I will go. Sharon hurriedly ran down the hall. The butlers reminded him, take the stairs, be careful. Hearing that, Sharon immediately confusedly expressed, well, you can just talk to me like before, it's a bit natural. The two butlers heard that and immediately panicked, oh my God, please don't say that, our heads will go away. Even though Sharon said don't worry, I won't tell anyone, but the two butlers still expressed it, but it's no good. The three walked for a while and arrived at the reception room. Sharon quickly opened the door and shouted, Father, Mother. Vincent and Olina saw him and quickly stood up. Sharon immediately ran to her parents' arms. Sharon thought to herself, they have gotten thinner, it must have been very hard for the two of them to keep tossing and turning day after day worrying about themselves. Vincent and Olina both smiled happily and said, don't worry, Mom and Dad are fine. But why are you suddenly calling us? If you're done, you have to go home. It's not like they're forcing you to stay and not letting you go. Sharon saw his father worried and immediately reassured him, no, it's just that I was given a pretty good chance. Vincent and Olina heard that and asked, what a good opportunity. Sharon immediately recounted what happened the previous days. Who would have thought that after listening, the parents just silently sprayed glue for 5 seconds, Vincent even stalled. Ha ha, so what I mean is, I became friends with a noble young master while working at the library, and that young master swore a knighthood oath to me, and I was allowed to be friends with him. What about me? Seeing Sharon smiling and saying yes, Vincent immediately replied, Sharon, tell me the truth. He panicked and grabbed Sharon's shoulder and shook it continuously. How could a smart kid like you be so delusional? No one treated you badly, right? Seeing that Sharon still says no, it's true. Vincent cried even harder and continued to shake. Oh my God, they say that those who go to noble houses cannot return healthy. Olina tried to stop her husband from taking his son down to the golden stream. At that moment, the door opened again. Young master, the homeowner has arrived. Bishop walked in and immediately introduced himself. Nice to meet you too, I am the homeowner of this house, Bishop Agent. Next to him were Ryan and Reina. Ryan introduced, hello sir, I am Sharon's sword, Ryan, and Reina also bowed, I am the eldest daughter Reina, I have heard a lot about you too. Vincent and Olina witnessed this scene and gasped in shock. The two quickly bowed, hello, we are Sharon's parents, why suddenly a great person like you? Reina saw that and immediately replied, oh my God, haven't you two heard the word Sharon? Vincent opened his mouth and said, yes, everything the boy said was true. No way, no way. But while they were in clinical shock, it was time to eat, and the couple was placed at the same table with the whole Agent family. Before the maid's service, Olina was still panicking because there were too many plates on the dining table, and Vincent was already discolored. Until it was time for dessert, Olina gradually got used to the situation. Vincent still hadn't finished the seance. What the hell was going on? In the living room of the Agent family, Vincent trembled as he held a cup of tea and thought. Even if I don't know what a knight's oath is, Therese, no way they would treat a family of woodcutters that well. I need to clarify this. He trembled and said, sorry, I'm happy that my son is appreciated by you, but I'm also very worried. For a young master of a noble house like Agent to take the knighthood oath with Sharon, it's unbelievable. Bishop sighed and replied, yes, to be honest, I'm a little uncomfortable. However, for militaristic agents like us, the knightly oath is absolute. If we differentiate just because of the difference in status, it will destroy Ryan's honor. He picked up the teacup and continued, so from now on we will use honorifics, please don't feel uncomfortable, and my family will fully support your son. Mr. Clumph next to him laughed, it's been a long time since I've seen you say the same thing. Bishop sighed, Dad is too noisy. Besides Vincent, Sharon was also very surprised, As a homeowner who manages and decides on all major matters of the family, the words assertive and proud really suit him. Even though he had difficulty deciding to place a commoner under his protection. But he is not afraid of anyone. Raina and Ryan both smiled reassuringly at him. Mr. Bishop continued, if we get straight to the point, we have to say, your son is a person who uses the spiritual world. The spiritual world is not something that can be acquired by working hard. To put it bluntly, talent is truly born with it. As far as I know, this guy is aiming to become a magician, so if he wanted to get his unofficial mage degree as quickly as possible. I'm thinking Althea's Magic Academy, one of the 5 most prestigious schools in the country, would be suitable for him. He continued, I'm not saying you have to go to that school to become a magician, but if you don't, it will be a disadvantage to that talent and I don't recommend it, so he should go study at Althea's Academy, to conform to Ajin House standards. At this time, Mr. Clump reminded his son, ahem, to consider their understanding first, son. Indeed, Mr. Vincent did not understand anything after listening. Vincent simply summarized, if his son graduates from magic school, he will become a magician. This time Mr. Vincent immediately responded, our son will become a magician. Sharon's eyes are also bright. Magic Academy. Vincent couldn't believe it either. It couldn't be, this was a dream, right, our son. But Mr. Bishop did not stop and continued, but the biggest problem was his identity. The magic school is selective, so they only allow children of nobles to enroll, so, Mr. Clump continued, there was only one choice. We will adopt Sharon as our Ajin's child. This was the only option after we had a family meeting. After hearing this, Vincent was stunned. He took out a birth certificate with the name Sharon Ajin and continued, I have a cousin who still has no children. If I add his name to my cousin's family, all problems will be solved. However, we have no intention of taking your child away, it's just on paper. But through this, Sharon will become a noble. Vincent heard that and was stunned. Sharon will become a noble. How lucky is he to have such an opportunity, but if I do that, it feels like this child is being taken away. He immediately looked at Sharon and thought, tell me Sharon, what should I do? At this moment, Sharon's face was also very serious, making him feel like, perhaps, the boy had already made a decision. Sharon looked at his father and held his hand forcefully. He said loudly, no way, you are your father's son, you cannot become someone else's adopted son. Vincent immediately breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that. Raina smiled and explained, Sharon, this is only in name, of course we will still treat your parents as biological parents. You will achieve your dream and nothing will change. Mr. Clump also said, you will become a noble, you don't always have such a chance. But Sharon was determined that if he had to fight his father, it would be better to live as a commoner. Mr. Clump frowned, commoners can't attend magic school, Sharon said, then I won't go to school. The two sides are still talking back and forth, then I won't be able to become a magician. Then I won't be a magician. Everyone in the room was surprised by these words. This time Mr. Clump stood up directly and said, Sharon, why are you so stubborn? This world is not that easy. There are things you have to throw away to be successful. If you can't do that, then your dreams are just child's play. This time Sharon answered again, maybe so, making Mr. Clump not understand. What? Vincent continued to shed tears. Sharon explains, no matter how great your dream is, it is something you receive from your parents. If your parents are the root, then your dream is to be sweet boys who receive nutrition from them. Surname. Know how to read and get the opportunity to work at the Ajin House. These are things that children achieve because they have their parents as their roots. This is just one opportunity that I have achieved, nothing compared to the countless opportunities that my parents have given me. Now telling me to deny my roots is no different than telling me to die. Thank you very much for everyone's suggestions, but I only have them as my parents. Everyone in the room was stunned. Mr. Clumps couldn't say it again but thought, what is this feeling of guilt? No, what this child wants to say. But at this moment Vincent leaned down and said loudly, please adopt Sharon, please, I beg you. Sharon said Dad. Clump also said, I understand what you mean, but what Sharon wants is also important. But at this time Mr. Vincent continued, Sharon is not my biological child. Olina covered her mouth in panic. Vincent, what are you saying? Mr. Vincent continued, we can't have children. We got Sharon, thanks to an unexpected event. I'm sure you can tell, but he definitely comes from a noble family. Has so great. Raina and Clump were also extremely surprised by this information. Mr. Vincent is still saying, if he becomes an adopted son of a noble family then he will return to where he belongs. So this is not the father abandoning the mother and denying the origin, Mr. Bishop sat to the side, resting his chin and thinking, is that really so? Surely everyone here has already guessed that. Chiron looks completely different from his parents. But those words show that he wants to give up his son. Chiron immediately grabbed his father's hand and shouted, Dad, what are you doing? How could you say that without saying it first? Vincent didn't dare look his son in the face. I'm sorry, but you're already grown up, so you have to know. This time Chiron directly interrupted, do you really think I don't know? The reason I don't ask you is because we only have one father and one mother, and I want that too. But now you want me to have 6 parents. Vincent was startled when he heard that. I just didn't want you to give up your dream because of me. After speaking, he shed tears. Chiron shouted loudly, who would give up on their dreams? Just try hard and the opportunity will come, but... This time he also burst into tears and said, have you ever thought about my feelings? Who would want their parents to abandon them twice? Vincent trembled holding Chiron's hand. Just, what Dad did. It's all Chiron's father's fault. Vincent hugged his son, I will never leave you. Please forgive this stupid father, I am your everything. Everyone in the room was silent at the scene that had just happened. Mr. Clump was pursing his lips and immediately heard Bischoff's son say, the things we do to our children can hurt them. He also agreed, being a parent is indeed very difficult. Isn't it very difficult for you to raise your child alone? It turns out that Mr. Bischoff had also been secretly moved since then. Not only him, Ryan also had tears filling the glass. After calming down, Bischoff thought back, I heard that at Althea's Magic Academy there is a special consideration, father can help. Clump heard that and immediately replied, what can my master do? How can I convince that stubborn Althea's? Bischoff said again, isn't that true? I heard he owes you money. Clump gulped and laughed, well, for someone who follows all the rules, isn't being stubborn the best method? Bischoff smiled helplessly, remembering. I also used that method to force you to become a homeowner, Mr. Clump replied, it was all for your benefit. 3 days later, after Ryan went to the Sword Academy, the homeowner allowed Chiron's family to stay at the Ajin's house. Chiron thought, Dad still feels extremely sorry for me, I don't know when he will remember this time. Finally Ryan and I have some free time. The two of them talked happily. And then 3 days later, Ryan stood in front of the Ajin mansion again. He turned around and immediately saw Ryan with tears running from his eyes and nose. Chiron was helpless. Ryan stopped crying, but Ryan sniffled and said, why don't you cry? When we get in the car we have to go to the Sword Academy, we really have to say goodbye. Why can't I get admission next year like you? Chiron expressed, not sure if I will be considered for special consideration. We can still meet during holidays, remember to write every day. At this moment, Chiron saw Ryan put his hand on her shoulder and said loudly, you must become a magician, I will also become the strongest knight to protect you, I promise you. Who would have thought that before he finished speaking, Reina in the back would have beaten him up, just focus on graduating first, I'm worried about you the most. Reina smiled and said to Chiron, don't worry, just have fun with your family first, he will definitely help you get into school. Chiron replied with a smile, okay, and thank you for helping me. As he spoke, he bowed respectfully. Reina smiled looking at the boy and thought, what a strange child, at first I thought he was just a cute boy. But he was also very thoughtful, able to keep his faith in that scary situation. Reina was about to tell Chiron, maybe after you graduate. But then she stopped again. Ask yourself what you think, she smiled, he is a child who is about to live in a completely new environment, a magic academy. Reina finally just patted his shoulder and said, no, just do your best, you will definitely become a magician. Chiron also told her, please take care of Ryan. Finally the two sisters got on the carriage. Chiron also got on the carriage with her parents, they both said goodbye to each other. At that moment, in the Chiron car, he heard someone calling him. He looked out the door and saw Ryan. Ryan was shouting loudly, when you go to the Magic Academy, remember to surpass them. Chiron smiled and shouted back, as did you. Ajin Ryan and Arian Chiron, the meeting of those two passionate young men, will be remembered as the beginning of the event that disrupted the balance of the entire continent. Now somewhere else. Althea's Magic Academy. Mr. Clump was speechless and shouted loudly. You've been thinking about it for 30 minutes, maybe the answer is yes. The school principal, Mr. Althea's, smiled and replied, even though we have been good friends for 50 years, I really cannot accept your proposal. Mr. Clump shouted angrily, what are you talking about? do you know how much I struggled because of you when I was young? Althea smiled and shouted. It seemed like the matter was quite important, so he had to utter those empty words. But the special consideration category is not a back door for nobles. There are many requests sent in these years, but this category has its own standards. Mr. Clump looked at his friend and thought, this clever old man made me wait 30 minutes in vain. He then continued, KKK, this time is different. Seeing his friend's expression like that, Althea's immediately became a little interested. It's really important, Kao. Then I saw that expression of his. Mr. Clump replied, I didn't tell you to accept a useless kid, quite the contrary, he is my youngest nephew's friend, he is very good. Do you know what I thought when I met him? I thought I was looking at him when he was young. Althea smiled and took a sip of the sky. If he was so talented, why didn't he just enroll normally? If that was the case, then there would have been a problem. Mr. Clump actually stopped laughing thinking about that. Yes, that's a big problem, it's not a noble thing. At this moment, Althea's immediately showed a shocked look. It couldn't be. Is a blonde-haired, blue-eyed child. Even if I lose my life, I won't regret being friends with you. This is Chiron's previous words. Mr. Clump recalls, that was my first impression of him. He was really strong. I used to think he was a smart baby who knew how to dominate adults, but after I offered to adopt him. He said again, if he told me to deny my background now, it would be like telling me to find a way to die. Thinking back, it was funny to Clump. He said, do you think it makes sense? Who would refuse to become a noble? Altheas listened and said thoughtfully, he understood the natural law of cause and effect. Mr. Clump replied, yes, if there is no cause then there is no effect. However, not everyone understands this rule and easily loses themselves. A new opportunity can come at any time, but the moment a person rejects his or her roots, he or she loses everything. And couldn't decide whether what they believed was right or not, whether it reminded him of himself when he was younger. Mr. Althea smiled silently and then seriously replied, their refusal to compromise, thinking that others can agree on what they believe is right, but those people can also judge them. That's what I find dangerous. Mr. Clump sighed, well. You still can't forgive yourself, right? You have done everything you can, you have taught many talented people, isn't it time you forgive yourself? Althea smiled and looked out, ah ha ha, saying I should forgive myself, that's too presumptuous, man. The reason I teach children is to avoid someone like me from appearing again. If that child, as you say, is like me, there's no guarantee he won't tread the same terrible path that I did, right? Mr. Clump was silent. He was once a genius, Althea's, a once-in-a-100-year genius. He, who was once regarded as the light of the Milch family, went on the wrong path just once, and almost lost everything, but in the end, he came back. Of course, who knew that he would become the principal of a remote academy like this? Altheas heard that and immediately laughed. What, then God help me, an incompetent idiot became a swordsman, official third-class soldier, I'm worried about the future of Thormia Kingdom. After a burst of laughter, Altheas stood up and looked out the window and said, if there is no cause, there will be no effect. Clump smiled. Was this fate? Who would have thought he knew that boy, the child who was chased away 4 years ago, had returned? Altheas laughed. Ha ha, I don't believe in fate. However, the talent buried by class barriers, wandering around for 4 years and now standing before me. This is actually the latter fate. Altheas turned and said to Clump, I will accept the Chiron. 3 years later in the spring, the luxurious carriage arrived at the house in the forest. 17-year-old Chiron held her suitcase and went downstairs shouting, Mom, Dad, I'll be home soon. Olina hugs Chiron, my lovely child, I will miss you very much. Chiron expressed, you will write letters often. He was also a little worried, but does your hair look beautiful? You've never had it like this before, so it feels very strange. Olina expressed, Lady Reyna said short hair is popular among the nobility, just act normally. At this moment Vincent was on the side coughing lightly. Did you forget something? Chiron said confusedly, Dad, I'm 17, kissing is a bit much, but Vincent insisted, hey, if I don't do it then let you. Finally, Vincent gently kissed his son's forehead, then hugged him and said, Chiron, I'm proud of you. At this time, Chiron was a bit worried, but is it really okay? The head of the family also said that he would give me a house or something. Vincent insisted, oh my God, it's true, your father is a hunter, isn't he? A hunter's home is the mountains and fields. Chiron didn't believe it either, but it had to be done. On the way out of the house, Mr. Vincent recounted that even though my father refused the allowances that the Ogden family provided me, they still insisted on giving it to me. Honestly, Sharon smiled, this is a happy day in the village because I'm about to join the Magic Academy, but Dad still hasn't told anyone. I'm sure the reason he refused the invitation to live in the city is because he won't become a magician. The reason threatens me. At this time, Mr. Timurin was waiting outside. He respectfully bowed his head. Please get in the car, we will escort you to the academy. As soon as Sharon got in the car, he called his parents, he would be home soon. Sharon thought to herself, and that's how my first day at the academy started. In the car, there were only Sharon and Mr. Timurin, so it was quite quiet. The car kept rolling for a while then stopped. Sharon got out of the car with a shocked expression. You're standing at Alfia's wizard school. Timurin helped him carry the suitcase and said, the cost of study materials will be paid through me, boss, as long as you study well. Sharon also thanked him. Escort butler, Timurin said, I was just doing my job. But Sharon still bowed his head this time, feeling like now I have the chance to say thank you. I was able to come here thanks to your appreciation. I will never forget your merits. At this moment Timurin suddenly said, no matter how talented a commoner is, he is still just a commoner, and can never be better than a noble. Sharon heard that and looked at him a little shyly. However, he continued, however, not everyone is given this opportunity. After you join the school, many nobles will not like you. But you have to persevere. If you can persevere until the end, everything will pass. Sharon smiled, thank you, I will definitely become a magician. Mr. Timurin calmed down. Now, if you are ready, follow me, we need to register you for admission. Alfia's witch school, which is considered the cradle of genius. What will I learn, and who will I meet? Sharon smiled excitedly. In the cries of forgotten soldiers. Everyone walked into the school together. After finishing, Timurin handed over the suitcase to him and said, I'm leaving now, if you need anything, please contact me. Sharon again yes, thank you very much. After being alone, Sharon looked around curiously and thought, who is coming to pick me up? Should I take a look around while waiting, and where is it? While looking around, Sharon found a sign. In the academy, which operates on a 10-rank system, there are a total of 420 students, of whom 30 are studying in the graduating class. Each year the number of graduating students is. After reading it, Sharon was startled. There were only 10. At this moment a sound rang out. So this is you, Sharon. Sharon was startled and turned around to see Mr. Alpha's. Hello Principal, Alfia smiled, we have met before, do you remember me? Sharon bowed his head and said, thank you very much for that time. Alfia's rubbed the boy's shoulder. It's okay, we can talk slowly while walking. Alfia said, you will need to take the entrance test. Sharon was startled after hearing that. Test, you don't know anything? But Mr. Alfia smiled and reassured him, don't worry, it's just a few tests, just a simple test to place your child in a class. Alfias asked, can I penetrate the spiritual realm? Sharon smiled, yes, he replied, oh, that's impressive. In his mind Alfias was thinking, who knew he could open the mental world on his own? It would be great if I started teaching him when he was young. I couldn't spot talent right before my eyes. Even though it's late, I need to teach him the basics first. The entrance exam hall will be full of 10-year-olds, so if he comes early, he will lose face. Alfias returned to reality, asking Sharon if he wanted to walk around the school. On the walking path, Sharon was startled to see a little girl floating around. He was confused. Principal. Alfia smiled and introduced, this is the room where students study. It is the new student class from grades 10 to 8. In this class, clouds of birds were flying in the air, making Sharon look startled. Everyone is using magic. Alfia smiled and replied yes, but where we need to go is a little different. They went to the advanced class again, from 7th to 4th grade. This time the children seemed older. Sharon thought, the atmosphere was different because all around him were people of the same age. What were they excitedly discussing? Sharon noticed two students arguing. One of them thought that if a large amount of magic power could send air down to the snow point, wouldn't condensing the refrigerant be more effective? Another person said, anyway, the downside would be that the reverse reaction would happen more quickly. How about this, if we adjusted time instead of magic power? Sharon was shocked when she heard this. Why don't I understand what they're saying even though we're speaking the same language? At that moment, a loud explosion rang out in front of him, and a red-haired girl coughed and said, hello, Principal. Alfia smiled and started talking to her. Okay, it seems like there are some problems. She replied, yes, I'm experimenting with something to amplify the sound, but the results are wrong. Sharon looked around and immediately realized, they didn't care at all. did they? Mr. Alpheus still explained to the other girl, it seems there is a lack of balance in the input and output. Check to see if the current is balanced. The girl with a dirty face immediately raised a like, thank you principal, I will do it again. Sharon was speechless. The principal didn't stop him. Moreover, was he going to try again? Sharon was still startled, as if she was in another world. When Sharon followed Alpheus away, I didn't notice that a red-haired girl was also here. The two continued to go to their destination, when Sharon saw a notice board. Above is written the rankings of the entire intermediate class, at the top is the Karmas. Isn't that a first-class noble? Sharon was amazed, couldn't believe it, all the people written here had the same talent as her, but she was the top one. Sharon thought to herself, I also want to be like that, I will start studying again from the beginning, right here. I will change the ranking. At this moment a sound rang out, hey, Amy, wait for me. Sharon heard that and was curious, but, is this Amy Karma's Amy? First rank in intermediate class. But as soon as Sharon saw her, he was stunned. The terrible memories of that day reappeared. Amy noticed someone looking at her and raised her head. But Sharon quickly turned around and left. Her friend also ran up and shouted, Amy, I told you to go together, you idiot. Sharon walked and recited Buddha's name, please don't see me, please. And luckily Amy also left, it's just that her friend was whispering to Amy, did you see anything, that guy we passed by earlier? He looks really handsome, he's a new student, but he doesn't look like much, huh? Or is he a transfer student? Amy just blandly said, that's quite interesting, I think I've met him before. The girl got excited when she heard that. What, you also care about him, you're not interested in boys, right? Amy refused, that's not what I meant, I just thought he seemed very familiar. Amy Karmas intermediate class first, is the most popular girl of the intermediate class, she has rejected many love confessions from seniors, juniors, and classmates, is a model student among all exemplary students, but the only person who knows her dark past is someone who is trying to get accepted into the school. Sharon trembled as he walked with the principal, Alpheus thought he was cold. The two walked for a while until they arrived at the third exam venue of the Magic Academy. The two entered and saw that there were still 3 or 4 children waiting to be checked. Alpheus pointed forward and said, well done, look closely at what that kid is doing. In front is a boy standing in the middle of a strange circle, in front of him is a table of judges. Mr. Alpheus explained, when entering the spiritual field, you will see that the letters on the wall will be different, and how you feel it will help us know the size, strength, flexibility and tendencies of the spiritual realm. So you just need to answer the professor's questions honestly. Sharon smiled and replied yes, it's interesting. A teacher asked a child taking a test, Cami, can you use magic? Cami answered yes. I can lift objects into the air. The teacher complimented me, it's really cute, very good, let's try entering the spiritual realm. Cami closed her eyes for a moment and then said she was in. The teacher immediately asked, which number is the farthest? The boy replied, 6. Mr. Alpheus explained, the number 6 means the diameter of the area is 6 meters. Another person asked, which color do you think looks the strongest? Cami replied, red, I think I'm entering a red world. The teachers recorded it together and concluded the law, diverging, meaning that his spiritual field was much stronger than his age. A teacher asked, do you see the giant tower? Cami immediately nodded, it is on your left. How do you feel about the temperature? It's a bit hot, I'm sweating. After a while, the test ended. One purple-haired teacher exclaimed while writing, this year's new students are really impressive. The other replied yes, the size of that student's field is 12 meters, it seems the quality of the students is higher through each year. The next new student is Sharon Arian. Alpheus cheered, show them your skills. Sharon nodded, yes, I will do my best. The blonde teacher thought to himself, so that child is the one who went through the special test that the principal mentioned. The purple-haired teacher also looked at the file, Kor was a special choice, but he's quite old, borrowing a noble's house in his name, isn't his family very large? The file clearly stated that Sharon was 17 years old and was a guest of a noble family. The teacher thought to herself, it seemed like she discovered her talent a little late. Well, his appearance is special, but at this school, he will quickly be buried. The teacher started asking, Sharon Arian, can you use magic? Sharon was frank, impossible, I had never learned before. The teacher is skeptical, is that so? But even if you haven't studied yet, you should still be able to do a few things. Alpheus thought, not surprised, that's what they would think, Magic is the act of bringing knowledge to one's mind. Noble children are taught many different things and so they can naturally use magic, but that child has no knowledge at all. The teacher continued talking. Okay, now go into the circle and go to your spirit field. Ah, can you enter the spiritual domain? Sharon just said, I will try. After hearing this, the teachers immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, it did not seem to be a serious case of domestic violence. Sharon quickly closed her eyes. A vast light appeared. Sharon opened her eyes in surprise. It turned out to be like that. The teacher continued to ask, so Sharon, please tell me the furthest number. Sharon heard that and closed his eyes and remained silent without responding. A teacher smiled. Ho ho ho, it seemed like he was embarrassed. Althea smiled and told Sharon to answer quickly, we won't classify you, we're just trying to find the best way to give you an education. But Sharon now answered them again, I saw a number, but it was so long that I couldn't read it. The teacher was skeptical, can't you read it? It's not based on vision but on your feeling. Sharon was confused, no, that's not what I meant, I can feel it, but it's too long, even now it's getting longer. The teacher sighed, so let's start with the first numbers you can see. Sharon in the mental world was looking at the long series of numbers in front of her. In the end, he only read out the first three numbers, which were 3.14. The teachers heard that and shouted in shock, what, we didn't put the number 3.14 in there, are you mistaken? Sharon frowned, but that's what I saw. The purple-haired teacher was surprised, really, of course there will be some cases where the pi ratio will appear, which means the size of the region has exceeded the range we have set. Can he really see up to 30 meters away? Another teacher calmly asked, so which color do you think is the strongest? Sharon replied, blue, all blue. The teachers were surprised and whispered to each other, if it was really blue, then wouldn't it be some kind of convergence, but his spiritual field was still that big. Althea stood to the side also very shocked and thought, Clumph, I understand why you are so adamant about this, but this is not just a good talent. A teacher kept asking, how many numbers are floating around? Sharon in the spiritual field looked at the lights, was he asking about this? No need to count them one by one. When I could feel it, Sharon immediately replied, it was 867 numbers. The teacher trembled in surprise. Right on the evaluation sheet. Althea's was also stunned, this is dangerous. The purple-haired teacher pushed his glasses back and asked, so Sharon, how cold are you right now? Sharon immediately replied, it was quite cold, to the point of freezing my whole body. The teacher responded as expected. Then immediately record it in your papers. At the end, the exam teacher smiled, now we need to have a meeting to decide which class the students will enter, so, all new students, please wait outside. Sharon immediately stepped out of the circle and left with the children. When everyone was gone, the new teachers chatted amongst themselves. Ha ha, what an interesting student, exactly, how could a 17-year-old student possess a spiritual realm with a diameter of more than 30 meters? The density of the spiritual field increased with its size, but the density of that student's spiritual field was 86.7%. One teacher was concerned, on top of that, it was pure concentration without using any enhancement skills. Was he a monk who endlessly cultivated mountain arrows or something? At this time, another person commented, could it be that he was lying? That was the blonde teacher from earlier, he argued, thinking about it, a spiritual field with a density of 90% and a diameter of 30 meters, came from a 17-year-old boy who didn't know what magic was. What, that's a bit unreasonable, is it possible that he increased the number before telling us? The purple-haired teacher objected, but Mr. Thod, it seems you forgot, there is no reason for the students to lie. If they were to get into an advanced class with things like that, they wouldn't be able to keep up with the rest of the class, let alone take the test. How could a student cheat like that when going to school? Above all, it seems some teachers here have forgotten that pi is displayed as an error code. That's not something a simple student would say just to get attention. At this time Althea spoke, so where would be good to put him, I mean Sharon. The purple-haired girl's name is Sina O'Farrer, she suggested. The 6th grade learns about the development of the spiritual realm and its theories, and the 5th grade starts learning about real magic, right? I think the spiritual realm of this student is almost complete, accordingly. I recommend 5th grade, but the teacher behind immediately objected. Mr. Thod said that he was a 17-year-old boy who knew nothing about magic. This could cause trouble and make him arrogant after being admitted to the advanced class. Now, I think we should teach him from the basics. Sina immediately said, that may be true, but not all students are like you, Sir Thod. Thought immediately shouted angrily, honestly, I just want to put him in 5th grade because the class is managed by you, and you just want that student, right? Sina immediately replied, there's a problem, why do you want to teach such a talented student? The two of them still quarreled like cats and dogs. The remaining teachers could only discuss with Mr. Alpheus. Mr. Thought is right, even if he has great talent, he is still just a young student, so we teach him step by step from the 10th grade, so what? Another person smiled and said it's difficult, he might lose motivation if we send him to the basic class, because the age is not suitable. What do you think if we delay the class assignment and pay attention to him, Ta? The last person commented, I think 7th grade would be suitable. 7th grade is an advanced class that includes basic lessons in spiritual areas. If that child is that talented, then skipping grades is also a good idea, that choice. Alpheus smiled and rubbed his chin, thinking, as expected, what he said was correct. Finally, the principal decided that Sharon would be assigned to 7th grade. Magic practitioners have a system with 10 classes. Based on the evaluation, students will be divided into classes of 10 different levels, but those classes can also be divided into 3 groups. Grades 10 through 8 are elementary, and students there are educated with an emphasis on spiritual development. Grades 7 to 4 are the advanced classes, where students learn how to use magic in their spiritual domains. The final class is the graduating class, made up of classes 3 to 1, rigorously training to produce professional magicians. An early morning at Alphea's school. The uniform has the number 7 insignia now fluttering. Everyone looked at him with curious eyes. Sharon entered the classroom. In class number 7 the teacher spoke up, today our class has a new student. Everyone in the class silently talked to each other. He was assigned to the intermediate class right when he first entered the class. He seemed quite old, but he was so handsome. Sharon smiled and introduced himself, I'm Adrian Sharon, nice to meet you. The girls in the class immediately clapped loudly. Sharon smiled, I finally went to the Magic Academy. Alphea's school. Alphea's Academy uses the entire 75,425 kilometers of mountain, including dormitories. It owns 33 buildings and 40 training centers. Although going out is prohibited on days other than weekends, it is not inconvenient as most of the facilities are located on campus. Class ends at 5 o'clock, and any time after that is free time, but students often go to the school library, which is always open 24 hours. In the form of connecting different students with similar interests, satisfying their desire to learn, all of this is the driving force to create a prestigious school. Sharon sat in class and frowned. As expected, the classes were really difficult, there were many subjects and they were all advanced knowledge. This place is reserved for nobles, those who have studied since childhood, and have had a long and difficult time with it. Sharon showed a determined expression, however, by using every possible means, she was able to keep up. Knowledge, according to the chronology of history engraved in the Sharon, all the world's knowledge began to gradually be accumulated by him. Next afternoon, the teacher smiled and said, now the class will end here, good job everyone. Sharon sighed and thought with difficulty, this afternoon is a spiritual field combat class, and the location is not listed on the schedule, who should I ask? Looking at everyone talking around, Sharon suddenly saw a purple-haired girl about the same age as him. Sharon immediately asked, hello, do you know which trainer we need to go to? She was silent for a moment then turned her head in panic, are you asking me? Sharon immediately realized that this was a shy classmate, not surprised that she was comfortable. The girl timidly replied, you probably don't know yet, today's practical class is the 3rd Comprehensive Training Center. Sharon heard that and didn't understand what synthesis was. The girl replied, all intermediate classes will train together for 2 weeks, orientation is today. Hearing that, Sharon frowned and thought, is it the sum of intermediate classes? Arrive in the afternoon at General Training Center number 2. Everyone in the class is noisy, hello senior, thank you for last time, hello, senior, please come and sit here. Amy walked in amid the noisy greetings of everyone. Sharon sat in another stand looking at the crowd and couldn't help but exclaim, she's so famous, she's someone I wouldn't want to come into contact with if possible. But there are 2 comprehensive training sessions per week, Sharon thought to herself. Even so, if she had been in the intermediate class from the beginning, she would have moved to the graduation class soon. The seniors and juniors were actively chatting, but there were still strict rules. Can I appear invisible? At this time the teacher had already arrived. It was the special teacher of the intermediate spiritual class, MS, Ethella Romite, MS. Ethella smiled, hello everyone in the intermediate class, I am Ethella and I will be responsible for your spiritual class this year. There must be a lot of students transferring from the beginning of this new year, right? Even though our class is full of famous faces, we have a new face joining the intermediate class today. Everyone in the room looked curiously at Sharon. Sharon was sweating. Wait, this is too dangerous. Miss Athela also said, Sharon, will you stand up to greet everyone? Sharon couldn't help but gulp in fear. Amy didn't mind at first. Sharon stood up confused and said, Hello, I'm Arian Sharon, and I started studying in 7th grade, nice to meet you. Before the words were finished, everyone clapped loudly, making Sharon with a weak heart and soul leaving his body thinking, I don't know anything anymore. The girl next to Amy saw her and excitedly said, Amy, that guy, is he the one you saw yesterday? It seems his name is Sharon. Amy thought dejectedly, this is the first time I've heard his name. Who is he? He seems famous. I'm sure I know everyone like that. A little girl next to me immediately approached and chatted, Does the senior know him? According to my sources, the teachers are super attentive to him. They said his stats were excellent when they tested him during the entrance exam. The other girl and Amy's friend were still sitting and admiring each other, not knowing whose family it was. Amy was startled when she heard that. People began to radiate murderous aura. The image in the dark alley that year appeared again. It was Sharon's crying face from the past. Amy smiled shakily, damn it. The Kamas family is famous for its genius bloodline. The red eyes are unique and are passed down to each descendant of the family. It allows the owner to accurately remember every moment they see. And that makes all studying meaningless. Let's go back to my childhood days when Amy practiced archery. Amy is the youngest girl of the Karmas clan, also the most talented among the siblings. Your father is extremely proud, ha ha ha, my daughter is truly a descendant of the Karmas family. But Amy was just silent. Then the girl frowned and said, bored, then left, gee. Shouting everything family, 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 what does my ability have to do with this family? I can do it without using the name of this family, I can do everything you want. With this thought, Amy often sneaks out into the streets, becomes the older sister of an alley thug, and even participates in their fights. Standing in front of this group of people, Amy still felt so bored. And the person who made Amy feel surprised and have to think again is a boy from the low class. Returning to the present, looking at Sharon who was confusedly greeting everyone. Amy feels so dead. Her murderous intent made her friends around her tremble. Amy had to make up an excuse, shoes. My shoes are a bit uncomfortable. Amy thought to herself, I knew right away, the memories seen by those red eyes couldn't be wrong, I thought he was a noble. But who would have thought that he was actually a civilian? How did he get into this academy? Amy trembled as she looked at the book. To her, that past was extremely embarrassing. Amy rubbed her face and thought, I want to die. I've already cleared up all the clues about that childhood phase, there's no way he can remember that day, right? Memories of 5 years ago. Amy immediately thought about the future. Sharon will tell everyone in school. Amy Sr., she's not the person everyone thinks she is. 5 years ago she used to hang out with thugs in those small alleys, that's all she did. No, there's more. Oh my, she's actually a famous cold girl at the academy, really, oh my god. Actually she's very interested in men, listen, she even tried to take off all my clothes and... Amy was so angry that she tore an entire page from the book. She thought to herself, no, never, absolutely must not let that happen, must kill the rumor in the bud. Sharon somehow felt cold and thought, someone is looking at me like that. Returning to the classroom, Ms. Athela asked everyone, what exactly is a spiritual field? A student replied, it is the mental state of a magician. The teacher continued, to be precise, it was the awakening of a magician's mental state, its initial formation was just a sphere because that was the easiest shape to concentrate on. Then through practical practice, we can perceive and transform according to our will. And I will show you the abyss. Athela stepped into the middle of the circle, a light appeared, Sharon was extremely surprised, she saw it. I can see the teacher's image with my own eyes, it clearly states that the teacher's range of influence is 10 meters. Ms. Athela continued to explain, this is the basic shape of the spirit domain, the sphere, as she said, in reality the sphere form is rarely used. Let me give you an example. The teacher takes one, she will use magic to aim at the target. Her spirit domain has a range of 10 meters, but the target is 20 meters away, she will use fireball, a fire magic. Sharon was extremely excited, finally, I can see people using magic. A fireball appears in the teacher's hand. When she lectures, first she will create a small fire. And then, see if you can hit it accurately. The teacher's flames rushed forward like a bow and arrow, but before reaching the target, the fire has disappeared. Athela said, as you have seen, most magic cannot leave the spiritual realm, and therefore, magic can only maintain its form within the spiritual realm. However, if we expand, we go straight to the goal like this. Then we can touch it. The teacher turned the spiritual field into a straight line and then fired another fireball. This time the fire successfully reached its destination. The 7th grade students were extremely surprised. Some brothers and sisters on the other side looked and laughed. Look at the surprised faces of the 7th grade children, so cute. Sharon also gasped like them. I didn't know it was possible to do that. Could it really change the shape of the spirit domain? But now the teacher speaks in English. But this method has a weakness, making the students not understand. Isn't that the right way? Athela explains, changing the shape of a spiritual field requires a lot of concentration. In real combat, when your opponent can do everything to attack you, constantly changing your shape is not the right choice. Therefore, people have divided the spiritual world into 4 main types: defense type, attack type, target type, influence type. These are the 4 main types. Let's start with the defensive form. The defensive form is an octagonal shape. It keeps the spirit domain able to defend against most attacks. Immediately, the teacher was surrounded in a closed field. She said, the more surfaces in contact, the higher the defense effectiveness. Next is the star form, also known as the attack form. Based on the shape, it helps users easily locate the target. The sharpest part is the part that is pointing towards the most targets. Next is the target type, extremely effective in long-range combat. However, it is not effective against fast targets. The distance between the ends and the center is different from the vehicle, so it will be difficult to turn. The important thing when using this form is how quickly you can spin it. The students couldn't help but be amazed. She could even use that technique without even blinking. How did the professor think we could do it? Sharon also thought very admiringly. With that method, being able to use a spirit domain within a 10-meter range would actually kill you. Athela continued, and finally the inflection form, which is not very popular, because even 5th graders struggle to master it. But I will give you an example. Some students behind laughed loudly. Oh ho, if we can do this, it means we will be promoted to higher classes, right? In 8th grade, I got a perfect score in this spiritual subject. It was as easy as pie. But before she finished speaking, Miss Athela gave an example for the whole class to see, making those people gasp in disbelief. Sharon is also very amazing. The meridians have separated from the professor's body. Athela's spiritual field turned into a ball and then no longer enveloped her. Sharon thought, I don't understand. The spirit field is the magician's mental state. How can it be separated from the body? I wonder what's there, the center of that spiritual area. The teacher's spiritual field was spinning around. Athela continued explaining, the redirection form was extremely difficult to use. It was so difficult that even real magicians would have trouble. But the strength of this form is that because the mage is not the center of the spiritual field, there is no limit to movement, and thus, aiming at a target with instantaneous chanting would no longer be theoretical, as its range of action was limitless. The students were admiring. The people behind the Sharon were talking to each other. How could the professor do that? She was as calm as breathing. Just stepping into the spirit realm was enough. She was on a completely different level, a level 6 mage. Sharon couldn't help but think, his gentle expression hid an extraordinary talent. Athela pushed her glasses and smiled. Whoops, you guys will be disappointed if we skip practice in the first lesson, right? The person who ranked first in the target type rapid magic test. For some reason, the classmates behind Sharon heard that and immediately howled loudly. Athela smiled and continued, 4th grade Amy Karmas, let's fight. We will start with the student representative. Amy's friend and the girl from before laughed happily. Again, Amy is truly a star. The male students immediately fell in love with him when they saw him. But Amy is now immersed in her best friend's asceticism. She was sweating and screaming silently, I don't want to be the center of attention right now. The first of the 4 domain forms is the target form, which has the advantage of a long attack range. However, it is ineffective against fast-moving targets and many targets. But if it is used by someone who has excellent concentration and good control of the spiritual field at high speeds, then that weak point will completely disappear and become an impregnable fortress to enemies from afar. The targets set on the field are attacked by a stream of fire magic. Amy swung her arms as fast as a rocket, using a target-like spiritual domain to attack. The students next to Sharon all exclaimed in admiration. as expected of Amy Sr., she is so great. Normally, participants in rapid-fire shooting competitions would switch between the 4 forms, but Amy Sr. always came first even though she only used the target form. Can I become a magician like that? Sharon was also surprised. Even an amateur like me had to realize how amazing she was. Not only does she continuously rotate the spirit field while remaining stationary, but she can also attack all targets that the spirit field passes through. But even in one move. Down in Amy's courtyard, Amy's spirit domain was spinning like a pinwheel, and her fire magic was also continuously shooting at the target. Sharon thought. Her face was expressionless, every gesture exuded luxury. Above, there's a rude friend. If I had a summer date with a senior like her, my student life would be completely different. The other person laughs. Dream away, she doesn't care. Whoever comes, don't forget the Karmas family too. Sharon heard that and thought to herself, I can understand why the male students are crazy about her. Not only is she a high-ranking noble, but she also lacks in everything. A perfect person. But Sharon wondered why she was hanging out with those street thugs. Amy had finished in the yard. The evaluation board appeared. The spell was quickly finished. Great achievement. Level 9, time 20 seconds. In the sound of everyone's applause, Amy suddenly looked up. Sharon was also startled when he saw that. Some other students also noticed. What, Senior Amy, it can't be. She just looked at the new student's name, right? Amy immediately turned her head back to her seat. She thought to herself, damn it, what are you doing while you're quiet and looking at that brat? But I couldn't help it, it was so uncomfortable. But at least I could confirm one thing. On this side, Sharon was trembling listening to everyone talking. The two of them knew each other. It couldn't be possible. He just entered school today. Sharon was shaking. I understand. They both had the same thought. She misses me. Amy thought, if he spread news about her past, it would be very troublesome. As expected, we would have to silence him. But she thought, no, calm down, I'm the top student in the school. Just a few random words from someone like that. How can I believe it so easily? If I'm careless, it will only make things worse. Stop. Amy's friend also came down, worried. Amy, did something happen in the shadow area? Your face is all red. Amy panicked and expressed nothing. After that, the practice session is divided by class. Ms. Athela informed the students, 7th graders, we will start with the defensive form. To begin with, we must master the defensive form first. Because magicians need to maintain concentration to survive on the battlefield, Sharon bowed her head in contemplation. The trick was to imagine herself shrinking and condensing her mind. First is to condense the field and create mass, and then build a frame and prevent the possibility of collapse. Sharon was feeling like he had succeeded, but then he opened his eyes and frowned. Not yet. If it hasn't materialized yet, it can't be certain. He turned his eyes to the shadow abyss and thought, it would be easier if I could see the spirit domain in the shadow abyss. Sharon immediately walked up to Ms. Athela and asked, ma'am, can I use the shadow area? The teacher heard that and immediately said yes, shadow area. Actually, the upperclassmen get to use it first. Sharon is also carefree, there is no need to pay attention to others when learning magic. Because the opportunity for a person to progress is not always there, the teacher looked for a while then smiled and turned back and said, it seems like no one is using it. Isn't it a bit too much to have a student representative model? Okay, go ahead. At this time, some sounds rang out. Wow, new student, okay, so cute. Amy was drinking water when her friend pulled her shirt and said, oh Amy, look at that. That new student has entered the shadow area. After Amy heard this, she immediately spat out her water. I was surprised. What the hell was he doing? What could a 7th grader do? The other girl was speechless. Amy, you're so strange. Something happened to you today. What? I'm starting to feel scared. Everyone in the room backed away from the shadow area. Sharon quickly stood in the middle of the circle. Then quickly opened the spiritual world. He thought, finally met my spirit domain. A giant abyss appeared, surprising the other students. What's with that size? The field's range assessment was still increasing beyond 16 meters. Sharon looked up and thought, now that I think about it, did they tell me about the size of my spirit domain when I took the entrance exam? So how much bigger can it get? Seeing that the spirit realm is still growing. Sharon had no choice but to raise his hand, silently thinking, stop. He finally controlled the spirit domain within a 20-meter diameter. The 5th grade students were surprised. He was really a 7th grader. Isn't the average 7th grader only 13 meters? Are you sure he didn't intentionally exaggerate? If so, then the proportion will lower like a balloon. Sharon sighed. Luckily he was able to stop, he had too much willpower, now he was on the defensive. Sharon was stunned. What is this? The frame isn't raised, it's collapsing, but everything was fine during practice. In 4th grade, Amy didn't do very well, there was no way she could succeed in the first practice period, right? Sharon was thinking again, seeing it with my own eyes makes me scared. No, my ability to concentrate can't be affected by something like that. So, what is the difference between the outside and the inside of the shadow domain? There must be something. After a while, Sharon also understood. I mistakenly thought it was because Professor Athela was too comfortable modeling. If we change our field, it requires concentration. So my intention to shrink my field also used that focus. If the thought of shrinking my domain affects that, Sharon decided, then leave it at normal size. Immediately, Sharon's spirit domain continued to grow larger, surprising everyone around. The number on the range assessment table keeps increasing. Even Amy had to laugh awkwardly. What the hell? The students raised their heads and gasped, this spirit area is too big. The final assessment stopped at 41 meters. Almost overflowing the shadow area. What the hell is this? What kind of spirit area is so big? Sharon raised his hands in the air. Now there was no need to order anything from one side. I will zoom out all at once. At this moment, outside, I saw Sharon's spirit domain changing its shape. The students gasped, that new student had really succeeded. It's only the first day. Sharon gasped in surprise as she looked around at her surroundings surrounded by a polygonal spirit field. He thought, he looked like he was in the middle of a gem. Athela was also surprised, although it was probably the superior skill of her defensive form that helped her. Her success on the first day was amazing. I heard she was even a teacher in the first exam. Come in and be surprised. The orange-haired girl talked to Amy again. It seems like the news that she received the attention of the teachers is true. What do you think, Amy? Amy was smiling coldly. How could I forget? That kid was the source of my humiliation. He could have come all the way here. It seemed like he had support behind him. Sooner or later he will close the gap between classes, and then his popularity will grow. Amy got angry and changed her plan. I had to secretly approach him. Athela stepped onto the cliff and thought, she is especially good at omnipotence, as if she has spent her whole life practicing in the mountains. Sharon saw the teacher entering and asked, Professor, its size has shrunk a lot. Athela smiled and explained, that's right, the size will decrease but the hardness of the spirit field will increase, and with this hardness, most physical impacts will not be able to break my spirit field. Moreover, the hardness will give you some ability to resist mental attack magic. Good, you can dispel the spiritual field. Sharon heard that and immediately thanked her and left the shadow area. The abyss closed, cheers rang out from outside. Well done, new student, congratulations. At this moment, Sharon was startled. Why is everyone looking at me? He said confusedly, thank you everyone, and then quickly ran down from the shadowy area. Athela pushed her glasses and thought, I understand her insight to perfect the defensive form. She is a type with strong convergence abilities and an unusually large field, so succeeding in performing that form is easy. I understand, I have to observe her. Sharon walked down the field without knowing. There were countless eyes looking at him, but not all eyes were the same. Looks like he'll be joining our class soon. That talent is really great, it's competitive, so impressive, it's just the first day. That is admiration and love. But of course there is also envy and jealousy. And finally, it's Amy's scary eyes. After school the next day, her eyes were still there, looking curiously at Sharon. Miss Sina opened the classroom door and walked in. Everyone immediately howled loudly, wow, it's Professor Sina. Professor, tell me about your first love. As soon as Sharon saw her, he was startled. That person was. The scary professor gave a lecture on that entrance exam. Sharon didn't know, but that was the professor in charge of 5th grade. The students were extremely excited. Great, who would have thought that a 7th graders would be able to participate in her lecture, but the reason someone like her would go out of her way to teach a 7th grade class is so she can teach Sharon herself. Ms. Sina put down her book and thought to herself, Professor Thought is so annoying. If you put a talent like her in 5th grade, she will find a way to catch up with her friends. The teacher pushes the glasses. I will help you get to class as quickly as possible, and you must be a student in my class. Sharon saw her eyes and immediately whispered. It seems like she just looked at me. I must be thinking too much. Some students started laughing and joking. This is the first period, so can you tell us a story? Is it true that you are dating teacher Thought? After hearing this, Sina immediately showed a disgusting face. She immediately created a brilliant blue crystal ice block from her hand. She asked the class if anyone here could explain the theory behind this spell. It seemed that because of the ice crystal, the classroom began to get colder, and the windows even had ice on their edges. She continued asking, "What is cold air, and what is refrigeration?" One student couldn't stand it anymore and said, "Teacher, professor, it's so cold." But Sina only said that the fact that the children were cold was because they lacked energy. But the term trait energy does not exist in this world. Therefore, the temperature can only increase infinitely, but cannot decrease infinitely, and the state when the energy reaches 0 degrees, we call it absolute 0 degrees. If we mix a little bit of energy from this room, we can easily create things like this piece of ice, but if we divide it into microscopic pieces and create a convection current, what will happen? The answer is, we can create many degrees of cold enough to kill a person, as you have experienced yourself. The students interrupted after listening, "So are we about to die?" The teacher returned to the podium to continue, "So the situation here is, how can a magician absorb that energy? Without any tools or equipment. How could they activate magic like that?" Sharon heard this and immediately listened seriously. Sina went to the board to explain, "The magician controls the world within his spiritual domain, and of course it is only within a certain range, but once inside, the magician is a god. And if you want to influence the senses, it can create light, scent or even physical sensations, which are special senses of magicians, giving them special abilities to dominate reality. But even divine power like this. So what if they don't know what they are capable of? For a magician, to activate magic, they need to satisfy certain conditions, and that is omniscience and omnipotence. Mages activate magic based on their omniscience and omnipotence. No matter how omnipotent you are, without knowledge you cannot activate magic. That's why magicians, other than having special senses, still study the world like scholars. After listening to her lecture, Sharon immediately became enlightened. That's why I can't use magic, I have no concept of omniscience, so I only practice omnipotence. Sina continued, "You will learn countless subjects at this school. The spiritual field is only half of the things to create magic. If you don't work hard, you won't be able to become a real magician. Now then, we will start the basic chemistry class." The students immediately wind up, "Yes, professor." Sharon was still thinking, "I can do it. I can become a magician." Afternoon arrived at Alfia's school. The students are still doing their work. "Are you going to the library today?" "Yes, there's a test coming up." "What is the topic of your research paper?" "There are a few things I need to create first." After classes end, students often go to the library or participate in study groups. Sharon walked on the school grounds. He went to the library every day, and because of that he was just able to keep up with the other nobles. Sharon thought to herself, her sleep time has also been reduced, she's so tired. But learning magic makes me feel lighter, because my dream is gradually being fulfilled. I wonder if anyone has created a spell that makes people not need to sleep. While thinking, Sharon suddenly realized that her feet had left the ground. Why is her body getting lighter and lighter? Then he shouted loudly, "What the hell, am I flying? What the hell?" Above him was a person wearing a black cloak, carrying him by his neck and flying somewhere. The two flew to a forest. The cloaked person directly knocked him to the ground. Sharon sat on the ground not understanding anything, but after seeing the other person take off his cloak, he understood. That person is Amy Karmas. Sharon frowned. I thought about having to face her, but who would have thought she would suddenly appear like this? Is she really still the same child as 5 years ago? Amy only spoke now, with that expression. As expected, he still remembers who I am. Amy, without letting Sharon say anything, summoned a flame in her hand towards Sharon. She smiled and continued, "Right, I should settle everything right here. Omnipotent and omniscient. Omniscience is a state of being clear-headed regarding the information needed to perform magic, understanding the basics of performing magic, which can be achieved through academic study. Omnipotence is the ability to activate magic. With the aid of omniscience, omnipotence can help the user increase the power of the spell being cast, can be improved through mental training, is widely used widely enough to be interchangeable with the spiritual realm." Back in the past that day, Sharon was repeatedly kicked in the body as a child. Amy recalls, "At first, I thought I would take the boy home. But that crying expression makes me want to look a little longer." But now, Amy looked at Sharon in front of her and thought to herself, "This guy, this bastard. Is he really that kid from 5 years ago?" Sharon frowned. stood up and replied, of course he remembered. At that time, she ordered the criminals to forcibly strip me of my clothes. Amy quickly stopped him. Stop now, he must have remembered clearly. Amy said in panic, that's not true, it's actually a misunderstanding, your memory contains a serious misunderstanding, you see. Sharon didn't understand anything, but Amy still said, you'll see, I'm not a promiscuous woman. Sharon heard that and immediately sprayed glue. Amy still tried to explain that those thugs wanted to strip you of their own free will, I never gave such an order. The more she talked, the more confused she became. No, wait, I think I heard you say you wanted to see it, right? Or something like that. No, that's not it either. Anyway, from the beginning I wasn't interested in it, it's a man. Sharon replied in shock, no way, you kidnapped me just to say that. Amy sprayed glue. Ha, she cried, of course not, but why am I standing here trying to make excuses like this? Sharon gradually understood. Was she worried that she would spread rumors throughout the school about her bad deeds? It was already very awkward for both sides, it was really troublesome. Sharon picked up the things and told Amy, you just need to say sorry, that's okay. He sighed as he brushed his clothes off, I understand that it's a memory she wants to forget, after all, her scores are among the highest in the middle school class, and she's also very famous, but it happened, cannot be changed. So instead of making excuses, wouldn't it be better to apologize and end things? I think that's the right thing to do. Amy was surprised, sorry. After a while, Amy tried to remind herself, wait, calm down, Amy, her eyes filled with panic. After a while, Amy thought, this guy is so clever, he said the right things towards me to make the other person feel humiliated, and then plotted to gain an advantage for himself. How dare he compete with me, he definitely thinks I'm an easygoing and weak person, in times like these. Amy calmed down and laughed, ha ha, sorry, listen, commoner. I'm sorry, what do I get? Sharon listened and frowned, what did she say? Amy answered with her chin in her hands, well, I mean even if I apologize to you, there's no reason to believe that you just accepted my apology, there's no trust between us, right? If I just apologized, it would mean I admitted that I did wrong in the past, wouldn't I be the one to blame in the end? Sharon said in disbelief, you must gain something from an apology. An apology is the minimum requirement of courtesy to the person you have hurt, not something you do to gain personal gain, useful. Amy laughed loudly after hearing this, it seemed like he didn't understand anything about how this world worked. Amy chuckled in her head, another attack using moral arguments, I see. I will turn the situation around, right here and immediately. Amy smiled and said, if I don't get any benefits then I have no reason to waste my effort, I didn't expect you to brag about those things to look good in front of me. It seems that even if I apologize to you, it will still be difficult for me to feel secure in the Magic Academy. Sharon was shocked, what the hell, it seems like the typical student role model is just an act, her evil nature is still there. Amy acted while peeking proudly, oh ho, I'm about to win, should I say one more thing? She asked Sharon, you know what is the scariest thing about the Magic Academy, right? Is an upperclassman. Amy made it clear that if he was singled out by an upperclassman, not only would every upperclassman become his enemy, but so would his classmates. And of course, if word got out that he was a civilian, there was a high possibility that he would be expelled from the academy. Sharon couldn't believe it, were you worried that I would spread rumors to the point of trying to get me expelled? Amy smiled, well of course not right away, I just said I'll wait and see your expression, I'll verify how well you keep your mouth shut. Sharon wondered what she meant. Amy smiled evilly and said, from now on, bring me coffee every day, I will test your reliability through these chores. Sharon was angry, why should I do it? But Amy continued, I heard that you were specially admitted here, a commoner can go so far, it must be very difficult, wouldn't it be very sad if you were expelled? Sharon was silent, then it was worth it, okay, if I can prove my reliability with those silly chores, then I will do it. Amy smiled and put on her cloak and replied, good choice, and behave well, after all, your future depends on it. She didn't forget to threaten, oh, if you dare tell on the teacher, I will definitely drag you to death with me. After saying that, she immediately jumped into the sky and ran away. Sharon sighed and picked up her bag and thought, well, I think this is better than being expelled, it seems her schema ability is still excellent, even though I feel it's unfair because I have to do everything she wants, that's right. Sharon hugged her face and sighed, it was already difficult just starting out. So the next morning at the library, everyone on the school grounds looked in surprise at Sharon holding a cup of coffee. Sharon brought this cup of coffee to Amy and awkwardly replied, Here you go, Senior Amy, your coffee. Amy's friend saw that and immediately covered her mouth and gasped, asking Amy that it couldn't be, why Amy was like that. Amy just smiled smugly, her eyes flashing red. Then immediately snatched the coffee cup from Sharon's hand and turned around. We have to hurry up and go to school, there's no time left. Sharon couldn't help but blush like that, silently cursing what the hell was that. Everyone around saw that and immediately panicked, oh my god, he must have just confessed his love to Amy, but Amy he just left without saying anything, so pitiful. On the way to school, Amy's friend asked her, do you think that new student likes you? But Amy said, it's not like that, I'm just teaching the juniors a little. Amy was laughing like crazy in her heart, ha ha ha, so happy, what do you see, the humiliation that I, this great Amy, gave you. With this, you will be placed on the list of juniors who still secretly like me, from now on, no matter what you say, people won't believe it. Is there anything sweeter than giving back? It's like all my worries from the past 5 years have disappeared, it's amazing. Contrary to luck, Sharon returned to class dejectedly, he thought, this is definitely bullying, when did I offend her? Sharon clenched her fists, if I get stuck in negative thinking, I will be the only one who suffers. There is no trust, if I have to do it anyway, I will do it perfectly, the experience and emotions depend on my thoughts. And from then on, 10 days later, everyone continued to talk, he came again, today he came again. Innocent romantic story at the Magic Academy, 10 days in a row. You confessed your love for 10 days straight. Amy looked around proudly, it seemed the number of observers had increased. If there are so many people, then everyone should already know, should I slowly end this matter? Amy's friend admiringly asked her, Amy, when are you going to accept Sharon's feelings? After listening, Amy sprayed glue, what are you talking about Sherla? Oh, so this girl's name is Sherla. Weird Amy, why should I accept that name? Have you forgotten who I am? Sherla said, but there are a lot of rumors, in truth, to other people you don't even give a glance, but you always accept coffee from Sharon. Everyone is ready to wait for the birth of that academy's legendary couple. Amy was horrified. What was the beep? This time Sharon brought coffee as usual. He smiled and said, Senior, your coffee. This time everyone around was screaming loudly, agree to go, agree to go. Sharon smiled and said, this time I didn't even spill a drop of coffee, right? He thought to himself, I hope she'll hurry up and take it, I have to go to the library quickly. Amy blushed, then in a panic thought, why are things like this, are you guys kidding me? Sharon saw that Amy hadn't received the coffee yet and wondered why she hadn't received it yet, I need to go to the library soon. Amy blushed for a moment then decided to throw the coffee cup away and said, sorry, so annoying. The coffee cup fell to the shock of everyone watching. Amy said wryly, do you think I will fall in love with you just because you gave me this? If you're a student, you don't want to study, and you keep following female students, don't give me these things again. After saying that, she turned around and left. Sherla apologized to Sharon for Amy and then chased after her, everyone around her also complained, being rejected, it was so harsh. Sherla asked Amy, what's going on, what are you going to do if the news spreads out? Amy shouted, who cares, those people are probably all full of food, when I graduate it will all be over. Right now everyone below is looking at Sharon picking up a cup of coffee and talking, I think she's a nice princess that's why she's acting like that, poor Sharon, please report her for wasting coffee. But Sharon was thinking differently right now, really, I don't need to do this anymore. Sharon picked up her bag in everyone's pity, then happily ran back to the library, whoopee, I'm free. That night at the library, Amy sat and wrote while thinking, damn, I need to stop the freshmen from spreading the rumor outside, but I'm the one who started it, it'll be fine if I stop it before the rumor spreads far. But that's not the most important thing. Amy's eyes once again turned red like before, red-eye karmas, the academic name is reflective memory. This is a skill that helps users record what they have experienced. Amy returned to the morning 10 days as one. For 10 days in a row, Amy memorized what Sharon looked like when doing chores. Amy analyzed, he was very excited on the first day, but on the second, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 8th, 9th, and 10th days, for the remaining 9 days. His eyes did not change at all, even his iris did not move. Amy looked closely, what does it mean? No matter how much someone is hiding their emotions, they cannot hide the true emotions in their eyes, because the autonomic nervous system cannot be controlled, if they can control their eyes, his eyes. He can also control emotions like a robot. Or, he was extremely honest. Amy turned off the mirror memory and closed the book. Sherla saw that and asked, "Oh Amy, are you done?" Amy explained, "Well, I feel a bit tired today." Sherla saw that and immediately offered to go home with her, but Amy immediately replied, "No, you don't have to do that for me, I will go alone." Sherla then asked again, "Do you feel guilty for not accepting Sharon's cup of coffee?" Amy quickly said, I told you not to." Sherla worriedly advised, "If you want to confess anything, just tell me." "Okay." Amy was speechless. "Yes, thank you." Amy walked out of the library tired. "Oh, I'm so tired, everything isn't going according to plan, my mind is confused. I need to rest for a while." As soon as she left the room, Amy immediately met a senior. Amy saw him and immediately thought, "Is he Jake Adrius?" Jake smiled flirtatiously, "Leaving early today Amy, I thought I had to wait for you until midnight." Amy replied coldly, "Why do you have to wait for me, are you that boring?" Jake smiled, "Don't be so harsh, I heard the rumors, I heard there's a sissy guy named Sharon chasing you." Amy sounded more tired, "No way, did you come here to laugh in my face?" But Jake opened the cup he was carrying and said, "Of course not, here take it. This is good Western coffee, you can't find it in school, wonderful." Amy needs to be treated properly. Amy didn't understand. "What the hell were you doing?" Jake replied, "As you can see, I want to win your heart. Unlike that effeminate guy, you, who will inherit the position of Royal Finance Minister, are much more worthy of you." Amy felt disgusted after hearing this. She replied directly, "I'm not interested in playing disgusting things with you, and I don't think we're intimate enough to have such a relationship." Jake was surprised when Amy continued, "You think I don't know that your group is trying to bring me down every chance they get?" Jake quickly stopped Amy. "Wait, I think it's just a misunderstanding. Aren't what you said to me a bit too much? You insult me like you insult my family. I will not forgive anyone who touches the honor of my family. As a member of the famous Karmas family, you should know that, right?" But Amy said frankly, "Pathetic guy. Just because you have some reputation in school, you can act like that, with people who don't support your family. Does a person who creates a strange association and silently humiliates others know what honor is?" Jake got angry when he heard that. I didn't even bother to hide it anymore but shouted, "Bitch, it seems like you're being bossy just because you're famous. Do you think that no one can compete with your Karmas family? Your family may be top in some fields, but not in power. With the power of my family, it could cause your Karmas family to run out of finances, do you understand now?" After hearing this, Amy immediately laughed, "Ah, I see. That's right, that look really belongs to a bad guy, unlike Sharon, your eyes look like a dead fish." Jake was shocked after hearing that. "What, are you saying I'm not worthy of that slovenly name?" Jake lost control and shouted loudly, "Oh yes, I will make everything go out of order, before I completely defeat you. I should not interfere anymore, I can be sure that one day, that guy will never be able to use magic again." Amy's eyes turned cold when she heard this. Jake is still talking, "I will prove to you that I am great." But before he finished speaking, Amy single-handedly knocked his coffee cup away and broke it. Jake is mad, "You arrogant bitch, my patience has its limits no matter how beautiful you are." But then before him, a target field appears. Amy asked him with dead fish eyes, "What are you planning to do to whom?" Jake was a little shaken and thought, "Can she use 4 forms that quickly?" He tried to say, "Are you crazy, do you know this is against the rules of using magic here?" After hearing this, Amy laughed out loud, "Ha ha, it's true that he's a guy who only has his looks, at least Sharon doesn't rely on his family background. He is the one responsible for his actions, I bet you can't catch up with him in half a year, right?" Jake was jealous, this girl really was, in his mind, she filled the room with a whirlwind. If I make any move, will she take action? I can't fight against the head of this magic academy, but... Jake clenched his fists tightly, thinking, 10 years is not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. After that, he immediately ran out of the library. Before leaving, he didn't forget to say, "Don't think this is the end." Amy leaned against the wall tiredly. "It's been a long time since I've been this excited," she thought. "Why should I do that? Because I was threatened by him, or because he found out my secret? Remember what Sharon once said, if doing these chores can make you trust me, I will do them." Amy silently looked towards the coffee cup and said, "Oh damn, I guess he won't come tomorrow. But, thanks to him, I don't have anything to worry about anymore." A few days later, the waves Amy had caused turned into a rolling tsunami. Sherla shed tears of worry. A piece of paper stating, "I captured Sharon, arrived at the 14th training center at 6 o'clock in the evening before I castrated him. If you dare tell the teacher, I will make you regret it for the rest of your life. After reading it, Sharon was worried, so Senior Amy came to save me. The owner of this paper is a dark magician. Back to that afternoon. Sharon had just finished school and was walking and reading a book. People around saw that he still remembered those rumors and gossiped to each other. Strangely, he was the one flirting with Senior Amy. It was fun, but it was so country-like, ha ha ha. Sharon sighed. 4 days ago, after Amy knocked out her coffee cup, Sharon couldn't help but cry. From now on, how dare I raise my head? But Sharon wasn't too desperate. Well, in cases like this, with just a confident smile, they wouldn't tease me for long. It seemed they were less suspicious of me. While thinking, Sharon suddenly saw Senior Sherla standing alone, remembering the previous meetings. Even though she misunderstood, I didn't hate her. Sharon thought, she always goes with Senior Amy, what's wrong? Sherla was indeed pacing back and forth nervously at this time. Then she startled and screamed, startling even Sharon, who came closer. Sherla worriedly shook the Sharon and asked, why are you here? Where is Amy? Sharon didn't understand why she suddenly asked like that. Sherla immediately gave him a piece of paper. Look at this, you should be in trouble. Sharon finished reading the paper and was speechless. Have I been arrested? Furthermore, who is this so-called dark wizard? Sherla recounted, the black magician. Time went back 30 minutes ago. Sarella and Amy frowned, looking at the junior who appeared in front of them. He asked the senior how he was. Amy said frankly, didn't I tell you to go away? Later on dare to talk to me. The blonde man smirked and said, ha ha, you're less arrogant and look better. The boss wants to see you. He gave Amy a piece of paper. Amy didn't intend to accept, but they both intended to leave, thinking, because of that, he would only be at level 5 forever. Let him go. But this guy kept talking. The boss said if he sent her this message, she would listen. If you don't want anything to happen to your guy, you should accept it. Sherla felt disgusted after hearing this. What did you just say? It's so disgusting. Let's go to the library quickly, Amy. But Amy now took the paper from the other guy. When she opened it and read it, she immediately laughed. Sharon was kidnapped. Was it him? Damn Jake. Amy crumpled the paper tightly and threw it away, saying, so what? What does his story have to do with me? The blonde guy turned around and left. Okay, I'm just delivering the letter. Sherla picked up the paper and read it, then was surprised. The black magicians were those evil people who specialized in bullying excellent students. She didn't understand why they arrested Sharon. It had nothing to do with him. Amy didn't dare to tell the truth but thought, that day I really couldn't bear it, so I retaliated against him. Sherla said worriedly, go tell the professor. Not only Sharon, but even you are in danger. But Amy frowned. Professor, it was the right thing to do, but it wouldn't be that easy. If I let the professor council intervene, then during the investigation, I would be forced to reveal my relationship with Sharon, and my past would be exposed. If so, they will find out. Sharon is a commoner. Remember that day Sharon said. If I do that and gain your trust, I will be satisfied. Then I remembered Sharon's miserable image as a child. Amy suddenly woke up. She immediately told Sherla, I'm going. If you don't see me back, go tell the professor. Sherla was worried. What? Why are you here? What can you do if you go alone? You don't know how many people there are. Amy explained, sorry, but I have my own reasons. Don't worry about me. Amy is very confident. Even if there are 10 assholes like Jake, there's nothing they can do to me. Back to the present, Sharon was surprised after hearing that. So, my senior Amy went to save me. He couldn't believe it. It couldn't be. A cunning person like her. Sharon is also worried. Is she going alone? What should we do? Sherla is also upset. Amy said he has his own reasons. It was the first time he slapped me like that. He told me to wait to 7 o'clock. Sharon thought, there was no other way. The reason she didn't want to tell the professor was because she wanted to keep it a secret between her and her. The clock now shows 5:40 minutes. Sharon thought, she and I are in the same boat, so she had to accept going there alone so that her secret could be preserved. Sharon immediately said with determination, I have to go too. Seniors, just wait until then. Sherla saw that and was startled. Sharon threw it onto the couch and ran. Hall 14 is in the direction of the mountain. Will I be able to make it in time? At this moment, his body felt like someone was lifting him up again. It's Senior Sherla. You said how long will it take to get there? I should go with you. Sherla continued, I prepare to teleport. Hold on tight. Before Sharon could understand anything, He saw his body covered in a platinum color. Sherla brought Sharon to the destination at lightning speed, making everyone in the field think that a comet was coming. In just a few moments, both of them had arrived at their destination. Sherla explained, "It's very dangerous to hit a tree while moving, so from here we should fly." Then her power changed continuously. Finally, Sharon successfully landed. Sharon breathed heavily and cried before he could mentally prepare himself, then he couldn't help but vomited a few times. Sherla nervously ran around the place shouting, "Where are you, Amy? This is hall number 14. Sherla was worried, there was no one here. It was strange, this was only 10 minutes earlier than the scheduled time. Sharon wiped her mouth and speculated, perhaps they had changed locations, because the address in the letter had been revealed, so they tried to avoid the teacher's eyes and ears. Sherla was worried, what about Amy? Sharon couldn't help but think, what an elaborate plan. Secret, past, civilian, suspended, now is not the time to worry about my secret, she and I are stuck in a much more difficult situation than we imagined. Sharon immediately said, Senior, please go back and report this to the professor. If Senior returns alone, it will be much faster. Sherla was worried, but Amy told me to wait until 7 o'clock. Sharon replied that it's okay, it's because of me, that's why. I'll help her, so it's okay. Senior, go quickly. Sherla heard that and was confused. What? His important reason is you. What is the relationship between you two? Are you two really secretly dating? Is there something that I don't know? Sharon quickly pulled her back to reality. We don't have time. The later it gets, the more dangerous it becomes. Sherla listened and nodded. Okay, remember to wait here. After Sherla left, Sharon breathed a sigh of relief and thought, the mountain is her familiar terrain. He immediately opened the spiritual world surrounding the forest. I will definitely find the trace. After feeling around, Sharon immediately saw footprints. Sharon followed the footsteps for a while and then thought, the two people's footprints were not long ago, but they stopped midway. Did they fly? At this moment, Sharon heard a cracking sound. He raised his head and saw intense smoke in the distance. Don't tell me something happened. The magic of shifting light attributes, photonic form, hidden form, magic made up of photonic particles, helps you teleport over a distance of 10 meters. This magic is very simple, so witches often call it magic, basic techniques, but if you hit an obstacle during the teleportation process, you may lose your life, so be careful. Flying magic, air attribute, is a combination of hidden magic and blowing magic. Hidden form is a magic that evenly combines the two types of magic. However, the general supernatural magic is simpler, so it is many witches like to use it. At this time, somewhere else, the blonde guy who had just launched a fire attack towards Amy smiled and said, his hand slipped. Oh my god, I almost hit you with the silver fireworks I used to welcome you, Amy. Above appeared 4 guys flying down from above. They laughed and joked, Big Sister Amy really came, catching such a big fish, our boss is different. Boss Jake smiled and said to everyone, come on. Amy, this is our honored guest, don't be rude. Amy calmly said that being surrounded by them, no matter how she thought, it turned out to be just a bunch of brats eating out and having nothing else to do. Jake was no longer madly insulted and replied, you came alone, see, that kid is so important to you that you had to brave the danger to come here. Amy, calm down, it's just catching mice, it's not like you need to burn down the whole house. Jake laughed, he's still arrogant, with all these eyes and ears, I'm afraid she won't get what she wants. This time I have everything planned out. Amy calmly said, what you do is your business, I don't care. Sharon isn't there. Everyone around heard that and laughed loudly with contempt, ha 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 ha, where else could we be? He's probably still licking books right there in the library, he doesn't even know what his girlfriend is about to encounter. Book I love you. The surrounding kids laughed evilly, wherever that guy is, let him be, we only care about you, the guys here are crazy about revenge. Especially Jake, he said, this guy is still very irritating in the most important matters, if there is revenge, you will have to take care of yourself. Amy sighed and smiled and said, ha, it's easy if Sharon isn't here. Just like you said, having all these eyes and ears looking at you like this is really annoying. Amy said with a cold smile, because having to clean up all the trash at once was a bit of a pain. Jake is so nervous right now, what? No, that's impossible. Immediately she pointed her finger behind her, a fire attack attacked all the people behind her. The blonde guy shouted in panic, ah, it's so hot. A few guys started sneaking around, that girl really shoots fire. Jake shouted loudly, calm down and moved away. Target format is ineffective with a large number of targets. Avoid it quickly and immediately return to your original position. After hearing this, his subordinates immediately flew away like chickens. But somehow miraculously, Amy's spirit domain was still pointed at them. Even when someone wasn't paying attention, the text was thrown away. Amy stood still and was able to rotate her spiritual domain 360 degrees to deal with each of them one by one. She smiled gently and said, "Go talk to her. Look at this black witch." Amy continuously used fire magic to attack. The whole forest was red and the sky was bright. A guy ran and shouted and asked Jake, Hey, why do you say she's only trained to target mode? Why is the rotation speed so fast?" One by one they were knocked away. Jake thought as he ran, "Damn, what the hell, this level is completely different from what she was on the training ground. Does she even have actual combat experience?" Jake flew up high thinking, however, no matter how great your skills are, there are always shortcomings / to align the target horizontally. Then we have to attack vertically. Jake flew high and threw his wind blade at Amy. Just when it seemed like Amy was going to get hit. Then she gently turned around to look. Makes Jake tremble in fear. "What's wrong?" Amy smiled and replied, "They call this a schema, honey." Amy raised her hand to use fire. A beam of light flew out in 8 directions. Which was pointed at Jake, causing him to be beaten to the ground. "Jake is mad, the devil." Amy calmly approached. "Because you keep worrying about these useless things all day long, your achievements are always mediocre." Jake angrily raised his hand and yelled at you not to underestimate me. Amy smiled and said, "Don't resist in vain, this time I won't forgive you easily." But before the words were finished, Amy was startled and felt something strange. A purple light replaced the blue of her spiritual field. Amy screamed loudly, her head hurt. Outside, the guys who had been sent flying earlier quickly turned back and used magic at Amy. They shouted even faster and harder. Mom was so scared that she was able to catch her. Jake smiled proudly, surprised, that Eastern Lion. "If you don't dispel the spiritual field, you might go crazy. This siege can be called resistance magic. Amy is hurt and angry, you bastard. You dare to use forbidden magic, death and red eyes won't help you recover." Then Amy's hands were tied tightly in the air. Jake smiled smugly, "I finally caught you, bitch. How do you feel? Have you reconsidered my proposal yesterday? It's best you think about it carefully." Jake took out a small knife and smiled evilly and said, "You see, I'm not afraid to commit a crime." Amy shouted angrily, "I have warned you, if you dare to act, I will take your life." She felt a little helpless in her heart, she couldn't get it out, even the schema couldn't cope. "After the age of 12 I stopped practicing, damn it, I had to find some way." Jake laughed, "Ha ha, it seems you still don't know what situation you're in, right? I heard you're bored to death with guys, let me help you." Jake smiled evilly, as long as he swiped a few streaks, they would automatically stay away from you. The red knife pointed forward. Jake laughed madly, "Ha ha ha ha, I wanted to do this from the beginning." "You should have been in such trouble from the beginning, go ahead." Amy closed her eyes tightly, "Damn it, I don't have the strength anymore." Now she remembered the story in the alley that day. She thought, so this is how he feels. At this moment a loud sound rang out, "Stop immediately." Amy looked startled. Sharon held a large wooden stick and shouted loudly, "You rags." Seeing that Sharon had arrived, those guys couldn't help but be surprised. Jake then laughed, "So sap, you came alone, ha 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 ha, the prince is here." They tease, "Oh prince, no matter what you do." Amy also struggled and shouted, "You idiot, why did you come alone?" Sharon is also confused, even if they overwhelm her in numbers, to think that they can overpower the leader among the middle-level students. How can that be? After all, Senior Sherla must be right now. I've already called the teachers, I just need to buy some time. Sharon turned on his spirit field and thought, "I once defeated Ryan with swordsmanship, I can do it," he shouted, releasing Senior Amy immediately. The other guys saw that and laughed, "Are you crazy? Let her go so both of them can attack us." Sharon picked up the wooden stick and ran a long way. Jake and his accomplices couldn't help but wonder, was that crazy guy just running towards us? Jake laughed, "KKKK, guys, open it." Instantly, their bodies turned green. Sharon, who was running, gradually realized that something was wrong. His spiritual domain also began to be invaded. Sharon held her head in pain and fell to the ground. The wooden stake in his hand could no longer hold and fell out. The group of people laughed, As expected of a prince, not disappointed in him at all. What are you planning to do to a magician with that? Amy also shouted, remove your spiritual domain immediately, it's anti-magic. Sharon knelt to the ground in pain and thought, anti-magic, this thing. Amy is still calling out outside, you won't be able to use magic for the rest of your life, quickly get rid of your anger, you'll go crazy, do you hear me? Sharon thought inside the spirit domain, his senses seemed to be leaving, his consciousness seemed to be breaking. Remembering Miss Athela's teachings, mages needed to maintain concentration to survive on the battlefield in chaos. The defensive form is the form used to prevent the domain from collapsing from almost any disruptive factor. Under any physical shock it will not collapse. It will also work under psychological attack spells. After all, anti-magic and spiritual domains are just ripples. If I increase the density of my spiritual field to the point where it cannot penetrate. While the purple energy was still enveloping Sharon's spiritual field, he tried raising his hand to use his spiritual field defensively. Those guys were a bit shocked. What, he was trying to endure it, he was trying to appear like a top student, you're just a new student. Amy also shouted worriedly, increase performance, give up you idiot, there are too many of them, there is a limit to what you can endure. But at this time, the group of people were looking ahead in shock, what the heck? Before their eyes, Sharon's spirit domain had begun to take shape. Inside the defensive spiritual field, Sharon tried to stand up, again. I need more pieces of glass. Those guys were extremely shocked, hick, what is he doing? They are reflecting completely. Jake still ordered the 500 brothers not to be afraid, your emotions are interrupting the wave. Do you want to be attacked by anti-magic? In fact, he is also very cold. At this time, Sharon gradually regained her footing. The defensive spiritual field has also been established, completely eliminating the anti-magic source attached to his body. They were scared, don't come any closer, no. But they were counteracted by magic resistance. Amy was surprised to see this group of students being repelled by anti-magic and holding her head screaming. She thought, what the hell is going on? Because I don't use spiritual realms, I don't know what's going on. After a while, she breathed a sigh of relief, oh my god, now I can use it, the magic resistance has disappeared. Amy used magic to untie herself and then looked at her eyes in surprise, wow. No way, such a cold and hard spirit realm could exist. Sharon stood in the spiritual field without paying attention to his bleeding nose, he thought, I can feel something squirming under my feet. As if standing on a tiny worm. Jake was still conscious and shouted loudly, it's not reasonable at all, are you joking with me? There are 6 people on our side, how could we lose to a brat like him? That's right, that bastard, he was definitely a practitioner specializing in anti-magic, that was probably why he was able to come to the academy with a special introduction. This guy used his spiritual domain to scream wildly, do you think you can win against me with combat magic? Sharon looked at that green abyss and thought, this is a big problem. I don't know how to use any magic. Jake used wind attack to prepare to attack Sharon and Amy, he's still laughing, I should cut it. But before he finished speaking, he was rushed by a fist from Dao. Amy directly used her hand to hit him. Not just once, but continuously. Sharon quickly approached and said, Senior, calm down. Amy kept hitting and said to Jake, what are you planning to do to me, say it again. Let's talk nonsense again, you bastard deserves to die. Sharon looks at you and feels sorry for you, if you continue to use a scheme like that, he will really die. Sharon used her little strength to persuade the crazy Amy, only to be able to pull her out. Sharon asked, are you okay? But who would have thought that Amy had already fallen asleep on him? A moment later, the other guys were still unconscious and Amy was sleeping. Sharon was confused, I didn't think she would faint like that, she collapsed from exhaustion. Sharon was silent and then said to the sleeping Amy, thank you, Senior, I heard that you came here to save me. At this moment, suddenly Amy was startled. Once and then jumped up from Sharon, ahem, now I feel so refreshed. Amy tried to act calm and talk to Sharon, oh yeah, how did you have the guts to come here and fight with them when you yourself are so weak? The seriously injured Sharon thought to herself, as expected, she has nothing good to praise. Amy held out her hand, ahem, okay, let's get out of here quickly, if we get caught by the teachers we'll be in big trouble. Sharon stood up and said, Cheryl Senior must have reported this to the teachers by now, I told him to do so. Amy was stunned, what, I told Cheryl not to do that, why, well, the Sharon doesn't fit either, is there anything else we can do? It was an emergency situation. Amy said with a headache, "It's because you don't understand how things work here. Things will become much more complicated if the school has to get involved in things like this. The magicians just ignore it, something after considering and understanding it thoroughly. In other words, they will not ignore it." Thinking about it, Amy said, "Arg, how do you want our secret exposed?" Sharon countered, "You think that's the problem here? We just barely survived." In another corner, Jake hadn't completely passed out yet but could still hear the voices of the two of them. He thought to himself, what's the secret? Amy was confused. "Ah damn, we can think about the consequences later, now let's just run first." Sharon was confused. We're already running, what else?" In the distance, a ray of light flashed. Amy frowned and prayed in her heart, "Oh please, please be an old teacher who comes here, an easygoing old teacher who will let this go easily, who will say ho ho ho, it must be such a thing could happen." But after the light source ended, the two teachers who came were Sina and Hoa Diem thawed. Amy had a headache, I was sure to die, and they were the school's two hot-tempered counselors. Sherla, after calling the teacher over, worriedly ran to Amy. "Amy, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Is there anything wrong with your head?" "Amy is tired." "Arg, it's okay, how did you get here so fast?" Master Thod now raised his hand forward and summoned a fire that flashed into the sky. Sharon then thought, "That's the fiery sunshine spell, I heard it's a very difficult spell to use." As soon as the spell was used, the image of several students lying on the ground appeared clearly. Teacher Thod shouted in surprise, "What the hell happened here?" The teacher frowned and turned to look at Amy and Sharon. Teacher Thod turned to say to Amy, "Amy, why did an excellent student like you get caught up in such a strange situation? Do you have any pity somewhere, huh?" Miss Sine also silently frowned and looked at them. Sina turned to ask about Sharon. "The teachers came here because they heard that you two are in danger. Can you explain the situation to us?" A confused Sharon was about to say, "Well, that's because." But at this time Jake stood up and said, I believe that I can explain everything to the teachers." After listening, everyone did not understand anything. Jake tried to laugh and explain, to be honest, because he had a personal grudge, he asked for a duel. This is something that happened quite often at our tender age, ha ha ha. Sina heard that and immediately glanced. "A duel? I heard that she received a threatening letter. In addition, I saw you using anti-magic. You wouldn't say you don't know the Academy's rules, right?" Jake still tries to cover up. That's because, it's because Amy is too strong. I'm just using it as a way to deal with it, that's all. But look, we are the ones who receive the heaviest consequences." Jake didn't pay attention to Ms. Sina's expression but continued to speak, "Not to mention, it was because Amy was the one who broke the rules before she attacked me in the library. That's why I suggested a duel. Don't you think it's strange that Amy didn't immediately report it to the teacher?" Amy replied angrily, "What nonsense are you talking about? You were the one who threatened me first at the library land, and this time you wrote that you kidnapped Sharon." Jake kept talking, "But did we really kidnap him? Even today, you were the one who attacked us." Moreover, seeing that Sharon didn't report the problem to the teacher but immediately ran here, does that mean you two are hiding something? Teachers, do you understand? The guilty ones must be those two people. Amy was angry. "You bastard." Sharon was confused and didn't understand anything. Jake seemed to want to die together. "Now, why don't you two reveal that secret right here?" "What?" he thought happily. "Now do you understand? The fear of a black magic monk. I'm planning to make a big deal out of something small. I don't care how much money this will cost. After I dug up that precious secret of ours, local newspapers, national agencies, even synagogues will know about it. I will spread the news everywhere." "But now," the girl said with murderous eyes, "you can stop talking nonsense, Jake." Her whole body emitted a coldness that startled everyone. "You and your friends used anti-magic. You even went beyond the limits of using anti-magic. You used it to attack someone else's credit. You know that Sharon or Amy's mind could be destroyed. They could even lose their minds." Sharon heard that and felt serious. "Ms. Sina said seriously, I think that just the above things are more than enough to expel you guys from this academy." Jake heard that and laughed widely. "Ha ha ha, a lowly advisor has the right to expel me." Mr. Thod also reminded, "Miss, the Artius family is almost the lifeline of the entire academy. Without their sponsorship, we would be, including our salaries." Sina replied immediately, "Isn't the role of advisors like us to guide students onto the right path? If you can't do that, then you'd better pack up and leave this academy." Jake laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, okay, let's see if I will be expelled from school or you will be fired from this job. This world is run by money, in front of money, everyone will be forced to bow their heads. You should take this opportunity to gain some understanding of this world. Miss Sina calmly replied, before that, it seems I still have to teach you a lesson. She raised her hand high, a brilliant blue light appeared in front of everyone. Everyone had their own opinion at this point. Amy thought, why did things come to this point? And Sharon admired it, so cool. Teacher Thod stood between 3 students and shouted loudly, Miss, you can't just kill a student like that. Jake is surrounded by Sina's power. Finally, a sharp blade of ice covered him, almost a centimeter away from him, and he would really die. Sharon thought with her mouth open, that's impressive. She didn't even touch a strand of fabric on his shirt. This means she has good control over the magic down to the smallest detail. So that's why she's called a genius ice mage, Sina continued. Jake, do you really think everything can be solved with money? Jake shouted, stop talking nonsense and neutralize this magic ice for me right away. Ms. Sina also complied. Immediately, the ice immediately broke, pulling Jake down. She said calmly, we already knew that you had harmed a lot of other students, but the student was hesitant about punishing you for your inappropriate behavior. Jake replied immediately, that's because of my family's sponsorship money, nothing else. Ms. Sina shouted, don't be confused. School is not a place where teachers teach you for money, but rather, we teach you lessons that even money cannot buy. Jake still doesn't understand. What the hell is that? Ms. Sina replied, this is what I dreamed of becoming. Don't you want to become a magician? After hearing this, Jake was moved. Memories of the past appeared one after another. Ms. Sina, if you send me to 5th grade, I will become a great magician and repay you. The dream that you share with your friends, of you studying together to become a magician, isn't that why you decided to go this far? Jake was stunned. Memories of when he was little appeared again, then when he was older. Miss Sina is still talking. Do you really want to destroy everything you have built so far with your own hands? Jake looked up at his teacher, Miss. Finally he bowed his head and said, I'm sorry. Sharon looked up at the sky. The most important thing to you. Jake and the members of the Dark Magician Guild were extremely sorry for the wrongs they had done and still dreamed of becoming magicians, but that was a story for later, because right now, after once their injuries were healed, they paid for their sins in the disciplinary room. It's so painful, just be gentle with me, don't be so fussy, it's just a scratch, in the end, whatever happens will happen. Amy and Sharon sat in front of the teacher. Teacher Thought asked, Sharon, why didn't you tell the teacher immediately? If such things happened, the first thing I should have done was report it to the teacher, but instead, I came to the rescue of an upperclassman who was many grades above me, and such a thing, we cannot consider it an explanation. Amy and Sharon looked at each other without saying anything. Finally, Amy was the one to speak. I understand, I will answer honestly. Sharon thought, right, as if we could keep this a secret forever, even though I don't know who leaked it to the principal. Amy was silent and then said, actually, Sharon is my boyfriend. Sharon was thinking about his identity being revealed, but when he heard it, he was shocked. The teacher and Sherla also gasped after hearing this. What? Amy recounted the entire incident that took place that day. She was a poor student tied up and screaming in panic, help me, is there anyone there, please save me. And those bad people laughed loudly and shouted, ah ha 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 ha, who wants to come to this desolate mountain to save you? You should have accepted our feelings, then this wouldn't have happened. At that moment, a sound of horse hooves rang out, causing the bad guys to panic. Who is that? A white horse with splendid fur appeared. Who else is coming here? Sharon, dressed as a prince on a white horse, rushed out from nowhere and ousted the bad guys. Amy was extremely surprised. You are. Sharon immediately used his hands to cut off the ropes. Then carried Amy into his arms. Their eyes looked at each other with a spark of love. After hearing this, the girls immediately screamed with red eyes, no way, really, it's so romantic. Sherla smiled and affirmed, of course, it's all true. I have seen it with my own eyes. At this time, Amy, behind her, gently placed her hand on Sherla's shoulder and shouted loudly, what kind of rumors are you spreading? I know you've been suffering from cheesy love stories lately, but to this extent, it's really not true, acceptable. On the school bulletin board appeared the official notice of punishment related to the school research club's misconduct, specifically the research club's violent behavior. Below the notice board, the newspaper also has a few miscellaneous newspapers like Goddess of Alpheus. Amy Karmas admitted that she is dating new student Sharon Arian. Senior Amy said she is dating new student To save him love out of the siege of violence full of contradictions. Young love blooms the moment they connect with each other. Dark magic is defeated so easily. What is the student's true identity? Everyone in school is talking about this issue. Kya, oh my mom, I'm so jealous. In another corner, Amy angrily said to Sherla, are you tired of living? You've never even seen it with your own eyes. Sherla smiled mischievously and replied, I didn't have to look to know what happened. You said that you two were dating, so it's not like you two kissed, right? Sherla continued, hey, I've already figured it all out. With this, no annoying male student will dare to come close to you anymore. Amy immediately agreed when she heard that. Well, that's right, that part is reasonable. Back to a few days before the incident, Mr. Thod pounded the table and said, you're lying, right? The Amy I know has no interest in dating anyone. This is too unreasonable. And Sharon is a new transfer student. Amy explained, I actually met Sharon when I was young, but to meet again at the Magic Academy like this, you could say it was fate. Then she turned to ask, is that right, Sharon? Sharon whispered to her and reminded her how he would be responsible. But then he was beaten by Amy under the table, so he could only go along, yes that's right, ha ha ha. After hearing this, the two teachers were helpless. That's why was he in such a hurry to save Amy? Amy thinks it's better to pretend to be lovers than let our pasts be revealed. Amy sat drinking water and heard Sherla howling. I knew it right away, from the beginning I found it strange. What is this, Amy? You are so stupid. There is a combined class today, right? You can meet got that Sharon. Sherla continued, do you have a date to meet him after school, have dinner together for example, or do you like to have secret dates in the library? Amy said boredly, we just focus on studying as usual. Sherla said, holding her chin, so bland. Amy just laughed and thought, I still have a lot of work to do, there's no point in wasting time on that fake love story. Sharon too, that useless guy is also enjoying his normal school life, he's still carefree and innocent. Okay, why do I feel uncomfortable about that? At the training area for the second intermediate class. Sherla happily called Sharon, over here. Sharon smiled, hello senior. Sherla eagerly asked, hello, how are you today? Do you miss Amy much? Sharon smiled wryly, ha ha, senior is so funny. Amy was silently observing behind, thinking, so that's it, it's it, he should be extremely grateful to pretend to be his lover, but look at him. He should have felt pressured by standing so close to me, how dare he treat me like that? Amy then smiled and said, when it's just you guys, just talk to us freely, there's no need to talk about seniors and juniors, after all we understand each other too well. What? Sherla on the other hand was surprised and excited when she heard that. My God, this is the first time I've seen Amy say something like that. Could this be the power of love? Amy was about to continue speaking, considering our relationship, but Sharon now smiled wryly and replied, no I'm fine, after all, you're still an upperclassman, it's time to go to class, I went before. Sherla greeted Sharon for Amy. When she turned around, she saw Amy had already turned around and left. Both of them went their separate ways without saying anything. Sharon silently sat in her seat. At this moment, a few sounds filled with malice. Congratulations, you must be very complacent, you come to class just to act like you're in love, you don't even have any skills, you got into the academy thanks to your face. Because he only goes on dates and doesn't bother to study. He doesn't even know anything about secret spells. Sharon clenched her fists. It all started 2 days ago, the rumors spread more and more. 2 days ago in the 7th grade classroom, rumors were still floating around. Hey everyone, have you heard the news? Senior Amy and the new student are dating. Of course, I heard they even admitted it in front of the teacher. Some students were still crying. No way, the senior should be mine, there's no way for you to lean on my shoulder and cry. Some people said, it's so annoying, just thinking about the two students at the center of attention becoming a couple, I'm already thinking about killing that new student. It's easy to understand, where the cloud meets the cloud, it's obvious haha, I should congratulate him. The purple-haired girl heard everyone talking and just remained silent, but at this moment, a voice behind her rang out, but wasn't it a bit strange, the whole class's attention was focused on this boy. He continued, I'm talking about that new student, look at this. Everyone realized that the paper he was holding was the first midterm score. Everyone looked at it and couldn't help but be surprised. What's going on? What is that? What is this? Sharon is at the bottom of the class, every subject has 30 points, isn't he the top? That said, it seems like he doesn't know anything about spells. Having said this, the faces of all the students changed. Some people still didn't dare to believe it, but that guy still smiled and continued, but he was still specially admitted there's a fishy smell here. He relied on his family to back him up and spread the news that he was a genius, then seduced a young lady from a noble family. Wow, this world is so unfair. A rich boy only knows how to play around, and goes to the academy just to find a girlfriend. Immediately the student's expressions changed. You mean he got in here thanks to connections? I just noticed now, isn't that too suspicious? For the future of all of us, get rid of him, get these dirty things out of the school, we will never forgive him. The purple-haired girl looked coldly at the whole class like that. The sound in the classroom still echoed, how could the academy do such an unfair thing? At this moment, Sharon entered the classroom. He was suspicious. That's strange, it was obviously very noisy and exciting just now. Sharon went back to her seat and asked her tablemate. What's the next class? But then that guy immediately ignored Sharon and left. Sharon was stunned. Perhaps there is no need to ask why they behave like that. The students whispered to each other but intentionally let themselves hear. Because of me, even Amy could be affected. Back to the present, time to practice spirituality in class. Sharon's spirit domain had just risen when she heard the sounds of several people around her. Why does he practice here, too? His spiritual domain has already touched mine, this makes me feel sick. His spiritual domain is larger than necessary. At this moment, Miss Athela approached and asked Sharon. Sharon talked to her. The redirection mode was quite difficult. When I tried to move the spirit domain out of my body, it felt like my consciousness followed along. Ms. Athela explained, that feeling is normal, Sharon. My spiritual domain of convergence belongs to the natural flow, so it will drag my consciousness domain as well, maybe, so it's not very suitable for me. Sharon nodded, I also think so. Ms. Athela continued asking, what about your 4 other formations? Chinrest Sharon, other forms. Sharon thought for a moment then replied, no problem, I guess. Ms. Athela smiled and said that's good, so do you want to try practicing in the shadow area? Sharon was stunned, what, now? Ms. Athela smiled, if you feel uncomfortable then that's okay next time. Sharon is the only student in 7th grade who has the ability to switch to all 4 modes, so I just want to see it once. Athela also worriedly thought, this child wanted to use the shadow domain from the first day, maybe he was worried about the views of other students. Now is not the time to be emotionally sensitive, but those who believe in their own worth will not be swayed so easily. Sharon finally decided to say, I will try, please give me your feedback. The 7th graders frowned and said to each other, he's still planning to do it, he just wants to show off in front of his lover. Anyway, he's not good at anything besides that. Ms. Athela below said to Sharon, please try each form one by one, just change the 4 forms one by one. Sharon replied yes, one of the criteria to be evaluated for promotion is proficiency in converting fields. If I succeed now and get closer to moving up to the next grade, I won't have to deal with 7th grade anymore and get out of this situation. Sharon closed her eyes and began. First with defensive form. A defensive spiritual field immediately appeared. Amy was surprised, even stronger than when fighting the black magician. Some other people also admired, oh that's 144 faces, this is an advanced form of defense, isn't it? At that level, it's no different than an armored wall. The 7th graders looked at each other a little nervously. Next Sharon changes to target form. Ms. Athela outside smiled and thought, this student indeed has a very good foundation, his transition speed seems to be much superior to that of 7th grade, at this level, going to 4th grade is not difficult at all, difficult. After a while, Sharon breathed a sigh of relief, although I really wanted to prove my successes, if I wanted to receive advice from my professors, I had to show them my failures. Sharon continued, some of the 5th graders were surprised, oh, he switched to redirection form, only 5th graders can try that form. The 7th graders looked on with unkind expressions. The key is, move the spiritual field center of gravity before it completely shrinks and disappears. Sharon breathlessly thought, just like when I practiced, I could move the center of gravity of the spiritual field, but it felt like the more the spiritual field moved away from my body, my consciousness was also pulled away. Sharon wanted to do it again when she heard the laughter of the 7th graders. What does he think he's doing? Does he think he's a genius? He's so conceited, isn't he handsome? He really doesn't know what shame is, he still dares to stand there. Those are just the 4 basic forms of the body. Amy on the other side was confused, hey, he's doing very well, why suddenly like that? Charlotte doesn't understand either, Look at Sharon's spiritual field. Why is he shaking like that? Is he embarrassed by the attention? It can't be, he's not that kind of weak boy. What's going on lately? Sharon trembled in her spiritual realm, thinking, why do people enjoy the failures of others? No, they just want to see their failure, right? As expected, I'm still not suitable for this place. At this moment, out of nowhere, a voice rang out, oh, you're thinking too much. Don't hesitate, do whatever you want, just do it. Don't you want to become a magician? Sharon was surprised. Who is that? Then he remembered, no, wait. What am I thinking? God. I came here to become a magician. Immediately Sharon regained her spirit. Shocked the students. Sharon recalls, before it changed direction. Before it disappears. Returning to another place, a student incident report stated that, under the circumstances, the 6 culprit students had attempted to damage the victim's mind by using excessive anti-magic. A magic is banned in school, however, 7th grader Sharon overpowered it with defensive type anti-magic. Miss Sina read and thought, he was resistant to anti-magic only in the defensive form, one of the 4 basic forms. Anti-magic is a form of magic so dangerous that even experts have to use artifacts. It is both difficult and dangerous. There's no way those kids could use anti-magic properly, but for one to be able to fight 6. Sharon's spiritual power must be greater than the 6 people combined. Truly a genius. Right now a voice rang out, Ms. Sina. At the teacher's office, Sina agreed with what Athela had just said. Sharon had successfully transformed into redirection form. Miss Athela smiled and said, yes, just yesterday, that boy just started learning 4-modal conversion for a month. I confirmed the spiritual field split and disappeared for about 4 seconds, great. Ms. Sina happily sipped her tea, as expected, her eyes for people were not wrong. Ms. Athela continued, so to stimulate the students' learning motivation, I have a few things to suggest to the teachers. Ms. Sina smiled and pushed her glasses and said, ha, I guess we are thinking the same thing as you. A few days later in 7th grade chemistry class. Miss Sina said today's class will stop here. Amid the cheers of the students, she continued, the reason she ended the class early was because there was special news to announce, so the students asked me to stand up. Sharon stood up without understanding, yes. Ms. Sina said, Sharon students will be given special permission to move to 5th grade, from tomorrow, your schedule will follow 5th grade, try to adapt to it. The students were stunned, what did they hear? He was promoted to 2 grade levels, it couldn't be, it usually took 2 years to advance to a grade, they all thought, which family did he come from, contradicted and promoted to 2 grade levels. Miss Sina plans to end here, I hope you will make every effort to achieve that, okay. But at this moment, a girl stood up and shouted loudly, wait, I objected, there is no precedent for promoting 2 grade levels at the same time, there seems to be something shady here. Furthermore, why would a student who couldn't use any magic be promoted early? Miss Sina was stunned, couldn't use any magic. Miss Athela never mentioned this. Miss Sina immediately asked Sharon, is that true Sharon? Sharon saw the malice of the surrounding people, it was clear that you had nothing left, saying you couldn't leave, saying you couldn't hurry. Sharon replied, yes, I haven't been able to use any magic yet. Miss Sina was stunned, she couldn't believe that even a simple, ordinary magic could be learned out of curiosity. Ms. Sina told the class, however there was no rule requiring magic to get a class promotion, so there was no problem. This time another person stood up and said, completely unacceptable. This is clearly a bias, don't the teachers themselves say that spirit realms aren't all about magic? Sharon isn't good at anything other than spirit realms, if he knows how to do even one magic, I'll accept it. Immediately the whole class spoke up, yes, if we compete in magic performance, we are confident that we will be better than him. Sharon cannot keep up with the theory class. If you still accept his early promotion, we will make a proposal to the student council and hold a hearing. Miss Sina was shocked, I didn't know anything. In the end, she decided to say, I understand your thoughts, it seems I was a bit hasty with this announcement. We will officially notify again after the meeting with members. Having achieved his goal, that tall man couldn't help but smile proudly. In the afternoon, Ms. Sina was still sitting in the teacher's room wondering why the students were so agitated. It seemed that it wasn't just a protest against injustice, that sound was mixed with emotional issues. At this time, a student stepped forward, a purple-haired girl in 7th grade. The girl timidly said, about what happened earlier, I have something to say. The purple-haired girl recounted that it all started a week ago. At first we completely ignored Sharon. But starting a few days ago, people started talking bad about him publicly. Even disturbed his studies. I've seen it all. I've seen him suffer from false rumors and attacks from people. The way they bully him is so unfair. She said while shedding tears, I'm so excited. Miss Sina was silent, then said, Thank you, Maria. I tried my best, now let me take care of it. In the book titled Outstanding Students, the physiologist Torkolan said something very profound. It is best for people to sleep at least 6 hours a day. Even though I only slept 4 hours a day throughout my student life. That doesn't contradict his needs. Mr. Torkolan only sleeps 4 hours a day but still becomes an excellent student. He replied, Listen, people in their teenage years are not just humans, they are superheroes. Whether they sleep or not, no matter what they do, nothing affects them, all of them. It's past 12 o'clock at night. Sharon sighed and looked outside. You think, it's already so late. Sharon left the library. Before leaving, don't forget to say hello to someone else who is still studying. At night, on the way back to the dorm, Sharon remembered what Timurin had said. Young master, once you enroll in the Magic Academy, there will be countless nobles who will not appreciate you, but no matter what, you must endure. If you can endure until the end, you will reap sweet fruit. Sharon looked up at the sky and thought, I can definitely do it. For those who have placed their trust in me. No matter who will stand in your way. I will still become a magician. Returning to the dormitory. Sharon just finished showering and getting ready to study. I heard a knock on the door again. Sharon thought, who else is coming so late, could it be them? But heard the sound outside the door. Sharon, are you free? Sharon immediately opened the door. It was Miss Sina. Sharon confusedly invited her into the room and asked her if she would like some tea. Ms. Sina replied that there was no need. I planned to see you earlier but you weren't in the room. I'm sorry for bothering you this late. Miss Sina looked over at Sharon's desk. Oh, so that's it. When I first saw Sharon's scores, I saw something strange. Even though his scores were very low, all subjects were equal. It seems like he tried to improve his knowledge in all areas at the same time. Instead of achieving temporary learning results, he studied for the future. It wasn't that he couldn't learn magic, it was that he decided not to learn it. But why did he do that? Could it be because he didn't go to school when he was young? Sharon sat confusedly in front of the teacher and thought, I feel so shy. Probably because it's not during class. Ms. Sina also noticed that, although in class he always focused and looked straight at her, he seemed like the type of person who gets embarrassed easily. Ms. Sina then asked again, isn't school life difficult? Sharon immediately replied yes, but it's fun, and studying is very interesting. Miss Sina continued, I heard that the students in your class are bullying you. Sharon immediately replied, I'm fine, you don't need to worry about me, but Ms. Sina still said, please tell me the truth, don't be shy at all. Sharon smiled helplessly and said, I'm really okay, although it's a bit sad that I can't make friends with anyone. But I don't know what to do to make them stop hating me. Sina asked in surprise, don't you have any anger towards them? Sharon replied, of course I do, after all I'm still human, even though I really want to have a good relationship with them. But I don't want to obsess over relationships and end up denying myself, even if all the 7th graders say I'm wrong. In the end, it's just 40 kids, only people. I believe that somewhere in this world, there will be someone who can understand me. After listening, Ms. Sina immediately thought, I understand. Then she nodded and replied, Sharon, I understand what you are saying, Sharon, I will note it during the teacher meeting. She thought, Sharon, I want to be promoted soon. The next morning, Sina immediately spoke before the teachers' meeting, so I would like to end the announcement with the opinion that Sharon's students should be promoted to grade level early. The teachers read the documents in amazement. Isn't this a bit sensitive? An entire group of people bully a student just because that student can't use magic. They were in the Althea's Academy of Magic board room, at the interrogation of the intermediate class teachers. This happens in the lower grades, which often have many children and include a few older students who lack talent. In addition, the gap in skills of students at that level is often very large. Some teachers said in agreement, that means Sharon should be promoted as soon as possible. In terms of student benefits, he should be able to graduate in 4 years. In terms of school, the day he graduates early will be advantageous. Ms. Sina sat down satisfied. Who would have thought that at this moment, Mr. Thod would speak again, and I objected. Above, Principal Althea smiled and asked Teacher Thod, why do you object, what is the reason? Teacher Thod said, I know student Sharon is a genius. The problem is that he can't use magic, and I think the problem of weak theory scores can't be overlooked either. Ms. Sina angrily said again, as I mentioned earlier, Sharon's score problem is because he studied all fields at once, he is procrastinating on learning magic. Being a teacher, we should not interfere with students' personal learning methods. Teacher Thought interrupted, I'm not questioning his learning methods, the problem is that you're showing too much concern for Sharon, Ms. Sina. Even though the other students may be weaker than Sharon in terms of omnipotence, they are still superior to him in terms of omniscience. This kind of decision can make the students feel like failures and reduce their will to study. As a teacher, you shouldn't just focus on geniuses and forget about other students, right? Ms. Sina was really crazy and replied, not only did the teacher intend to blow up the future of a talented student, but he also failed to recognize the children's wrong jealousy. The two continued to argue. The other teachers were tired. Oh well, they're like that again. How can their personalities be such polar opposites? It's unbelievable that they can become magicians. Teacher Alpheus above spoke, that's enough, you two go back to your seats. He continued, both of them have their own views and reasons. Ms. Sina's point of view is very meaningful, but Mr. Thodd's opinion is not without reason. He is concerned about the overall balance of the group, whole school, and I think that comes from his love for the students. He means well, I understand that. We need to consider the common emotional tendencies in students. Mr. Thodd replied with a smile, that's exactly what I meant, principal. At this moment, Teacher Alpheus smiled and said, instead. Why don't we do this? The next morning, students rushed to the school's notice board. What's going on? Notice board of intermediate class, announcement about the grade promotion exam. Due to many complaints related to the early promotion decision, the school decided to give all 7th grade students the opportunity to be promoted to the next grade, and the person promoted will be determined according to the criteria below. All relevant students are advised to note, early promotion will be decided through a test. There is only one person who will be promoted early and will be promoted. In 5th grade, the subject tested was magic, and spells were okay. Choose to evaluate as teleportation. The student's problem of using the spiritual field as the sole object of assessment has been resolved. As such, the school decided to change the evaluation criteria to using the teleportation spell taught in 5th grade. Everyone was surprised. All 7th graders were able to take the SAP promotion exam. If you pass the test, you will advance 2 grade levels straight to that year's grade. Teleportation. Hey, do you know how to teleport? Of course not, it's a spell taught in 5th grade. The theory seems simple, probably not difficult to practice. It's so simple, a senior I know was hospitalized while doing it. What, then how can we do it? Do they have absolutely no intention of letting anyone in our class advance to the next level? From behind, under the attention of a few students, Sharon walked straight to the notice board and thought. Instant teleportation. This unexpected event called the 7th grade bullying incident has become a hot topic and is known to the upper class students. After class, on the senior class notice board, everyone was talking excitedly. Did that even happen? Yeah, that bullying, so pitiful. He's only in 7th grade, just because he doesn't know how to use magic. 7th graders don't learn magic. What does that have to do with anything? Obviously jealous, because he's on a date with Amy. Amidst the noise of conversation, Amy stood looking at the notice board thinking, so he was being bullied, that's why he avoided me, he didn't want me to get involved. Sherla said from the side, in fact, the mental strength of 7th graders is still quite weak, so it's normal for that to happen. I've also encountered similar things, but being promoted early is not something special. Where's the difference? In the end, Amy didn't answer her but turned away. Sherla asked where he was going. Amy just replied, go see Sharon. Sherla shouted something. Wait, what are you planning to do? Amy said angrily, give him a lesson. How dare you hide it from me? I'll gather all the 7th grade bastards together. Sherla shouted, are you crazy? No way. Amy still kept thinking, why not? I'm also involved in this case. Sherla still tried to hold Amy back and said, if it were you, would you want the person you like to be involved in a bullying incident? If you go there, things will get more serious. Amy heard this before stopping, thinking in her mind. Stupid, 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 that's it, nonsense, I'm not the person he likes, so why did he hide this from me? Sherla then said, well, teleportation is too difficult for a 7th grade level anyway. As expected, Amy was moved. She thought, if it's that difficult then it's good. For someone who has never learned magic, learning teleportation is too dangerous. Sherla continued, Amy, why don't you teach him? Wouldn't that make more sense? Amy screamed loudly, why should I help that kid? Besides, I'm preparing for the upcoming exam. I don't have time to pay attention to that, Cheryl aside. Oh right, I forgot lost, sorry, Amy finished saying, if you can't solve that problem on your own, you're not worthy to be my boyfriend. At night at the library. There was a figure rushing quickly across the school campus. Amy covered herself with her shawl and thought. There is absolutely no other meaning to this, okay. It's just out of responsibility that I help him. Amy rushed up to Sharon's dormitory floor and thought. First I have to make him beg me for help. Amy thought of herself climbing through the window into Sharon's room, then stopped him and said. Someone is here to teach you a lesson. How dare you do that to me? That's the scenario Amy was thinking of. But who would have thought that when she looked into the room, she would see Sharon sitting and drinking tea with Miss Sina. Ms. Sina pushed the glasses to look carefully. Are you Amy? We're still meeting at this late hour, and it's still in the men's dormitory at night. Amy blushed and tried to explain, misunderstand, it's really a terrible misunderstanding. Ms. Sina said, shush, the next room is all over now, let's go in first. As soon as Amy entered the room, she heard Ms. Sina say, it's been a while since we've seen each other and yet you're already this bold. Amy said in a panic, this is my first time coming here. Sharon thought he would meet her, I'd be in trouble if I saw you, so I came here secretly. Then Amy calmed down and asked, but according to what she said, why is she still alive at this hour? Ms. Sina explained, I came here to give him some advice about the promotion exam. The classroom atmosphere is very chaotic. Sharon now has the opportunity to give tea to Amy. Senior, drink tea first. Amy just took the cup. Thank you, it smells really good. Where did you learn to make tea? Then she remembered the purpose of her coming here, and immediately wanted to beat Sharon. Not like this, damn brat, why should I suffer this humiliation, and why don't you tell me you were bullied? Ms. Sina sweated and smiled awkwardly. Hey you two, please sit down first, let me finish talking about the promotion exam. In the room, Sharon sighed while drinking tea and thinking. Why did things turn out like this? Amy also asked her at this time, isn't this teleportation test a bit dangerous? Sharon hasn't learned magic yet. Ms. Sina explained that the principal had directly given that instruction. She was also very worried, but it was clear that he had to have an intention to do so. After listening, Amy sighed, saying why, it's the principal's entertainment. Sharon then asked, is it that dangerous? Amy soy of course, you know that teleportation is magic that uses the properties of light, right? Sharon nodded, yes, I have heard of the theory photochemistry. Amy explained, light has something called absolute speed. They say there is no matter that exists in this world that can surpass light. Teleportation is magic that uses that speed to transcend time and space by transforming itself into light. Ms. Sina continued smiling, it sounds complicated but actually teleportation is not that bad, even beginner students can easily succeed, so just do it. In the theory of photochemistry, the speed of light is divided into 4 types. The level needed for teleportation is near light speed, because it is magic that can be used even if one only understands 1/100th part of it, the speed of light, but because of that, the level of photochemistry is reduced and very little body mass remains. Sharon placed her hand on her chin and continued to speak, so asking was easy but very dangerous. Rarely crashes, at about the speed of sound. Sharon answered her, I understand why teleportation is a magic forbidden to use in school. Ms. Sina smiled and praised, as expected I learned very quickly. Amy drank tea and thought, what, when did these two people become so close? Ignoring me, Ms. Sina has never been this close to anyone. Sharon asked again, so how do I pass this dangerous magic test? Miss Sina was about to answer but Amy spoke for her, ahem, you should practice it in a place without obstacles. Sharon frowned, what kind of place is there? Amy immediately pointed up and replied, yes. Sharon thought for a moment then was startled. Could it be in the air? In a vacuum, the training ground teleports at a height of 1,000 meters and in a direction of more than 700 meters. Ms. Sina does not deny it, it has not been certified yet, but in reality it is true that there is no other place other than there. The rule of the test is to go from one mountain peak to another mountain peak. Sharon was startled, wow, that sounds great, there are no obstacles up there, if you fall you will lose your life, right? Amy also wondered, but it was a test where whoever reached the finish line first would win. She didn't think it was a bit difficult given the level of 7th grade. Ms. Sina explained, if there is no one to reach the finish line, the student who moves the farthest will win. Of course, the competition's difficult items will be placed at level 1, with safety equipment so the risk will be minimized. Dangerous, but what I worry about is that students, if the competition is too fierce, will have a collision situation. After listening, Amy understood, so it was obvious that Sharon would become the children's target of competition. After listening, Sharon silently thought, can I do it? If it's just a difficult test then it's okay. But I don't like the scene of having to go against the whole class alone. I hate being hurt by the fierceness of competition. Should I take this test? At this time, Ms. Sina spoke again. She apologized to Sharon. I've been trying to get you into 5th grade since the entrance exam when you entered school. It seems your greed got me into trouble. Sharon confusedly said no, don't say that. Ms. Sina continued, so from today, I will be responsible for teaching you. After hearing this, Amy felt a bit uncomfortable and asked why she had to go to this extent. Ms. Sina explained that she just felt responsible for the unprecedented difficulty of this promotion exam, and she would try to do her best. Amy said again, no, this could make matters worse. There would be rumors spreading that teachers acting as judges in the promotion exam favor Sharon, so even if they pass the exam then the result will be cancelled. Amy continued, leave Sharon to me. If it's just difficulty level 1 then there's no problem, right? I can teach him. Sharon was surprised. Amy Sr., isn't she angry with me? Sina also said in surprise, that's true, but Amy. Trying to know if I have applied for promotion to the graduating class, whether I can afford to take care of the Sharon. Sharon was surprised, couldn't believe it. The graduating class, oh my god, the graduating class that is. The graduating class is the aspiration of magic school students to become professional magicians. The graduating class's abilities are recognized at the near professional level. If you become a graduating student at a prestigious school, you will be able to write an article published in the Magical Kingdom School magazine. However, once you step on that path, the beautiful school life will end. Ahead will be a hellish and scary training period. Amy will be the first to set foot in a place like this. Position, Sharon asked admiringly, how is that possible? Isn't that too fast for someone our age? Amy doesn't dare say, it's all your fault you damn brat. Your kid is progressing too fast, so the only place he can run away is the graduating class. Sharon admires her so much, she's so cool, I wouldn't even dream of being number 1 in the advanced class, yet she's confident in being the first to apply to a place that's so far out of reach. Even in such an important situation, you are still here to help me. Amy smiled and said to Ms. Sina, no matter how busy you are, there's nothing I can't do well. You give up. Ms. Sina smiled and replied, I understand your feelings for her friend, but in at an important moment like this, you should leave it up to the teacher. Since this was Sharon's first time learning magic, letting a teacher teach him would be more effective. These words directly made Amy, who has a high aggressiveness, angry. She immediately turned to Sharon, then Sharon, you choose, me or Sina. Sharon was confused. May continued, wouldn't it be better to let her girlfriend teach her? In the end, Sharon just smiled and said, just let me do it myself. These words made both Sina and Amy startled. What? Amy scolded Sharon, you idiot, do you know how rare this opportunity is? Sharon explained, I didn't want to bother the teachers on the jury, and my seniors still had an important exam ahead. Amy still said, the others were even willing to spend a lot of money to hire a tutor there. Besides, aren't you the competition target of the whole class? That's not something you can do, can't do it alone. Sharon smiled and said, isn't that the reason the seniors pushed for early graduation? If I had hesitated here, I wouldn't have been able to advance to a higher position. For me, 5th grade is just a step in the process of becoming a magician, just like my seniors. Hearing that, Amy blushed and said nothing more. Sharon continued, trust me, senior, although I can't say I will definitely pass the test, I will try my best and won't have any regrets. Ms. Sina immediately smiled when she heard that. She understood, if that is the student's wish, the teacher must accept it. I won't stay any longer, but if you have any questions, feel free to ask, as will the other students. Sharon bowed her head, thanking her very much for taking care of Miss Sina. Ms. Sina continued, you guys should stay and discuss your ideas further. As for Amy, forget about today, but if you ever climb through the window of the boys' classroom again, I understand. Amy bowed her head and replied, yes. After Ms. Sina left, Amy sat down on the bed with a sigh of relief. After a while, I realized that I and Sharon were alone in the room. The girl immediately stood up. I'm going too. Sharon bowed her head and replied, oh yes, I made you come all the way here, thank you very much, senior. Amy said at this point, hey, tell the truth, why are you avoiding me? You could have told me from the beginning that you were being bullied, it's not your responsibility alone. Amy asked tremblingly, could it be that her heart and self-esteem were hurt? Amy remembered Sherla once saying, if someone they liked saw that scene, they would feel their self-esteem was deeply hurt. Sharon smiled and explained, it's not that I want to alienate my seniors. After hearing this, Amy coughed loudly. So is it true, true, Sharon continued, if you're wondering why, it's because you're my target. Amy thought, that's it, I knew it right away. Sharon blushed and recounted that, in fact, from the first time I came to school, I saw my senior in the top position. At that moment I thought that I wanted to study hard to be like my seniors. But at that time I didn't expect things to turn out like this, it was so awkward. If Atoy had told my senior that I was being bullied, things might have become even more awkward. Amy thought with a smile, damn it, target, defeated by a kid. Amy remembered that year. Amy said, if you know anyone at the magic school, please introduce them to me. What a ridiculous relationship. Back to the present, Amy said to Sharon, hey, are you kidding me, what a fucking target, it's so ridiculous. In front he pretends to laugh and talk about this senior, that senior, then behind his back he secretly catches up me. Sharon was confused, why did it have that meaning, why did it become like this? Amy opened the window and said, if you're going to pass me, then from now on, don't call me senior anymore. Let's compete with me honestly. If you catch up with me soon, otherwise I'll make you call me senior for the rest of your life. Sharon heard that and immediately called Amy. Startled her and thought, call her by name. Sharon said, you wait a moment, I will definitely catch up with you. Amy smiled, humph, emitting that deadly murderous aura just to catch up with me. Amy left and said, I hope by then, I still haven't graduated. Sharon looked out the window, wow, it suddenly disappeared. He sighed, I refused to accept help, but the people who attacked me must have been paying attention to my every move. The only way is to rely on your own feet. The remaining time until the early promotion exam is 1 month. The next day, after school, the 7th graders were talking to each other, are you preparing for the promotion exam? Hayes, I just hired a tutor today, I have to learn teleportation in a month, it's very dangerous, but there are still 20 people registered to take the exam. In theory it's easy, if you apply the formula it's not that difficult, the problem is the applicability. They were still talking when they suddenly noticed and looked into the distance and said, oh, there. That kid also took the exam. Sharon was carrying a stack of books on the road. Sharon thought, I said I would do it myself, but the problem is application. In reality the environment a magician faces changes all the time. Especially for teleportation magic, terrain information is very important. Depending on each case, we need to adjust the level of omnipotence and light, the unit alone is up to the 20 of 10 power. Sharon thought while copying the lesson, how could humans calculate to that extent? Sharon banged her head thinking, no, don't give up, there's no reason for them to set an impossible test. Sharon thought, MS, Sina also said that learning to teleport is not complicated, but what if that doesn't apply to someone like me who has never learned magic before? 7th graders are bound to succeed, because they have been educated since childhood, because they can hire expensive tutors easily. Can I close that gap? Somewhere else, a teacher clapped his hands and said, great. You performed the teleportation perfectly, as expected, the son of Slider, the technical advisor of the Magic Association, young Master Mark. Mark smiled smugly, it's nothing, because I'm being taught by a teacher with a 9th grade certificate, this is the name Slider Mark from the 7th grade. Mark wiped his face and smiled and said, I was a bit nervous, but it was quite easy, the teacher explained, because the test was quite simple so I could concentrate and choose. Although it is impossible to learn how to use teleportation perfectly in a month, if you only speed up learning the necessary parts for the test and spend the remaining time practicing, it is possible. Ability to complete the test. Mark was pleased, hey, maybe I should thank that special umbrella bastard. Thanks to him, I was able to advance 2 grade levels in a short time. Mark continued asking, what is that bastard doing? The teacher said, according to the young master's instructions, I am watching him, but it seems he only studies and reads books by himself. Mark was surprised, self-taught, using books. What, I think he must have hired a huge tutor with that kind of money, isn't there something shady about it? Mark ordered, continue to keep an eye on him, he is not a careless guy. How can you use magic if you just read a few books? In the evening, Sharon still sat in the room studying, he put down his pen and sighed, I've done everything I can. First of all, I've spent a lot of time deeply understanding light, I've memorized the theory without making any mistakes. I'm not sure, but there's not much time left. At the 7th grade specialized training ground number 41, Sharon stood alone in the night. Now I have to perform magic. Sharon consoled herself, phew, nothing is impossible, the only way is to hope that it works as expected. First, opening the spirit domain, Sharon's eyes turned blue. Next, Sharon applied photochemical theory. You think, I'm on the border between omnipotence and omniscience. The letter I is in the middle, delete it. After a while, Sharon looked in surprise as his whole body emitted light. Okay, it's working. Now it's just teleportation. Sharon was amazed, humans cannot calculate the amount of light. When a magician concentrates, their mind is sharp enough to sense everything around them. It is said that excellent magicians can even count the number of leaves from a distance, this called an extremely sensitive mental state, also known as the spiritual field. At that time, magicians will perceive the outside world in a supernatural way, resulting in them being able to control the phenomenon. It's not about calculating quantities, it's about feeling everything. The remaining time until the teleportation exam is 13 days, then gradually reduced to 9 days. Going to class 7, everyone in the class secretly looked at Sharon with eyes of disbelief. What the hell, his face? Did he train without any protection? No way. Sharon with a face full of wounds is still writing, he thought, his first attempt at teleportation had failed. To correct mistakes, I have no other choice but to continue practicing. At night, Sharon fell to the ground, he held his knee in pain and thought, this time my knee made a mistake. With only 8 days left, Sharon was still calculating in her notebook continuously. Is the error plus 0,02 me flag row second star? There are 7 days left, it's a stupid method but, there are only 6 days left. 4 days, Sharon continued to practice and failed, my body will remember it like a kind of instinct, time continues to move forward, 3 days left, 2 days left and then 1 day left. That night, Sharon stood alone in the practice yard, panting. He thought, what should I do? The test is tomorrow, but every time I correct a mistake, another error appears. There's nothing left to edit now, I have to do it, I have to. Sharon just stood up and wanted to continue. But he suddenly felt like his surroundings were spinning. Sharon quickly hit himself and said to himself, link them together, I will do it, I must do it. Sharon tried again. Teleport. A large stream of light appeared. Sharon quickly opened her eyes. Finally preparing to kiss the ground again. Sharon lying on the ground said, this time unhurt. Hee I did it, how far can I go? There's no time to lie down here, I need to practice connection, I need to pray. Sharon closed her eyes. It was morning, Mark stood in the room, the teacher came in and asked, young master. How do you feel? Mark smiled and turned back and said, very good, today will be a historic day because we will be promoted to 5th grade. 700 meters is nothing, I will do it easily. There aren't many people left in classroom number 7. Maria walked to class as usual, at this time a sound rang out. Hey Maria, have you given up on the exam? Maria was startled, Mark, it must be him. Maria tried to laugh and said, aren't you at the training ground, are you studying? Mark laughed loudly, ha ha ha, do I look like an idiot who failed in his studies? What are you doing here, is that why your scores are so bad? You should learn from training areas, a good way to learn is to watch and learn from people who are better than you. Maria wants to go to class, yes, that's right, good luck, hope you pass. Maria trembled as she heard Mark say, ha ha really, do you hope I will pass? Hey, you're really cool, you know, like sneaking around with a teacher. Maria panicked, what, how did you know? Mark laughed, ha 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 you idiot, I was just testing to see if it was you or not. Maria was startled and dropped her bag. Mark continued, I have many ways to get information, it's a bit strange for a shy girl like you to come to the teacher's office. Mark stopped Maria and threatened her, because I was a classmate that's why I was nice to her, but once I became her senior. Do you think something will happen after that? Maria trembled and could not speak. Mark thought contemptuously, she was truly a coward, how could she intend to become a magician, even though she was 4 years older than him, she was my classmate. Mark didn't care that Maria had collapsed, he left and said, just wait and see. Maria shed tears thinking about the future. Mark now entered another classroom and said, the plan has already been discussed, right? In this classroom there were a few other students, they said, 2 of us will stick with Sharon right from the start, the other 2 will protect Mark, so there will be 2 chances to fail him. Mark said, the distance of the first turn is 10 meters, so let's push him out at least 10 turns, another guy timidly asked, will you really do as you promised if we finish the job? Hey, right. Mark smiled, well that's of course, once I get promoted, I will definitely find a tutoring job for you, you won't have to worry about finding a job, even if you don't graduate. My father is the technical advisor of the Magic Association, if you help me, I will never forget my gratitude, if I can help, I will definitely help you. After hearing that, the guys immediately smiled. Mark smiled triumphantly, no mistakes were allowed, a genius should not be caught off guard. The location changed to a large mountain range, the 7th graders who did not participate in the competition were surprised, wow, is this a bridge that cannot be crossed? This is the final round, right? I'm so tired, there are more people than I thought, especially the 5th grade seniors. The 5th graders all have one thing in mind, if this kid gets into our class, I want it to be a super cute kid. Above are the teachers participating in marking the exam, below are the 4th and 6th grade students enjoying the fun. Principal Alpheus also smiled and fanned himself while preparing to watch the fun. On the other side of the hill emitted a blue light. Miss Athela smiled, it's time. The test will start in 10 minutes. At the starting line, the students couldn't help but hesitate, damn, this is a cliff, where is the bridge, you idiot, that's the bridge. It turned out that the so-called bridge was a rope spanning 2 hills, the students were surprised, what kind of bridge is like this? Here it is, this is the best place, standing here, the view is super clear, Sherla held the camera and looked towards the 7th grade students. Amy frowned, hey, we don't have time, why are you going to watch some 7th grade idiots? Sherla replied, what are you talking about, I have to cheer for your boyfriend, give him a little luck. Amy sighed, whoever passes will pass, whoever fails will fail, what the hell are you cheering for? Amy was a bit worried though, after all, you can teleport. Mark was exercising his muscles, so he asked his friend if he had found Sharon yet. The guy next to him immediately replied, Mark, it's okay. He's not here. Mark was surprised, what? On the other side. Sharon, who was sleeping, suddenly opened her eyes. He stood up startled, wow, what time is it? Amy panicked, what, not present, what are you talking about? Sharon is absent. Sherla is also worried, I don't know half of it, I've looked everywhere but haven't seen him. Amy was worried, could it be that he failed to use magic? See, I said learning to teleport yourself is difficult. At the starting point, the students were still surprised, this was a cliff, not a bridge. Miss Athela explained, the rules are very simple, when the teacher gives the signal, you should move to the other cliff, the person who goes the farthest by teleportation will pass the test. The students looked at each other, really? You said we had to run over there, if we didn't pass the test we would fall down there, right? Is there really safety equipment down there? Mr. Thod said frankly, if you're afraid, quit tying it. The students were startled, Teacher Thod kept saying, as you all know, death is completely possible in every magic school curriculum. This is also an early promotion exam, a place to select suitable students for 5th grade, well, if you can ensure your ability to protect yourself, you should take the exam, but with that weak determination. Now is the time. On the outside, he was so tense, but on the inside, he chuckled, fup-foo-foo, faltering, but to prevent safety incidents, applying a little pressure is the right thing to do. I think, what's really dangerous here is those participating in competition. Mark smirked, what's the point of taking this test for people with mediocre abilities? In the end, it's just to pave the way for us in society. Mark laughed disdainfully, besides that Umbrella Kid said he studied by himself to pass the exam, no matter what, he would fail, what a ridiculous person KKK, I even prepared carefully yet. MS, Athela said loudly, everyone line up, the exam is allowed to begin. At this moment, Athela noticed that someone was running from far away, it was Sharon. The other students looked at Sharon running back in surprise. Sharon breathed and said, I'm sorry. Can I still take the exam? Through the binoculars, Sherla said loudly, Amy, there he is. After hearing this, Amy grabbed her binoculars and took a look, what the hell are you doing here, you idiot? That kid, why is his face covered in wounds, could it be that he got hit during practice? MS, Sina asked, Principal, MS, Athela signaled that she wanted to ask him if he should make excuses for students being late. Mr. Alpheus smiled, regulating the situation is also a student's ability. Let's start the lesson, take the exam according to schedule. When she received the notification, Ms. Ethella raised her hand to continue, prepare, the exam will begin as scheduled. I didn't forget to remind Sharon, if you want to give up, just tell me. Sharon smiled and said, thank you for taking care of me, I'm okay. A student pointed to Sharon standing on this side. Even though Sharon didn't understand why, she still replied, thank you. The kid just now, after pointing Sharon to his place, immediately signaled his accomplices and took a successful step. He thought, he must eliminate the kid in 10 seconds, Sharon was still breathing heavily, he thought, concentrated, put everything he had. Miss Ethella ordered, from now on the 7th grade early promotion exam officially begins, everyone, prepare. The teacher pressed the time and the students immediately prepared to take their positions. Mark signaled to his accomplices. Just follow my idea and do it. Sharon looked serious. An order rang out. The students immediately ran forward. Sharon ran forward. I didn't notice that there were a few students behind me who were chasing me intently. Exam time passed. The children had come this far through extensive training, but this was the first time they had seen the cliff. What would it be like to feel the sky spread out under their feet, the burning sensation spreading across their toes, excitement or fear? It was a world they had never known. There was only one strategy the children could come up with. A few students tried to run forward, determined to win first place. It is entirely possible to have a chance to win first place. The test time has passed by 2 seconds, the distance to the cliff is still 20 meters. Mark ran and laughed. Running fast won't help you get first place, the important thing is to use the teleport at the right time. The prerequisite for winning is determining the opportunity to jump, there is no difference between the previous turn or the next turn. Of course if you have the courage to do so. A red-haired student ran forward. But when I was about to jump down. That guy is a bit scary. After preparing his mind, he thought leave it alone. Then immediately performed teleportation. Several others quickly began performing this magic. The exam time has passed by 3 seconds, the wall is already 5 meters away. With 3 meters left, the students are even more determined to get promoted. A few of Mark's accomplices shouted, sorry Mark, I'll go up first. Mark was angry, if the escort team left first, what would I do, these cowards? Finally standing before the cliff. Mark suddenly thought, what if I fall? With 2 meters remaining, the test time passed by 3.5 seconds, a moment later, Sharon was still running as fast as he could. Both sides followed him as he ran and thought dejectedly, why does this crazy guy keep following me? There's no one left besides us, that's it. Finally one guy decided to abandon his plan and run ahead. Sharon has 1 meter left. 3.7 seconds, Sharon thought to himself, it's not time yet, I have to catch up with them. Amy and the students, along with Miss Sign. And the teacher was surprised by the scene before his eyes. Didn't he just jump down? Sharon Arian, exceeding 2 meters, the test time elapsed by 4 seconds, time goes back to before. Ryan said to Sharon, Sharon you're really good, just like the last sword competition, this is the first time I've seen someone who wasn't afraid when standing in front of my father. He was not afraid at all. That was a year ago in Ryan's room at the Ajit mansion. Sharon then smiled and said, that's it. How can it compare to your knight's oath? It's nothing special, it's just that I once read in a book, it was written that the nature of fear comes from the imagination, imagining that one will die soon after. For example, as soon as we jump off a cliff, it's not until we land that we actually die, right? So I stopped imagining the future and focused on the present. Meaning I should find a solution. Hearing that, Ryan asked, Sharon, are you stupid? If you fall from the cliff you will die, you will definitely die. What the hell are you talking about? Sharon confusedly explained, no, that's not what I meant. Think clearly, I didn't die the moment I jumped down. Returning to the present, in everyone's surprised eyes. Sharon jumped down from the cliff. Then his body emitted a golden light. Sharon thought, I must not lose concentration. If the spiritual field is broken everything will be over. Immediately, Sharon cast teleportation magic and jumped ahead of the others. Mark and the others who were overtaken were stunned. How much did he have to jump to be able to overcome like that? The students watching immediately shouted, oh it's starting, let's try. Although it was only a fleeting moment seen with the naked eye, the 5th grade students were stunned. Did they see anything? Yes, Kojzen just jumped down there. Even Sherla was surprised. Amy, it was his first time learning magic. Amy was also surprised but then thought, sure enough, even though he started late, he tried to make up for it. As long as he maintains the good tempo, Sharon will always be the leader. Mark ran and thought, damn it, what the hell is the combat team doing? Now the distance ahead is not an issue anymore. Right after that, Mark was stunned to see that Sharon had passed him. That kid is right in front of my eyes. On another hill, Maria slowly walked into the forest. Erlang Maria, it's not like she wasn't talented to begin with. The voices, Maria, why are your grades so low these days? Maria cried and explained, yes, teacher, it's because they're messing with me too much. Moreover, but the teacher said, it's obvious that classmates restrain each other. This is a competition, all the other students are pass and get promoted. If you can't stand that level, how can you become a magician? Maria thought, I stayed in 7th grade for 6 years like that. Maria was shaking as she walked. I hate competing, but I hate being bullied even more. Maria covered her face and said to herself, Mark, I absolutely will not let you upgrade. At the end of round 3, the competing students were divided into 3 groups. The leading group was the group with Sharon and Mark's combat team. The middle group followed about 3 meters closely. And behind them was the last group, the ones who used magic first out of fear. A student in the back cursed and died. I couldn't even use flying magic, according to my seniors. Even if I fall, I'm still safe, right? He sneezed. Because I didn't concentrate, I fell to the bottom. Not only him but also a number of other people fell. They shouted loudly, save my life, miss, I give up. The students watching and the teachers smiled. As expected, the students who couldn't overcome their fear fell first. The students fell and screamed, where were the safety equipment? How much longer do we have to fall? At the bottom of the abyss is a large fan system. The students who gave up all fell safely to the ground. The students cried, this was too much. You guys have to talk about this in advance. In the end all the last group of students were eliminated. Still 200 meters ahead. Some students couldn't stand it anymore and ordered to give up. The middle group of students pretty much gave up. Mark is still moving forward. He thinks, you idiots, if you don't have the ability, don't climb high, somehow the ones in the middle will give up. The problem is, Mark looked at Sharon in front of him and thought, damn it, I don't know if it's because of my mood, but I feel like the distance from that kid is getting farther and farther than before. It didn't even show any signs of fatigue. How could that be possible? It should have died before starting, right? What is it anyway? Sharon still galloped forward like crazy. Ms. Ethella observed and admired, Sharon's talent is truly amazing. Even though I had to use it many times, Sharon's tempo was maintained like a constant, like a machine. The teachers nodded in agreement. On the other hand, Mark had a clear change in his pace, quite good compared to his classmates but still had the impatience due to his youth. As expected Ms. Ethella, at such a far distance you can still detect accurately with your senses. It's amazing, ha ha ha. Teacher Thod looked at Ms. Sina, who was smiling with satisfaction. Teacher Alpheas also smiled and thought, he is talented. Sherla also exclaimed, he can use black magic on his own, that's really good. Where did Sharon learn those advanced skills? Amy thought to herself, learned, normal magicians learn how to use the unconscious world consciously, but this kid is different, he is almost directly controlling his subconscious, that's it, it's not something that can be learned. Mark thought angrily, we must continue with the plan. He shouted loudly, starting to walk. Another guy behind him frowned, he gave the signal but why now, damn it. He thought, he had to exhaust all his remaining mental strength in one go. That kid flashed forward. Sharon was surprised, breaking the attack twice, someone must have changed the tempo. Right after that, Sharon was surprised to see this guy surpassing her. And another name too. He thought, sorry, but I have to stop playing here. Let's fall together. Sharon was stunned. Is he really planning on jumping at me? Both guys crashed into the Sharon and fell down. While falling, he was surprised that he could avoid it. Sharon was hit and fell down a cliff. He thought, it's over. The pace is broken, fatigue is starting to appear, I'm not allowed to faint, don't concentrate. Immediately, Sharon's spiritual field was returned, a golden light appeared. The guy just fell down and thought, he really is a demon, not a human. The 5th grade students were surprised and thought, he was moving a bit strangely just now, wasn't he? Maybe it was the wrong direction. In the 5th class, a guy spoke up, they wanted to hit straight and the boy in front was more like. That's the real purpose. The 2 other guys heard that and asked how he knew that, who would cause an accident on purpose. Iruki. The person called Iruki explained, one person blocked the track ahead, the other attacked from the side. It was a great strategy to prevent both, the advantage of teleportation and space jump. If the new student didn't go off track, something terrible would definitely happen. Iruki continued, well, if it were me, I would have easily escaped using the equation of motion. The other students turned away in disgust. Ah, that really disgusting pig pose. They continued, but according to Iruki, there was no way the teachers wouldn't find out. I don't know what they are thinking. Mark smiled and went straight to the top. He laughed, ha 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 ha, the top position, the first position is mine. He laughed loudly and thought, everyone will be very jealous, my stupid classmates and the entire 6th grade will become my juniors. Look up and see, my talent. Sharon was chasing behind, thinking, Mark's condition was very good, he would definitely complete the test, if he wanted to win he had to be faster. If I rush to increase the teleport distance, the tempo might be destroyed. Sharon frowned, I will go at a different pace, half a beat faster than Mark. Sharon rushed forward like a rocket, the other students were surprised, wow, Sharon has caught up, now there is no one left except those two, Mark faster. Amy took out the binoculars and looked at it in surprise, his body condition was not good but he could still use magic so powerfully. Amy looked forward in shock, that was. Mark, who was walking forward, was also shocked, what is that? A black rope came out of nowhere to attack Mark. Sharon, who followed behind, was also surprised, instead at this time a sound rang out, warning warning. Activate the difficulty of the impassable bridge. Level 10 Level 10. The teachers were all stunned, Sharon, who was nearby, was also surprised to see the scene at the other end of the bridge. The teachers were surprised, what the hell are you talking about, what does level 10 mean? Teacher Thought immediately ran forward and said, I'll go to the equipment room to see. The teacher immediately used teleportation to go to the other side of the mountain. Ms. Sina said, Principal, we should stop the exam. The teachers were a bit cautious, but this is a promotion exam for 2 grades. If it is cancelled, the families will fiercely reflect on what to do at that time. Teacher Alpheus angrily said loudly, now is the time to worry about that, quickly give the signal to stop the exam. Sharon now looked towards the light before her eyes. The exam has been stopped. On this side, Mr. Thod looked around, I just saw the yellow signal, could it be that the exam was cancelled? Well, then there was a pile of complaint papers on my desk. Teacher Thod ran into the equipment room and shouted loudly, Bread, did you drink again yesterday? You know very well how important today's test is, this time I. Teacher Thod was about to open the lesson, but quickly realized the door was locked. He thought, it didn't seem like a mistake. Master Thod intended to use fire to break down the door, but he quickly realized. There is someone in front of the door. Mr. Thod said loudly, someone, open the door quickly, otherwise I will blow the door open. A trembling sound rang out, just do it, please, anyway, even if I disappear, no one will disappear. Teacher Thod was surprised, this voice. Are you Maria? Maria was inside the room trembling and cowering. Mr. Thod knocked on the door and shouted, do you know what you are doing? Open the door quickly, I will consider this an accident and you will only be punished lightly. But Maria shouted, no, it's all over anyway, if Mark gets promoted, I'll have to live a life like hell again. What difference does dying here make? It's better than that. Teacher Thod was stunned, what? Maria trembled and couldn't say a word. Mr. Thod frowned. Deep down he said, I understand, you just do what you want. Maria was surprised when she heard that. Teacher Thod continued. If you don't want to open it then don't open it, there's really nothing urgent. Just like what I wanted, the exam has been cancelled. On the other side, Mark was surprised, stop the test, don't joke, the opportunity to advance is right under your nose. Please reconsider, no matter what you say, you can't go out now. Mark looked at Sharon behind him and thought, the chance to defeat that guy may never come again. Sharon gasped. The two looked at each other silently. A second later, he rushed forward like crazy. The teachers shouted in shock, the principal, Sharon and Mark had gone straight into the maze. Ms. Sina shouted loudly, no way. Teacher Alpheus gritted his teeth angrily, these idiots too. The students were stunned, why didn't they stop? Were they trying to show their ego? You have to stop now, it's too dangerous, what is Mr. Thod doing? Miss Sina turned around and said, the principal, teachers and teachers also gathered. Teacher Alpheus was so angry that his veins appeared on his face, thinking. I thought if it were you it would be a little different. But if you are blinded by temporary greed and make hasty judgments, you will never find a way out of the palace. Sharon still moved forward. The students watched in shock. Oh my God, what should we do? What should we do now, Amy? Those idiots. Level 10 is the level for professionals. On the other side the bridge ropes were rushing to attack Sharon. Sharon frowned. The speed of the trap is too fast. If you avoid one, the next one will appear immediately, so there is almost no time to calculate. If this continues, your mental strength will be exhausted. Mark on the other side was still moving forward. He thought, they would both be eliminated anyway, whoever went the farthest would be the winner. If I perform well here, maybe I will be recognized. Mark passed the first trap quickly. He smirked. What? See my technique, you will be stuck there forever. Sharon was still looking around. No. At this time in the equipment room, Maria sat in the room and asked, Teacher, what exactly is competition? She invents lies to push others into the abyss. But above all, this is the type of competition that the academy wants. Mr. Thod sat down outside in front of the door and said, You misunderstood, Maria. Maria shouted loudly, Don't equate me with you. What is a teacher who has always been considered a genius like you know? I followed instructions and persevered, but at this school, no one cares about a student without talent. An ordinary student like you, Mr. Thod now looked up at the sky and asked, I don't know if you know, but he also graduated from this school and came here. When he was in the graduation class, I was just a new student at the school. Maria was shocked when she heard that. Do you still remember that story? Mr. Thod laughed and said, After all, have you ever heard rumors that a genius named Sade is studying at the school? Maria cried and thought, No, I've never heard of that. Mr. Thod smiled and said, I was always the last one. I stayed in 5th grade for 5 years. As a result I became more and more angry because the people around me were getting promoted easily. Maria was surprised. It couldn't be. The teacher was now. Mr. Thod continued laughingly. One day I was caught by the principal and scolded. Hey, what? That kid hit me first, Thod said. It's just a trivial matter. Why did you interfere? Normally I don't care much about things like this, but at times like this, Master Althea said at that time, do you know what magicians are not allowed to do? It's comparing yourself to others. Thod then thought, wow, what are you talking about? Are you preaching again? The principal kept saying, the magicians call it an existence that erases me, just look at yourself. If you can do it, then that would truly be the erasure of myself, if I keep looking at others on my journey. Then one day I will lose my way. Turning back to the other side, Mark didn't have time to be satisfied before he was shocked. I'm locked. He was locked in a cage. Mark's strength gradually declined. He thought, I shouldn't have gone which way. Will I die like that? Mark was so scared that he cried and cried, help me. The other students and the teacher were stunned. Mark, no. But at this moment a hand appeared. Grab Mark and run away somewhere else. That is Sharon. The students were surprised. Wow, Mark was saved. It was Sharon that saved him. The 7th grade students were surprised. They said to each other. But this is an exam. Why did he save his competitor? You idiot. Is winning even more important, when someone dies right before your eyes, now? That doesn't matter anymore. How could he perform such a teleportation spell? Mark was still struggling in panic. Help me. Sharon grabbed Mark with one hand and shouted, shut up, I'm thinking of a way. Sharon thought, these traps are a form of illusion. I have to see through these traps to be able to find a way out of here. Let's go first. The traps are still chasing them. The 5th graders shouted, it's useless to run forward, avoid it. Sharon pulled Mark along and thought, increasing the distance doesn't make any sense, what should I do? Then he thought, yes, there is a way. I need to come back. Sharon immediately teleported upwards. Iruki now excitedly shouted, that's right, moving forward is not always the right answer, sometimes going back is the right answer. The students were surprised. Only a month had passed. Was he really practicing on his own? I thought he got here because of his connections, and he doesn't even know how to use magic. Well, maybe we misunderstood people. At this moment the pink-haired girl who was the one who participated the most in the bullying was shouting. You can do it. Other people also change 360 degrees. It's dangerous. Avoid it immediately. Iruki smiled and looked at the people around him cheering. Sherla was also surprised. Maybe Sharon. Amy wasn't surprised. Yes, he practiced so hard not only because he did well in this exam. Sharon once said, after all, the promotion exam is only a small part of the journey to becoming one. Amy said, he simply wanted to become a talented magician. Thad also said here that competition is just a tool to get to the finish line faster, it's okay to go slow. When we cross the finish line, then everyone will become magicians. Maria trembled and asked the teacher, it's not too late now, is it, mister? Thad smiled and said, I will help you, so why don't you be a little more courageous? At this time, teacher Althea spoke up, continuing the exam. I will be responsible for everything. On this side of the mountain, the students continued to cheer for Sharon. Sharon was still pulling Mark straight forward. This trap seems to be alive, it is moving, unpredictable, without rules, wanting to save Mark but unable to locate it. Mark was still struggling, I don't want to die. Sharon didn't pay attention, he just thought, first of all, to feel the whole structure. Focus on one point, I've been through this before. It feels like running away. Sharon still rushed like crazy towards those dangerous traps. One by one, Sharon's traps passed by like a gust of wind. The students were surprised and did not dare to look. Mark was dragged away continuously, unable to stop salivating. Amy, Sherla and the teachers were also surprised. How come? Master Alpheus thought in amazement, it is the danger that increases the hidden power, the limit is formed at a point of satisfaction. But I don't feel any satisfaction or desire from that child. Is it because that child has no limits? Sharon on this side is still moving forward, on the other hand, Athela also thought, surprisingly, without lingering thoughts. The density of the squid spirit is close to 99.9%, in a state of panic that calculates everything too well. The talent is outstanding, but trying jelly this time is really too dangerous. Sharon thought, the distance of the obstacle had become narrower, about a meter. 10 meters of teleportation is impossible to overcome. If so, divide the instantaneous motion into tenths. In order, right left right left right left left right left, Shiorn rushed forward like a bolt of lightning. Next is the trap, so we can't go in a straight line, the distance is extremely narrow. So I also. Sharon didn't hesitate to rush forward, breaking up all the brisket he could. Iruki watched excitedly, rainbow drop, finally made it that far, what is that, bending light? The students were surprised and asked, Iruki, why is light bent? Light only travels in straight lines. Iruki explained, the principle is simple but also asks, if the differential is severe, we will have an infinite straight line, the distance traveled instantaneously is divided into 1 in 1,000. The students were stunned, over 1,000. How to calculate that? Iruki said, calculating something, it's a feeling, it's intelligence, not that he's a smart guy. In short, a genius as opposed to, the students were startled when they heard it, genius, that's scary. On this side, the trap still appears with dense frequency. Sharon, surrounded by them, couldn't help but be startled, it was so big. The teachers are also worried, no, it's a dragon's maze. The traps have gathered into a giant dragon. Miss Sina was looking for the equipment room, she said to herself, what are you doing, teacher? On this side, Mark, who was dragged away, gradually regained consciousness. Who would have thought that as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a super huge dragon in front of him? Sharon, leave Mark and think, I have to remember everything, the order I saw, first is the left turn. Mark is still moaning, help me, I'll be honest, please save me. On this side, Sina ran into the forest and shouted, Teacher Thad, what's going on? Teacher Thad was surprised when he saw Ms. Sina appear. On this side, Maria also agreed to enter the room. Ms. Sina shouted loudly, there is no time, stop the device quickly, Mr. Thad was confused, the exam was cancelled. Miss Sina shouted, it's not cancelled, I heard Sharon and Mark are still at the exam hall. Thad was shocked after hearing this and immediately returned inside the equipment room. At this moment, Ms. Athela also appeared, she shouted loudly, Sharon. In front of this giant dragon, the students shouted loudly without daring to look straight. The teachers and Althea's teachers also stood up and wanted to take action. The clock seems to stop at this time. 1 minute before Athela arrived. The dragon opened its big mouth. Mark also opened his rotten mouth. The teachers waved their hands in preparation for action. Amy and Sherla were stunned and didn't dare look straight. Sharon entered his spirit domain again, a minute before the conflict. Sharon thought, calm down, I'm still alive. Think about it, 1/10 of a second, 1/100th of a second, 6 turns. A total of 9 teleports, including the exit, 1,000th of a second. Sharon opened her eyes wide and thought, I was wrong. Me and Mark can't escape this path. Must find another way. This time the clock continues to move. The dragon continues to move forward. The students also messed up. Master Alpheus worriedly tried to raise his hand, but then he was taken aback. A stream of golden light headed straight towards the dragon like a rocket. Directly destroy the dragon. The students were stunned. No, it couldn't be. After dealing with the trap, Sharon pulled Mark back like a rocket to the other side of the hill in the shocked eyes of all the students. He really escaped. They are not ghosts, right? Miss Athela behind was stunned and immediately left. Sharon breathed heavily on the ground thinking, what's going on? Did I escape? I can't remember anything. At this time the sound rang out. The engine system of the impassable bridge was disabled, level 1. The students looked at Sharon in surprise. It was difficulty level 10, he had surpassed the expert level of the advanced class. Sharon sat down on the ground, panting and crying loudly. I thought I was going to die for sure. Sherla clung to Amy and cried, he did it, he really did it. Amy couldn't help but laugh, it was so cool. Those who overcome with strength will never be arrogant and boastful. The students immediately gathered and shouted, congratulating you, you're really great, you've been admitted straight into 5th grade, the 6th graders will be very jealous. At this time, MS, Sina, Mr. Thod and Maria have returned. Sina shouted, has Sharon really surpassed stars? Did I miss this important moment because of Professor Thod? Teacher Thod was confused, I will explain to you later, but I tried to yell. Miss Sina is still angry, you are not helping at all. Miss Sina turned around and said, anyway, since you both crossed the finish line at the same time, we need to confirm again. Principal, please inform who. But she noticed that the principal was making a strange expression. Alpheus thought, am I worried that the cow's teeth are white? I am very happy, because you have shown everyone the light. Mr. Thod looked at the principal without saying anything, the light of the Milch family. The title given to the person who laid the foundation for the new definition of photons, and who was also awarded the Golden Circle by the king, a sign of greed, suddenly exploding in his heart because of his talent. Excellent by Sharon. Teacher Thod approached and bowed, Principal, please state your decision. I think the person who can glorify the future of the academy has appeared. The Alpheus was called and immediately became a reality. Mr. Thod thought, he was reminiscing about the past after witnessing his talented student. I feel jealous, Master Alpheus thought, at his innocent love of magic. I don't believe in fate. It's been a long time since my heart beat this fast. Teacher Alpheus said, even though only one person was accepted, I still want to commend all the students who attended. The courage you show today will be the driving force, to bring the world closer to a bright future. The person who passed the test today is Arian Sharon. Among the students, Mark trembled. The students whispered to each other, Slider Mark, don't tell me he was going to protest for going with Sharon, but the new student was the one who saved him, and the conflict incident was also very suspicious again. Mark is trembling, how is this possible? I saw with my own eyes that he is a true genius. Mark bowed his head and said, I was wrong all along. No, I'm sorry senior, as a magician, I take all responsibility. He knelt down. The other 7th graders also looked down and shouted. I was wrong, senior, we accept the punishment. Sharon's sweat fell down his face, he said, okay. Hope everyone is sincere. The students were scared by Sharon's murderous intent. Yes, senior, they all thought, what, he's so scary. Luckily we apologized early. Sharon was actually just so tired that he couldn't stay awake, he just thought I want to go to sleep. Amy asked Sherla to go. Sherla asked, I think we should stay with Sharon on an occasion like this. Amy smiled and said, there's no time. Amy thought, he's already proven himself. Now it's my turn. At this time, Sharon saw Amy from far away and shouted loudly Amy. Sharon pointed at her and smiled and said, I kept my promise right. Actually Sharon is not awake, he continued, I will catch up with you soon. Sherla and Amy were shocked, the other students howled loudly, whoa, calling someone's daughter by her name like that, so jealous of his girlfriend, you're so cool Sharon. Amy thought about what happened later and shed tears, and Sharon didn't remember anything about this when he woke up. But overall, Sharon was promoted to 5th grade. Over here, Athela thought, that's strange, I'm sure synesthesia chased Sharon. Did I lose him in the dragon maze? At the disciplinary committee, a meeting at the committee was held. Maria was completely honest in admitting her mistakes and expected to be disciplined. However, Sharon, Mark and even the janitor Brad, who was under the influence of the sleeping spell, also spoke up that they didn't want Maria to be disciplined or anything. The students also sympathized with them. Also started to speak up and admit their mistakes. They even talked about things related to Sharon's test, and just like that, the atmosphere heated up a lot. Sharon looked at Mark next to him and thought, is he trying to keep his promise to take responsibility? Principal Althea spoke, I think Maria's situation was unfortunate, she didn't use that machine to harm anyone. And according to regulations, disciplinary action will be taken. But, Sharon spoke up right now, he said, I also ask for disciplinary action. You ignored the signal to postpone the test and went into the maze, and moreover, you brought Mark into such a dangerous place. Teacher Alpheus rubbed his nose. Who would have thought that he would see such a scene in this school? Mr. Thod sat in a corner thinking, everything was beyond what the principal wanted. The students did not see the truth because they were clouded by competition, pride and jealousy. Now, in order to become reputable magicians, they are also admitting their mistakes. Teacher Thod smiled and sighed, who would have thought of teaching this way? You have always taught me a lot of things, teacher. Finally, Alpheus cast a spell to decide the order. The students could not hold back their tears. Mark finally bowed down and apologized to Maria for what happened. Sina thought, this is an unprecedented precedent since the school was founded, that everyone here is punished. According to the meeting notes, Merlang Maria, 19 years old, 7th grade, disciplinary details of 2 months suspension. Slider Mark 15 years old, 7th grade, suspended for 2 months. Mark and Maria received a 2-month suspension, the other students received a 1-month suspension. And Arian Sharon received discipline to write a review. Back in the past, when the teacher asked Sharon why she went into the maze even though she saw the signal. Sharon said confusedly, at that time, I didn't want to lose, the only thing I thought about was solving that maze, I don't remember clearly anymore. Sina sighed and smiled, looked out the window and said to herself, you also have a positive side that I didn't think you had, even though you look so docile. Because the boy is a boy, Sharon has now returned to his room to take a long nap. In the pitch black air, someone kept calling Sharon. It's the dragon's maze. Sharon still used teleportation magic to rush forward, moreover, more focused. I will erase myself. Cut the soul into small pieces. As if dissipating throughout the world. As it was, this world was. I become limitless. Sharon seemed to fall from space. A sound of music woke Sharon up, he thought, the sound of the piano, is it already bright? Sharon, wearing a 5th grade uniform, thought to herself, she couldn't remember anything, but why did it feel so difficult? Oh yeah, the note permission Amy lent me, it helped me remember the rules of magic. Today I have to pay in the multigrade class, I want to repay her, because she helped me to the end. Just as she opened the book, Sharon suddenly noticed something strange. A moment later in combination practice hall number 2. Sherla proactively greeted Sharon, Sharon, how are you okay? Sharon approached with a basket of apples and smiled, well, thanks to you guys, I want to say thank you. Amy saw Sharon bringing apples and didn't understand, what is that, apples? Sharon gave the book to Amy and explained, I didn't mean to peek but it seems like you like apples. Amy said, I like cherries, what do I like about apples? Somehow Amy realized something, she immediately opened her notebook again. I immediately saw that I had drawn some apples in the book along with a few words of apology. Amy immediately ran away, leaving behind the sentence, kya whatever. Sherla didn't understand either. Amy, where are you going? JSOSP class has already started. Sharon also doesn't understand why she is like that. After that, Amy easily passed the advanced test and went to graduate school, but it seemed like there were still problems that her genius brain couldn't explain. A month later, the 7th grade students returned after a month of suspension. They met Sharon and spoke up, Senior, we have reserved a spot for you. Sharon waved her hand in confusion, you don't have to do that. Strangely, he thought, every time he went to a multigrade class, the 7th graders started saving their seats for him. I feel like I've become a scary senior. At this moment, there was a voice next to Sharon, ahem, there's still room for you, no junior. Sharon saw Sherla coming and immediately smiled and replied, of course, Sherla, please sit down. Sherla waved goodbye to Sharon and said, if your lovely girlfriend isn't here, you won't see how active you are. Sharon confusedly replied, ha ha, I'm the one who feels lonely, you two are always together. Sherla nodded, that's right, that's why I'm about to go to graduation class. Sharon was stunned, yes, really, Sherla smiled and said, she had planned to graduate and live a normal life, but after seeing you with Amy, it made her excited, she felt like her youth had been wasted a bit, besides, it seems Amy wants to become a soldier. Sharon was surprised, soldier, you said she planned to join the war. Sherla was speechless, are you two really dating? Sharon continued asking, isn't that very dangerous, even though Thormia is quite peaceful now, but if war breaks out, Sherla replied, if war really breaks out, all magicians are obligated to participate, which is why we receive countless benefits and support like this. Besides, Amy's specialty is sniper magic, so she will only participate secretly. Doesn't that sound cool? Special Agent Amy is beautiful and seductive. Sharon in front of Sherla's fantasy, don't worry anymore, why am I so worried about a top person? Sharon thought again, expertise starting from 5th grade, students will start thinking about their future jobs as magicians. If you are good at a certain area it will be a big advantage. But that's why, people usually don't easily talk about it with students with low scores. At this moment, a blue-haired boy approached, hey Sharon, are you planning to pull over yourself? Sharon saw him and shouted, Need, this is an extremely sociable boy named Need. He is a friend that Sharon really appreciates for talking to him even though he is not very good at speaking. Need said, if anything is difficult, just ask me. Sharon thinks, even though his score is average, he is omnipotent enough to control lightning. His omnipotence is not friendly. Sharon sighed and thought, everyone has their own characteristics. 5th grade is completely different from 7th grade. Even though they are the same age, they are more mature than me. Just as the two boys approached and called out to Sharon and Need. Listen to us, what do you two think? Sharon being called Sharonia didn't make any sense. Need wondered, what? The two said to Sharon, I said I couldn't agree. Sharon thought hard, what are they trying to argue about? That's terrible. Will they stay away from me again because I don't understand what they're saying? Sharon couldn't help but feel sad. What else? Chemistry, biology or literature? But these two guys asked, Professor Athela and Ms. Sina, who do you like more? To explain further, 5th grade students will be taught magic. To be able to use specialized magic, you need to receive 60 points or more in the corresponding subject. To be able to do advanced test and moving up to the graduating class, you need to choose a specialized subject, and students from 5th grade will also try to find their aptitude. Sharon was so shocked that she had a fever. What? The Need friend next to him let out a frustrated sigh. What were you thinking when you asked that question? Sharon immediately felt happy after hearing that. That's right, Need. Who would have thought Need would be extremely serious and answer, I'm part of Professor Sina's team, okay. Sharon was shocked and had a second fever. Need argued, don't you guys know that Professor Sina is a smart and beautiful person? The other two guys immediately responded, no, Professor Athela is the one who gives us the feeling of wanting to be covered. Oh, Sharon was speechless, they were indeed teenage boys. These people couldn't find an answer so they turned around and asked, Sharon, what do you think? Sharon was startled, what do you think? Yes, that's right, to have a beautiful school life, I need to learn how to get along with everyone. But both of those people are professors that I respect, choosing one is a bit difficult. Sharon confusedly replied, for me. But at this moment, the other two guys immediately walked away and said, sorry, we'll come back later. Sharon cried, is it because I can't answer? Need explains, no, it's because of him. Then he shouts, hey, Iruki. The boy named Iruki spoke up, what are you guys talking about so excitedly? Need explained, it was just like usual, asking which professor was cooler or something like that. They weren't kids anymore so Sharon was speechless. Changing his attitude so quickly, at this time Need continued, Sharon, this is Iruki, this is the first time you two meet right? Iruki is the weird guy in 5th grade. Iruki smiled and held out his hand. Pleased to meet Aryan Sharon, I've heard of him for a long time. Really, who in this school doesn't know him? Sharon was startled, this voice. He immediately remembered someone once told him, don't hesitate, if you want to do something, just do it. You came here to become a magician, isn't that right? That was the voice from before. Sharon happily held Iruki's hand and said, it's you, thank you. Thanks to you I was able to successfully use that redirection form, thank you very much for last time. Iruki smiled and said, you're the boring type, aren't you? Sharon doesn't understand, Need then interrupted with a forced smile and said, Ha ha ha, don't mind, he always talks like that. Then Need turned around and scolded Iruki. Hey, what kind of talk is that? Iruki doesn't understand. Why, that's a word, praise that. Iruki left that place, not forgetting to remind him before leaving. Anyway, try your best, 5th grade is full of weirdos, remember that, ha ha. Need shouted, where are you going? What about the class? So what? Iruki said directly, don't mind. Sharon was confused, don't you mind taking magic class? Need sighed and said, sorry, he's always like that, but if you get to know him, you'll see that he's also a good guy. Sharon also exclaimed, he's a bit strange, isn't he? Need sighed, yes, if you want to understand him better it would be tiring. To be honest, he is also a genius. But the thing is, he's a genius in a strange field, so, Sharon was startled and asked, is Iruki a genius? At this time, the other students shouted, hey look, it's Iruki, why is he entering the shadow area again? Come on, he won't take off his clothes and lie down there, right? Sharon was startled after hearing this. Undressed, Need put his hand on his forehead. Oh my god, what is he going to do next? Let's go see. Iruki has now risen to the top. A powerful spiritual field appeared. Sharon and the students gasped, that is. It's so fast moving, the students said to each other, every time I see it I find it captivating. Surely no one else in this kingdom could do that. Iruki smiled and waved his hand. Immediately a series of targets appeared. The students were buzzing again. What is that? Target type. Athela, who was teaching in the 4th grade, suddenly turned around. Iruki stopped immediately. The targets continuously fly away at high speed. Iruki waved his hand and said, lighting up the fire. The students immediately ran like bees in a hive. Everyone dodged. Hey, this crazy guy. A beam of light shines directly at a target above the students' heads. Immediately a ray of light appeared and then exploded. Sharon was among the shocked students, speechless. In purple smoke. Iruki turned back to look at Sharon, then raised his hand and said, see you later, Sharon. But right at this moment, Miss Athela pinched Iruki's ear and shouted loudly, this scoundrel boy, it hasn't been long since the last suspension and you're already causing trouble again. Iruki said, wow, I didn't destroy the machine, you know I didn't. Miss Athela shouted, shush, I'm suspended for 3 days. Remember, Sharon thought, he specializes in spirit domain navigation and fire magic, so why is he acting like that? Through the words of his classmates, Sharon quickly understood, Iruki is the most eccentric person in 5th grade, has extremely poor communication skills, and his personality is probably average, right? But the reason Iruki is called a genius, is because he only specializes in one aspect. Iruki's midterm test scores were clearly visible. Social subjects all got 0 points, on the contrary, natural subjects all got 100 points. Savant syndrome is a phenomenon in which sometimes after recovering from brain damage, patients gradually possess abilities that surpass those of normal people. Specifically, Iruki is the king of scientific subjects. For example, he can calculate what will happen in extreme environments with temperatures below 0 or above 100 degrees. He can even calculate the date 40,000 years from now. If he really wanted to, I bet he could count pi for the rest of his life. However, about other areas. A literature teacher once held up Iruki's test paper and shouted, Iruki, you're disregarding the professor's authority, aren't you? It was written that Gilberto's poem explains the meaning of the falling leaves. Iruki replied that the speed on the surface of the falling leaf has air resistance, so it moves strongly, according to the direction of the total applied force vector. I have written the equation for the surface model of the leaf below. The teacher was so angry that he slapped the table. This is a literature test, not a math test. It seems like you want to show off that you're a genius, but there are many things you can't explain with math. For example, a profound or emotional image. Iruki scratched his ear and said, but sir, there is nothing that I cannot explain with numbers. If we can't explain the world with logic, then how can we live in a scary world like this? Her face looks like it could explode at any moment. For example, a face full of anger is an expression coming from a chemical phenomenon inside her body. Emotional imbalance, insular nerves are stretched due to too much stress, blood pressure goes up and down, erratic. Then her blood vessels expand and her face turns dark red, otherwise, the blood vessels will contract, causing them to bulge and turn blue. Iruki's literature teacher was so angry that she grimaced and immediately shouted, go away, go away. I got no points, understand. Sharon was speechless after listening. He could talk about what he believed in so confidently. I can't believe he's the same age as me, he's really every type of person. Need also couldn't help but recount that in the past, the professors were always actively encouraging Iruki, but then everyone gave up. But who would have thought he would be curious about you? Unexpectedly, I was very happy when you started talking to me. Sharon smiled wryly as she thought, but I'm still a bit worried. Anyway, Need really knows a lot. At this moment a sound rang out, excuse me, causing both Sharon and Need to turn around in surprise. A pretty girl asked Sharon, do you want to join our research group? We are researching matter transfer magic. If someone has high achievements in photon magic, like if you participate, the research will be completed very quickly. If you submit your research paper, you won't have to waste vacation time with performance reviews, and the rest of the time we can study together. Sharon immediately replied, I'm sorry, my current study results are not very good, so I think I need to focus on that first. Sorry for refusing. The other girl immediately said, we can't do it, no matter what. If you change your mind, let me know. If you change your mind, you can join at any time. Sharon smiled, okay, thank you. Need exclaimed, what a shame, that research group was quite outstanding. Well, he already had senior Amy, so the group wasn't that prominent. Sharon was speechless after hearing that. Those two things were related, nothing with each other. Sharon sighed, unfortunately my knowledge is still lacking. Just raising my score is difficult enough. I can't dream about the research group. Seeing Need jealous of me, Sharon smiled and asked, Need, don't you have a research group? If it were you, then I think you could join a good group. After hearing this, Need calmly said, hey, I have a research group, and I'm also the group leader. Sharon immediately felt sad after hearing that. Need immediately comforted her when she saw that. No, it's not a big group, you're embarrassing me, I only have 2 members, so the group's budget has also been cut. The seniors had already graduated, so I was given that position. Sharon thought in surprise. The graduating class, the graduating students were also part of that group. If it is a research group that has had graduate students participate, then it must be an extremely potential research group. After thinking about it, Sharon asked, if you don't mind, can I visit your research room? Next afternoon go to the forest. Need said, Sharon, I thought you weren't interested in doing research. Sharon said, no, I am interested, but I think I will bother others if I join. Need immediately said, what? The research team is not that rigid, we just play and study, this is our research room. Sharon looked at the lump in front of him. What is this? Need replied, its name is Easta's Magic Storage Room, a storage room with the entire training facility of the academy. This is an extremely advanced storage room. You can put school supplies in one block, and it will automatically bring them to the room you need to use. Sharon looked and said, ah, so this is a storage room. Need explained, wait, even though it looks like that, the inside is very sturdy, you will be surprised. This is a precious place that my seniors worked hard to preserve. Sharon walked in and said, really? So I can look forward to it. Need replied, of course. You will be surprised by what's inside. Need still explained, other groups were looking at this place, my seniors had to fight a lot to keep ownership of it. Sharon immediately noticed, this is. Need laughed and said, haha, to be honest, we can use everything inside this if we want. Sharon wondered, isn't that illegal? Need said, and every time you find an item I want, the structure here will change again. In other words, no one can find us here. After hearing this, Sharon was surprised, it was a hidden place where no one could find you. Need pointed forward and introduced, ta-da, this is our research room. Sharon was surprised, hey, in the storage room it was clearly written, Scientific Research Room on Supernatural Spiritual Phenomena, Science on Supernatural Spiritual Phenomena. Sharon was stunned, supernatural spirituality in a magic academy. Need smiled and said, what do you think? It's so cool, right? Demons or spirits, reincarnations, aliens, hell, God, etc. We study everything related to such things. Sharon thought tremblingly, I think I joined the wrong group, I'm not necessarily uninterested, but this is a bit. The door suddenly opened, startling Sharon. Ah, what is this? Need smiled and said, well, it's just a little dusty, you'll get used to it soon. Sharon covered his mouth and thought, why do I need to get used to it instead of cleaning it up? At this moment, Sharon looked forward in surprise. In the room, Iruki was writing all over the board. Sharon opened her eyes wide, it was Iruki. Need smiled and said, our research group is quite notorious, so we can't reveal all the members yet, that's why I couldn't tell you before. Sharon asked confusedly, is Iruki interested in supernatural phenomena? Need smiled and explained, the opposite is true, he joined to prove the opposite. This is also a pretty good bait to lure people into thinking that everything in this world is equal to a rational brain. Iruki saw that Sharon was here and was extremely excited. Is that Sharon? What wind brought a genius like you to this lowly place? It's a good thing that you came here. Listen to these things I just found out. Sharon doesn't understand anything but still yeah, Iruki doesn't care. In short, when matter decomposes, what's left are atoms, right? Sharon had a headache. Hey, why did it suddenly become a discussion like this? Iruki still said excitedly, but I think all atoms can also be decomposed into even smaller particles. What do you think if you do that? What will the atomic particles be made of? Sharon didn't understand anything and said, oh yeah right, I'm not sure, but I think there's a hidden form of energy.
Iruki immediately excitedly shook his hand and said, okay, I knew you were a wonderful person. I can't believe you thought that far ahead. Sharon was surprised too. I was right.
Iruki smiled and said, yes, there is a lot of potential energy, so much energy that it can destroy an entire city. What do you think will happen? Sharon was confused. What, then? Everyone will get hurt. After listening, Iruki lost interest and said, what are you talking about? There's a lot of potential energy inside. Do you think we need to care about that? Sharon was startled. What, do you understand what I'm saying? The principal told us that, if you are a magician, you must think about the consequences that magic can cause on this earth. So do you think it is acceptable to sacrifice the majority to satisfy your wish? Iruki picked up a cherry and said, you're really boring, Sharon. You think other magicians know this but don't do it. It's because they don't have the ability to do it. That's why they don't do it. That supreme intelligence of yours was given by God to complete a certain task. Sharon frowned and said loudly, even if we are geniuses, it doesn't matter. Instead of being a genius who harms others, I would rather be a harmless idiot. Iruki smiled. A minority of geniuses lead the majority of idiots. History has proven it, and that is also the world we live in. I hate to use idealism very. Sharon frowned. No, his logic smelled like defeat. He could satisfy that ideal very easily. Need in the middle awkwardly said, well, the discussion just now was very good, very interesting, but you know that fighting emotionally like this is not good, right? Okay, sit down and eat a piece of cake, have a drink of water. Sharon immediately turned around and left. I have nothing more to say here. Hello Need, I'm leaving. Need cried, wait Sharon, you don't know the way out. Iruki didn't care and said, just follow where you came in. If you can't do that then you're a real idiot. Need angrily asked Iruki, hey, why did you do that? If it was you should have been able to explain it in a way that he could understand, right? Iruki sat down on the chair and replied, well, I admit that I overdid it too. Because he is my enemy, Need replied, you did that on purpose, right? In addition, who would have thought you would say the word enemy when all you care about is that this world is numbers? Iruki stroked his hair and said, it's because all I care about is the numbers. You also saw Sharon in the promotion test, right? Need remembered, the teleportation test. Of course I remembered, and that's how he was rated at the same level as us. Iruki recalled saying, for someone who just learned teleportation magic, do you know how fast you need to think to get through level 10, especially the Dragon's Labyrinth? Need listened silently as Iruki continued, saying it was impossible to get through it without dividing the time. In that moment, the time he did the division.
Up to 10,000 calculations per second. Need was shocked after hearing that. 10,000 calculations per second. Iruki laughed loudly. He. That is the mystery of insight. Faster than effort and more accurate than knowledge. No cognitive calculation ability can beat the speed of calculation, unconsciously.
Iruki stopped smiling and asked, but Need, what if it was you? Need said confusedly, oh, I see, a battle between calculation and insight, and you want to confirm with that test, right? Upcoming speed test. The next day, the students talked to each other. The speed test will take place in 2 weeks, right? If I get another bad grade, I won't be able to advance anymore. But aren't you looking forward to it? What, Sharon? He's very good at the practical part, right? I wonder how high a score he will get. Sharon held her throat. Reflex test. In rapid fire, you will use active magic, aim at the target and receive corresponding points. People who are not in the attack, healing or support system can also participate in this test. You need to defeat all the targets that appear in each level to be able to proceed to the next level, and aiming quickly and accurately is extremely important. However, Sharon confusedly said, Professor, I still can't control active magic, so how can I participate in the reflex test? Miss Sina smiled and replied that to be able to use omniscience level magic, a score of at least 60 was needed. But it seems like your chemistry score, which I'm teaching, is increasing the fastest, which is quite worth it. Sharon is confused, Professor. Ms. Sina still said, I'm not teasing you, you completely understand this subject, you can optimize and use all your knowledge, and there's one more thing, right? A piece of knowledge that only an expert can understand. Sharon was startled. Wait, is it the theory of photonization simplification? He thought. Teleportation magic was a variation of photon reduction theory, a form of passive magic that could reduce the user's body into photon form. The duration is so short, I don't feel like this is passive magic at all, Sharon thought, so it's not something too advanced for me. Sharon said with bright eyes, I didn't know we could use photon separation theory for active magic. Miss Sina said, recently such magic is being registered at the association. Sharon is a fan, magicians use photons, I hope it's cool. Ms. Sina gave Sharon 2 books. Sharon was surprised. This is her first active magic. Sharon opened the first page. The first article is about the new discovery of photon separation theory. After reading it, Sharon felt a bit confused. Professor. Are you sure you introduced me to this magic? I can register for the exam, but I'm not sure I can use this magic. Ms. Sina calmly said, on the surface it's pretty useless, but the idea of using photon output is extremely bright. Light is the fastest thing in the world, she explains, and linear lines have the advantage of being very easy to control. In the lowlands, which is at the forefront of the field of optimal magic efficiency, it was predicted that photon output would be a major step forward in information delivery and communication in the future. It has been and is being researched in many magical techniques that are unknown to us. If they study it more thoroughly and regularly, it will develop into an incredibly great field of magic when you graduate with great potential. Sharon mused, I see, it wouldn't be bad if I could master this skill before that happens. I'll do it, as you said, Professor. You think, magic leads to a new field, maybe it will become something quite interesting to learn. However, Sharon walked in and raised his hand. He was confused. Why isn't it working? Are you kidding? Sharon was confused. I can't control it yet at the current level. Photon output, properties of light magic in the form of photon particles, active classification of magic, requires high concentration magic that uses photon separation as the foundation, magic that captures photon particles. When concentrated, magic can be maintained and continue to be used. In practice area number 32, 5th level practical class. Sharon raised her hand and thought to herself, opening the spell, of course the magic doesn't come from the hands but from the spiritual realm. But imagining photons emitting from my hands makes it easier to cast magic, Sharon thought dejectedly. Creating photons is not a simple task. Is it because my spirit domain is of the convergence type, similar to the type of magic? At this time, Ms. Athela also arrived. She smiled and said, it's nice to meet you, let's start the lesson. The students saw her appear and immediately shouted loudly, who are you? Professor Athela's outfit. Her glasses are gone. Sharon couldn't help but exclaim, oh my god, your outfit is so beautiful. A guy behind him rubbed his nose and said, she must have just returned from training. Sharon wondered, training, when and where? The other students informed Sharon, yes, Professor Athela is the bishop of the Karsus congregation. Sharon immediately wondered, bishop, do you mean Miss Athela is a pastor? The other boy replied, yes, the bishop is a high-ranking position protecting the 12 holy places. There are 12 bishops on the entire continent, and Athela is one of them. With her strong mental strength, she was given the title of Jonah by the kingdom, a title given to magicians who possess mental power strongest. The two friends immediately turned around excitedly and said, do you understand? That's what Professor Athela looks like. At this time, Need was already falling in love. Immediately falling in love, Need said, from today I join Professor Athela's team. I will study hard, forever test. Sharon looked at her admiringly and thought, great, I didn't expect to learn magic from such a talented professor. Ms. Athela smiled and asked the class, are you prepared for the reflex test? The whole class said in unison. She continued, before the test, each class will have a practical lesson like yesterday. Now, the whole class shouted yes, that's the power of beauty. Ms. Athela smiled and continued, in today's lesson, we will learn a technique to improve your omnipotence. She invited a senior from the graduating class to assist us. The students were surprised. What, the graduating class, really, where is it? She immediately shouted, welcoming the Kododama shaman, Samuel. At this moment, A student with long blonde hair came forward and said, "Hello to the 5th grade class. Receiving the invitation of our respected Professor Athela, I came here. Although this place is not for me, I hope I can help you in some way. I am very willing." Amid the excited cries of the girls, Ms. Athela continued, "Snuel's signature magic is Kododama magic, which is closely related to today's lesson, so please pay attention and concentrate, everyone." The two boys were now gritting their teeth and thinking, "Damn the graduating class, she's not even on the same level as us." Need in the back was speechless. "Since when is he on the same level as you guys?" Samuel said on the podium, "Kododama magic uses the power of words to increase magical power, so that when you see it with your own eyes it will be easier to imagine than the previous explanations. So first I will show you the common dragon roll and wind magic." Samuel raised his hands. A stream of power appeared. Sharon thought in amazement, "Oh my god, that magic is something the principal used to show me when I was a child." Dragon curled the wind, and immediately a huge gust of wind appeared. The students were startled. "Wow, that scared me, that's not the right type." Samuel took out a book and continued, "Remember the power of the spell just now. Now I will increase its magic power with Kododama." He began to recite the incantation. The Earth Mother went wild. "I ask for your strength, please take my hand, look from the sky, forever stretching out, the sacred temple, I keep in my heart, the magician's soul, seeping into heaven and earth, singing a high song, glorify and praise, the burning ashes help the wind become a storm." At first, the students listened in admiration. "Wow, his voice is so good. Sounds like a spell," but after 3 minutes, Samuel is still reading, "Soul united with body, we call upon your name, the magician does not fear the wild power of the mighty lion, with the ocean carrying all the passionate sunlight, with the earth containing the blowing wind for hundreds of millions of years, I will be infinitely devoted, aiming for infinite devotion." The students are about to fall asleep. When will they finish reciting? Making the teacher also worry. Don't sleep." After a while, Samuel finally spoke loudly. The dragon blew the wind, and immediately around him a wind radiated even more enormous than the previous wind, making the students reel in confusion. Samuel smiled. "She didn't read your spell out loud, but she still recited it in her mind." "Of course I didn't just read, I put my will into each sentence and treasured it. That's what increased my magical power. This is the basic principle of Kododama magic. Of course the spell is too long to be used in combat, so now I will show you something called a negative speed magic technique. Tired students, too. Need this?" Samuel closed the book and said, "Wild Mother Earth, please give it to me." In general, the spell was very long. He even curled his tongue. Eyes rolled back. Dragon rolled wind. Once again a gust of wind arose. Ms. Athela asked, "Okay, you all have seen your senior model." On the ground, in addition to the wind, there were also students lying around. Sharon tried to adjust her hair and thought, "That strength is unbelievable. Is this the level of the graduating class?" A mage who graduated from high school is unofficially called a 10th level mage. I can't imagine how much more powerful an official 6th level mage like Ms. Athela still holds. On this side, Miss Athela smiled and thanked Samuel. Samuel bowed his head respectfully and said, "If you have any problem, just call me." Sharon thought, "So this world is like that." A student tremblingly raised his hand. "Teacher, Professor, do we have to practice Kododama magic?" Miss Athela smiled and said, "Kododama magic is an in-depth subject, so you won't have to practice." The students breathed a sigh of relief. Instead, she continued, "The skill they practice is called tracing. Tracing is a technique that will help improve children's omnipotence through focusing their energies when counting numbers." Sharon raised his hand and asked, "So the more you count, the stronger you get?" The other students are also curious. "Why is it that number?" Athela disappeared into the shadow field and said, "Numbers are regular characters, so they are compatible with our spirit field. Of course you are not just counting numbers, like Kododama magic, you are give them a certain meaning. I'll illustrate. She will open the spiritual field using the technique of tracing. She will count a series of numbers." Everyone heard her say he up, 100. Then the teacher's spiritual field expanded. The students were surprised. "Teacher, did you just count 100? Did you just count from 1 to 100? Professor's field has expanded." Athela kept counting, 400, 1. 100, her spiritual realm continued to expand. She kept counting, 1 700, 2 400. Sharon was stunned. "No way, how could a normal person count that fast? And it's just as easy." With the final number being 10,000, the teacher's spiritual domain had expanded to 40 meters. She breathed a sigh of relief, and the students were surprised. just using the tracing technique, her spiritual field had quadrupled. The teacher explains, are you all paying attention? If Kododama magic reflects and creates images, then Tracer uses thinking and reflection. The faster you count, the stronger your aura becomes. Not only will the size expand, but your strength will also increase, your accuracy and precision ratio will increase, and your entire skill will be enhanced. Sharon thought in amazement, great, once I learn this technique I can create photonics, she continued. Of course the word is not omnipotent, because its effect will be reduced if your mental strength is not strong enough. So don't forget that strict discipline and an understanding will are the basic principles when opening the spiritual realm. Understand, the whole class said in unison. Return to the land. Sharon was determined, okay, I counted to 1,000 within a minute. But mentally counting numbers is more difficult than I thought. If I hadn't continuously trained my mind during classes, I definitely wouldn't have been able to do it. Sharon suddenly thought, wait a minute, when I teleported, I used a technique that helped me feel the complexity of calculations. Maybe it was tracing. Sort numbers into hundreds, and count them in one go. About 10 seconds, Sharon raised her hand and thought, should I aim at the tree? A beam of light emitted from Sharon's hand, luminescent. Right away. A beam of light shined straight up on the tree. The other students were surprised. What is that? What is that light? Sharon was also surprised. It's so sparkling. The students were talking excitedly, isn't that photon emission? He learned that to use for the star reflex test, because it's light so it's really fast. But learning that just for a test is a bit, yes, it's not harmful, Athela thought in surprise. Sharon, who specializes in defense, has now learned active magic. She immediately asked, Sharon, it seems like I succeeded with the order. Sharon confusedly replied, Professor, yes, maybe that's it. She smiled and asked, do you want to try practicing in the shadow field? In the training ground, the students were talking again. Oh, let's practice quick shooting right away, I'm so curious. Miss Athela stood aside and advised, once you complete the crossword, summon the target. Sharon replied yes. He closed his eyes. Chiren's first is a crossword to strengthen his spirit field, and summon the target. Immediately in front of him were the targets, also displayed on the board. Reflex speed, level 1 score 0, time limit is 1 minute. A target appears. Sharon immediately raised his hand towards it and used photon emission. Immediately a target is disabled. Sharon was surprised, wow, this is it. Thanks to the bullet speed approaching the speed of light, it feels like you're aiming and shooting at the same time. In just 5 seconds Sharon caught 11 points, the students were amazed, that was really fast. As soon as he aimed, he hit the target, like some kind of instant activation magic. Athela thought, I see, Sharon's crossword is to group numbers into a large combination and then expand them. This was a modularization technique that had been used in mind magic, perhaps it was the knowledge he gained at the impassable bridge. What a terrible growth rate. Sharon continued to use photonic emission to treat the target. At the end of the minute, Sharon had a score of 342. The students were stunned, wow, isn't that a perfect score, taking down 342 targets in 1 minute, should I switch to using photonic emission as well? It's best not to, that's only possible if you're as knowledgeable as Sharon. Sharon breathed a sigh of relief, phew, with this move I don't need to worry about the reflex test anymore. Need exclaimed, so far he hasn't been able to succeed with magic, but as soon as he understood it, he got 342 points, just impressive. Iruki thought that there were some sloppy points. Need wondered, what, but it was his first time, so it wasn't bad. Iruki smiled and stood up and said, his scores were sloppy, but interesting. Iruki raised his hand and said, Professor, I also want to try. Athela was startled, Iruki, are you okay? She told me hard, but you can't cause any trouble, okay? Sharon was wiping his face when he heard his friends say Iruki. Does he also want to practice? Sharon pouted and turned around thinking, Iruki, I don't like his way of thinking. But I'm still curious. Iruki stepped onto the shadow area. The students were surprised, whoa, reflex speed and redirection, it can't be, reflex speed is completely different. So he plans to take down targets by looking at them, not using synesthesia. Goals appear. Sharon looked startled, the size of the target was reduced even further, what was he going to do? Immediately, the targets connected into a line and exploded at the same time. In just 3 seconds he hit 13 points. Targets are continually being defeated. Sharon and the other friends gasped. They didn't need to continue watching to know. He will pass his score simply. Sharon thought to herself. Iruki looked at Sharon below and smiled, thinking, it's not good to be surprised even after just this much, Sharon. Iruki pointed forward. The students looked on in shock. It's amazing, the speed has increased, huh? Iruki is always that strong. Sharon also covered his mouth in surprise and thought, I see, if you look closely you'll see that he doesn't chase targets with the naked eye. He predicts the target's movement using the equation of motion. But unexpectedly, after predicting their movements, he was still able to catch up with all the targets with a redirection form. Sharon wondered how his spirit domain was so fast. Was that an analogy? Need smiled and replied, yes, but Iruki doesn't just expand into hundreds or thousands of numbers. Sharon heard that and asked again, so, did he also calculate numbers higher than thousands? Need smiled and replied, millions. Sharon was startled when he heard it. At the end of the time, the score that Iruki achieved was 548. The students chanted, what, Iruki is really terrible, why are you hiding your job? Hitting the target with a tiny form of redirection is really difficult, is he even human? Ms. Athela also had to admire, so wonderful, so skillful. At this time, Yurki looked down at Sharon again and asked, what do you think, is it worth watching? Sharon replied honestly, that's great, I didn't know you could use redirection that way. Iruki replied again, that's all, I'm a bit disappointed. Sharon doubted, what? Iruki replied again, I'm really impressed that you can think of modularity, are you curious how I calculate millions of numbers? Sharon asked, I do, but tell me is it okay, it seems like you see me as a rival. Iruki replied that it didn't matter, even if he knew, he probably would have done it, the classmates around him didn't understand. Iruki replied to Sharon, it's nothing, I used log and truncated the units. Sharon was startled after hearing this, it couldn't be, how could he consider this as a method? The other students were equally surprised, isn't that too crazy? Sharon thought, if he calculated using logs, it would obviously feel like the numbers were much bigger, even if he used graphology, a simple calculation method, the calculations would still come out wrong, should be complicated. This is the savant syndrome. Iruki wiped his nose and asked Sharon, what do you think, can you defeat me? Sharon replied, I have no intention of defeating anyone, this is just a test. Iruki replied dejectedly, a trivial statement from some weakling, well, remember this. If you don't have the skills, then give up your ideals and keep pretending you're the best. Although that is not convincing at all, Sharon's pride was affected, he immediately said, if I defeat you, I will prove I was right. Iruki smiled and replied, of course, but you should know, no matter how high your knowledge is. Compared to me, I'm just an insect. Sharon heard it and got angry, worm. The students behind were immediately excited, wow, this is really interesting. Specify the speed test, your score is calculated by the number of targets hit in the specified time, the time is 1 minute. Corresponding to each level, the number of goals will increase, if you miss even one goal, you will not be able to advance to the next level. In addition, the higher the level, the faster the summon target's speed, if you can't deal with them quickly, you won't be able to summon more targets and your score will be severely affected. Sharon read, the average score of the 5th grade class is 400, no one has ever achieved a score above 700. Sharon thought to himself, to get 700 points, I probably can't miss any target, within a minute I have to reach level 30. To do that in 5 seconds, I have to pass a level. Sharon stepped onto the shadow abyss and frantically used photon emission. The students all had to look with their mouths open. Sharon continued to head towards the targets. The students were talking, Sharon is no joke, now without moving his head he can still hit the target, how can he do that? At the end of 1 minute, Sharon had scored 567 points, the students recalled that within a week his score had increased to 200 points. Sharon breathed heavily. The students said, the speed of his bullets is really fast, once he's aiming, he can't miss, his continuous shooting has also improved a lot, for a second I thought he had to fired 4 bullets. Sharon wiped her sweat and thought, what do you see? I've caught up with your score. Iruki smiled and stood up and said, it's my turn. In the eyes of Sharon and other classmates. Iruki continues to play his old tricks. This time the students were surprised to say, his shadow area was even smaller than before, and even faster. After completion, Iruki raised his hand and said with dignity, done. His score was 568. The students were surprised. Iruki's score also increased, but only 1 point difference compared to Sharon's new score. Sharon was close but he lost, but Sharon's score increased exponentially. Will he catch up? Sharon looked at Iruki in surprise. That difference was not a coincidence. The next day, the day after that. The next day, Iruki's score was still only 1 point higher than Sharon's. Sharon thought, the intention of that 1 point difference is clear. If you want to be just 1 point ahead of me, you have to carefully calculate it from level 1. Sharon thought, that's the idea. Even though he didn't say it himself, that was his message. He can easily defeat someone like me. In class you talk to each other, this time maybe Iruki will win, right? Scoring more than 600 points means Sharon is also very good, it's just that Iruki is too strong. I think Sharon doesn't know her own strength. Around Iruki, his classmates gathered around and asked, Iruki, do you want to join our research group? Teach us how to do it. What is the maximum score you can get, Iruki? Sharon thought to himself, that's exactly it. Unlike someone like me who puts all his strength into it, Iruki hasn't used all his bravery yet. If I don't realize it soon, those strategies will go down the drain. Need called up Sharon and said, it's okay, we're cheering for you. Actually both of you are my friends so it doesn't matter who wins. Sharon asked, seriously, when I was eating, I didn't know if I was chewing food or chewing. Need replied, I feel bad for you but as an audience this is really interesting. We are all very excited to see which of you two will be able to break the record with that score. Sharon replied, score record, is there that? How many points is that? A record of some senior who graduated. Need was surprised, hey, don't tell me. You don't know anything about your girlfriend's grades. Sharon was completely dumbfounded. What? Need replied, it's senior Amy, 987 points. Amy was sitting under the bench when she saw Sherla approaching. Amy, long time no see, you've lost a lot of weight, it seems like the graduating class studied really hard. Amy smiled and said, sooner or later I will be like you. Hey, here are the documents I asked for. Sherla sat down and asked if the promotion test was difficult. Amy replied while drinking water, it's not that difficult, but the standards are high. Even if you get a high score it's not guaranteed that you'll pass. Like they'll study everything you've ever done up to now. Amy continued, don't worry, even though it's called a graduation class, it's the same as an advanced 4th grade class. With your skills, you'll be fine. Sherla thought admiringly, oh, I think she's changed, her mentality is much more stable. Amy asked again, how is Sharon these days? Sherla was stunned, that's so mean, have you two never met before, are you really dating? Recently something interesting has happened. After hearing the story, Amy thought to herself, so Iruki challenged Sharon to a fight. When I was in 5th grade, he also challenged me, it was strange, he just pretended like he didn't care about others, until he defeated me, he would use that emotion to challenge me, encourage me. Sherla was speechless, so he's a genius hunter, or something like that. What about our Sharon, aren't you going to help him? Amy calmly replied, there's no need for that, he doesn't need my help, and what does our Sharon mean? Sherla was confused, she was so heartless, why was she so cold towards her boyfriend? Amy was speechless, no, that's not what she meant, Sharon knew what she needed to do. On this side, Sharon was breathing heavily, he had already scored 700 points. The students were shocked, they didn't expect that in a 5th grade class, I would also see someone with 700 points, that barbaric bastard, a terrible monster. To reach that number, you have to level up 10 levels in 10 seconds, I didn't expect it to be possible. Sharon stepped out of the shadow area, Iruki passed by him and said 700 is a high score, not bad right? Sharon just said, because I want to prove something to you. Iruki walked over and smirked, I know that. Sherla asked again, so can Sharon win? Amy didn't care, winning or losing didn't matter, it was just a test. Sherla was speechless, what, you're flexing your reputation as undefeated Amy, right? You know I beat Iruki, who holds the record of 987 points in the speed test. Amy said, no, I never competed with him, I still ignored his tricks. But if we let you guys actually compete, you'll probably lose. After hearing this, Sherla was startled and smiled awkwardly, what? At the end of 1 minute, Iruki got 701 points. The live students are exploding, it's so cool. It was 1 point away, but he didn't expect to reach 700 points and he was still so calm. What is Iruki's limit? Sharon seriously thought. I'm sure I can't win against him. Sharon returned to the dorm room. He thought, after the vacation ends, it will be time for the exam. I only have 3 days. Sharon sighed. I can't find another way to defeat Iruki in just that amount of time. Should I give up? It's just a test. Iruki's words appeared again. Only weak people would say that. If you don't have the skills, stop idealizing life and pretending you're the best. Sharon was silent, remembering what she had gone through. He thought, no one would believe what he said. At night, Sharon lit a candle and thought. Have I lost my awareness because I've been studying at an aristocratic school for so long? Actually, what Iruki said was not wrong. The world will not listen to those who have no power. Sharon entered the spiritual realm thinking, I will not give up. Sharon sat on the bed thinking, to overcome Iruki, there is no other way but to overcome numbers. What are numbers? What is a number sequence? What is its core? Don't think about those things. If you just get lost in those thoughts, then you won't be able to observe the whole. I will just feel it. Sharon thought, how much can I count? How far can I go? What is this? The end of the numbers? It can't be, the numbers are endless. So what is this? Sharon was stunned, the whole world felt like it was about to crumble. Sharon opened her eyes in surprise. I'm sure I counted. What is it? A hallucination? Is it because of stress? Is it really a hallucination? I feel a very strong pull. It's difficult to explain, but numbers, perhaps, don't just exist to count. Sharon then realized that 40 hours had passed since he closed his eyes. Deep day at the number 1 general training ground. It's 5th grade speed gun test day. The students were worried about me and thought, wow, I'm so worried, so worried. Why do the lower classes come here? They probably came to watch. I used to do that too. Then they were startled, oh there. Why do the 4th grade seniors come too? The pressure is too much, the other guy is also bored, don't be like that. They all came to watch the match between Sharon and Iruki. Oh, of course. On the duel board, group number 20 is the match between Sharon and Iruki, today's main event. The 4th graders were gossiping with each other. I wonder who will win. Iruki is currently in the lead, Sherla replied with a smile. It's still too early to say. Because the test is done in groups, the scores may change. If it's an environment similar to the real scene, Sharon will win. It's been a minute since the test ended. The students are still fighting with each other. One winner is happy, the other is depressed. The test has passed, but why am I so angry? Sherla thought silently, saying that, but what should I do? I'm so worried. Need was in the top 10 and also passed the test. He breathed a sigh of relief. Whoa, he did so well. Miss Athela smiled and said, now is the last group, group 20. Immediately, the entire arena echoed with a deafening sound. Some people shout Sharon, some people shout Iruki. Need exclaimed, wow, Sharon seems so focused. The other 2 guys immediately pointed at him and told him to shut up. Miss Athela said, you will have a minute. Many students are paying attention to you, so I hope you 2 will do your best. Sharon silently looked forward. Iruki also no longer had his usual smiling demeanor. The sound rang out, as the red light beeped once. Sharon and Iruki immediately deployed their spiritual realm and magic. Photonic users. User navigation field. The students gasped, wow, that's great. As soon as it started, all the targets exploded. Both are so good. Iruki's spirit domain is also smaller. The upperclassmen also had to admire, so that was Iruki's rumored strength, really strong. Sherla couldn't help but worry, so that's why Amy called him a strong opponent, Sharon. But now she was startled, Sharon's score is higher than the stars. That bastard Iruki is joking again, thinking he can turn the situation around, so he dares to joke around, Really cruel, Iruki thought to himself. Everyone has misunderstood. From the beginning I did my best. Iruki thought to himself, what did this guy do in just 3 days? Ms. Athela also uses spiritual field to perceive, I see. If you walk a road for the first time, it will feel long, but if you go again and again, you will get there faster. Counting the numbers is the same, but you have gone very far, Sharon. Iruki laughed and said, this guy is really crazy. Sharon continued to attack continuously. Miss Athela thought, releasing the module. She is aggregating the numbers while performing calculations at the same time. This strategy can only be used when one has reached the calculation limit for authentication. To do that, she must have entered a state of super concentration before entering here. there's a problem if you do so. Sharon's sweat dropped and thought, if I were to neglect the matrix just a little, all my efforts to continuously maintain it would be in vain. Must stay focused at all costs. The numbers keep changing. Sharon is getting 469, and Iruki is getting 432. The students were amazed, the score gap was getting wider and wider. Sharon moved forward. The students shouted more and more, go faster. The match was very fierce. Iruki thought, this is also called a form of morale encouragement. The other guy's willingness to break his usual calculating style also means he has bet everything on this move. Iruki smiled and thought, okay, I admit it, Sharon, that your spirit is as strong as mine. But my gamble will always be on a completely different level. Iruki immediately wound up. The students quickly realized, something was strange. Iruki's score, his score suddenly skyrocketed. But I don't think Sharon is any slower. The rhythm of Iruki's explosion suddenly changed strangely. Need thought, that's impossible. The upperclassmen quickly realized, did everyone find the afterimage of Iruki's spiritual field strange? I saw it, it wasn't an afterimage. Sherla said in horror, but he has two spiritual realms. Athela and the students were stunned. Is that okay too? Song spirit domain is a characteristic sign of a form of detached mind redirection. I never expected that one day I would witness a student using this technique. On top of that, she was doing 2 consecutive sequences at the same time, and even recorded the process. Even though she has savant syndrome, that ability is still an extremely rare ability. MS, Athela thought, not expecting a child to hide such great ability. Another unforeseen event appeared in this magic academy. Sherla was mistaken, Amy was right. Iruki is truly a monster. Sharon's score was more than 200 points ahead of Iruki's. The students were speechless, it was over. So everyone has guessed the result. Sharon is really unlucky this time. Sharon panted, in the end she still couldn't win, even though she bet everything she had, she still couldn't win half as much as Iruki. Even though I tried my best. Sharon was silent and then clenched his fists, really hard, he thought. No, but I'm still scared. I'm afraid of whether I'll be allowed to follow that path. But now it's no longer a problem. I will overcome it myself. Sharon and his spiritual field directly broke his own limits. The wall broke. Returning to reality. Athela was startled and looked towards Sharon. She couldn't believe it. Sharon is still fighting. But the students were startled to realize, hey, look at Sharon, the light is getting brighter and brighter. Sharon is still fighting at 500% power. His scores increased as fast as the clock. Iruki smiled looking at the person next to him and thought, no matter how fast you are, I will definitely calculate faster. I will calculate all the numbers in this world. I'm on top, I can win. Just one more second, damn it, why does time pass so slowly? Time is finally over. Iruki sat down. He looked at the score, 1,247,000. He thought, wow, that's not a bad score, so I won, How's Sharon? He looked at Sharon. Sherla quickly approached and asked Sharon, Sharon, are you okay? Sharon was startled. Sherla, the test is ready. Sherla happily announced that the victory belonged to him, setting a new record. Sharon's score is 1,253 points, higher than Iruki's. The students immediately gathered together and burst into congratulations. Sharon couldn't believe it either, he won. At this moment, Iruki came forward and said, hey there, wide area magic is banned in reflexology tests, you know. Sharon now realized, that's right, at that time the entire arena area was covered with light. Iruki smiled and said, you're really bland. Just because you emit photons doesn't mean you're using photon magic, I'm just kidding, congratulations on your victory. The students were startled, wow, Iruki actually admitted defeat, now the sun is rising in the west. Sharon stood up startled and said, so now you admit it for me, that life is more important than research. Iruki said seriously, yes, you're right. Sharon was startled, are you serious? Iruki said it as obvious, but it seems like there's a misunderstanding. Explosion doesn't mean violence, explosion is just a large amount of accumulated energy. To be counted as violence, an additional item must be added. The person who personally uses it is to cause harm to others as well. Sharon replied, but that kind of energy is controlled by humans, which means it's still dangerous. Iruki replied, then that person will be responsible for controlling that huge source of energy. and while we're talking about this, I have something to ask of you. Iruki said seriously, from now on, you are responsible for me. An explosion is just like a large amount of energy, uncontrolled energy. But if we can control it, it will be the energy that can save 100,000 lives. A new era has opened, we don't just fight with nature. Of course I don't have such noble beliefs, Sharon asked suspiciously, why didn't you say that from the beginning, then I wouldn't have misunderstood. Iruki replied, I want you to know where you belong, the one who possesses the power. Or someone who only knows fear. Sharon also realized at this moment, I see, Iruki is afraid that his power will lose control. Iruki continued, if you defeat me, you will prove your will. So the only person who can stop me is you. If you can't handle me, I won't take another step. The students behind said, oh my god, he said he didn't intend to move because he was afraid of his own strength. Sharon doesn't understand either. Suddenly he did something like that, I didn't understand anything. I don't know if he's delusional or realistic, but there's one thing I know clearly. The fear in his eyes was real. Sharon shook Iruki's hand and said, I promise. Until then I will stop you. The students didn't understand anything. Need excitedly ran to hug Sharon and Iruki. Ha ha ha, so cool, I'm proud to have you guys as friends. The students were excitedly talking, but Miss Athela called Sharon again, please come here for a moment. Sharon did not understand anything and followed her. When they reached the place where only the two of them remained, Miss Athela immediately grabbed Sharon's shoulder and shouted. Do you know what you just did? You really want to leave here? Sharon asked confusedly, Professor Athela. The teacher said seriously, the place you enter, if you go to that region, you will no longer be yourself. Sharon replied apologetically, I'm sorry, I didn't know this was so dangerous. Athela said worriedly, Sharon. The realm I step into goes beyond numbers and is called the infinite domain. Magicians often call it the jaw of immortality. And our priests named it nirvana. Sharon was startled, humans can reach infinity, but those who reach that point will be nothing. Beyond the numbers, what we see in that place, a vast space. And it just kept sucking me in. Sharon suddenly woke up, it was that nightmare again. After entering that place, I dreamed of this nightmare every day. And I had a strange feeling inside. But sometimes I feel it. Sharon spilled the entire glass of water, he thought tremblingly, I asked Professor Athela but we both couldn't figure out what was wrong with my body, what the hell was happening to me. Afternoon arrived at the base in the forest. Sharon sat inside tiredly and said, I think I'm haunted. After hearing this, Iruki and Need were startled. Need said, ha ha, you look serious so I was really worried. Sharon replied confused, I'm serious, you said this is a spiritual science research group. Iruki laughed again, what a level, the anxiety of the person who defeated me is also on another level. Sharon smiled wryly and said, ha ha, am I asking a stupid question? It's true, but Iruki replied, the dream you told me about, you said you saw it in a dark, empty space, right? And the stars are being attracted somewhere, Sharon replied yes. Iruki continued speaking, and finally a beam of light broke out right, Sharon replied ah yes that's right, the movement is like a heartbeat. Iruki thought about it and said, considering both the size and speed of the space he mentioned, is that a number that no one in this continent can guess? Jokingly speaking, if we consider that place as real. It must also be in outer space. Sharon and Need were surprised, outside the universe. Sharon was confused, you're talking about the universe mentioned in the book, but how can I dream about it when I've never seen it? Need immediately said sharply, no way. I've heard it before, he said. 200 years ago, a death row prisoner underwent a soul exchange experiment. If a person's soul were turned into matter, there is a theory that electricity could separate it. A sealed wire, or in other words, they would put a person in an iron box and then run electricity through it, but due to inhumane experiments, it was stopped long ago, and that death row prisoner also survived, their consciousness also returned after a month. But he knew the situation of countries outside the continent, about places he had never been to or heard of. Sharon was surprised, is that true? Need said seriously, the information the death row prisoner said has been verified and all confirmed to be true, the soul was separated by electricity, then gradually ionized, and causes electromagnetism. Is it that power that attracts information about the world to the death row prisoner? That's a hypothesis. That strange tingling feeling that death row prisoner experienced, that thing is called a spiritual feeling. Sharon was startled after hearing this, oh God, it's tingling, similar to my symptoms. Iruki suddenly stood up and said, that's why Sharon can see the universe out there. If his soul is ionized by electricity, leading to quantum phenomena, then it's possible that he can go beyond space and time. Time will happen. Sharon was amazed. Beyond space and time. Iruki pointed his finger and said, in a microscopic world smaller than an electron, could an event beyond human understanding happen? A world defined by probability, a place where you can observe and measure at the same time. If you think the soul's weight is lighter than an electron, the relationship between space and time would make no sense, and perceiving external space would be possible. Need pointed and said, what do you think? I think that's exactly your case. Sharon admired, wow, you can explain it. That's amazing, you two look like this and yet you're a real research team. Need was pleased, ha ha ha, it's nothing, it seems like that. Iruki also smiled and replied, it's just a hypothesis, if we want to research we need more information. Iruki asked Sharon again, why haven't you told the truth yet? Sharon was bewildered, huh? Iruki said, during the reflex speed test, there was a problem with his autofluorescence. He also said that after that day he started having nightmares every night. Tell us what's going on. Sharon was silent for a moment and then told me that actually, Professor Athela told me something. Need was surprised, jaw, immortal tunnel, what is that? Iruki, you know what it is. Iruki was silent and then laughed, hee hee. Ha ha ha, I know, so that's it, it's the jaw of immortality. Iruki recounted, I once heard my father talk about it. This is the dream domain of mathematicians, where there is a function that becomes the key to everything in this world. Sharon replied confused, but the professor also said it's a very dangerous thing. Iruki laughed, of course, because everything is nothing. Iruki smiled complacently, I know, to defeat me, you need to have an immortal jaw. Shiorn thought admiringly, I don't know why, when I see them joking, I feel relieved. Sharon immediately said seriously, I have decided, I will join the spiritual science research group. Iruki and Need were happy, really? Sharon smiled and said, yes, I don't want to be scared, I want to research and fight it head on myself. If I work with you guys, I will definitely find it, something. Need was happy, great, immortal jaw or whatever, we will get through it, now we have enough people, we can become an official group again, so we will receive benefits again. Iruki thought again, but Professor, could he let Sharon participate? Our reputation isn't that good either. Need confidently picked up the paper and said, just trust me, I'll put it in without the professor knowing. Sharon and Iruki are worried, is Dad really okay? Need held his two friends' shoulders and smiled, don't worry, okay, let's go to a cafe and organize a party to welcome new members. I invited you today, Iruki thought, but you're rude, Sharon thought to herself, now. This is my research group. Let's start with cleaning. But it wasn't as good as Need's expectations. The scariest professor found out. Miss Sina smiled coldly at the paper to join the research group and said in a harsh voice, Sharon is joining. Explanation, the jaw of immortality aka nirvana, a mysterious state that human limited experience cannot describe, only those who have learned how to perform it are capable of feeling it. Physically people still do not know how to reach infinity, or the identity of the person who has reached infinity. Going back earlier, Ms. Sina saw Teacher Thod and immediately asked, Teacher Thod, that is, Mr. Thod explained, well, it's an application to join the research group. Every time it's a holiday it's like this. Gather together for a while, until there are training points, then disband the group. Let's finish it quickly. Right at this moment, the paper fell out, and Ms. Sina immediately reminded her, Professor, you dropped it. Miss Sina picked up the paper, this is it. Teacher Thod looked at it and read it, Professor, this research group. What is this research group? The scientific research group on supernatural souls. And, isn't that Sharon? Miss Sina smiled coldly and held the paper. The morning of another day. Ms. Sina said, I'm sorry Ms. Athela, you're in the middle of practicing. Miss Athela smiled and replied, since you've come all the way here, it's probably not a simple matter, Professor Sina. The two drank tea for a while, then Ms. Sina put down the teacup and said, actually, Sharon joined a research group. Ms. Athela smiled, she finally joined some group. Which group? Ms. Sina seriously replied, the scientific research group on supernatural souls. Ms. Athela was so startled that she spit out her tea. Ms. Sina is in pain, as you know, since before we became professors, this group has had a history of causing trouble. Every day I receive many letters of complaint from parents and students. Why does that group exist? Sharon is the future of our school, she should be studying hard right now. MS, Athela was confused, but isn't this group different now? The current president is Need, a very good student and gets along well with friends, so there probably won't be any problems. The troublesome kids have all graduated. MS, Athela consoled. The current president of the Thormia Magic Association is the former president of that group, right? I'm sure you will share good things and learn together. Back at the association, Need was lying on the sofa saying, "Oh Sharon, it's here." Sharon covered her mouth to block the dust and said, "Guys, don't go to school." "Well, I don't feel very well today," Need explains. "I'm not feeling well today," and Iruki is calm. "I always hang up." Iruki excitedly arranged the chessboard. "Okay, checkmate, one more round." Sharon looked around speechlessly and thought, "I already cleaned it, but now it's dirty again." He said, "You guys don't study, don't research, and even cut them off." Need boldly said, "Ha, it's okay for you to regret, but you can't leave." Sharon sighed and said, "I'm studying here." Need and Iruki were speechless as they looked at Sharon sitting in a corner reading a book. Iruki is now talking to Need again. "Need, have you completed the new invention?" Need is excited. "Oh yes, of course. So this is an invisibility cloak." The two of them are still talking. "Wow, it's so cool, it's amazing." "Yes, ha he, it lasts for an hour and if you put this kind of energy in." "Wow, that's great." Sharon immediately stood up and shouted, "I also want to see." Returning to the professors, MS, Sina drank tea and said, "We're talking about Need, so let's talk about the other kids too. That Iruki kid, he's in 5th grade and he's acting stupid. Have you seen his abilities?" And Sharon defeated the monster Iruki. "When those kids graduate, maybe these kids will become the highlight of our school. But if Sharon plays with girls like Iruki, and becomes rebellious like her, she will become the biggest failure of the Magic Academy." MS, Athela smiled confusedly, really defeated. Oh my god, she was so worried. Back there, Sharon looked at the meeting in surprise. "Wow, did you make all these things, Need? So these are magic grenades?" Sharon put on his invisibility cloak and asked to pick up the bomb. "Ah, but isn't it a bit dangerous?" Need smiled smugly. I'm saving them for a big show someday." Iruki laughed. "Say, stop it, Need's dream is to become a magical engineer, that's why he went to school." Sharon is admiring. "The engineer, magician. So cool, so you use electromagnetism to make these things." Sharon found a red book in the chest again. Need looked and wondered, "Ha, it belongs to the Human Body Research Group, why is it here?" Sharon opened the book and wondered, "The group studies the human body." He opened the book and was surprised. "Hey, what is this?" Sharon blushed and covered her face and said, "Aren't those students from our school?" Iruki looked speechless. "Well, here," Need explained, "well, this is like an information book of some shady research group. The drawings are bad but full of inside information, always." Iruki is not interested, it's entertainment for people with free time. Sharon was confused, didn't the school intervene? Then he blushed and looked at a page. Among them is Amy Karma's. Iruki wondered why Sharon didn't say anything. "You're actually on a date," Sharon immediately interrupted and shouted, "You guys, you can't look at these things, what the hell?" Sharon asked, "Who runs a group like this?" Iruki replied, "It's a shady underground group, but most of the writing about the graduating class is probably the graduating class's members." Hearing that, Sharon frowned. The graduating class had a group like this. Returning to the professor, MS, Sina confirmed, "Yes. The research group that studies supernatural souls is also a shady group. The group of black magicians is just child's play. That problem turned out to be a prank made up by the school's smartest and most talented students, very advanced, completely avoiding the school's investigation system." MS, Sina continued, "The reason we don't touch the scientific research group on supernatural souls is because it is no longer considered an official group. Bright students want to revive the scientific research group, learn about supernatural souls. So thanks to this opportunity, I will disband this group." After hearing this, MS, Athela was silent and then said, "I understand your concern for your students. However, there is a reason the school does not intervene in that group, to help students develop independence, so the research group is considered an independent group, responsible for their own choices. If adults take away that right from children, they will be afraid of choosing. Why don't we give them a chance?" Miss Sina frowned silently and then said, "Of course what she said was true, but I think that developing students' talents, and avoiding them from going down the wrong path, is also the responsibility of adults." MS, Athela thought, "I can see Professor Sina's love for Sharon. I want to give Sharon enough time to make his own decisions. But her professor's opinion cannot be taken lightly. Ms. Ethella said, I'm sorry for not telling you this before, but this has something to do with Sharon, in the recent reflex test. Sharon has reached nirvana. Miss Sina was stunned. What? Over here, the research room suddenly shook. Sharon was startled. There was an earthquake. Iruki and Need immediately hid all the dollars. That's bad, hide things quickly. Sharon didn't understand. Why? What's going on? Iruki explained, there is a professor controlling the storage room. Sharon was confused. So what should we do now? The two just told you, sit and wait. Is an urgent investigation. Outside, Ms. Sina slowly walked in. She thought, it would take 3 minutes to summon the desired storage room, enough time to hide the evidence. Sharon was pulled to sit on the chair without understanding. The professor came but we didn't come out to rub her. Need explained it's okay, act like it's nothing. Iruki also said, if you get caught you won't just be suspended, never mind. Need immediately sat down on the chair and said seriously, the research room is our area, if you're afraid it'll be over. Sharon didn't understand but still replied, okay. Just a second later, Ms. Sina walked into the room. Immediately saw Sharon, Need and Iruki sitting silently in the room. Both students were extremely serious. Miss Sina frowned and looked around thinking, before it's too late, I have to disband this group. She looked around the room and sat down in a chair. She said with a wry smile, you kids, you don't even say hello to your teacher. She thinks that a research group is a group managed entirely by students, including professors, which is a tradition that must be followed when expressing opinions. That's why I expected this reaction, but, Need spoke up, we're sorry, we were in an argument. Ms. Sina thought to herself, that attitude is a bit annoying. Need smiled and continued, if you had sent an official document before coming, we would have warmly welcomed you. Ms. Sina frowned and thought, this is what makes me the most angry, that Sharon was also dragged along with them. Sharon was silent on the outside but on the inside was crying, it's Professor Sina, am I okay if I just sit like that? Ms. Sina smiled and said, ho, don't know what the problem is, when a guest comes, shouldn't you guys be offering tea or drinks? Need replied, oh my god, she really believes in us so much, why don't you drink tea that we invite you to? Miss Sina smiled and pushed her glasses and replied, then I will quickly get to the topic before leaving here. I hope you will return the research team's room. Sharon, Need and Iruki remained silent. Why? Need banged on the table and said, give it back to the room. Suddenly like that, Ms. Sina took out the papers and said, I looked in the documents and found it difficult to find a reason not to close this research group. The fact that you guys haven't done anything in 4 years, the fact that you've been short of students for the entire semester, that's reason enough to close this group down. It seems like your budget is out of whack, it's been cut again, right? Through policies, if you can create some value within a month, you can continue the research group, otherwise, Need immediately bowed his head and said, I beg you, what it's okay but it can't be the result of research. Supernatural research topics, to be honest, are topics that cannot be proven, right? She really wants to shut down the only research group that will destroy the magical society, which relies too much on science and logic. We'll do everything except the research results, please. Miss Sina happily said, if you guys want that, I have another suggestion. Need immediately said yes, I will do everything. Miss Sina said seriously, kicking Sharon out of the group. Sharon, Iruki and Need were stunned when they heard it. Why? Iruki and Need sat in a corner listening to what Ms. Sina said. Immortality is a big problem that students cannot even solve. It is extremely dangerous for a young student to solve. Sharon can disappear accordingly. Sharon explained to Ms. Sina, I already knew it was dangerous. I won't do it again. Ms. Sina replied, that's not all. The real problem is the overload that follows. Sharon wondered, what is overload? Iruki explained to him, I should say it's like a disease that geniuses suffer from. I had it when I was 8 years old, but it wasn't very serious. Father said, you're crazy, so keep your mouth shut and live with it. Need speechless, I don't know anything about it lol. Ms. Sina is speechless, sigh, I said it's a problem because you guys see it that way. A volume overload is a phenomenon that occurs when your mind cannot completely control the amount of information coming from a sudden awakening. It is like a dam that cannot stop the flow of too much water. It is a million terrible symptoms that can shatter your consciousness. But because of the mistake of considering it a disease that genius suffers from, many children miss the best time to treat it and live their whole lives suffering because of it. And thinking about energy overload being the cause of immortality, your teacher never wanted to imagine how dangerous it would be. After listening, Sharon thought, consciousness collapsed. Maybe that's the case. The nightmare I have every night, maybe it's because I've gone crazy. Miss Sina said, I think I will let Sharon focus on psychological treatment, while affecting her studies as little as possible. I will adjust it myself so as not to leave any sequelae, so if you really care about your friends, you should fire Sharon and. But now Need said, no. As the president, I don't think you know everything. Miss Sina doesn't understand. What, is this the time to get angry? Iruki sits down and tells her, isn't this something Sharon decided on her own? I know you're worried, but isn't that too much? Need is also right. I can say, the reason you went so far, Professor, is because you like Sharon. Because you like Sharon, right? Ms. Sina did not hesitate to answer yes. Is there a problem? Need was horrified. Oh, of course that's the problem. I didn't think that a professor would be seduced by a student. How could it be like that? Ms. Sina replied with a smile. Actually it's possible. We are male and female. After hearing this, Need replied enthusiastically. Ha then, isn't it? There's a possibility that you like me, right? Ms. Sina immediately replied no, not percent. Need lay on the table in pain. Sharon was startled. The president was dead. Ms. Sina continued, I don't want to get caught up in that argument of right and wrong. Stop being stubborn and accept reality. Iruki said, Professor, if Sharon can't handle the overload, does that mean he can only go so far? He won't die. Hiron heard that and remained silent. Ms. Sina frowned and replied, I think you already know this because you have experienced it before. This is not a normal thing. This is the ability to be immortal. Iruki replied to the professor, the possibility of immortality is a field that has never been known. It is where Sharon has taken a step into. Shouldn't we trust and wait for him? You're worried he's crossed the line, Professor, and that's what people call obsession. Ms. Sina heard that and immediately kept quiet, haunting stars. In the past when Sina was young, someone always told her, you have to leave here. Back to reality, Sharon told her, as you think, it's something you have to decide for yourself. Actually, I'm also very scared, like you said, Professor, there was a time when I thought I was going crazy. Sina worriedly said that we should start from now, but Sharon continued, but no, I felt very great. Ms. Sina was surprised, what? Sharon raised her hand to her chest and continued, it's not something everyone can experience, but it happened to you, right? I'm really afraid that these nightmares will disappear. If the nightmares disappear, then I won't be able to learn about the secret hidden deep inside me anymore. If this is a question for me alone, I want to find the answer, I don't want to run away but confront it. She silently thought, like him. Don't run away, look straight ahead, she's like that person. Ms. Sina stood up and said, I understand, I respect Sharon's decision. And will never think about her giving up again. Need is happy, so, then, Miss Sina smiled and said yes. We return to the original condition, you will show results in the next month, right? Need was silent. After that, all three sat absent-mindedly under the school bench. Sharon was worried, what should we do? So we have to show the research results within a month, right? Do you guys have any notes about past research? Need's soul has left his body, Iruki recalls saying, from what I know, SPSRG hasn't researched anything. If anything, anything like the science of supernatural souls is already in the textbooks. There is no evidence to prove the existence of souls, Need thought sadly, I'm sorry to the previous president, the research group will end in this generation. Sharon was worried, Need try your best. Iruki now looked forward again and said, oh, beautiful girl, Sharon is worried, now is not the time, let's concentrate. Unexpectedly, Need immediately stood up and wondered, where? In the distance a beautiful purple-haired woman appeared. Need looked and said, wow, who is that? Is there anyone with such a beard in the advanced class? Iruki said, there is no one like that in the advanced class. Has she graduated? Sharon was speechless. Iruki, you remember everything, the face of every girl in the senior class. Sharon looked at the person just now and thought of Ms. Sina. All three were startled. It was Professor Sina. Need was startled. What? That's impossible. How can a person change that much? Iruki exclaimed, Sharon, you're looking at girls, pervert. Sharon confusedly said, no, it's not like that, but, where is she going on the weekend, and she's wearing makeup? Iruki speculated, is she going on a date? After all, she is of age. Need is heartbroken. What? She already has a girlfriend. Need immediately stood up and said, this is an opportunity. After following Professor Sina and finding her weakness, we will use it to stop the disbandment of the research team. Sharon was startled. What the hell are you talking about? Iruki also said, following a certified 6th-rate magician is not easy, but we have the invisibility cloak. Sharon panicked. You too, Iruki. Iruki immediately said, I will follow the professor first, you go with Need, but Need said I will go get the coat from the research room. You know how to keep distance from the target, right? This is the only way to save the research team. Sharon cried, use your brains to study. On this side, Ms. Sina looked around. Iruki, Need and Sharon were hiding in their cloaks discussing. Iruki commented, she's very alert, we're almost discovered. Need smiled evilly, hey looks like something's up, who is she planning to meet? Sharon was confused and scared, why do we have to do this? Sharon thought, but there is something. When a noble goes on a date, shouldn't they avoid the commoner area? Explanation, the invisibility cloak is a not-a item created through magical engineering. It is made by magic using electromagnetic fields, although the quality and usage time are lower than those sold on the market, but its effectiveness is equal to the real product. She looked around and went into an alley. Iruki silently said, there must be something shady, she is very alert around her. Need guessed, does the professor sell strange equipment for money without stopping? Sharon was speechless, he thought she was the same as Emma. Miss Sina went to a certain house. In the room, a man came out and hugged the teacher. Need immediately shouted, it's a man. Your hidden civilian boyfriend, this is breaking news, is this a secret love affair forbidden by the family? Sharon said confusedly, she's already inside, we should stop here. Need immediately rushed out of his cloak, what are you saying? You have to follow the professor and find evidence, right? For the survival of the research team, ha ha ha. Iruki and Sharon inside the cloak panicked. In the corner, Need said, it's time for Iruki. Iruki opened the spiritual domain, then easily broke the door lock. Need and Iruki immediately opened the door. Need shouted loudly, I knew the lock on the basement door was the loosest, let's go in. There's nothing on the first floor, just sneak into the second floor. Use your spirit domain redirection form to check the corridor first. Sharon stood there looking at the two of them. Why don't these two guys use their intelligence and extraordinary motivation to study? The three quickly used their invisibility cloaks to go inside the house. Need felt the two people speak again. Stop, I heard a woman's voice coming from that room. Sharon cried and advised them to go back, please, but Need still said, it was Professor Sina who started the war first, we had no other choice. There's a sound in the room. Don't you need to change clothes? I still prefer wearing today's outfit, should I change? Just wear this outfit, you're so beautiful. Iruki and Sharon blushed when they heard it. Sharon was confused, well, I think it's better if we don't listen anymore. The sound is still ringing. When his wife returns, it will probably take about 2 hours. All three panicked and thought, is Professor Sina dating someone who is already married? Great, let's get to work. Iruki was confused, this is more than a weakness. Need said, I don't think it's possible. We must stop this from happening. Need immediately held the door handle and opened it. All three shouted, Professor, don't do that. Doing so is very wrong. In the room, Ms. Sina was sitting with a man who was drawing. Miss Sina blushed and shouted, children. What are you guys doing here? All three raised their hands and knelt down. To be honest, I'm sorry, we thought you were doing something adult. Ms. Sina was angry, what, do you guys really think I would do something like that? Come back to school and see what I'm doing. Iruki calmly said, there must be a punishment. After that, he immediately pointed his finger and said to Ms. Sina, he is the one in charge. Sharon also took out his cloak and said, this invisibility cloak also belongs to Need. Need is in pain, these traitors, you guys don't have any objections. The blonde man said, don't scold them anymore, I'm fine, the door has been fixed. Sina was confused, but that person still said, the Hwar student you followed because he was worried about you, that's right Sina. Ms. Sina was angry, although being followed was indeed due to her carelessness, but breaking into someone else's house was wrong. The blonde-haired boy with his eyes covered just smiled and rubbed his hands. Surely the children rushed in without worrying because their teacher was here. I'll go make tea, everyone talk a bit. All three of us blushed and said, thank you, in our hearts thinking, he is truly an angel. Sharon looked at this person and thought, is he blind? But, why does my head suddenly feel so heavy? Could this also be related to the feeling of grief? Miss Sina sighed humorously, sigh, luckily Armin is a generous person. At this time, Sharon asked again, Miss Sina, who is that? Need also said, yes, what relationship do you two have that you have to be so careful when going to meet him? Miss Sina sighed and said, Armin. I can no longer see because of you. The past reminisces, that day Ms. Sina recounts, when she was young, she also experienced overload. During those hellish days, the only thing she could do was run away. Armin, when he was a child, chased her and said, it was dangerous, the water there was very high. Sina ran and said no, don't come close to me. Then she fell into the pond. Armin immediately jumped down to save Sina, clinging on. If we endure until we reach the downstream, we will be saved. But in front of them were large trees blocking the way. Armin immediately said, Sina, we have to dive down, you can do it, right? Sina panicked and said you can't, you. But Armin still said, try to hold your breath, I will drown you so you won't rise again, if you hold on you will definitely survive. Armin was scared and thought, yes, I will survive. At least, I have to live. Ms. Sina told me with a sad smile. The genius of the Magic Academy, Armin lost his eyes like that, he gave up becoming a magician, even though we both survived. When I heard that he had become an artist, you have no idea how surprised I was. Need was sad, so it ended up like that, Iruki also thought, so she was very worried about the overload. At this time, Armin walked in holding water and laughed and said, ha ha, Sina is a nagging person, isn't she? This person continued, but even though she often nags, Sina definitely cares about those kids, she talks about her students all day long. Iruki goes down to the water deliciously, oh it's iced tea. Need also responds, we also respect you very much. Sharon asked again, if you don't mind, can we watch you draw? Armin was surprised, let's see how I draw. Need and Iruki are also curious, I also want to see, how do you draw when you can't see? Ms. Sina was startled, these guys, don't be so rude, Armin gently said, I'm okay, I don't have much time left, I have to continue drawing. Sina I also agree, Sina replied, of course, even though it was a bit embarrassing. Ms. Sina sat on the bed. And Armin is still calmly drawing. The three kids looked and talked, it's hard to believe, I wonder how he did it, he definitely used his spirit field. That means he must at least be zoner level. Sharon just looked silently for a moment then asked, Uncle Armin. You can see, right? Armin immediately stopped and turned around smiling. This person slowly took off his scarf and said, I was looking forward to it, kid. I wonder if Sharon will find out. Sharon was startled and looked at the man in front of her. Sharon was startled and patted the head of the Need next to her. Need, Iruki come here and look, Uncle Armin's eyes. But then he suddenly realized that the two people next to him seemed to have frozen. So does Miss Sina. He was surprised, wait. Uncle Armin also said, it's magic, this move is called condensation. Sharon was surprised, it couldn't be, he thought. He didn't expect to meet a magician who had reached the realm of being able to perform time magic at the speed of light. Armin held out his hand and said, sit down, just calm down and talk. Because we have a lot of time. Sharon smiled wryly, ha ha ha. Uncle Armin sat down and calmly said, to be honest, I'm always worried, I know you'll see it soon. Sharon was confused, I knew you'd notice. Armin pointed at his eyes and said, people usually receive light with their eyes and then recreate it into images, but my eyes are already light. Just looking at you, I knew we were both alike in one way. Sharon was startled, could it be? Armin affirmed, that's right, immortality. Sharon was surprised and then asked, can I ask about the possibility of immortality? Armin did not hesitate to answer, immortality is the door to reincarnation, and those who open that door are called unlockers. Sharon, you open that door. The unlocker's mind flows into the infinite, and from there, they feel great power and liberation. Armin smiled and said, don't worry, if you don't go over the limit, your mind will still be intact. Sharon asked, it's okay, actually I always dream of the universe every night. Armin heard that and immediately asked, what is the universe? Sharon confides, yes, I hid it from my friends, but because of the supernatural feelings, it seemed like I was losing my mind. And it seems a bit dangerous too. Armin smiled and replied, I see, probably. Magic has taken a liking to you, Sharon. Sharon didn't understand. Armin continued, first of all, your symptoms were inevitable. The place you touch is the infinite world, which is also the universe. Anyone faced with samsara and such an overwhelming space will also feel fear. A stimulus such as fear will lead to enlightenment. And most unlockers will get space omnipotence. But Sharon, the fear you felt had nothing to do with space, you were facing something very different. The moment you know what that thing is, your worries will disappear, Sharon excitedly asked, so how do I know? Armin smiled and said, you will find a way, although I don't know when, maybe soon, or maybe it will take a lifetime to realize. Sharon heard that and was a little scared. For the rest of his life, Armin comforts, but don't worry. That thing is already inside the group, you just can't name it yet. Sharon thought, is it something that hasn't been discovered yet? The universe exists but it's inside me, I don't really understand. Oh, or maybe it has something to do with the light and the strings you dreamed about. Armin was surprised when he heard that, then smiled and said, maybe it's related to the gauge symmetry theory. Sharon first heard about it, later gauge symmetry theory. Scholars believe the world is perfect, Armin explains. Perfect physical law, a world that can be explained mathematically, just like the constant speed of light. This ideal symmetry seems like a product deliberately arranged by someone so elaborate. However, the more we research, the more we realize that that symmetry has been broken. Sharon thought, thinking back, Iruki once told him about the mysterious probability. Armin continued, the universe where we live is not perfect, we cannot know what broke that symmetry. It's an unknown existence, but if it's you, Sharon, you'll find it. Sharon was surprised and said, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much, Uncle Armin, I think I can do it. Sharon replied, I'm following the professor, but I'm happy to meet you. Armin now said, take care of Sina. She's softer than you think. Sharon was silent for a moment then asked again, why did you hide your ability? You could have told me. Armin smiled and said, Sina is always worried about me because of all that sin, but my eyes can't recover, so it's not good for her to waste time on me. Armin also thought to himself, I'm also married. And I want to help Sina live her life. So promise me, keep this a secret. Time has now turned back. Sharon smiled and looked at everyone. In the afternoon, Armin said, thank you Sina, a painting has been completed. Sina smiled and replied, it's nothing, we are close brothers. By the way, MS, Sina continued, today is the last day. When you settle down somewhere else, I will write to you. Armin replied, yes, I will answer, and then gave instructions to the three kids. In the back, the kids study well, all three said in unison, thank you very much. Sina and Armin were greeting each other when a sound rang out, honey. A stylish woman smiled and ran over, I'm back from shopping, have you finished drawing yet? Oh my god, Miss Sina, are you planning on leaving? Why don't you stay and eat with us? MS, Sina and her three students were speechless looking at the scene before them. Sharon thought, Uncle Armin has really unique hobbies. Armin's wife approached and asked, why is your face so red, honey? Lady Sina doesn't feel well. MS, Sina and her three students immediately fell down, I'm sorry, we're busy so go first. Armin is confused, hello Sina. Only then did the red-haired woman regain her expression and say, ha, I wonder if the superiors believe that Armin has clear eyes and has such an expression. Armin silently said, stop nagging, report quickly. The redhead replied, we need to leave Kreis to Kelbera. There are many flies and mosquitoes on the road but it's nothing compared to Armin's eyesight. Wait, I should call you the soul seeker of eternity. Armin went back into the house and said, I will do as promised, so stop saying that nonsense. The red hair asked, you haven't told Sina yet, right? Don't forget, the lives of those you love are at stake. Armin was silent and replied, no need to worry. Sina doesn't know anything. On the way back, MS, Sina was silent and then sighed. Need silently said, it's not over. Sharon wondered, why? Need explained, at this rate, Sina is in a very bad mood, so when I return to the academy I will be punished for stalking and breaking in, so the research team will be dissolved. So the three immediately called MS, Sina over and talked. Need said, can we go eat before going home? Iruki is right, we are hungry. Sharon also said, we can't go out for a long time so we have to go eat something. MS, Sina replied again, that's probably it, you guys are so hungry that you haven't had anything to do all day. She turned around and replied, okay, let's go, eat until your stomach explodes. The three students immediately grabbed their hands. Great, Need thought, I have to cheer her up and avoid punishment. Iruki also thought, oh shit, I'll order something expensive. On the contrary, Sharon thought, she's sad because she has to leave Uncle Armin. You should encourage her. 2 hours later, at a bar, MS, Sina shouted, give me another bottle of wine, please. Sharon, Need also cried, don't drink anymore. What happened to Sina in the end? Explanation: condensation, photonic light magic, internal classification, legendary magic that stops time. If you reach the almighty realm of sensing the speed of light, you can control it. As things approach the speed of light, mass increases and space expands, but within the astral sphere materialization is possible, so the effect is limited to the astral sphere. Back to 2 hours ago, at the dinner table. Need wondered, Professor, are you planning on drinking? Miss Sina seriously asked, so what, it's okay for you guys to break into strangers' houses but I'm not allowed to drink alcohol. Need was confused. Haha, no, today is your day off so just drink it. Sharon said while eating that it was so delicious. Iruki laughed and said he looked like he was eating this dish for the first time. Need was about to say let me pour you some wine but Ms. Sina immediately took the bottle of wine back and said, why are you still touching these things? Need looked at Miss Sina pouring wine and thought, but I have to make sure the professor is in a happy mood. That's why I asked her. They didn't have a specific strategy, only Sharon was excitedly saying to Iruki, let's try this dish again. Okay, I'm bored. Need smiled triumphantly, thinking, I will definitely find her weakness. But an hour later, Need was covered by Ms. Sina's face and called out, she said this troublesome kid. Why do you always look so plump when you look at my cheeks? Iruki and Sharon next to her were speechless, she was drunk. This time she pointed at Sharon and Iruki and said, guys, you two were really good at the speed test. Both are very talented, why are they doing so poorly in school? Even if they are talented, there are still many people who cannot achieve their dreams. Miss Sina tearfully said, you guys think I'm a bad professor, but what about you guys? Sharon and Iruki immediately replied no, we didn't think so. Miss Sina is sad. Then she put her face down on the dining table, startling the students. A moment later, Iruki said while brushing his teeth, I'm done eating. But she still hasn't woken up. Need was a little worried, what should I do? She still hasn't paid for this place, really? Sharon worriedly approached and shook her awake. Professor, please wake up, Professor. At this moment a man walked up and said, oh no, this lady looks drunk. Should I take her home in my carriage? Oh of course, she's just a lady ha ha ha. Need said with a serious face that there was no need. But the other guy pushed Sharon away and smiled at each other and said, don't look at it, children, just let the adults worry about it, quickly help her. Ha, looking up close the figure is so beautiful, it's amazing. At this moment, Sharon appeared to block the other guy's arm. He said harshly, don't touch our professor. The other two were angry, oh how dare this kid, if you are students then why are you sitting here at night? Children should go home and sleep with their mothers. If I say just one word, you'll all be expelled from school. At this moment, a spark of electricity shot out of nowhere towards the other man. Need said with a serious face, I think you should quietly go away, if you don't want to be embarrassed. Those guys are a bit sneaky, it's magic, don't tell me they're from the Althea's Magic Academy, that's beyond my authority. At this moment a sound rang out, Administrative Official Crayus, Silver Douglas. The other guy angrily looked at Iruki, who had already searched his wallet. Iruki threw his wallet away and smiled and said, oh, you are a man of authority. If you want to expel these guys, go find Mercadane Iruki, this will continue until the end. The wallet was thrown at the guy's face. He was startled, Mercadane. A first-class noble, whose family has been a royal advisor for 3 generations, is that Mercadane? The other two heard the thunder in the middle of the night and immediately ran away. Iruki sighed, he couldn't cause trouble with these guys in the first place, and why was he still showing off his power? Need asked, why did you mention the family? I thought you didn't like it. Iruki replied despondently, except for those bastards who only think about sex. Let's go, we got to eat well but now we're in a bad mood. Miss Sina is still sleeping soundly on the table. This image has been developed into one picture. Need was happy and excited, looking at this perfectionist who got drunk and fell asleep. This is shocking news. Iruki also exclaimed, you took the photo, not bad, our group can escape the danger of disbanding. Sharon breathed heavily and commented, guys. Why am I the one who has to carry Miss Sina? Need smiled evasively and said, what's wrong? I'm jealous. Iruki explained, you're the strongest among the 3. Need gave up after 10 steps, and the Iruki even gave up from the first second. At this time, Iruki suggested, let's try using the diagram. Sharon wondered, since when do you want to use it? Can you use it? Iruki explained, if you can use spirit domain then you can use the diagram. Need also remembered, yes, there are magic swordsmen in the kingdom too. Iruki said, I knew you were talented. Sharon immediately got into the spirit of learning. Really, I want to learn, Iruki immediately said. First close your eyes and focus on yourself. I'll ask leading questions, so follow my voice. Sharon immediately closed her eyes and replied, okay. You have to feel yourself first, then deeply contemplate yourself. Outside, Iruki asked, can you hear my voice? Took a deep breath and slowly. Listen carefully and then answer, where did you have your first kiss with Senior Amy? Sharon opened her eyes angrily. Need next to her laughed madly. Ha 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 funny. Sharon was fooled. The three walked on the road in the dark. Sharon carried Miss Sina on his back and said to Need, hey, stop using your weakness to beg. Need doesn't understand. Why, we have to work so hard to get it, Sharon explained. You know, Professor Sina must have had a tiring and sad day today. Need was silent. Iruki also said, Professor, she also hopes we don't have to go through the pain she had. Need rubbed his head and said, it's funny, but the former president gave the group to me. If we disband, then me. Need thought hard for a moment and then chose to tear up the photo. He thought to himself, okay, everything will be fine. Yes, let's do what we can. Happy Sharon, great. At this time, Ms. Sina also joined in, laughing and asking, what was that startled all three of them? Sharon is confused. Professor, you're awake. Ms. Sina said it was bothering you guys. I'm sorry. I will keep your story a secret. I mean, I won't punish you, understand? All three were surprised. Really, really? Miss Sina didn't stop. She pointed at the three and said, and, I give you a month, show me the devil or something. If you really love your research group, then use that confidence to convince the academy. I said you have to get what you want. Sharon was surprised. Professor. Need rubbed his nose smugly. Ha ha ha, yes. Whether we present or not, we will demonstrate the value of our research team with confidence and pride. Iruki also said, ha ha, you have to use your intelligence for once, right? Miss Sina also said, try your best, annoying students. Need also said, so don't be too surprised. Sharon behind him smiled and thought, nothing has changed, but I'm completely relieved. On the way home, Need asked, Professor, when did you wake up? Iruki also calmly said, if a professor drank a few drops of alcohol, he would pass out. A few days later at the academy, the students were talking. What is this? A research presentation. Since when is Sharon Senior a member of this group, and Senior Iruki too? But what is a spiritual science research group? On the notice board clearly stated, Spiritual Science Research Group. The scary truth about Althea's Magic Academy, coming soon. The sound rang out. Seniors Sharon and Iruki also joined in, but is this really an academic presentation? Going back 10 days ago. At Eastas, Need held his head in pain and said, I can't think of anything. Sharon, Need and Iruki collapsed in the study room dejectedly. Iruki picked his nose and said dejectedly, no matter how long we stay up all night discussing. There are no interesting topics at all. Need held up the papers in pain. Even if these things really happened, we couldn't recreate them during the presentation. Sharon also thought tiredly, it's been 3 days since we promised Professor Sina. Confidently declaring to the professor that our presentation will win is fine, but what we are researching is the science of supernatural souls. How can we show something that the naked eye cannot see? Thanks to that, Need went crazy. Need threw up a bunch of photos and laughed happily. Why did I throw these photos away? Iruki was depressed. Well, normally I'm already crazy, right? As for Sharon, he yawned. Ha, I can't do it anymore. Sharon turned and said, Need about these. Then Sharon was startled. Need didn't know when it had disappeared, only an illusion remained, making him startle and scream loudly. Need stood up and laughed. Ha 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 ha. What do you think? How about we fool them this way and tell them this is a ghost? Iruki said without surprise, is that a lightning shadow? Sharon sat up and thought, he looked at me, that's why I was scared. Iruki said, phew, magicians can't be fooled by something like that. Need thought, what, but Sharon could be fooled. If you are only fooled for 2 seconds, can you still be called fooled? Sharon heard that and immediately had an idea. He stood up and shouted, no need to verify, we don't need to verify. Need also agreed, right, then let's go find Professor Sina's weakness. Iruki approached and replied, no, I think he has a good idea. Sharon told everyone, it wasn't because I was tricked that I was scared, but because a fear deep inside me was evoked. Need immediately asked, please explain a little more clearly. Sharon immediately explained that instead of forcing them to believe by providing evidence, we will bring out their hidden fear. Iruki got excited. Oh, you mean we change the strategy? Instead of proving to make them believe, we can make them believe first and then prove. Sharon nodded. That's right, it's a kind of mental puzzle. Need felt moved and wanted to kiss Sharon and said, You are the one who will save our group. Sharon was panicked after being kissed. You haven't showered in 3 days. Iruki thought, what an ingenious, inverse concept. He pointed towards Need's shadow and said, the problem here is that if we show them this disgusting magic trick, then you guys are probably superstitious. I don't even believe it anymore. Can you make it move to make it more scary? Hearing that, Need replied, of course. If I continuously use the lightning bulb like this. Need laughed and said, look here. He immediately wriggled his ass in front of his 2 friends. If I use 24 times per second, I can create a smoother animation. Sharon and Iruki were speechless. Need hasn't slept in 3 days. Sharon rubbed his face. We can't use this method. Iruki nodded. Can we make a machine? Need stopped and said, I've thought about that, but there's a problem. I can enter the program into the machine and move the projection. But if someone doesn't react, they won't be fooled. Sharon frowned. You're right, I was surprised because he looked towards me. Iruki immediately raised his hand. I think I can solve that problem. Need and Sharon were surprised. You did it, Iruki. How? Iruki simply said, if you can predict their reaction, you can do it. Sharon wondered, can you predict the reaction? Iruki explained, we will use complex systems theory. After analyzing most of the reaction habits, we will program it. Sharon's daily routine, for example, after judging that Sharon will look to the left. Then a soul on the left will look towards him, ending the inference. Sharon was surprised. Wow, you can really do it, Iruki thought. Everyone's habits at the academy are the same, so it should be possible. But we need a lot of data. We also need a lot of memory, but more importantly, we need a way to send the entire program to all the machines. Need thought, my lightning power won't be enough. Then the boy remembered, that's right, Sharon, you can use the luminescent word, right? Sharon was startled, squeaked, I can use the luminescent word. That's right, what Professor Sina said. In the Ivory Tower, where the latest generation of magic is, luminescence is predicted to improve the method of information exchange, using it as an intermediary to transfer information. Need fun? Yes, we can do it. We can create the perfect ghost, Iruki said again, but I don't think just scaring them with ghosts is enough. You have other plans, right, Sharon? Sharon nodded, yes, but I think, for example. Shiren writes on paper, I plan to use this psychological trick. Need and Iruki looked at the paper thoughtfully. Sharon was worried, what's wrong, is it bad? If it doesn't work, we can add another keyword. Need said no again. Okay, I didn't even think we could use it like that in that presentation. Iruki also said, if it succeeds, I guarantee that the entire academy will be turned upside down that day, 180 degrees. Sharon is happy, really, that's great. Need is also happy, so it's decided, I'll build the machine right away. So the plan was made. Need would be the projector, Iruki would participate in the action prediction program, and Sharon would be responsible for sending self-luminescence data. Need issues the mission, Iruki will write the program, and Sharon will prepare the luminescence. Great, we can save the group's lives, Sharon and Need exclaimed happily. Iruki asked again, but you know what? Need sounded bored. What else? Iruki said, I roughly calculated the amount of self-luminescence needed to send the data. Sharon trembled. How much do we need? Iruki calculated and said, 3 times the amount we have now, and you need to maintain it for 10 minutes. What do you think? Maybe not. Sharon and Need were stunned. 10 minutes. And then 10 days later, at the Eastas. Need went back to the study and said, hey guys, I'm going to hang up some posters, and oh my god. In the room, Iruki and Sharon looked at Need tiredly. Iruki had been writing the action routine equation all day, and Sharon had been practicing the luminescence all day. Need shouted loudly, creating a huge buzz. Everyone said they would come and see. Sharon was skeptical. After seeing a poster like that, he said he would come and see. Iruki also thought, I'm dead. Yes, it's because we put our names up in the air. It will be very chaotic. If too many people come, the amount of work will increase. How many people do you think will come? Need said positively, I'm not sure, but that's more than half of the academy. Sharon and Iruki collapsed. Need shouted, Iruki, Sharon, calm down. About 10 days until the scientific research group's presentation on supernatural spirits. A student walked past the bulletin board and heard people talking. You think it will be fun, right? Who would have guessed that both Sharon and Haruki would give a presentation? I'm sure the presentation won't be ordinary at all. I wonder what else they will show us. She went to a place with few people in the schoolyard, where a person in the dark asked her. Is it true that the group of supernatural spirits will present something? She said, still undecided if the group can revive. According to my information, if the presentation fails, the academy will withdraw the research room. The person in my shadow laughed and said, of course, that group is finished. Its glorious past is gone, but we still don't know. In the group there is Haruki, who has savant syndrome, and Sharon, who dispelled the black magician. We also cannot underestimate Need's abilities. The other students laughed when they heard that. They are still just low-level students. What we need to worry about is what happens after that. The battle of the shadowy research group, to become the second master of Eastas. Explanation: lightning shadow, electro-optic magic attribute, illusion system, passive type, magic that leaves an electrostatic afterimage, frequently used in all fields. In a dark room, Sharon has difficulty using photonic emission. After a while, Sharon tiredly sat down on the ground. This is called mental regeneration. It is an extreme method to increase magic output quickly. After mental power reaches its limit, it will take about 20 minutes to recover. And you will continually deplete it until you reach your limit. The average mental energy consumption per spell will be a continuous concentration lasting 40 minutes. So this is considered a stupid method that can kill the person using it. Sharon looked at the clock and thought, if the professor knew, he wouldn't leave it alone. But damn, the timer showed 5 minutes and 32 seconds. The goal of pushing my mind power to this limit is for me to be able to use the luminescent self within 5 minutes. 7 days until I had to give my presentation. To reach my 10-minute goal, I had no choice but to continue until my consciousness was completely destroyed. Can I really do it? At this moment Need walked in and asked, Sharon, are you okay? Sharon panicked and said, of course, I'll do it before the deadline. Need is sad. To be honest, the goal is too far away, it's beyond the reach of 5th grade, but if you fail, our group will. Sharon heard that and shouted, I told you not to worry. What about you? Is your part done yet? Need replied, yes, I'm about to go for a test, come here for a moment. Sharon went out with Need. Immediately saw Haruki writing frantically. Sharon shouted loudly, Haruki, are you okay? Are you sleeping? Haruki copied and said, don't worry, I'll meet the deadline. Sharon was speechless. I couldn't stop him. It was crazy. Need immediately showed it to Sharon. Here it is. Sharon was surprised. Wow, this is a prototype. Need laughed and said, ha ha, the final test will be with your luminescence. I need to test the performance of the light cable that Haruki's father sent us. Need said, hold that ball and try using your magic. Sharon immediately touched the ball. Then he closed his eyes. Immediately, rays of light appeared from the sphere. Shines directly inside the machine. Sharon was surprised. Oh, so great. Need was proud. Not bad, right? A ray of light appeared in front of him. The next day during a torrential rain, Need slowly walked into the Eastas and called out, Sharon, it's almost time for the presentation, are you ready? Need is worried, where is Sharon? At this moment a watch flew towards Need. Need looked at the watch happily. Wait, Sharon, you did it. Sharon was proud. Let's do it. Spiritual Science Research Group, presentation day has arrived. The school is extremely bustling and crowded. The students laughed and talked, it was so much fun. Who wants to get some food? Please wait in line, here is the Academy's famous cherry juice, please take the flyer. A voice rang out, there's an event now. Why are there so many people here? The slider Mark that was suspended for 2 months is back. A female student came up and gave the flyer to Mark and said, please take the flyer and wait in line. Mark held the leaflet and thought, what leaflet looks like a child's drawing? Then he read it again carefully. I immediately saw the name Arian Sharon on the paper and thought, I can't forget it. What is this childish presentation? Who would want to go see it? I thought he was a genius. At this moment, Maria smiled and read the leaflet in Mark's hand. Oh, Senior Sharon, let's go see. Marlang Maria, who was suspended for 2 months, is back. Maria happily took Mark's hand and said, you'll go see, right? Let's go. Mark remained silent and said, of course, if I go there maybe I'll learn something. Maria immediately pulled Mark away and lined up on this side. Mark and Maria received special education from Thod while suspended, or more accurately Mark was stuck there and had to endure more education. Some students said in surprise, guys, isn't that the graduating class? What, the graduating class seniors, where is that? They screamed, it's Senior Amy and Senior Sherla Q. Why did the graduating class come to watch the presentation of the advanced class? Sherla happily gave Amy a snack. Open your mouth. Amy blushed, other students howled, shush, Sharon Sr. is her boyfriend. Amy blushed and shouted loudly, why do we have to come see the advanced class presentation? Sherla smiled and replied, oh my god, when are you going to say that? Because it's your boyfriend's presentation. Amy covered her face in despair, his stick hit him in the back, it was so embarrassing. The students were now paying attention to something else. The first grade seniors also came. Why would such a rare person come? Amy, over there. Everyone was surprised. Why is Senior Fermi here? Don't tell me, he came to watch the presentation. The students continued to be shocked, not only that. It's Senior Hershey from the electromagnetic wave department, also Senior Rakin who is known as the electromagnetic monster, and Senior Richard from the alchemy department and Senior Caden too. What the hell is going on? Sherla was also surprised. Why did they come here in first grade? Amy asked. What do you think they have in common? Sherla heard that and didn't understand. What was the common point? Amy nodded and replied, yes, all of them. Rumor has it that they are all members of a shadowy research group called the Golden Rune. Now in the presentation hall. Miss Sina was carrying water for the teachers while looking ahead in surprise. What wind brought you here, Principal? Mr. Althea smiled and replied, the students had worked hard to prepare for the presentation, so of course I had to come. Ms. Sina quickly said, of course, please sit down. Teacher Althea smiled, well, what are you guys going to show me? Amy and Sherla looked around at the noise. There's no more seats, please stop pushing. Amy thinks, this presentation. Is there something I don't know? The light shines, the need in the middle shouts, ladies and gentlemen. Let me begin the lecture on spiritual science. The presentation of the ambitious spiritual science research team has begun. And just 30 minutes later, a series of papers were thrown on top, people were making noise, damn it. What the hell do I expect from 5th grade? Worry about studying, what a waste of time, this is called a presentation, I'm being fooled. Sherla and May looked in shock at the scene before their eyes. Explained, the Shady Research Group, on the surface, appears to be just an officially registered research group. However, the word shady refers to actions that go against school regulations that they are not allowed to do. The members remain a mystery, and the membership lists are often fake, making them difficult to expose. Need was the one who opened the story, the lights everywhere were pointing towards the stands. Need smiled and said, thanking everyone for being present at today's presentation. Today I will be the MC in the presentation. I am the leader of the Spiritual Science Research Group, Weiss Need. Today, the main topic of our group is spirits. Maria was extremely excited, on the contrary Mark was speechless. A spirit, something like a soul. Need continued, some viewers may be scared, so please be very careful when watching. Right now the chandeliers begin to change to different colors, the screen behind Need started to appear. Teacher Althea smiled and said, the students are really well prepared Ms. Sina thought to herself, yes, that's a great idea, a three-dimensional font, no, what are they planning to do? At this time, the screen finally appeared as a picture of the Althea's magic school. Need continued smiling, have you ever heard the story before this school was built? That was 250 years ago. This place was originally a small village of farmers. However, the entire continent went through a famous war of conquest. Everyone there took refuge deep into the mountains, the civilians, and of course the soldiers who did not want to participate in the battle were no exception. And, having said that, the lights went out, startling the students. Lights. Need then continued, non-human entities had appeared. On the screen came a super loud screaming sound, making the students startled, trying to tell each other that there probably wasn't anything scary jumping out. Then at this moment a foot appeared. Need said, that is a person whose body is taken over by an evil spirit. The students saw that person appear and burst out laughing. Isn't that Iruki? What is he doing there? Iruki appeared like an evil spirit. He ran across the stage and then crawled back into the wings. Sherla laughed loudly. So funny. Amy next to her was speechless. wait, is this a presentation or a play? Need continued, and then one night, Need this time ran out from the stands, looking painful and shouting, "Oh Leah, my love, oh Leal, where are you? Damn, to avoid the war I came here, but I lost you, the most precious person to me." After listening, Maria immediately put on a thoughtful look and said, "It seems he lost his lover while running away." Mark next to him was still speechless. "What the hell, isn't this a presentation, and when will that person come out?" Just as I finished thinking, a voice rang out, "Noah, I'm here." Causing Mark to choke on his saliva, a worried blonde girl ran backstage screaming, "Noah, my love. If this person isn't Sharon, then who else is it?" The students who witnessed this scene immediately screamed loudly. The female students blushed, "Kya Senior Sharon, is that Sharon?" And the male students laughed loudly. Miss Sina gasped while teacher Alpheus just smiled. Sherla was also surprised. Sharon was pretending to be a woman, Amy. As soon as she turned around, she saw Amy blushing and gaping. Sherla was speechless. Amy calmed down. Back to the main screen, Need shouted, "Oh Leah, I miss you." Sharon as Leah also said, "Let's never be apart again, Noah." Two faces close together. Closer. Mark's face darkened and Maria blushed. Don't say, it's impossible." The students also gasped and waited for help. Two pairs of lips are almost touching. Sherla blushed and shouted loudly, Really? Amy was also speechless, trying to say, "In plays they do, really." But right at that dramatic moment, Iruki as the evil spirit appeared behind Need. Iruki bit hard on Need's shoulder in the horrified eyes and open mouths of the student audience. Everyone looked in horror at the screaming Need, "Help, save me, save me." The lights in the hall turned off. Marie looked around a little nervously. "That's a bit scary." Mark also tried not to tremble but swallowed his saliva. At this moment a light shined on. Need returned to normal. He held up the notebook and said, 6 months ago the origin of this story was an old diary found during research on the history of Academy. Our research team started studying it immediately, and the result was a shocking truth. Souls that have become evil because other evil spirits have infected them with evil, now they wander the earth looking for someone to enter. Until today. Need had just interrupted when a bell rang behind him. The students were a little nervous. That bell, isn't that the bell ringing at midnight? It's not even 7 o'clock yet. Need continued, until midnight, when the light completely disappeared. Yes, at midnight, evil spirits would appear. Mark and Marie frowned a bit in fear. Need still said, "You've never seen an evil spirit in the middle of the night, right?" "Maybe, because spirits only show who they want them to see, but through our presentation, surely you will also become a little more curious about those evil spirits, or in other words, you will become familiar with the frequency of the spirits. Tonight, when the bell rings at midnight, please look around you, you will see an evil spirit hovering around." The students screamed, What is this? I'm so scared." "That's a lie, tonight I have to stay in the library until midnight." Need smiled and said, "Of course, if you are lucky, we would like to end the presentation here. The students are scared." But now the lights are back on. There was silence, then a pioneer spoke, and that was it. Immediately, a series of waste paper bags were thrown onto the stage. Sounds echoed, "Damn, you guys call this a presentation? There are no leads or results, you guys didn't show us anything. It was stupid to believe in Sharon and Iruki, I knew it would be like this, forget about the spirits." Amy also stood up angrily, so embarrassed, "I immediately knew this would happen when I was near those weird guys." Sherla ran after her. "Amy." The first graders also went home one by one without saying anything. Miss Sina quickly bowed her head and said to the principal, "I'm sorry, principal. I will punish those students." It's a spiritual group so it's understandable. Teacher Alpheus just waved his hand. "Don't worry, why would they do that?" Sina sighed, "Why would they do that? Was I wrong to trust them?" Teacher Alpheus silently looked up at the audience. He thought, if it was going to end like that, we wouldn't have started in the first place. "Is that right, Sharon?" In the wings, Need laughed heartily as he looked at Iruki and said, Ha. "Did you see their expressions?" Iruki also smiled and replied, "Yes, I'm sure, just look at their eyes and you'll understand." The students walked back one by one with faces hiding fear. Iruki said, "Seed has been implanted." Behind him Sharon also took off his wig and said, "Step 1 was successful. Let's show them what a spirit is like." Back when night came at the Magic Academy. The clock shows 11:30. Need walked in and asked Shiorn, "It's time, Sharon. Have you completed the meditation?" Sharon turned around and nodded, then went out with Need. One day before, Need has installed hundreds of ghost dimensional projectors around the school. And those projectors will send a program to predict Iruki's actions. Sharon walked in. Need reminded him, "Walk carefully." Iruki looked at the clock and said, 5 minutes and 15 seconds until midnight. Wait, 9 seconds, we can't be too early or too late, we have to show them the ghost at exactly midnight. Iruki raised his hand and said, "Proceed as soon as I give the signal." Need also said, "It's your turn, Sharon. It all depends on you." Sharon nodded. Iruki looked at his watch and said, "Ready." Need heard the command and prepared to put his hand on the button. Iruki shouted, "Now." Sharon immediately infused magic into the ball in his hand. A golden light emitted with incredible power. The Need covered his face and said, "Wow, what a wonderful source." Iruki said as he looked, "He really developed his magic power that much in just 1 month." Need happily, "Just as you expected of you, Sharon." But at this moment, Sharon suddenly frowned and said, "Strange, it felt like I poured water into a bottomless bowl." Need turned around in shock. "What? Don't say." He shouted loudly, What's wrong with this?" Iruki quickly asked, "What's wrong, what happened?" Need said with tears and worry, "The energy output did not increase." Iruki was stunned. "How could this be? Can you fix this?" Need said, "I don't know, my calculations were perfect, what the hell is going on?" "The energy transmission line has been chewed by rats." Iruki sighed and looked at the clock and said, "It's over. We have failed." Need immediately looked down and said, "It's all my fault. I was too stupid, careless, and couldn't even make the device properly." Iruki frowned. Need said while crying, "Sorry for getting you guys involved, sorry for making you guys a laughingstock. I will take full responsibility at all costs, that's why." Need turned around and said, "Stop it, Sharon, let me take responsibility." But Sharon said, "No. We all worked so hard, sacrificing our sleep. Need and Iruki, you guys put all your effort into this." Sharon opened the spiritual field and said, "I can't let it end like that." Iruki frowned and shouted, "Need, stop, Sharon, Need doesn't understand, what the hell?" Then Need shouted in shock, No way. Is he going to use his immortality?" Indeed, Sharon opened his eyes and entered his own spiritual realm. In real life, Need and Iruki tried to pull Sharon out. "Sharon, stop, don't continue. Damn, why hasn't it stopped yet? Please stop, you'll disappear." Need cried while trying to say, "We can give up this research group, I don't want to lose you anymore." But Sharon smiled and said, "Need, I don't feel scared anymore." Sharon's mental world seemed to crumble. Sharon gritted her teeth and looked forward. Mr. Armin said, "I won't disappear." A beam of light seemed to pull Sharon forward. "I need to remember who I am," he thought. "I won't run away anymore." The moment it seemed like Sharon would disappear, he immediately returned to his original form. Outside, a huge light emitted. Need asked worriedly, "Sharon, are you okay?" Sharon just said with difficulty, "Head out." Iruki understood and called out, "Need, meter." Need hurried back to the console and was stunned. "Hey, wait. No way. The output energy has increased already." Need held back tears, turned on the switch and cried out, "Iruki, right now." Even though Iruki was worried, he still turned on the controller in his hand. Right now, in the girls' dormitory, Maria is sitting on the desk. She closed the book and said, "I'm sorry, but I should go to sleep, I have class tomorrow." At this moment, she suddenly shuddered and said, "Ugh, I forgot, and now I remember, that spirit story, at midnight I will really see ghosts." She smiled wryly, looked out the window and said, "Geez, Sharon, there is no such thing as a spirit in this world." But right now, outside her room's window, an image of an evil spirit monster appeared. Looking at the evil spirit's disgusting face, Maria was embarrassed. In another room, May panicked and threw a vase of flowers at the window and shouted, "Go away. What are you? Why, how did you get in here?" In front of her was also an evil spirit laughing. Amy shivered. Did she just laugh? She immediately shouted loudly and ran like crazy outside. As soon as she reached the hallway, she also met Sherla. Sherla shouted loudly, "Amy, a ghost just appeared." Amy heard that and immediately asked, "Sherla, did you see it too?" Both of them turned around in fear, which means. Right after that, the other girls also ran out. Behind them was a group of evil spirits. Everyone was scared. There's a ghost, run away. Not only female dormitories. Other buildings also light up. Panic sounds rang out. Ghosts, I saw ghosts. A group of evil spirits rushed forward. The students were running around screaming loudly. Help me, they are in the sky too, kya. Why do they keep chasing us? The whole academy became noisy in an instant. Don't come any closer, The younger students were scared to the point of crying. The older seniors were constantly showing off their strength. Do something. They are everywhere. Attack, attack. But this time the number of evil spirits has increased 2 or 3 times. All the students huddled together in panic, crying and screaming. But at this moment, the evil spirits suddenly disappeared. The students were confused. They disappeared. Light, a student noticed, there's someone on the roof. The students turned their eyes to the 3 students Sharon, Iruki and Need standing above clapping. Need said, our presentation was so late and everyone came. Need hadn't even finished saying, thank you when a sound rang out, guys. Ms. Sina angrily grabbed something and ran back screaming, come down now, why is it so chaotic in the middle of the night? She was taking a shower and was shocked all over. Need smiled mischievously and said, it's a beautiful night, Professor Sina. The students now understand, holographic projectors, so those ghosts are all fake. At this moment, a laugh rang out. Ms. Sina looked at Mr. Alpheus in surprise and asked, Principal, why are you here? Mr. Alpheus smiled and replied, I think the presentation is not over yet, so please listen to the end. Need took this opportunity to speak. Everyone, according to our research team, spirits do exist. Do you believe in supernatural phenomena? The students shouted angrily, those scammers are still talking. Why do they even exist? They are all fake, using shallow tricks that a 3-year-old child can use. Shallow. Besides, there were also a few students talking quietly to each other, but how could they do that? The other students heard that and immediately turned around and said, what are you talking about? Of course they used holographic magic. The others now also spoke up, that's strange, why are the holographic projections moving? Be different. The sound of discussion rang out continuously. Ever since I found out they were fake I've been thinking about it, but I still don't know. I thought they used a projection in the machine, but they can still do that everywhere, the whole school. They need a huge amount of data and energy. Master Alpheus used magic to project a small ghost and then laughed and said, ha, how is it? Can you explain the trick they used, Professor Sina? Ms. Sina replied with a wry smile, their pranks were quite advanced. Sharon above thought with a smile, what the magician considers the most important. Intelligence, they cannot contain their curiosity and are attracted. The 4th grade students angrily thought, I was tricked by the 5th grade students, I'm really angry, but I don't know what mechanism they used. Ms. Sina said again, their tricks are quite difficult to pull off, but still not to the point where we can approve their research group. Master Alpheus smiled and said, actually this trick is not important. Ms. Sina didn't understand anything, and the students still angrily pointed their fingers and said, they're still fake, they don't have a soul. What does fake souls have to do with supernatural research? Need then laughed and said, oh my, you guys still don't believe in supernatural research. The students replied, of course, just now it was just a show trick. Need asked again, so let me ask you, why is everyone here? Hearing this sentence, the students looked at each other in bewilderment. Need continued asking, what were you guys running away from when you were scared? If the soul or ghost wasn't real, the students were speechless. Amy and Sherla silently looked up above. Need smiled and continued, your emotions now are the core of scientific research on supernatural souls. From all of you who don't believe in souls, as soon as you see a ghost you feel scared. It's because of the seed of doubt that spirits and ghosts might be real. Is in you guys. We're just showing you that little doubt. Sharon and Iruki behind us smiled and looked at each other. We don't know whether they exist or not, Need continued, but I'm investigating that suspicion, because that's what the research is about. The students marveled, yes, there was a time when information we know to be true now, was considered a lie in the past. Hands up Need, because everyone has shown us that skepticism, so we have proven that our research team has value. All 3 bowed in unison, and thus the research group's presentation on the science of supernatural souls ended. Thank you very much. Some students just looked at each other in surprise. Some students laughed. Then one after another loudly shouted, ha, great, we agreed, if it's a special game like this, I'm willing to be tricked by you guys as many times as I want. The teachers looked at the excited students. Mr. Althea said, "Where did we come from and where are we headed to the future?" Some people are exploring their doubts, and showing everyone what cannot be seen, what their teachers think. Mr. Althea smiled and commented, "I think this presentation is meaningful." Mr. Thod walked out wearing a swimsuit and said gently, "I have no objections, Principal." Miss Sina could only sigh, "Hey, I see, then." Ms. Sina said loudly, "The professors have decided that we will recognize the presentation of the Scientific Research Group on Supernatural Souls. Iruki, Need and Sharon had fun, that's it." Miss Sina looked angry. Immediately decided to shout and say, "Instead you guys will be suspended from school for 3 days, these idiots." Even so, the three did not pay attention and hugged each other happily. "We did it, we succeeded, we did it." Not only the three of them, but the students below were also happily saying, "Congratulations, congratulations, try your best." Ms. Sina in the back was angry. "Did you hear what your professor was saying? She said you guys are suspended." Marie below also smiled brightly. "Wow, Senior Sharon is really cool." Before she could finish speaking, the person next to her spoke for her. "Cool." Mark said with admiring eyes, "Senior Sharon is a genius." Sherla also couldn't help but admire and say, "Oh my gosh, they're so cool, everyone wants to do that at least once to wow the world." Amy was silent and then smiled and thought, "It was unexpected, when I needed to bury myself in studying to graduate. Then you're going to waste your time on this useless thing." Above is Need sobbing and Sharon is also a bit tearful. She watched them act like cows and thought to herself, I'm a little jealous. In another corner, some students disdainfully said, "Well, camels are worse than horses. You guys have graduated and left the group to a bunch of bratty kids. Forget about taking over the Eastas as your own. Group my research on ant languages here. They're only in 5th grade, don't tell me you just turned tail and ran away." "What?" another person said, "but they'll be graduating soon. If you don't want to face them next year, you'd better graduate this year, and your doll collection research group should keep their mouths shut." The sounds of arguing still rang out, including you, the hide and seek game research group. At this time one person calmly spoke up, Stop here because we will attract the attention of everyone, someone else." He smirked, "All of us staying here like this will only harm ourselves, let's just wait for the right opportunity." Ms. Sina silently looked at the group of students. She sighed and thought, "Those brats from that shady research group. Grow up for me, please." Master Alpheus retracted his magic and smiled and said, "Ho ho ho, it's so beautiful." Even I who specializes in light magic was surprised, it was used in such a way that surprised me. He looked up at the sky and said, "You have completed quite a difficult task, Sharon. At that time, I thought you couldn't do it, that this child only had so much limit, but unexpectedly. In the future, you may have the ability to fulfill my dreams." He closed the watch. In another place, Sharon was lying on the grass, smiling happily and saying, he, really happy. Need lying next to him asked worriedly, "But are you really okay? Are you still normal?" Sharon said on the other side, "It's okay." Iruki also smiled next to him, "KKK, that's crazy, who would risk his life for you, this game?" Sharon could only smile wryly. Iruki continued, "But, you're still the best." Need said, "You're right, if Sharon didn't use his natural ability, it wouldn't be possible, but the thought of risking his own life for that is really cool." Iruki leaned back on the carpet and said, "It was all just a matter of luck. But you really are a crazy person." Sharon was startled and shyly said, "Why do you guys only praise me like that? You guys are geniuses too." Iruki, "The person like you who predicts the reactions of the entire school's students is quite good. Need, who can create large quantities of machines. But that's just the beginning." Finally, the three idiots Iruki, Sharon and Need all blushed and shyly lay down on the grass. "Oh, to think that you also know how to be humble. You guys make me so embarrassed." Sharon looked up at the sky again and said, "You know. For me, I want to climb higher. Like the shining stars up there." Iruki smiled and asked, "What is the North Star? Because I have played quite a lot now, should I think about advanced professions now?" Need immediately stood up excitedly and said, "Yeah, okay, the three of us have to graduate together. Once we join the society out there after graduation, I'm pretty sure there will be a ton more fun stuff waiting for us out there." Sharon was startled when he heard that, the society out there. Iruki also stood up and said, that sounds good, isn't it time we should live comfortably and confidently?" Need raised his hand and smiled and said, "Promise. We will go to the end together." Yes, we will become the strongest. The three put their hands in the middle. Iruki asked again, but what should we use to cheer up the spirit and promise now? Need happily replied, who knows, use whatever you see. All three raised their hands in the air and shouted, okay, long live supernatural science, don't give up three sheep, let's graduate together. The three laughed loudly. Need pointed his finger and asked Iruki, why are you cheering for such a trick? Iruki laughed, I just said we will try to be like three sheep. Chiron smiled happily, he thought, together, we will become the strongest magicians. At midnight on the school grounds, there were still three boys full of enthusiasm. The next day, in the boys' dormitory, Need tried to shake Chiron. Chiron, wake up. Are you planning on using this precious suspension time like that? Go out and play, Iruki next to him said. He collapsed, he must be very tired. Chiron, even though she was shaken, Chiron still didn't open her eyes. I feel like I'm in sleep paralysis, I can't move at all. Right, once again, Chiron thought, I'm stuck in a nightmare. Chiron seemed to be sinking deep into his own spiritual realm, he thought, and like before, I headed towards infinity in the dark space, along with the movements of the stars. And the final destination, a giant galaxy with twisted light all around is waiting for me. But this time something is different, I always wake up at this time. Something, slightly different. At this moment, those rays of light suddenly appeared cracks. Chiron looked ahead in surprise. An explosion of bright light flashed. Chiron suddenly woke up, he realized, the dream had changed. Chiron looked around, what is this? My experience yesterday brought about a change, huh? He silently looked up at the ceiling and said, but there's something to these. After waking up, Chiron immediately read the paper on Need and Iruki's desk. They wrote, we are going to the casino, as long as we calculate and predict Iruki's behavior, we will still be rich, then you will see. Chiron was speechless, oh my gosh, the casino, it feels like they're going home empty-handed again, after all, it's a 3-day suspension, what should I do now? He thought, should I take this opportunity to go home, but thinking that my parents would be surprised and ask me, what, suspension, I'm being punished, he thought again, let it go, I definitely need to keep it a secret. Chiron dressed beautifully and stood in front of the mirror smiling happily, he. He thought, I just remembered, there is something I really want to do. He walked away from the mirror and said, for some reason, his heart was beating like crazy. Where he wasn't paying attention, in front of the mirror, a figure identical to him appeared. Is a beam of light that resembles Chiron's body. Chiron stood in surprise in front of the old bookstore. He hesitantly grabbed the doorknob and thought, I've been studying non-stop for the past few years, now I want to buy a novel for myself, I miss those days so much. The memory of not being allowed to touch books appeared. Chiron flinched a bit, what should I do if they tell me not to touch anything anymore? Chiron took a breath and decided to open the door. As soon as he entered the store owner happily greeted him with a bright smile, oh my, welcome handsome customer, it's an honor to have you come to this humble place, maybe you came to deliver some goods, star. Chiron was startled and replied, no, I just came here to buy a book, the shopkeeper was still warm, oh I see, then feel free to choose, oh my god, you are so handsome. Chiron was speechless and, thanking her, thinking to herself, she completely didn't realize she was always open. He picked up a book and wondered, have I really changed that much? Chiron gave the shopkeeper 2 gold coins, she was happy, oh my god, you are so generous, thank you so much. Chiron raised the book Raising Dragons to Defeat the Demon Lord to the Sky and happily, finally bought this, his favorite novel. Chiron happily spun around thinking, it was his first book, he didn't notice everyone looking at him with shy eyes. Chiron smiled and thought as she walked, luckily I still saved the allowance money my family sent me. At that moment a sound rang out, ha, Chiron, a hand grabbed his arm, startling Chiron. A pink-haired girl suddenly appeared and said, you are Chiron right, making Chiron startled and stammered, you, who are you? She didn't pay attention but turned around and called out, it was him, guys, Chiron. After a while, Chiron also remembered. Once upon a time, while he was reading a book, a group of friends approached. Those friends are all grown up now, seeing you, they were very happy and called out, Chiron, is it really you? Chiron shouted in surprise, Althor, so you're Lumina? Lumina smiled and said, that's right, you forgot my face. Chiron replied, I didn't recognize you at all, you're so pretty now, I got a little angry after hearing that, what, when you were little you told me no, Chiron got shy, oh yeah no, not really haha. The friends came around Sharon and talked. What's wrong with you? You dress like a noble, isn't it expensive? Wow, you've changed a lot. Sharon was a bit confused and didn't know what to do. What? At this time, the person named Arthur, the leader of the children in the village, also approached and smiled and said, Sharon, it's been a long time since I saw your face, how have you been? Even when I asked Mr. Vincent, he didn't say anything. Sharon thought confusedly, what should I tell them? Sharon tried to think, well, that is, they will come to find out about me anyway, now if they lie they will be hurt, especially Arthur. After thinking, Sharon decided to say, during this time, I studied at the Magic Academy. After hearing this, everyone was shocked. Magic Academy. Sure enough, after Arthur heard it, he immediately showed a slightly annoyed face. Since he was young, Arthur had a strong body and a generous personality, so he naturally became the leader of the children. Back in those days, when Arthur was 10 years old, when he saw Sharon reading a book, he asked, Sharon, are you reading a book again? Sharon saw Arthur coming and was confused. Sharon also thought, however, perhaps his weakness lies in his pride. When he saw Sharon reading a book, he immediately frowned, there were so many words. The friends around him immediately started talking to each other, he must be very smart, we don't even know how to read books like that. After hearing this, Arthur uncomfortably picked up Sharon's book and said, you don't even go to school, why are you reading these things? You have to train your strength to work usefully for society, in a small village in the mountains where danger is rife. There is a certain rule that you must know, which is to obey the leader. So from that day on, when in such a situation, Sharon just chose to smile and say, yes, I know, Arthur. Sure enough, Arthur was no longer upset. The boy returned the book to Sharon and said, I understand. Sharon just smiled and ignored it. The leader protects the village, and everyone listens to the leader. This is how people here survive. Arthur smiled and said, I'm going to play soccer, I'm coming along. At this moment, a super loud sound rang out, Arthur. I told you not to bully Sharon, that's 10-year-old Lumina. Arthur was beaten and covered himself while explaining, who bullied whom, you idiot, Lumina said as he beat him. He just recovered from his illness, but you still say this isn't bullying? Arthur was angry, he replied angrily, no one will want to marry you if you keep like this. Sharon thought back and laughed, well, after all, those things were from the past. Arthur smiled wryly and said, it's hard to believe, do you really go to school? Lumina also asked, do you really know how to use magic? The rest of you excitedly said, let us see if you can. Sharon smiled wryly and replied, no, I just learned it recently so I'm not very fluent, and using magic outside the academy is against the rules so, you guys replied despondently, sigh, that's bad. Arthur then laughed and said, ha ha, you still have a book with you like before. He approached and asked, hey, show me what's written in the Magic Academy's book. Sharon was confused and wanted to pull back, wait a minute. Now he thought, no way. This is a novel I just bought for fun, I'll be embarrassed to death. During the struggle, the book accidentally fell to the ground. Sharon cried, my beloved book. Immediately, Sharon rushed towards the book. I don't understand why right now, a series of past stories from my childhood appear. Sharon immediately used lightning speed to catch the novel before it fell to the ground. The people around were surprised to see Sharon fall to the ground. Sharon, what happened to you all of a sudden, are you okay?
Lumina blamed Arthur again like when she was a child. Arthur, why are you doing that again? You're not a child anymore, why do you still bully him? Arthur was confused. I didn't do anything.
Sharon smiled wryly and explained for Arthur, it's not, it was just a coincidence, don't worry. Lumina frowned and replied, suddenly you collapsed and told me not to worry. He replied, normally it's not that bad. Arthur once again clenched his fists, frowned but said nothing. Lumina then said again, stop standing here, will you come with us, let's eat delicious food. Arthur also took this opportunity to change the subject, that's right Sharon. They both smiled and said, to celebrate the half-price day of the store, we plan to hold a party at that Lumina place, let's go there and chat, what do you guys think? The rest of his friends immediately happily agreed. Sharon also smiled and agreed, then let's go, he thought, right when I have nothing to do, so it should be okay. A moment later, a horse-drawn carriage slowly approached. Arthur immediately picked up Sharon easily and said, hiya, you sit in the front row. Sharon was startled, can you lift me up? Arthur laughed loudly and replied, there's nothing you can do if you're as light as you are. Sharon thought, Arthur, you bastard, in the time we haven't seen each other you've become a monster, now you even know how to do business. There is a high possibility that Arthur will become the new leader of the village. Sharon silently looked at his old friend. The carriage slowly took everyone to Lumina's house. Arriving there, Lumina's mother, who runs a restaurant, was extremely surprised. Oh my god, who is this? Is it you, Sharon? Whoa, you're getting more and more handsome by the day. Lumina must be very excited. After hearing that, Lumina blushed and shouted, noise, Mom, don't talk nonsense. At the dining table, everyone raised their beer glasses high and shouted, for our Sharon, ooh. A table of delicious food appeared on the table. Everyone laughed happily. Wow, it looks so delicious. Lumina smiled and told Sharon, eat a lot, Sharon. Sharon smiled and replied, thank you, I will eat well, while everyone was talking about carbonated barley juice. Arthur just silently looked towards Sharon. At this time a friend spoke up, Sharon, tell me more about your school, you must be the best in school, right? Sharon was so startled that she spit out her beer. The others also happily said, I'm so curious, you've become a magician, I heard that only nobles go to that school, so don't you get to study with nobles? Sharon held her head and cried, thinking, guys, please don't praise me in front of Arthur. You guys didn't understand the meaning but still kept asking, hee, I bet the aristocracy must have a lot of beauties, tell me, we're so curious. Sharon replied confused, how do I know, just study busy enough already. Lumina sighed and looked at everyone around, even Arthur just silently drank beer. At this moment, Arthur placed the beer cup firmly on the table and said, Sharon, going to school is good, but have you considered the next step yet? Hearing that, Sharon turned around and asked, next step? Arthur calmly said, currently Mr. Vincent is taking care of the whole family's life, next it will be your turn to be responsible, and you also have to get married. After finishing your studies will you be able to shoulder the burden? After listening, Sharon didn't know how to answer. He thought, there is no guarantee that he will definitely graduate. Arthur immediately advised, yes, you should also be realistic. Sharon also thought, realistic. Now that I think back, I spent too much time studying but never thought deeply about this. My friends are all helping the family with the business, but my father is still struggling. When will I be able to help my father? While Sharon was thinking, his friends at the dinner table remained silent and said nothing. Arthur said confusedly, well, I didn't mean to make the air stagnate. At this time Arthur smiled and said, by the way Sharon, do you want to try arm wrestling with me? You were very good the other day. Sharon was surprised after hearing this. Lumina frowned again. The other friends continued to get excited again. That's right, Arthur and Sharon were very evenly matched the other day. Sharon looked so strong. Sharon smiled wryly and thought, remembering now. It's true that when we were kids we used to do that game. Back then Sharon often won against Arthur. But today, keeping Arthur's face is the right choice for this village, Sharon thought to himself, so he immediately smiled and held out his hand and said, okay, let's make a bet today. Arthur also smiled and held his hand and said, whoever loses will pay. Sharon immediately agreed. The classmates were happy. Wow, the battle between a magician and a warrior. Sharon thought to himself, to save Arthur's face, I have to last a long time before losing, that's the goal. As soon as the sound started to ring out, the huge hand was overwhelming. Lumina and her classmates were surprised, looking at Sharon who had collapsed to the ground. He trembled and thought, what just happened? Lumina immediately blamed, Arthur, why are you using such force? Arthur was also confused, I also didn't expect to become like this, in the past he was not this weak. Lumina blamed, Arthur, oh Arthur, Arthur also has a bit of guilt. He immediately spoke up, sorry, just let me pay for today's meal. Sharon heard that and immediately stood up and said, no, I'm the one who lost today. You are much stronger than before. But because I was too hasty. Sharon was startled and dropped her money bag to the ground. The shocked classmates ran over and said, whoa, there's gold coins, you have 5 coins. Sharon, why did you bring so much money? Lumina also exclaimed, wow, 5 gold coins is equal to my entire month of business. Sharon was in pain in her heart. What to do? Sure enough, Arthur's face was as red as a bottle. Sharon's sweat dropped and thought, I'm done. Lumina asked, Sharon, where did you get all this money? Sharon confusedly replied, I'm sponsored. His classmates were surprised. What, so from now on you can live the rest of your life without having to worry about money? Sharon was startled and replied, no, that's not it. He thought, that's not good. As expected, the Althor behind him was blushing. Althor sighed and said loudly, "Why are you guys making so much noise just because of a few gold coins?" The other guys were confused and said, "Oh, sorry." The boys suddenly remembered the past and were scared. Lumina also remembered, now I think about it with Althor, from when we were kids. Every time he's around Sharon, he becomes a little sensitive, and Althor now realizes that he's a little lost. He coughed a few times. At this moment, a clap rang out. A fat guy named Martin spoke up, "Oh right, have you heard about this? There was a predatory animal appearing in the mountain." Another boy immediately responded, "I've heard about that too. Recently wild animals keep disappearing." Luma thought with a sigh, "Great rescue, Kid Martin." Another friend immediately responded, "Dad said it almost resembles a bear, isn't that true?" Sharon immediately thought of the cow and replied, "Yes, I also heard that from my father, but why did something that lives in the countryside come here?" Lumina replied, "I know, yes, it's the breeding season or something. Anyway they say that every day they go out hunting, so everyone needs to be careful. But because it hides quite deep in the forest, it wouldn't necessarily be dangerous if you didn't go there." Althor immediately spoke up, "About that, how about we go hunt it?" Everyone was surprised. "We?" Althor replied, "Yes, we will help the villagers, you already know about it, right, my skill." Althor confidently said, "If it's just a bear, adults don't have to get involved, let's go take it down together." A friend also laughed and said, "After all, you can hunt a bear yourself, Althor, a normal bear will be easy." Sharon heard it and was surprised, "Wow, bear." Althor immediately said with satisfaction, Okay, then let's depart tomorrow morning. You will definitely join us, right, Sharon?" Lumina is happy, Sharon too. Althor replied, "Of course, he had been with us before, right?" Sharon smiled and nodded and said, "If I can help, I will join." Everyone is happy. "Okay," Althor also said, "Great, tomorrow morning we will meet in front of Lumina's house." Everyone continues to raise their glasses. It's going to be a bear hunt. Well, we're going to hunt with Althor. Sharon drank and thought excitedly, I can't wait." While this wasn't planned, it was still fun. At dawn the next day, Lumina walked over and asked, "Sharon, did you sleep well? Let's go now." Sharon changed into hunting clothes and replied, "Okay, I'm ready." The two walked out of Luma's house. She happily waved to everyone and said, "Everything is fine here." Althor also smiled and jokingly said, "If you don't do this again and fall behind, we'll leave you there, okay?" Sharon smiled and replied, don't worry." Enter the forest at dawn. Each person takes turns doing their task. 2 people set net traps on the ground, 1 paralyzed guy ties the trap rope on the tree, 1 person sets it up below. Sharon watched and admired, "Wow. The net and trap were set so quickly, you guys are really cool." The person next to me smiled and replied, We just set the trap. The hardest part has to be left to Althor." Althor was now looking at the tracks left by the ferocious beast on the tree. It seemed like the bear was nearby. Althor told everyone, "Starting from now we will scout this area. If you discover it, don't provoke it, retreat and report to me immediately." Everyone immediately responded clearly. Sharon stood behind and thought, "He is truly an expert, so cool." Althor and Lumina are also very satisfied with the current atmosphere. Sharon suddenly remembered. "If I just search for it, oh yeah, if I use the spiritual world it will help somehow." Sharon closed his eyes and thought, helping Althor hunt that bear more quickly, let's see. But right now, an image of an animal carcass appeared. Sharon opened her eyes in surprise. What was that? He turned around and thought, I feel like something is strange. Through my senses, there is no way. Sharon was stunned, no way. Right at this moment a hand touched his shoulder and shouted, Sharon. As Althor, he frowned loudly, what are you doing? How could you disappear from our sight without saying a word? Because of you, we. But before he could finish his sentence, a noise rang out and Althor looked up. Both were stunned at the scene before their eyes. What was all this? In front of them were the corpses of countless wild animals. Lumina shouted loudly, everyone was scared, what is that, Althor? Before Althor could answer, Sharon told everyone to retreat, this is not something a normal bear can do. Althor asked in shock, what? Sharon continued, we need to notify the adults and seal the mountain, we may also have to send a request to the city for the soldiers to handle, here it is. But at this moment Althor grabbed his shoulder and said, wait Sharon, wait, soldier, what, we don't even know what it is yet, what are you talking about? We can solve the problem ourselves, this is it, Sharon immediately said, didn't you say it just now? This is not a bear we can handle. At this moment, Althor couldn't hold back any longer and shouted, what do you know? In everyone's shocked looks, Althor said loudly, I am the captain, giving orders is my role. Sharon still tried, no, listen to me, now. But Althor shouted angrily, you're always like that, you never recognized me as captain, no matter what. I told you to stop treating me like the fool you were before. Sharon was stunned and was about to say something. But at this moment a sound came from behind him. The rest of us were also worried, you guys, did you see that thing? It's coming. Althor immediately took out the bow and arrow in his hand and took a defensive stance. The remaining people also quickly brought out their bows and arrows. But then, the boy in the group trembled, pointed his bow and arrow high and said, Althor, what is that monster? In front of them was a monster that resembled both a bear and a wolf. Sharon gritted his teeth, a monster, a mysterious living entity that did not follow the laws of evolution. I saw it in the monster books I read before, that thing is. Althor and everyone quickly retreated before the monster's enormity. After a moment, Althor released his hand and shot his bow and arrow at the monster, but the bow and arrow seemed to be easily dodged by it. Everyone was scared. Did it dodge the arrow? And Sharon was also stunned to realize, a werewolf. It is a monster with intelligence. Explanation: monsters, in general they are stronger and faster than normal beasts, in fact some of them even have quite high intelligence. The origin of monsters is still being researched, but it is also currently theorized that they evolved in a unique way due to a completely different living environment compared to other living entities. Everyone was shocked. Did it dodge the arrow, /? The monster directly tore through the tree and rushed forward. Althor was also shocked. He immediately turned around and told everyone to run quickly. Everyone immediately turned around and ran away, panicking as they walked. Where to go now? If we run down then the monster, Althor shouted, run up, go to the top of the mountain. This time, Sharon picked up the bow. He faced this werewolf. Althor exclaimed in shock, Sharon, don't say that. You're going to be the bait. The arrow hit the monster's head. But it still didn't care much and shot the arrow, smashing Sharon's bow with one blow. Sharon quickly used teleportation to avoid this attack. The werewolf became even more enraged and growled angrily. Sharon entered the spiritual realm, panting and thinking, it moves so fast, its skin is also thick, for everyone to live there is only one way. I have to lure it somewhere else. The monster continued to rush forward at lightning speed. Sharon still uses teleportation to dodge. He dodged and ran in the opposite direction from everyone. The werewolf started to stop. It suddenly changed direction, surprising Sharon. He was surprised. No, that way is. Immediately the werewolf changed its target. On this side, Althor ordered everyone to put away all the heavy objects, quickly. Right when everyone was running. Althor suddenly stopped. He said, you guys go first. Lumina immediately turned around and shouted, Althor, what are you doing? Althor tearfully gritted his teeth and said, Sharon, I can't leave him behind. Lumina also shed tears and looked back. She shouted, Althor. It turned out that the werewolf was right behind Althor. For a split second, Althor thought, it can't be, is Sharon dead? It's because I told him to come with me. If I had listened to Sharon when he said to run down. But at this moment, a beam of golden magic stood between Althor and the werewolf. Lumina was happy. It died. Everyone was surprised. That was magic, right, Sharon? Sharon ran from afar and shouted loudly, run quickly. Sure enough, the monster was attacked but was still alive. Lumina despaired, why, maybe it was just a ray of light. This time the werewolf continued to leapfrog and attack the people above. Althor thought in shock, his body couldn't move. He was stiff. Lumina runs in fear. It seemed that its claws had reached her. She fell to the ground in despair. But right at this moment, Sharon quickly caught up and grabbed the monster. Althor shouted, Sharon. Another claw attack. This time the werewolf extended its claws towards the Sharon behind. Sharon immediately used the instant standard fluid. This time, not only he but the monster also received aura. Instantly, both Sharon and the werewolf disappeared. Lumina lay on the ground screaming in despair, Sharon. This side teleports immediately, taking Sharon and the werewolf to another place. In this split second, Sharon thought, okay, What to do now? I was going to let it go as soon as it released the luminescence, but if I did, I would get scratched by it. I can't make him stay in my situation either, now this monster and me are not within the clear light range. How to throw it away? Sharon thought, and made it fall. Something that requires the use of self-luminescence. Silver coins, past stories appear, Sharon thinks, something that can create gravity. Something that disturbs symmetry. Sharon is in his own spiritual realm. Put your hand on a reflective mirror in front of you. You are the aura that brings your form together, Sharon thought. I touched it. A large beam of light emitted, Sharon thought, omniscient and unknown knowledge. Once again, the transparent wall shattered. Sharon realized, it was mass. At this moment, the inexplicable monster was released from the teleportation by Sharon. He rushed towards the monster amid its screams. Explained, mass, the only unchangeable physical quantity of an object, it remains constant regardless of state or environment, is the physical quantity that determines inertia, the total energy isolated from object when standing up. Why does this world exist? What does existence mean? What is mass? Why does matter have mass? The void appeared in my dream. Is a world out of proportion? If the universe existed before all things were born, then the way for all species to survive is to disrupt the balance of the universe. Mass is what does that, and it can be put into photons of light. Back to the present, a huge explosion rang out, sending rocks flying. Sharon also used teleportation to jump down from above. He looked at the smoke ahead and gasped. He looked at the werewolf's body in front of him, it stopped moving. Little boy, Uncle Armin, I understand now, symmetry can be broken by a kind of spatial knowledge. Also known as unnamed knowledge. There's a mechanism to give mass to matter. If that mechanism were used, light could be given mass. Sharon smiled happily, I finally understood. Then looking at the werewolf's corpse, he said, why would such a dangerous creature appear in these mountains? Sharon stood up, put his hand on his chin, thinking, even though. But at that moment another sound rang out. Sharon quickly turned around. Why didn't I think of that? Werewolves. Sharon looked up. But I'm not alone. On this side, Althor and everyone looked ahead in horror. It was no exaggeration to see an army of werewolves with terrifying appearances look at humans like a morning snack. Althor and everyone ran to a dead end. Everyone couldn't help but cry. Althor now spoke, I will run to the other side, you guys go down the cliff. A friend immediately objected, crazy, do you want to die? But Althor objected, that's the only way right now. Althor tearfully said, you must survive, so that the sacrifices of me and Sharon will not be in vain. But at this moment, from the sky there appeared a star named J97. Oh my mistake, Sharon used teleportation magic to arrive and pose like a superhero. Everyone immediately gathered around, are you okay? I thought you were dead. Everyone was sobbing. Sharon smiled and said sorry. At this time Althor also stood next to the statement, Sharon. But at this time, Sharon glanced at Althor and said, sorry to make you worry Althor, now leave them to me. Althor immediately shouted, he also ran to Sharon, but Sharon only replied, it's okay. This is not against the regulations. The werewolf monsters roared madly, then they rushed towards Sharon at lightning speed. As soon as its fangs advanced, Sharon with a cool face has entered the state of opening the spiritual world, and his hand also has photons emitting. Lumina and everyone were stunned, it was light, but it seemed different from before. Indeed, a ray of light appeared on Sharon's forehead. Mass is put into the photons. Sharon thought while waving her hand. A stream of tremendous power headed straight towards the werewolves. Directly through these monsters. Althor and everyone gasped at the scene before them. Sharon thought, this is my magic. I could have done it. The surviving werewolves were even more furious and rushed forward, all aiming at Sharon. This time Sharon used teleportation to proactively rush towards them. Another giant photon shot was released. This time the wide area attacks. A series of werewolves were destroyed. Althor and Lumina and everyone were still stunned. Althor said in surprise, it was a magician. On this side, Sharon landed and thought, after all, this kind of magic. Also consuming a large amount of his mental power, he breathed heavily. Behind him appeared a werewolf. Sharon immediately turned around and used magic to attack. The wolf trembled and thought he was about to die. Who would have thought that when he opened his eyes, he was still alive? Sharon was also stunned, the power of the magic had decreased. See, the opportunity has come. The monster immediately howled. Immediately, 500 wolf brothers rushed forward. Althor and everyone shouted in fear, Sharon is dangerous, run away, Sharon. But Sharon still stood still, he was breathing heavily. But determinedly thought, there was only one way. Can I do this? Immediately a stream of spirit appeared covering Sharon. But can I do it, Sharon thought, maintain balance in this turbulent whirlpool. The monsters were rushing towards Sharon at lightning speed. Sharon immediately opened his eyes shining with blue light. In the spiritual world, the cracks are getting bigger and bigger, something like a black hole appears, pulling everything back in. Sharon returned to the same state as when performing in front of the whole school. His arm gradually disappeared. But Sharon still tried to raise her hand. In reality, a huge stream of magic rushed straight at the monsters. Immediately, a series of werewolves were blown away by the force, some were spun around 100 times, some were attacked before they could see. The power of this attack is so great that neither Lumina nor Martin can stand it. Althor was also stunned and looked forward thinking. How is this possible? Even though I saw it with my own eyes, it was still unbelievable. In front of them, Sharon was emitting a huge blast of power. The werewolves still advanced regardless, some of them even rushed to Sharon in time. Sharon frowned, energy, I can't take it anymore. If it stays like this, spirit domain. My mind will scatter like the wind. Sharon remembered, yes, like that time. I need to release all the energy within myself. Immediately, Sharon followed her heart. He thought, I will release everything with this move. It seemed like the magic flow just now was very strong. But this time Sharon also created an ability that was 100 times more powerful. The surrounding scenery was blinded by the light from him, and rocks exploded. The werewolves must also be horrified when standing before this energy source. Looking down from above, it looks exactly like a shining disco ball. After this attack, the ground under everyone's feet became a straight line. The surviving werewolves kept trembling. It looked at the person in front of it in horror. Sharon still stands tall. Blue eyes looked towards them. Sharon exhaled and said 2 words, go away. Don't ever come back here. The werewolf seemed to feel that this was the sound of death. Those that were still alive immediately ran back into the fire. Sharon stood breathing heavily. Then he immediately fell down. This time Althor caught him. Everyone was also worried, crying and running to check the situation. Lumina put her hand on the Sharon to check, the Althor next to her said, let's go home, this childish hunt is over. Night comes to the village. Sharon sat under the grass looking up at the sky. At this moment, Althor smiled and approached and said, when did you get here? Sharon immediately smiled back, after taking a deep sleep, of course I wanted to look at the stars. He thought, it's been a long time since I've slept so soundly, I don't remember the last time I slept peacefully without evil or supernatural visions. When he woke up, he saw everyone around him crying and looking at him. Lumina even said that he thought he wouldn't wake up again. Sharon continued to think, I slept like the dead, the others didn't take a step out of bed until I woke up. Sharon asked Althor again, where are the rest of you? Althor smiled and replied, they are busy cooking. Althor continued, anyway, it's really a relief, except for Luma falling, no one was hurt, even though we were quite shocked by your strength. Sharon just smiled and replied, it's really a relief. Althor also looked up at the sky and continued, tomorrow, I will deal with everything with the adults, the skin and teeth of the monsters are also very valuable. Althor asked again, what did you say their names were? Sharon replied, wargs, I heard their fangs are very expensive. Althor laughed, that's right. After a moment of silence, Althor spoke again, I'm sorry. Sharon heard that and replied confusedly, no, me too. But Althor interrupted and said, actually, I'm just jealous of you. Sharon was stunned, Back to a day in the past. When Sharon was sitting quietly reading a book after chopping firewood. At that time, Althor's friends passed by this place, the guy next to me said, you know, sometimes Sharon looks really cool. Why is that? Hearing that, Althor just silently looked at Sharon. Returning to the present, Althor immediately said, his dream. Sharon was surprised, my dream. Althor nodded, yes, the dream you pursued. Althor said blushing, hoping he would get it. Sharon heard that and smiled. Both looked up at the sky. Sharon replied, yes, thank you. The next day, Althor said, "You left in such a hurry, why don't you stay another day?" Sharon immediately replied, "I really want that too, but there are still many unfinished studies at the academy." Both shook hands. Althor wished, "Then see you again, Sharon." Althor and everyone smiled and said, "Become a great magician." Sharon also smiled and replied, "I will come back to visit you guys, see you later." At this moment Lumina rushed to Sharon. She hugged him and said loudly, "You must definitely come back, after becoming a magician and deliberately ignoring me, you won't be done." Sharon was stunned, then smiled gently and replied, "I remember." He turned around and left, not forgetting to wish everyone behind him, "Take care." The image of my friends also gradually receded. Althor put his hand on Luma's shoulder, then sighed and smiled and said, "Oh my god. If you already miss him like that, do you need me to take him back for you?" Luma wiped her tears and shook her head. "What, he's not gone forever." Lumina smiled and said, "Sharon is so cool. Every time he pursues his dream." Sharon now slowly returned to school. The first place he went to was Eastas. Sharon walked inside and opened her small notebook. "Let's see," he remembered that day of conversation. "Need, there's something that makes me curious. How can we know our research group's room in 89 blocks? Hearing that, Need smiled and replied, "Since you are a new member of the group, I will show you how to find your way." Need pointed forward and said, "Do you see the number on the ceiling? It's 19, and then you need to see the color of the door." Sharon took notes, then looked to the left and said, "Well, room 19 with golden doors is number 5, so. Then I will come to a fork." Sharon continued up the stairs and read the notebook while analyzing, "So that means there are 3 other rows connected to this place.
Then it is necessary to substitute them as x, y, and z respectively, then make an equation. The answer is what we call the total key of Eastas."
At that time, Sharon was extremely surprised. "Wow, who could think of this?" Need immediately replied, "Hearing that, I heard that one of the founding members has savant syndrome. That's the person who created it. Creating this equation, the person has memorized the entire Eastas into something." Need smiled and said, "The first time I showed this equation to Iruki, he said." Returning to the present, Sharon opened a purple door. In front is the room of the Supernatural Spiritual Science Research Group. What a beautiful equation, Sharon thought. Sharon slowly walked in. The sound from inside the room was already ringing. "Why did you reveal that now? Didn't I say there was a 57% chance of winning?" "Bullshit, I wasted a lot of time just listening to you. Don't you understand that the bigger you make the sample, the more likely it is to be accurate? That's only if you have unlimited money, you idiot." Sharon slowly opened the door. He thought, as well as putting together all the clues to find the research team, through Eastas. "I also learned that I need the root causes. Precious bonds, and every moment with me. Through which I can go step by step." Sharon smiled and said to Need and Iruki, "So you guys came back after losing everything?" Need replied angrily, "Sharon, listen to what I'm about to say, then you'll understand." Looking at Sharon just standing in front of the door, Iruki was speechless and asked why he was standing there smiling like that. Sharon said silently in her heart, "Everyone, thank you for everything." Sharon said with a smile, "I'm back." At this time at the 48th training ground, all 3 came here together. Sharon swung his hand out, a stream of bright energy converging in front of his hand. Need wondered, "So what you want to show us is photon emission? Did you increase the output power or something?" Iruki next observed and said, "No, it's something else." Looking at the energy source on Sharon's hand, Iruki analyzed, the photon emission should have been emitted outside, but this thing radiated inside. Need didn't quite understand. But immediately, the Sharon's self-luminescent source was fired. A terrifying force, just like when fighting a group of werewolves. Need and Iruki were stunned. Need approached the hole created by Sharon and was frightened. "What is this? You can use light to punch a hole. This is magic, it is magic." Iruki immediately asked, "What about the spells I used?" Need said with a fake smile, "Ah, it was just my joke, ha ha." Sharon said again, "This is the spell I developed. I call it the Page Cannon." Iruki put his hand on his chin and analyzed, "Photons, as far as I know, is a fusion, and anything related to photons is very difficult. What kind of spell is this?" Sharon replied, "I will explain, but can we go somewhere else?" Sharon smiled and said, "I also have something to tell you guys." At a restaurant outside the academy, Need and Iruki were shocked while eating noodles. Is it true, you added mass to the photon?" "That's ridiculous, so can you do the same with electricity?" "It was amazing," Need said, that he could add mass to a massless particle. My head is spinning like a pinwheel, so you can actually use it. Is it a new knowledge? Sharon replied, and thanks to that the uncomfortable feeling disappeared, and I finally understood the meaning of the nightmares that haunt me. Need said in amazement, this is amazing. If it were possible to put the knowledge and hypotheses together and implement it into reality, then this would be a discovery that would shock the magical world. No, must be the whole world. Iruki also said, it was truly amazing, but understanding the theory behind it didn't mean he could use photonic magic. Even if you achieve almighty enlightenment, letting others understand it like you is a problem. Need also said, this is really bigger than we thought, Sharon said with a smile, so I want to ask you guys. Sharon continued, I want to learn more, but we're on vacation so we can't go to the library, right? I can't go to the Noble Library alone, so you guys take me there. Needed, I wonder? No problem, but why can't you come in? Maybe it's related to what he wanted to say earlier, Iruki speculated. Sharon mused, if I told them the truth, would they still treat me the same as before? But if I let things stay like that, they wouldn't be able to become my real friends. No, I won't run away anymore, Sharon spoke up, I'm not a noble. I'm just a civilian. When I was an infant, I was abandoned in a stable and then my parents took me in and raised me. My father was just an ordinary hunter. At the dining table, the atmosphere suddenly became silent. Need smiled carefully and said, I was wondering why your attitude suddenly became gloomy recently, so what's the matter? But Iruki spoke again, why not? Need was surprised, Iruki. Sharon looked down sadly. Iruki still said, Need, you don't understand what this bastard just said. Iruki angrily said, whether it's magic or education, doesn't that mean this guy has only been studying for a year? Within 3 months he climbed all the way to 5th grade, and even beat me in front of the whole school. Need and Sharon heard Iruki say that and were shocked. Iruki still angrily said, even with his disability. Not to mention dating a genius mage girl, but then Need quickly shut this guy down and smiled and said, Sharon, your background is not an issue for us. Need made a heart-to-heart gesture and said lovingly, for me you are the only one, I love you so much. Sharon smiled silently, then tearfully said, thank you guys. Iruki just exclaimed, why are you so in love, are you gay? Then Iruki realized, wait, Amy already knows about this. Need was also surprised, how long have you two known each other? Sharon smiled wryly and explained, well, since childhood. The relationship wasn't very good at first. Need was even more interested, tell me, I'm so curious. At this time in a place called Thormia Kingdom's capital, Bashuka. 5 years ago in the Radom slum, a boy tried to run away, holding a loaf of moldy meat. The tall man holding knives frantically chased the boy and cursed, you damn brat, dare to rob us, you want to die, Canis. The skinny and sick little Canis boy tried to escape down a sewer. In the sewers, Canis silently called out to his sister, Erin. The girl named Erin was lying on the ground with her head resting on a pile of straw. The little girl looked full of pain. Canis quickly ran over worried, what's wrong, are you in a lot of pain? Look, it's bread, you can't die. Canis tearfully looked outside, please, is there anyone? But behind him were the 3 tall guys from before. They laughed fiercely and said, I've caught you. Canis was immediately punched away by a guy. You think, this is a place where I shouldn't be found. Has now been found. They kicked the Canis with their feet and said, you brat, where do you think you can run away? The tall guys took the moldy meat loaf and smiled smugly, Canis, you're such trash. How dare you steal this precious piece of meat to eat alone? Behind him, the bald man carried Erin on his shoulders. The accusing still beat Canis painfully. Canis just screamed, I will kill you if you dare to touch Erin. I will kill all of you. After hearing this group of people just laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, did you hear anything? He wanted to kill us, try to test the car, try to come to the next life. One guy took out a dagger, the other guy ordered, what are you waiting for, kill it quickly. Canis looked at the knife in despair thinking, just what if? I have the strength. If it were me. Right at this seemingly hopeless moment. On this group of bullies suddenly appeared rays of darkness. In Canis's eyes, he saw that this dark power had easily dealt with all those gangsters. He was stunned, and they were screaming in pain, what the hell, it's bloody. Canis was still stunned, just now, what the hell happened? He saw his sister being picked up by a dark energy and placed next to him. This darkness incarnates into a specific form. He stood in front of the 2 brothers and said, what do you think? Magic is fun, isn't it? Canis was stunned. Then he smiled as if he saw the light of his life. One evening in the capital of Thormia Bashuka Kingdom. In a well-lit building. Canis stood from above and reported to someone, "The security forces here are very large." From the other end of the line also replied, "This is the first time I have seen so many holy relics. Their archaeological value is great." Canis then asked, "What about our target?" The other end replied, "Our target is the core of the mana control system, the Holy Dragon Heart Relic. It's located in a cage right in the middle of the third floor, with about 15 security guards protecting it. However, before he obtained the Holy Relic, the core part of the mana control system made him unable to use the spirit domain inside the building." Canis stood up and muttered, he couldn't use magic, so he had to go in there himself. The other side replied, "Yes, be careful, Canis." Canis on this side gave an evil smile. "Where is the weak shadow of the past?" Immediately he jumped up from the roof. Then landed below, dark energy emitted from his body. This energy source seems to be rooted in the target building. Canis rushes straight to where it needs to go. He smashed the glass door and rushed in, startling the guards. "What the hell, there was an intruder." Canis slowly appeared and looked up and said, "Now." Immediately, the source of black magic radiated from his body in all directions, easily eliminating the guards within a 10-meter range. The guards were thrown away. They shouted in shock, "How come? He can use magic." Some people who had not yet collapsed immediately rushed forward and said loudly, "There is an intruder, press the alarm immediately, arrest him, he is a magician." The voice continued to sound, "Hurry up." Immediately, from the side of the Canis, a source of energy continued to radiate at lightning speed. Dark magic once again dealt with the survivors. This time Canis galloped towards a door in front of him. He easily knocked through the door and entered, thinking, he found it. In the room was a shining blue stone, which was the core of the mana control system. Canis did not hesitate to reach out and catch it. But as soon as he touched it, another layer of guardians approached. "They are scared, here. The core of the mana control system." But before he finished speaking, a ray of dark magic appeared and penetrated straight into a guard. One by one, the others had their share, they all fell down. At this moment another foot appeared. Canis calmly replied, "Just in time, Aaron. Aaron is grown up now." She looked around and said, "Canis, wait, you didn't have to kill anyone, right?" Canis pointed out and replied, "Don't worry. He just made them unconscious." Aaron heard that and said nothing. Then at this moment, from outside, a huge explosion erupted. Outside is an army waiting, along with a person flying high above shouting, "I don't know how you can avoid the mana control system and use magic, but it ends here, stop. If you don't leave behind everything you took, you can't leave here," the man said and raised his hand. A huge source of power emitted from inside the ruined room. Two people with dark power slowly walked out. Their bodies are filled with dark power. The man opposite was stunned. "Magic, dark magician." Right at this moment, a powerful source of dark power emitted from the two of them. The man quickly used his shield to protect himself. After the magic had dissipated, he looked forward in shock. The two of them had disappeared. The soldiers below shouted loudly, "Commander, the core of the mana control system has been stolen." The commander above also responded, "There was no sign of teleportation, they must still be there, around here, find them quickly." The soldiers responded and obeyed. The commanding mage gritted his teeth and thought, those two people were not old at all, how could they bypass the mana control system and steal the core? He landed and thought, not to mention, they are also extremely intelligent, how could they use dark magic here? At this moment, the commander thought seriously, there was only one person, only one magician capable of using this magic. Dark magic can devour sunlight, a notorious magician who plunged the entire kingdom into chaos with darkness, a darkness that even light could not dispel, that is the great mage Vitor Arcane. The commander was worried but also suspicious, but he should have died in the accident 40 years ago, right? Why is there someone who can use his magic now? This time in the mountains near Bashuka. Aaron and Canis slowly returned to their base. Canis took the item in his hand and said, "We have obtained the final ingredient, Master." At this time, in a bed filled with machines, an old man with a long beard and thin body appeared. Canis placed the item in the machine and said, "With this ingredient, Master, you will regain the reputation of a great magician." Aaron watched from afar and gulped a bit nervously. The final ingredient has been placed. Immediately, from the bed came a blue light and a large puff of smoke. Canis smiled and looked ahead. At this moment, a large hand firmly grasped the edge of the bed. The old man from before slowly stood up and said, "It's been 40 years. I finally meet again, the bastard who stole my strength." Aaron trembled and Canis rejoiced, finally. This old man is Victor Arcane. He looked up and growled, "Alpheus Mer, traitor." 40 years ago, in a building, a fierce fire and the sound of screaming in pain, "No!" Victor shouted loudly, "This research does not belong to you alone, I have put all my heart and soul into it. Alpheus, why can you do this to me?" Young Alpheus turned around and coldly replied, "Why?" He smiled disdainfully, turned his head and said, "Research this." Then he turned and left, leaving Victor behind in pain and indignation as he watched the fire burn throughout the room. This fire also dyed his own body and then slowly burned everything remaining in the room. Returning to the present, Victor looked at his hand and said, "It took 40 years for me to recover. 45 stars. He hates, Alpheus Mer, do you think you can live in peace after doing that to me?" At this time, Canis and Aaron were kneeling in front of him and said, "Master, thanks to you, we are still alive today, we have received enormous power, so please just command these 2 poor lives, this is ours." Victor looked at the 2 of them and said, "I will put my trust in you, my beloved disciples." Aaron in the back still couldn't help but tremble. Only Canis still kept a smile. Victor continued, "But you still have to be careful. There was a time when Alpheus was blinded by greed, he was willing to kill people to achieve his goals, he was a crazy murderer." At the same time, at the Magic Academy principal's office. Outside, it was raining and windy, drops of water falling on the window pane. Alpheus stood up and silently walked towards the bookcase. He picked up a book. Then immediately, a gate opened, which was a mysterious room. Alpheus did not hesitate to take the lamp and step inside. When he got there, he put the lamp on the table and looked around, looking around. He was silent and then said, "It was thundering. Like that day." He looked up at the huge picture in front of him and told himself, "Absolutely do not forgive me." At the same time at Bashuka, the annual academic meeting organized by the Kingdom's Professors Union is underway. Teacher Thod tiredly rubbed his head and thought, "I understand why all the teachers delayed attending this meeting. How could they discuss and argue for 3 days in a row?" He took a bored sip of water and thought, "I want to go home." It turned out that this year the representative of Alphea's Magic Academy was none other than him. Thod looked at the group of nobles who were talking to each other and exclaimed, they were truly admirable. Even though the debate had officially ended for a while, they still continued to discuss after the dinner party. Mr. Thod now blushed and thought, "But the only reason I'm still here is to talk to her." In that crowd, a beautiful, radiant blue-haired woman was the center of attention, Thod thought, Reina Agent. She was a member of the 99 most distinguished painters, and a royal pianist, a pupil of the Merhan melody. Thod kept thinking, unexpectedly she didn't show any discomfort when surrounded by a group of people. I couldn't even find a chance to talk to her. If Sina was even half as good as her then, at this moment, for some reason, Reina turned her gaze towards him, making Thod confused. Thod spit out water then turned around and worried, "What is that? Is she looking at me? That can't be it." But a sound rang out, "Nice to meet you, Professor Thod." Thod immediately turned his head in shock. "Ha, you know who I am?" Reina smiled politely, "Of course, you're a professor from Alphea's Magic Academy, right?" Reina continued, "The Agent Mansion is also in Craeus." Thod stood up confused and replied, "Oh so ah ha ha ha." In his mind he thought, "Oh my god, I never thought I would have the chance to talk to her." Thod blushed and started to fantasize, "Don't tell me she did too." In his mind, a vision appeared in his mind of the 2 of them getting married in the future and naming their child. But in Thod's fantasy, Reina smiled to match her voice in real life. "How is Sharon doing?" The face of the baby in Reina's arms also turned into a chibi version of Sharon. Thod turned off the sunlight and asked again, "Ha, ah." He was startled in horror as he remembered the name Sharon and felt pain. Damn, so this is a meeting with the parents. Thod immediately turned on Professor Mode and politely replied, "You have given us an outstandingly talented student. He is the pride of the school." Reina was happy. "Oh really, so happy to hear this. Does he have many friends?" Thod remembered and replied, "He was popular with both men and women. Even I felt jealous, ha." "Oh that's right, that boy even has a girlfriend." After Reina heard it, it was like thunder in her ears, but Teacher Thod continued, "She's quite famous among the students too. Well, she's studying very hard so you don't need to worry about that." Reina's face turned sad, but she still tried to smile and replied, "So he's doing very well, isn't he happy?" Teacher Thod didn't understand and confusedly replied, "Well, do you want to send him a message? If you tell me, I would." But Reina just smiled and said, "It's okay, I'm happy to hear he's still healthy." Thod continued, "You don't need to worry, it's not to brag, but Althea's Magic Academy is a great school recognized by the kingdom itself. We will try our best, please don't worry." Reina was surprised, then she smiled and replied, "Thank you very much, please take care of Sharon." Thod saw this smile and his face turned red. He was in love. He immediately said, "Well, meeting each other like this is fate. Would you like to come back to Crayus with me tomorrow? I'd like to invite you for a meal." Reina clapped her hands and replied, "Oh, that would be great too." But she continued, "But I also have to attend a performance at Pashuka." Thod didn't miss the opportunity to say, "Well, I wonder if I'm allowed to come see." Reina smiled and replied, "I'm very pleased, it's a pleasure to have you present." Teacher Thod makes flowers bloom when he hears it, it's great. But at this time Reina worriedly said, "To be honest, I was worried that there would be few people participating because of the recent events in the capital." Teacher Thod heard that and immediately asked, "What event is that?" Reina frowned and replied, "Well, recently, Hell was attacked and a B-level prisoner escaped. The perpetrator was an unknown dark magician. Because of that, the capital was practically under martial law." Who would have thought that? After hearing that, Thod immediately frowned and asked again, "Was it because of the dark magician that she just said?" Thod said, "Can you tell me more about this?" Reina smiled and said, Well, I heard it was a white-haired old man, and..." Thod was horrified when he heard it. He immediately bowed and said quickly, "Excuse me, I have to leave." Reina was confused. "Huh?" Thod immediately ran out in Reina's confusion. "Thod, where are you suddenly going, Professor Thod?" Thod ran and gritted his teeth. The dark magician, the escaped prisoner. There was no doubt that that was his plan. He cursed, "Damn it, why is it just when I'm away?" Back to the night before, the Hellfire prison holds criminals. Where there was indeed a fierce fire going on. On the floor are countless people who have collapsed. A guy whose neck is being grabbed by dark power. Then he was stabbed through the body and died. Victor Arcane was in the lead, behind were Aaron and Canis, behind them were countless people who were also killed by dark magic. Dark magic has two properties, absorption and absorption. Darkness absorbs energy and merges into one attribute. The dark energy that my spiritual force receives is that it can cause minor damage, but Canis silently watched the large ant he dealt with run away in fear. But the source of his power can only attack the ant in the dark. When he reaches the sunlight, this power gradually weakens. Canis thought, darkness cannot defeat light. But at this moment Victor rubbed his shoulder again and said, "Very good." Canis surprised, "Master, you remember, our benefactor, the one who saved Aaron and I from hell, the great Mage Arcane." Victor Arcane calmly said, "If you try a little harder, you can drown out the light." Indeed, with his strength, it seemed easy to use his shadow to stretch straight towards the sunlight, and kill all the giant ants in front. Canis smiled happily when witnessing this scene. Returning to the present, Canis is also smiling with satisfaction at the surrounding scene. Horrifying sounds rang out, "Help me, help, they are being brutally murdered by dark power in the shadow of those three people." At this time, Aaron said from behind, "Canis, this place has nothing to do with revenge for the master. Is it necessary to go to this extent?" Canis immediately replied, "Aaron, what we need to do is trust the master." Aaron looked at his brother. Canis still said, "I know. Master never did meaningless things." He smiled in the scene of darkness and corpses. Aaron could only reply, I understand, Canis." In her eyes, Canis's brother seemed to be gradually turning into a different kind of monster. At this time, the dark power was frantically smashing the walls blocking their way. The three entered a large room, where the prisoners were kept. At this moment, the iron gate holding the prisoner was thrown open by a force. One guy and then another guy walked out of prison and said, "Wow, your skills are really great. Thank you very much, are you a magician?" Seeing Canis and Aaron behind them, they laughed loudly and said, "Why did he bring children along? Are you planning to go on a picnic? Ah ha ha." A representative prisoner stepped forward and stretched out his hand to say, "Nice to meet you, I'm the Night Cat Kraken. Well, you know, look." Victor Arcane looked at them silently and said, "Well." His face was cold, "I finally went to war myself, but here are only brats." This immediately agitated the other prisoners. They frowned. "What, hey, did that old man just call us brats?" Those guys immediately rushed forward and said, "So what if you are a magician? We will use our numbers to crush you and capture him." Right now, a source of darkness enveloped them. The prisoners were confused. Why is it suddenly so dark? I can't see anything. Hey, it seems like the wall is getting closer to us. What, is it real? They shouted in terror, "What are you doing? Damn it, get out of here quickly, stop pushing, I can't escape, mother, damn it." Canis was silent and Aaron still couldn't stand this scene. In front of them, there was nothing left but a large pool of blood. Now, Victor Arcane says it's all a conspiracy, huh? You hid yourself very well, in a cell. The remaining prisoner was a little shy, TSK. His hands were chained behind him. On his shoulder he has a tattoo of a parrot. He slowly walked out and said, "Oh no, I've been caught. You crazy people, why do you do this to people here? Are you planning to fight against the kingdom?" He smiled and said, "It seems that's true." Right now, Canis and Aaron looked at the power in front of them in surprise. The prisoner in front of him raised his hand, using the two weights in his hand as weapons to attack the dark magician. But then he revealed a surprised look and thought, "I can barely touch him. It feels like the violence has been absorbed. Who is this old man?" Indeed, the dumbbell never touched Victor's face but was only blocked by magic. Victor Arcane said at this time, "You passed." The prisoner stepped back, not understanding. What's wrong with you? I didn't apply for any job with you guys." Victor just silently pulled out the dark power. This source of power rushed towards the prisoner. The prisoner gritted his teeth and thought, "Damn it, it's not over." But at this moment, the chain on his wrist fell off. Victor continued, "Money is your weakness." The prisoner looked forward in shock. Victor continued, "I will give you a job that will make you a lot of money, are you interested?" Hearing that, the prisoner immediately smiled and replied, "Now you understand me." Canis stayed silent and said nothing. He just frowned, seemingly not understanding what his master was doing. On the road into the dark night, it was pouring rain. Thod shouted loudly in the car, "Can't go faster, hurry up, I've given you all the gold coins I have." The driver said, "No matter how fast I go, we won't be able to get to Kraus until tomorrow morning." Thod angrily cursed and died. The driver cried, "Oh God, what am I doing at this hour?" Thod sat back in the car and rubbed his forehead, thinking, Arcane was freed from prison last night. Next, he will appear to take revenge for what happened 40 years ago. It was still pouring rain. Thod thought, "I have to tell my master quickly." At this time at Althea's Magic Academy, Lucas rubbed his body and exclaimed, It's so cold. It's raining so hard that we really have to do it." Canis was silent and said, "Stop nagging, you just have to do as agreed, Lucas." Lucas said with a smirk, "Give me a big reward." The guy looked at the Arcane and said, "If he had known, you guys would have done crazy things like ambushing the Magic Academy. Then I wouldn't have followed you." In the rainy and windy night, Arcane silently looked towards the Althea's Magic Academy school. Lucas stood with them thinking, "Damn, I have nothing to do," and went with them because they promised to pay a huge amount of money, but this is no different from rebellion and treason. At this moment, Lucas immediately called out to Aaron, "Hey, you don't look like someone who would do this type of job. You are too beautiful to work as a dirty criminal. Did you think of coming with me?" And, at this moment Canis interrupted him, "Lucas, your duty is to watch over the hostages. Just do the job you were hired for." Lucas laughed and said, So who is that hostage?" Canis just said, "Tomorrow morning you will know." Lucas thought bitterly, well, Canis doesn't understand either, why would the master follow someone like him? But he quickly reminded himself, don't question anything, all of this. Everything is according to his will. Victor Arcane flew up into the air, then cast a dark magical energy over the entire field. Everything has its own weight, it is because of it that symmetry in the universe is broken, and due to countless circumstances. As a result of those incidents, the world as we know it has become more vibrant. Need's face was tired and dark, his eyes were screaming loudly at the pile of books, so in the end, the world as we know it wouldn't exist without weight, right? He looked like he was in a daze and said, no, more importantly, why did it have weight in the first place? I suspect it suddenly appeared like a boom, maybe. Iruki, who was lying on the ground, only replied, it's just the weight, or something like that. Need shouted loudly, are you serious? What you mean is that God created everything, right? You have low blood pressure, do you need to eat some cake to wake up? Iruki still said, rubbing his stomach, then I just saying, I don't know. He continued, we spent all the time we could in this library, looking up anything related to weight, but in the end we couldn't understand something that was beyond comprehension, human knowledge. Iruki sat up and continued, I think we've gotten as close to it as we can from an omniscient point of view. He looked to the side. Sharon was also buried in a pile of books. Iruki asked, Sharon, from his omniscient point of view, what is the weight? A magician's omniscience helps them form an objective, unbiased opinion. However, a magician's omnipotence is entirely personal. Sharon took out her book and said, it's a bit hard to describe in words, but... He remembered when he was in the spiritual field with the wall broken, revealing a sky full of stars. He took a piece of the puzzle, and that piece turned into rays of light. Sharon now said, existence, Need and Iruki don't understand, existence. Sharon continued, well, I can feel a will to exist, a very strong desire as well. It's almost like it's trying its best to let anyone, anywhere know of its existence. Iruki said with his chin in his hands, it sounded profound, wanting to prove a person's existence, and Need thoroughly shouted, what about this? Sharon doesn't understand, Need immediately wiped his hands and said, Sharon, your omnipotence. What if we call it the molecule of God? Sharon was immediately surprised, whoa. Iruki also sat down and said, that's a good name, it makes me think too. Sharon said happily, that name is perfect for what I was thinking about, that's good. Need smiled happily and replied, really, great, then omnipotence will become stronger, imagination will also become clearer. Sharon happily clenched his hands and said, molecules of the body, now I will study it much more. Morning at Althea's Magic Academy. The three idiots continued to walk through the school. Need said dejectedly, I didn't expect our vacation to end like this. Iruki replied, even though it's suspended, it's also a vacation. Sharon also said, guys still haven't forgotten yesterday's promise, right? Need and Iruki said tiredly, well, in order for us to graduate together, we have to try our best to go to 4th grade this term. Looking at their faces, Sharon quickly comforted them, hey, it's only been one day, that's it. But Need and Iruki are not very positive, if I have to stay in 5th grade alone, hey Sharon, it's okay if you stay in school for another year, right? Sharon cried and said, but both of your scores are higher than mine, I'm the one in the most dangerous situation here. Need continued, it's the last day, do you guys want to stop by the research room? Sharon refused to say anything at this time, I have to go somewhere, you two go first, Iruki also told me to come here. Sharon thought, 6 months ago, I was still a clueless first-year student. Now I have learned about the God molecule, and have gained precious friends. Not to mention that person. Remembering the memories with Amy, he thought, the person who helped me get here. At this time, in the classroom, the advanced classroom, the students were entering one by one. Amy and Sherla were also walking and talking. At this moment, Sharon rushed forward and brought out 2 cups of coffee, startling them. Sharon smiled and said, did I scare you? I'm sorry, I just wanted to surprise you. Sharon smiled a little shyly and said, thank you Amy, thanks to you, but at this moment Amy coldly said, why do you talking to me so intimately? Sharon said in shock, what? Sherla next to him also said, do you know where you are? Sherla said with a strange look, praising his bravery for daring to go to the graduation class, but haven't you crossed the line? As a student you should concentrate on your studies. After that, the two of them passed by Sharon. Sherla also said, let's go, I thought it would be peaceful for a while. Sharon didn't understand and ran after saying, Senior Sherla, Amy. You two are angry with me, because I haven't stopped by for a long time. But at this time Sherla and Amy directly pushed Sharon to the ground and said loudly, I tried to put that aside. But this is called stalking, you know, go away while I'm still nice. If you don't want to be disciplined then go away. Sharon trembled in fear and tearfully said, it's impossible. He didn't understand why they suddenly treated him like that. Amy immediately pulled Sherla's hand and said, that's enough, let's go, lunch is almost over. Sharon immediately thought, lie. Then he immediately stood up, turned around and ran away. Sherla frowned and said, he's so strange, he looks innocent but is very stubborn. Amy next to her was silent. Sherla said again, don't worry too much, you already have a handsome man. Then she was confused, who is that? Amy also blankly looked at the person opposite her. At this moment, Sharon quickly ran back and bumped into a tall guy, that was Mark. Mark, after seeing the class badge on Sharon's shoulder, immediately bowed down and said, I'm sorry senior. Sharon was confused, Ha, Mark, you don't know me. Mark looked up suspiciously. Sharon tried to repeat, it's me Sharon, we did the teleportation test together. Mark rubbed his neck in confusion and said, oh yes, I'm not sure, but, sorry for not recognizing you. Sharon was surprised, don't you know me? At this time Miss Sina also appeared and walked towards them saying, hey, what's going on? Sharon immediately turned around, Professor. Miss Sina then replied, oh my god, who are you? Making Sharon terrified. Miss Sina kept saying, you're a new student, I've never seen you before. What's your name? The others also came closer, who is that? I've never seen him, he's suspicious, is he a thief, who is he? Sharon immediately ran out in panic, other students immediately shouted, ah, stop, catch him, he is very suspicious. Sharon ran and thought, this is not true. This is fake, fake, fake. Sharon immediately ran to the Istas, he opened the door and shouted loudly, everyone. Need and Iruki, who were still sitting in the room, raised their heads. Sharon ran back in panic and said, Need, Iruki, you guys know me, right? Sharon panicked to the point of tears and said, it's Sharon. But at this time Need showed a coldly skeptical look and said, you, how did you get in here? Even Iruki said the same thing, who are you? Sharon was stunned, he thought, I had this thought for a moment, from the beginning, I never appeared at the school that day, I was just dreaming. Need sat on the chair and said, wait, how do outsiders know the key to Istas? Did another research group send it to you? Sharon panicked and backed away, they kept asking, who were you? Sharon looked at them even more despairingly. At this time, Need and Iruki looked down and smiled. Then they changed their attitude and laughed loudly, ha 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 ha, I couldn't help it anymore, look at their faces, ha ha ha. They teased, did you hear that? Need even laughed and imitated, Need, Iruki, you two know me, right, it's me Sharon, ha ha ha, stop, my stomach hurts. At this moment, Sharon collapsed and said tremblingly, do you two remember me? The two people, Need and Iruki, saw that something was wrong and stood up in surprise, Sharon, why are you crying? The two confusedly approached Sharon, what's wrong, I'm sorry for teasing you, okay, but Sharon has to cry to satisfy himself first. After a while, Need frowned and asked again, what do you mean, people don't remember you? Iruki also said, it's strange that even Professor Sina said that. Sharon said while holding her face, when I looked into their eyes, they weren't lying, they really didn't remember me. Need stood up and said, maybe we should go out to check. Sharon immediately said, what if you both forget me when you go out there? If that happens, Iruki immediately suggested, what if we rewrite it? Need immediately wrote on Iruki's hand, if he lost his memory, the person with the North Star symbol was his friend. Need held out his arm that had been painted with a star and said, if we do that, it'll be okay even if we forget, right? Sharon looked at his hand and said, yeah, could this be some supernatural spiritual activity? Need was also confused, I don't know, I can't think of anything that causes amnesia. Iruki looked out and said, now, let's go out and check. All three took turns returning to Althea's academy. All three looked ahead in shock, what? What the hell is going on here? They looked ahead, the schoolyard was all gathered here right now, the three looked forward and said, this is even stranger than what Sharon said, what are they doing, come closer and see. Sharon was still worried, what if he got close he would end up like them? Iruki analyzed, the possibility was quite low, hadn't he already come into physical contact with them? Sharon was now reassured, yes, it would probably be okay. Then, Need was now ahead of them, he shouted, hey Gabe, where are you going? The guy named Gabe then raised his head in bewilderment and said, you know me. Iruki and Sharon followed behind in surprise. Need said confusedly, of course I know, tell me, where are you going? At this time Gabe also showed a bewildered look and told me. Then Gabe panicked and grabbed Need's shoulder and shouted loudly, who am I, and what is the sound I heard all this time? He held his head in panic and said, I can't hear anything, Need continued to ask in confusion, what are you hearing now, hey? Iruki now said, hey, I don't think he can realize now that the sound he's hearing is his own voice. At this point, Gabe didn't even speak anymore, instead he just cried out, Iruki concluded, and now he even forgot the language. Gabe shouted in pain, Iruki said, now he is continuously losing his memories. Sharon observed again, he said in surprise, oh stop. but then all three looked at the scene ahead in horror. All the students had soulless eyes. They walked in a line forward. Students from junior to graduating class, and so do teachers. Moreover, under their feet, there is a source of dark magical energy hanging around them. Now in the forest. Erin turned around and said, "I've gathered them all, Canis." In front of her was a group of students like puppets. She said, "Let's go." Canis nodded. At this moment there was a screaming sound. Phew, really scary. Annoying Lucas crossed his arms and stood in the crowd of students. They all turned into zombies, unable to think, but still able to live, so it's okay if I do anything to them, right? Then he aimed at Amy again and said, "Wow, I didn't expect there to be a beautiful girl in such a crazy place. Why don't we?" At this moment a sound interrupted him. "Lucas." Canis said with a black face to Lucas, "If you ruin my master's great career with such impurities, I will kill you." Lucas looked up dejectedly and said, "That's too strict, can't we have a little fun?" Canis still said coldly, "If you dare to continue to ignore my words, I will kill you immediately." Lucas thought with a dark face, "This arrogant brat." He thought, "I don't like him at all, I want to kill him immediately, but I'm not stupid enough to fight a magician in their soul area. I will kill you as soon as you let your guard down." At this point, Lucas let go of Amy's shoulder. He said dejectedly, "Okay, anyway, it's useless if I don't get paid." Canis then turned away. At this time, all the professors and students of the school were lining up in a long line walking towards the horn. All three of them were Need, Sharon and Iruki hiding above. All three looked towards the three people below. Say, are they the ones behind this? Need worries, should we stop them? But Iruki says, no. Need asked in surprise why. Sharon also turned to look at him. Iruki analyzed, memory manipulation magic was extremely difficult, and they even used it on more than 500 people. Need was now terrified. Iruki continued, not to mention the fact that those 500 people were extremely smart students. People who had spent their lives training their minds at the Magic Academy, and professors like Teacher Sina, a 6th level magician as well. Need was frightened, so that means, Sharon also continued coldly, they are magicians stronger than them? Yurki nodded, yes, so strong that we cannot imagine. Iruki turned around and said, now we should follow their trail, it will be too late if we intervene when it becomes more dangerous. At this moment, Sharon looked towards the crowd and said, not here, Need pay attention, what? Sharon continued, Principal and Professor Athela are not here. At this time in a house in the middle of the mountain, Miss Athela is meditating. Her body was sweating continuously. She closed her eyes and frowned. The house now shook again. Startled the birds and flew away. Athela opened her eyes in shock. She bent over, panting, thinking, what is that, 1,000 demons in just one night? She looked outside and thought, and not only that, moreover, it was already past school hours and no one had come to look for her, let alone. Immediately, Athela used teleportation. She entered the school in shock. Why? Maybe, there was no one in the academy at all. At this moment, there was also a light shining above the sky. It was Teacher Thod who used teleportation. He ran over and said, Professor Athela, luckily you're okay. Athela was surprised. Teacher Thod, what's wrong with you? Teacher Thod immediately answered, an attack, the academy was attacked. Master Thod ran and said, we are attacked by dark magic. Miss Athela was shocked, so that means, the number of crimes increased dramatically the night before. Besides, Mr. Thod explained, it will affect the whole academy, even the gatekeepers have had their records erased. Brisket. Mr. Thod said worriedly, Miss Athela, the person behind all this is Victor Arcane, the great magician who brought disaster to this world a long time ago. Athela was stunned. If they were great magicians, then. Master Thod said directly, yes, they are third-rate magicians. Once a mage reaches the third rank, they are called the Grand Mage. The rank of magicians is determined by their achievements and fame. Destroying a monster cave can provide up to 500 achievement points, and when receiving an invitation from the Emperor, 100 fame points can be obtained. And the requirement to upgrade from 10th to 9th is 1000 points, and the number of points needed to be able to upgrade from 4th to 3rd place is a huge number, 280 million points. Even Master Alpheus has only reached 4th place, but Arcane has already reached 3rd place. Arcane Victor made a great monument. The man with only his powerful dark magic alone reached the 3rd rank in the last century. Ms. Athela didn't understand, why would someone like that keep an eye on our academy? Ms. Athela is also a 6th-rate magician. Teacher Thod was the same. Teacher Thod heard Miss Athella's question and immediately thought, should I tell Miss Athella the truth or not? The story goes back a few years ago, when the information paper of Miss Athella was given, a bishop from the Karsus Star Society. The bishop has an important position with the role of protecting the 12 holy relics. Master Alpheus looked ahead in surprise, the strongest bishop the guild had in the kingdom, and a 6th-rate abyss. Why would someone like her want to come and be a teacher at the academy? Miss Athella then replied, because I want to follow the teachings of Bishop Jung Karsus, be like salt and light. In other academies, they only focus on training magicians to become as strong as possible, but on the contrary, here Headmaster Alpheus respects the autonomy of the students, as well as teaching them they know how to take responsibility for their power. She smiled and said, I really respect and support your ideals, Principal, that's why I want to come to this academy. Thod was extremely surprised at that time. Returning to the present, Teacher Thod frowned and closed his eyes. Then he opened his eyes and said, Miss Athella, I hope you can calm down after hearing what I'm about to say. Arcane Victor is the Principal Alpheus. Miss Athella was shocked when she heard it. She silently closed her eyes. Then she opened her eyes and said, I understand. She firmly said, no matter who it is, any harm to the students of this academy must be eliminated, we must protect them. Mr. Thod was very happy when he heard that. Ms. Athella now used her spirit field to know that the students were heading towards the mountains. Thod was taken aback. The mountains, Miss Athella speculated, they seemed to be heading towards an impassable bridge. I spotted 3 people who seemed to be leading all of them. At this moment, Ms. Athella said in shock, wait, there are 3 other people chasing. Thod asked in surprise, can you see clearly who they are? Ms. Athella said with a serious face, not very clear, but this uniform. Athella opened her eyes wide in shock. Sharon, those are 3 students of the Supernatural Spiritual Research Association. Need said in surprise, why did they bring them here? In front of them was a long line of people walking forward. It was an impassable bridge. Need speculated, perhaps they were planning to push everyone down to the 100. Need was worried, what, how could they do that? Iruki also said, usually there is no benefit for either side, pushing them down the cliff. But there was a reason for them to do that. When they were hostages, Yurki was silent and then said, I will go call for help right now. Need immediately stopped Yurki, calm down, look at those brainwashed people. Sharon also said, although the principal is not here, there are still Miss Athella and Teacher Thod. I'm sure someone has caught on, situation and request for help already. Sharon continued seriously, but, if they plan to harm the hostages before help arrives, then we will have to fight. Need and Iruki also have the same opinion. Iruki analyzed again, it would be a risk if we fight them, when the difference in numbers is so obvious. Need replied, there is no other way, we can only wait. Sharon looked from the current situation. It seems like they don't intend to push them down the cliff right now. They all looked like they were waiting for someone. At this time, Lucas shouted loudly for Canis, hey brat. Why hasn't your leader come yet? Don't you know how important time is in business? Do you want the whole group to die or something by waiting here for so long? Canis replied silently, we can't start until the guy named Alpheus comes out. The only thing you need to worry about is your contract, that's all. At this time, Aaron used magic to talk to Canis. Canis, it's been so long since the leader contacted, why haven't they come back yet? Canis just replied, I don't know, it's been a long time since we met. Canis thought, I don't doubt the leader, I just don't really understand. The leader is the one who has been waiting for this moment longer than anyone. Why didn't he come? Not to mention. On this side Lucas was swearing, damn it, so at least let us have fun, everything is fine right? Canis furiously looked up at the sky and thought, why did the leader choose that guy for this mission? Canis turned to look at Lucas and said angrily, trash guy. Lucas was also amused by this and laughed, you're really itchy, guy, could it be? Do you think I'm joking with you? Aaron looked forward in shock, the eye of death, it was too strong, even enough to paralyze the human central nervous system. She thought, it was a powerful skill that only those who committed countless crimes could possess, but Canis still coldly said, in Ladum where I grew up, I met countless trash guys, look at other people as just cheap food products. You are just like them, trash like you is often seen in Ladum. Lucas smirked, KK, now I understand, why I didn't like you from the beginning. Lucas then said, you think we are different, I am trash and you have noble goals. A student in the back collapsed to the ground. Lucas continued to say without concern, these zombies, they may no longer have reason, but their body functions are still active. And when they can't eat, drink or sleep, they will slowly die, even if we don't throw them off this cliff. At this moment, Lucas strangled Ms. Sina and said, "This is something I can feel." Lucas smiled complacently, his body emitting a red aura, and said, "Doesn't that mean you want to kill all these people here?" Canis shouted, "We didn't bring them here to kill them, they are hostages," but Lucas laughed and said, "And that's exactly why I want to reduce their numbers." Miss Sina was held up high, Lucas said, "because when this was over, all the people involved in this case are murderers." Aaron frowned at the scene before him. Canis hates it even more and says, "Are you going to go against the rules Yukar has set out?" Lucas replied, "Killing a girl is a shame," but, in the middle of speaking, he felt something. Under Lucas's feet, a source of power appeared. In the blink of an eye, the place exploded. Canis and Aaron looked ahead. Need and Iruki appear and say, "Well, what a shame, I can't believe they actually wanted to push everyone off the cliff, I thought they could at least blow off one or both of your legs." It turns out Lucas was able to run away from the explosion in time. He frowned and said, "Who the hell are you two guys?" But at this moment a bright light flashed in the sky, startling Lucas and turning his head. Chiron caught Miss Sina by teleportation. Chiron gritted his teeth and said, "I will not let you go." Canis said at this time, "Who the hell are you to dare to interfere, and moreover, how can you escape mind control?" This time somewhere else in the forest. Victor Arcane is standing silently in a cave. He suddenly noticed something and said, "You're the only one who comes here." It was Athela, she found this arcane dark magician. Going back to earlier, Teacher Thought analyzed. "We should leave the hostages to the kids. Because they are smart children, they will buy a little more time." Athela was surprised to hear that. Then she still said, "Okay, what about us?" Thought continued, "We have to go find the principal. We need him to resolve this situation." Ms. Athela continued, "So what I need to do has already been decided." Mr. Thought was silent and then said, "Please, find Arcane." That's why she appeared in front of Victor Arcane right now. Arcane was silent and then said, "She is a nun." Athela politely bowed and introduced, the Bishop of Karsus. "Athela, it is a pleasure to meet someone who is said to be a legend." Arcane was surprised, a bishop, he thought, just by the fact that she was able to break through the black hole and stand here, it could be said that she was a truth seeker, but a bishop. "Throughout my life, the bishops I've met have all been old men, I understand. Genius, surpassing the Eightfold Path and reaching the pinnacle of sainthood at such a young age." Arcane smiled, as expected, "This world is quite interesting." Arcane smiled and said, "Sure, Alpheus, where is that guy?" Athela said frankly, "If you want to buy time then it won't work." Arcane immediately asked, "What?" Athela continued, "Since you used a powerful magic last night, you probably don't have much strength left, the only way you have is to wait for the night." Arcane heard the analysis of the person in front of him and immediately fell silent. Athela continued, "If you cancel the magic applied to the students at this time, I will let you face the headmaster." Arcane heard that and chuckled. Then he couldn't help but laugh loudly, "Ha ha ha ha, do you think I want to buy time?" Immediately, Athela looked up in shock. A source of shadowy power instantly enveloped her like a cocoon. Athela was stunned to hear what Arcane said above, "Stupid, it would be a shame to kill her. But die." Immediately, the dark power turned into sturdy wooden branches that hugged tightly the place where Athela was standing. Returning to the impassable bridge, Lucas stood below and smiled, the plan was quite perfect. "You guys ignored what I said, and now 3 witnesses have appeared, what a bullshit plan. If you give me more money, I will fight this battle for you guys, what do you think?" Canis is annoyed to hear this bastard babble. But at this moment Aaron was about to say something, but Canis stopped her from saying, "I will take care of them, you take care of the hostages." Canis coldly looked forward and said, "I'm enough." Hearing that, Lucas immediately found a place to sit and said, "Yeah, let's do that." He thought, "You fools. If you fight too much, you will have to pay a lot." Canis stood above and asked, "You guys, how did you avoid the mind control to get here?" Chiron and Iruki didn't say anything. Minister of Foreign Affairs Need laughed loudly and said, "Ha, we broke that black magic with our own power." Canis entered the spiritual area and said, "Ridiculous, if that were the case, then you wouldn't be able to stand here in that condition. Because there's not much time left." A huge source of power radiated from Canis. He said, "Rush in at once." Need was about to say that magic wouldn't work, but then all 3 were stunned. Iruki said without denying that his killing intent was terrible. Sharon remained silent and said, "Need, help Miss Sina." He stepped forward and said, "If it was black magic, based on compatibility, my magic would have an advantage. I'll fight him, you guys fight the swordsman." Need doesn't agree, alone, wouldn't it be more secure to attack together? It doesn't look like that loud swordsman will interfere. But Sharon still said, "No matter what he says, don't lower your guard, he pushed innocent people down the cliff." Sharon frowned and said, "And, he is very strong." Lucas's face was filled with murderous aura. He thought, that kid, he's quite annoying because he catches up with the situation very quickly. Iruki also realized that Sharon was right, that guy was usually easy to fool. But in real combat, he's like a different person. Sharon with the blue spiritual source, and the dark purple spiritual source Canis, both spiritual sources seemed to be preparing to confront each other. Sharon was now surprised and thought, what is that? That guy's eyes were so lifeless that they gave me goosebumps. Sharon thought, I can't read them. Right at this moment, from Canis emitted a huge source of shadow magic towards Sharon. Sharon was surprised and immediately used the luminescence symbol to block it. But what was shocking was that his magic was easily neutralized by that shadow magic. Sharon thought in shock, the light, was it blocked? At this moment, Sharon used teleportation to dodge. He did not give up and continued to use the luminescent word again. But 4 times the strength went straight towards Canis. The light sources continuously attacked that dark magic. Need and Iruki were stunned. What just happened? Even if they were hit by light, the darkness would still remain. Canis smiled disdainfully at his opponent. Sharon gritted his teeth and thought, meaning there is a power gap between us, big enough to break the laws of nature. Canis smirked and said, "Are you going to rely on compatibility, with that half-baked skill of yours?" Sharon thought, meaning, then he raised his hand to continue using the light word. Canis also noticed, something. Sharon immediately released a huge source of light energy and thought, how about this? Canis standing behind my shadow gradually stopped and thought, something is wrong. He raised his hand to strengthen his magic, making it even stronger. But at this moment, a source of light magic came straight towards Canis. Canis was stunned and opened his mouth. Right now, what just happened? In front of this huge source of power, Aaron worriedly shouted, "Canis!" Aaron thought in horror, the light just passed through the barrier, and he was thrown away. Need and Iruki were also stunned. Lucas couldn't help but sweat. They all had the same thought, what the hell is that kid? Somewhere else in the forest. Athela was imprisoned in a cocoon by Arcane's power. Inside, Athela looked around cautiously. An old sound rang out, so stupid, so useless. Die, he pointed his finger straight at her. Athela was startled, she thought, it was dark all around. But, if synesthesia is used. Arcane immediately launched a dark magic attack towards Athela. But at this moment, Athela's entire body radiated a bright golden light. After that, a stream of light power passed through those rays of darkness, and Athela used teleportation to avoid it. When Arcane saw it, he couldn't help but exclaim, it was impressive. But darkness is everywhere. Sure enough, immediately another stream of dark magic continued to rush towards Athela with enormous power and speed. Athela looked at this magic and thought in surprise, Fist, if I had teleported at that time, my leg would have been disabled, then. At this moment, Athela also curled up with her arms close to her body. After that, she continued to use teleportation, but she changed her strategy, thinking, she would only teleport her upper body. At this moment, Athela rushed forward like an arrow, then landed strongly on the ground. Arcane said from somewhere, it was indeed Bishop Karsus. If you weren't a professor at this small school, you probably would have become a big person. Athela gasped silently, but now she was stunned to hear Arcane continue, even so. Alpheus did not say a word. Above the sky, the scene when Athela first came to apply for a job at the school appeared. Arcane said, he hid her outstanding abilities and talents. The image of teacher Alpheus appeared in front. Athela looked at them silently. Victor Arcane continued, he did that to take all the credit for himself. The sounds continued to ring out. Athela shouted loudly, what do you want to do? But right at this moment, another source of dark magic appeared to attack Miss Athela, causing her to be thrown away. This time Arcane appeared in physical form. He unleashed 1001 dark magic in the form of fists. Athela's glasses cracked due to the power of the magic in front of her eyes. At the same time, at Althea's Magic Academy. In the principal's office, teacher Thod shouted and searched around the room. Master, master, he thought he was definitely nearby. Thod searched around the pile of books in front of him. He speculated that he heard that the master had built a secret room in the principal's office, but where was it? Right now, teacher Thod saw a book called Contemplation of Darkness. Sure enough. Master Thod opened the door to the secret room and surprisingly stepped forward. He put down the lamp and looked around this room, trying to find his master. While searching, Thod also looked in surprise at the large photo in the room. It was a picture of an extremely beautiful girl. Thod looked and thought, this person probably is. At this moment a sound rang out. Who was it? Thod immediately turned around and said, Master, you are still safe. But at this time Alpheus frowned and said, Master, it seems you know me. Thod turned pale and said, why is this happening? Have you lost your memory? But Thod quickly realized, but something was strange. Unlike the others, Master had not completely lost all his memories. Mr. Alpheus then rubbed his chin and said, amnesia, haven't I come to the future? Then he covered his face in horror and looked into the mirror and said, oh my God, I didn't expect that I had turned into an old man. Where had his handsome 18-year-old face gone? Thod was shocked when he heard that. 40 years of Master's memories have disappeared. That means the person in front of me is. Thod was thinking about it when teacher Alpheus sat down on the chair and said, hey that guy. Young, notoriously arrogant Alpheus pointed forward and said, what's the matter with me? Thod said worriedly, the master had been injured by a black magic and lost his memory. Not only that, the safety of the students and professors, but teacher Alpheus immediately brushed it off and interrupted, no, I don't say that. Thod didn't understand. Teacher Alpheus frowned and asked again, my work, what happened? Thod was confused. Master is the principal of one of the 5 most prestigious academies in the kingdom, Alphea's Magic Academy, who not only respects the students but also the subordinates in the academy. Alpheus heard that and immediately laughed as if he had just heard something funny. Bah ha ha ha, I became a teacher. And respect, ha ha ha, Thod replied confusedly, yes, that's why. But at this moment, a hand grabbed his collar. Alpheus said coldly, what rank am I? Thod was scared and said, 4, you're in 4th place. Who would have thought that Alpheus would shout loudly after hearing this, his face full of anger? What? Only ranked 4th. He angrily smashed everything around. 4th rate, the most outstanding genius on the continent like me. But didn't get 1st place. Thod was stunned and speechless as he looked at the pile of books being thrown away. Alpheus still angrily said, I'm over 60 and I'm just a petty principal. Even pathetic. Then he threw the picture on the wall to the ground and said, I even keep a picture of this difficult woman in my room. When Thod witnessed this scene, he was truly shocked. But now Alpheus said, that guy. If you are my student, you should know how to use photonic magic. Give me back my memories now. We have to know what this idiot has been doing for the past 40 years. Thod was stunned when he heard that. Then he said, Master, could you not review your memories? In the dark room, only 2 people remained silent with each other. Alpheus said, if you were my student, then I will give up. I don't need a weak disciple like you. Alpheus said coldly, do you think I, the great Alpheus, will be afraid of my own past? Thod tried to hold back his tears, but in the end he still replied, yes. When a person has to experience a memory twice, does that person's personality change? Thod let his teacher sit down on the chair and put his hand on his forehead. He thought to himself, I'm afraid that my old master won't come back again, but now I can only believe in my master. Thod said with difficulty, I will remove the dark ice that is sealing your memories with photonic magic. After that it depends on the master. Alpheus said without paying attention, someone like you is worried about me, just do your job properly. Watching Alpheus close his eyes, Thod thought, not to mention, those were the most terrifying 40 years of his life. Memories gradually returned, the calls of beautiful women rang out, Sir Alpheus, Sir Alpheus. They were blushing and saying, why are you so smart, Sir Alpheus, tell me more. Alpheus was young and beautiful when he was young. He took a sip of wine and smiled and said, my ladies, don't worry, this night will last forever. There is a place where one can easily lose their life because of a small mistake, the battlefield. All our lives, we have to live on the battlefield. To survive, we were forced to become swords. Compared to the kids who go to school to get really good jobs. They are incomparable to us, that's what Master told us. Aaron looked forward in shock. towards Chiron after he had just unleashed a super powerful attack. In the forest, Canis lay trembling on the ground with sticky darkness clinging to his body. He thought, I developed black skin almost instinctively. If it's just a second late, Canis still doesn't understand what happened. At this moment a voice rang out, you are in a rather difficult situation, Canis. Canis asked him, what did I just hit? The voice replied, wait, you were absorbed by a light source carrying weight. Canis tried to stand up and said, what the hell, how can light have weight? The other voice replied, there is an intermediate object that can convert light energy into something with mass, that is entirely possible. Canis couldn't help but be surprised, are you kidding, I've never heard of such a thing. The voice pondered, then turned towards Chiron and said, well, he must have found it. Looking at Canis's face, the voice continued, I'm sorry for hurting you, I'm just telling the truth. That guy is quite strong and special, he has the ability to perform quite special magic for an academy student, however. Canis finished speaking for him, I must be the winner, right? The other voice chuckled, KKK of course, if we join hands. Instantly, Canis was surrounded by an even denser source of dark magic. Seeing that Canis was okay, Eren was happy. While Need and Iruki were shocked, that bastard was able to withstand that magic attack. Canis smiled triumphantly, well, you must be very disappointed. Do you only have these games now? Hearing this, Chiron was startled. Chiron was silent as Canis said, I think this match will be pretty great, please let me enjoy it a little more. Hearing that, Chiron replied, enjoy, huh? You're holding hostage and you call this a match. In his hand, another source of magic appeared. Canis thoughtfully looked at the light on Chiron's hand, then he confidently said, your spell is not half effective on me. Chiron didn't say much, he said, then let's try to block this one. Canis immediately landed his hand like Spider-Man. Light and shadow are like two opposing forces fighting each other. Chiron gritted his teeth and said in shock, using the same method. He flew into the air, then released a huge source of energy downwards. Iruki and Need were startled by this power. Even Eren was somewhat worried. Spells can be divided into two types, spells you can dodge, and spells you can't dodge. Lucas was on the side thinking heavily, regarding that flash of light. As I thought, I eliminated this guy before. Chiron silently looked down, the ground was messy and uneven. But then he realized, Canis with his energy was behind him all along. The darkness continued to attack Chiron. Chiron was stunned, what is this? Suddenly appeared from behind. This time another shadow appeared from behind. But Chiron immediately used teleportation to dodge and at the same time attack back. Need was surprised, was darkness. That guy, he's using darkness to teleport. The two were still up there fighting like lightning. Need said in shock, isn't that a scam? He can move anywhere he wants. Iruki said at this time, there are still limits, that's the limit. They looked up, Iruki continued, he can move to places connected to his dark entity. Need replied seriously, but we still can't guess where he will come from, except when I analyze the darkness of the entire area at a glance. Iruki said again, have you forgotten, Chiron? He is the one who can calculate the path for those powerful attack magic. Chiron and Canis continued to use their strengths to play tag. Finally, Chiron reached out, he thought, he could finally catch him. Then a flash of light flashed in one direction, and the Canis finally appeared. Need and Iruki were surprised, he did it. Chiron's power rushed towards Canis like a rocket, but this time a shadow shield appeared. Need and Iruki were stunned, what is that? Canis smiled triumphantly. The next second, darkness enveloped Chiron's light in all four directions, then swallowed it. Chiron slowly walked out, panting. At this moment a sound rang out, hey kid. From the darkness, an ugly creature said with a smile, that sparkling thing. Quite delicious. Canis smiled and said, this is the ultimate dark magic. A terrible monster, this monster standing behind him, and Canis smiled complacently, look at them going, they look really angry, he. Need was stunned, could it talk? Iruki looked at it and said, it's a monster, I've seen it in books, but I've never heard of it having intelligence. Chiron also looked ahead in shock, a monster. Alchemists or magicians, they create many things from items to medicines, but all of them cannot decode this riddle. Create life, that field of research is biological magic. People often say that the difficulty of that field is beyond human imagination. Chiron looked at it and said, and it was, extremely smart. The monster smiled complacently and said, I'm just smart, my butt is also very beautiful, but I can't show it to anyone. Need and Iruki listened with dry words, this bitch is really thick-faced. Canis smiled and said, of course it's smart, this is a demon that possesses the intelligence of a great mage. Do you understand now? Chiron was startled. A dark power rushed at the speed of light. Chiron quickly used teleportation to dodge. Canis still said, I admit that you possess very special magic. But you're just a student. Just as Chiron dodged the energy, a ray of dark magic appeared behind him, causing Chiron to fall. Even so, he still tried to reach out and release another source of power to block the darkness in front of him. Canis saw that and raised his hands angrily and said, I told you, you're magic. It won't work for me. He slammed his hand down, a huge source of power reaching towards Chiron. Need and Iruki hurriedly rushed to protect their friend. Chiron, a second before my shadow rushed forward, he thought, what should I do now? I'm afraid of death, but if I lose, everyone will die. Thinking of Amy and Sherla. Sina is still in danger. Along with the potentially dangerous Lucas. There was also Iruki and Need coming because I ran over. Chiron thought about that darkness, but what to do now? I have to use everything I have to follow his steps, my quantum optics aren't working, what should I do with that monster? At this moment, Chiron suddenly remembered, what a monster. Just when darkness was covering me. Chiron immediately used rainbow teleportation to dodge. Canis was shocked, what? Can he bend light? Chiron quickly jumped out of the shadows. Need and Iruki wanted to run to Chiron. But this time Chiron stopped his friend. He raised his hand and said, monsters cannot move without a source of magic power. The difficulty of confronting that guy erodes your will. The other monster was silent, but Canis said frankly, yes, but we are one. Therefore, if we join forces, we can defeat him. Chiron said, think so. Just now I tried with that ray of light and it caused damage to you, which means the dark monster also has its limits. Canis laughed disdainfully, ha, you mean my willpower has a limit? Chiron mobilized his strength in his hand and said, I have to find out to know. Canis looked up in surprise, the light source had gotten bigger. Chiron gritted his teeth and said, between you and me, I wonder which side will fall first. The monster was stunned. A giant light source rushed straight towards the monster. The monster ordered, Canis, go back to the forest, where there is a lot of darkness. Canis doesn't understand. Suddenly, what are you talking about? We can handle him. But the monster said, he, I thought you were very smart, but it turns out you're just an idiot. He is planning to continuously attack you until your will is completely exhausted. Canis laughed, this is unbelievable, he is planning to fight rocks with eggs. The demon replied, that was a rather stupid tactic, but there was no need to satisfy his intentions, lure him into the forest. Then we will kill him, he is in a hurry so he will run after us. Canis smiled and replied, you're right, I agree. Canis thought, if I go with Harvey this monster, who possesses his master's wisdom, then I will be the winner. Immediately, without saying a word, Canis rushed straight into the forest. Chiron did not hesitate and rushed straight in. Need shouted worriedly, Chiron, it's dangerous in the forest. But Chiron still rushed in, mobilizing the power of light in his hands and continuously attacking forward. The whole forest shines with great light. Need and Iruki were surprised, but Iruki said, we can't do anything, just leave that guy to Chiron. Iruki turned his head and continued, please. Sure enough, at this time Lucas also stood up, drew his sword and said, now it's me and you two left, let's do what we need to do. Lucas smiled complacently, his body exuded great strength, now, it's my turn to start. Return to teacher Alpheus's past, a blue-haired man smiled evilly and said, can I invite you to dance? After hearing this, the young lady immediately ran away in fear. The Ajahn Clump was confused and didn't understand why. 40 years ago, at a party held by the Bostad family, Milch Alpheus smiled and said, I told you to go find a partner, but why did you scare them away? Clump sighed, yes. Looks like your hair is better than mine. Alpheus smiled and said, if you grow your hair and dress well, it will be fine. Long hair is in fashion at that time. Clump uncomfortably sipped a glass of wine. At this time Alpheus noticed a female voice in the distance. Hello, I'm Erina. In the distance, a man was walking away from the woman named Erina and said, please, excuse me, I'm a bit busy. Alpheus doesn't understand. Why is he avoiding her? She's beautiful too. Clump is bitter but still explains, well, she's the eldest daughter of the host of today's party, the Bostad family. It seemed like she was having some problem. Alpheus didn't understand. A noble lady, what's the matter? Clump was speechless. You came here without knowing anything. Clump said softly, she's not very smart right now. Alpheus turned her head in surprise. Clump explained, she had an accident when she was young, so her intelligence was stuck at the age of 10. Usually the family head doesn't allow her to leave the room, but today he didn't stop her. A sound rang out in the distance. Ha, what a disgrace to the family. Oh my god, Erina loves to party, so you should control it a bit, Alpheus thought with a cold face, just like the old men in his clan. When it comes to the clan, he remembers. Alpheus immediately approached Erina and muttered, I will help her improve her reputation. Seeing that, Clump was startled and wanted to stop Alpheus. What? Wait, you're going too far. Pitying her will only make her look even more pathetic. But Alpheus just waved his hand and said, don't worry, I've never been fake in front of a lady. Clump panicked, hey bastard, are you serious? Hey. But now Alpheus had approached Erina. He bowed politely and said, beautiful lady, tonight is as beautiful as you. Erina said tremblingly, please, hello, I'm Erina. Alpheus was confused. Ha, that's not the same reaction I expected. From afar, a few people whispered in low voices, what is he doing with that poor child? Don't tell me. Alpheus confusedly tried to continue, wondering if I could invite a beautiful lady to be my friend. But before she finished speaking, Erina cried loudly and called her mother. Alpheus is in an unprecedented danger. Back 3 years ago, on a stormy, rainy evening, Iruki stood in the rain and said coldly, what are you doing, you bastard? Aren't you going to move your hand? Standing in front of you is Need. There were bursts of lightning in the sky. Iruki's face showed a bit of shyness. Need didn't want to let him get away. If possible, then he silently lowered his head. Let the raindrops fall on my face. Returning to the present, Need showed a serious expression. Iruki just said, Need. Need immediately understood and replied, understood. Immediately his eyes turned blue, a sign of entering the spirit realm. He said, you're telling me to be careful, right? Iruki also entered the spirit domain. He was silent for a moment, then replied, yes. In front of them, Lucas was smiling evilly. All around him was a red aura as sharp as the two swords in his hands. He said, ha, you brats. Immediately Lucas's body disappeared. He rushed towards the two of them at lightning speed and said, no matter how careful you are, this is still impossible. Immediately, Iruki and Need used teleportation. Both quickly ran away. Lucas is still chasing behind. Lucas's face was as cruel as a devil's. He smiled and said, you brats. In theory, the user can increase the strength of their whole body, but randomly increasing the strength of only one part can cause the user to lose balance. Therefore, pseudoschema often follows some effective reinforcement path, which is called a pattern. Mitochondrial template is a template that focuses on the mitochondria, also known as the cell's powerhouses, and strengthens them. It is the most common pattern, and also the fastest. Indeed, Lucas was able to keep up with Iruki and Need with only his strength. Need now shouted loudly, Iruki was careful, then he reached out and summoned a bolt of lightning. Immediately, a bolt of lightning appeared between Iruki and Lucas, startling Lucas. At this moment, Iruki also reached out to detonate, and immediately the place where Lucas was standing exploded. Lucas quickly ran from his previous position. He gritted his teeth and thought, look, these guys. Lucas looked at the two and thought, I'm sure they're just chickens who've never fought a fake schema before, but they hit it off. In the next second, Lucas had to run wildly to avoid the combination of explosive and lightning attacks from Iruki and Need. Both of them frowned as they fought, thinking, damn, why is it so difficult to hit him? This is even more difficult than the speed test. Lucas dodged and thought, the mitochondria was draining too much of his strength, he had to fight quickly. Right now, Lucas is using maximum mitochondria. He thought while running and laughing, speed up the metabolism to produce twice as much energy. Suddenly, Lucas appeared behind Iruki, making him startled. Behind him. At this time, large drops of blood appeared on the entire land. At the same time, someone was also shedding blood. It was Athela who was being held captive by the darkness. Victor stood in front of her and said, I admire your perseverance, but... As soon as he finished speaking, a huge vortex of darkness appeared next to him. He said, it's time to die. Darkness immediately descended on Athela. Athela thought in shock, is that poison? If you get hit by that attack, death is the obvious outcome. That can't be like that. Athela immediately took a deep breath, then she shouted loudly. The sound she emitted was extremely powerful, its echoes tore through the night. Victor looked at his dispelled darkness and thought, a shock wave strong enough to shake the spirit realm. This is the demon wave scream. Victor Arcane looked back. The cocoon of darkness he created had a large hole punctured. Immediately, Ms. Athela used teleportation to step out of the other cocoon. Looking down from above, Athela thought, if it comes to spells, I can't be enlightened. At this moment, she took a defensive stance and decided to think. I have to change to using schema. At this moment, the still silent cocoon suddenly made a loud noise. A super huge dark monster emerged from the cocoon. It immediately attacked Athela, surprising her. Looking down from above, the dark monster also brought along 500 of his dark brothers. Victor Arcane looked at her and said, oh, fake scheme, if you like to use it like that. Then we will do the same. The shadow monster, following Arcane's command, immediately attacked forward. Athela took a stance and rushed straight towards the monster's hand. She raised her hand and threw it towards it. 40 years ago at the Bostad family party, everyone at the party was looking at Erina, who was crying loudly calling for her mother. Alpheus didn't understand. What's wrong with you, Erina? Erina said while crying, Mom said that anyone who wants to talk to me is a bad person, so I will. Alpheus confusedly wanted to stop her and said, am I a bad person just because I want to talk to you? Wait, okay, what are you talking about? Look straight into my eyes and talk calmly. In the crowd, there was a guy named Seraph who looked at them speechlessly and said, is he bothering the daughter of the party host? This crazy guy, bothering the daughter of a good family to become famous. Everyone also discussed, scattered, the lady is scared, someone stop him. Erina was still scared and said, I don't want to, I will be scolded if I don't listen to my mother. Erina continued trembling, don't make Mom angry, I have to go back to my room quickly. Alpheus then realized, no, she wasn't afraid of me, but was afraid of being punished. In the distance, the family heads are saying something to each other. Clumph, in the crowd, worriedly thought, you idiot, why are you poking your nose into other people's family matters? Quickly apologize and quickly leave before the incident gets bigger. At this time, Alpheus loudly called Erina's name again, startling her. Alpheus looked at her and said, now you look at me, Lady Erina, you are afraid of something. Alpheus continued smiling, no one has ever been scolded for dancing at a party, you didn't do anything wrong. Don't you want to dance a little? You should try it, it's so free, what do you think? Alpheus put on a handsome look and stretched out his hand to say, let's dance together. Erina slowly placed her hand on Alpheus's hand. She raised her head in surprise. Finally their hands touched each other. On this side, the shadow monster and Athela were still fighting fiercely. The monster is not just itself but also an army of beetles below. They rushed like crazy towards their prey. Athela landed and thought, this is real. Is it the black magic I know? Without hesitation, she quickly raised her arms and continuously attacked forward. Right now, up high, the arcane and the dark monster looked down. He smiled and thought, her punch is powerful. Below is Athela fighting towards the dark scarabs. At this moment the shadow monster raised his hand. Then, she threw a strong strike at the ground. Luckily, Athela still dodged this attack. Above, Victor waved his hand. Below, the monster followed his movements and slammed down a palm. Athela struggled to dodge. She dodged and gritted her teeth to observe, I didn't have to think too much. Just focus on destroying it. Then, Athela threw 1001 thunderous punches towards the shadow monster, her attacks emitting a golden aura. Arcane Victor smiled thoughtfully, oh yes. The attack has the ability to destroy people from the inside. The continuously fluctuating lightning blast will disrupt the body's internal circulation, and its shock-generating impact will be increased tenfold, or even 100-fold. He smiled madly and shouted loudly, ha ha ha, this is crazy. The more he laughed, the crazier he said, if only you focused on practicing, you could stand on top of the world. Athela was knocked away by a blow. He continued, you let your talent be lost just because you wanted to find the truth. Below, the scarabs were gathering around the shadow monster. They were merging together, forming a huge monster, almost 1 billion times bigger than little Athela. Arcane continued, it was all in vain. An insect struggling against me is nothing compared to my grand plan of world domination. Immediately a handful of darkness was thrown towards Athela. This attack created an unprecedentedly loud explosion. But at this moment Victor Arcane looked up in surprise. That Athela had dodged the attack just now, Athela thought. If someone like him entered the school, no, just entering the city would be dangerous. I have to stop him even if it means losing my life. Thinking about it, Athela jumped forward. A beam of red light shot straight towards the evil monster. Her hand continuously lowered, lightning strikes were continuously launched, dazzling the entire sky. Then Athela immediately jumped up high. Victor Arcane was shocked by these attacks and screamed loudly in pain. He finally understood. So that's it, all the attacks from before were just a stepping stone for this final move. Arcane's arms waved tremblingly. He thought, this feeling of terrible pain, I really miss it. Immediately, Victor Arcane raised his hand powerfully as if he had never attacked before, corresponding to him. The dark monster also raised his hand. He thought, time was pitted against the geniuses of his time. Athela looked ahead in shock. Arcane smiled maniacally. Darkness seemed to rush towards Athela. Athela was stunned and thought, isn't the effect of the lightning strike enough? I thought you were better than that, master. At this moment, a huge explosion rang out, sending rocks and soil flying thousands of miles away. Returning to the same point, Need shouted, Iruki. Need reached out and used his lightning magic. He shouted worriedly, are you okay? Iruki placed his hand on his bleeding chest and replied, just a little scratch. Then he smiled. Looked at Lucas who was being shocked by lightning and said, good job Need. Lucas was struck by lightning and thought angrily, damn that blue-haired brat. He remembered, it pretended to attack, but in reality it covered the entire area with a magnetic field. To stop me. Iruki also waved his hand at this time. A blue flame appeared behind Lucas. He gritted his teeth and thought, no way, I can't lose to these brats. And right now, when Need wasn't paying attention, a ghost was clinging to his leg. Then, Need realized in shock. The lightning in my hand can no longer be used. At this moment, he turned his head in surprise and said, why is it her? It was Eren where they didn't notice, raising his hand to summon the shadow. Iruki couldn't help but waved his hand and said, damn it. A loud explosion rang out at Lucas, but unfortunately he dodged it, and at the same time swung his knife and headed straight towards Need. The knife was at his neck but luckily Need dodged in time. Lucas was still screaming, it was all because of you. Iruki shouted in panic, Need. But right now, Lucas's face showed surprise. Turns out, his sword attack was blocked by two ice bars that came out of nowhere, and Need was also safe because of that. Iruki was also surprised, ice magic, could it be? Lucas turned his head and looked back. A step appeared in front of them. That's Misa Sina. Back in the past, in the homeowner's shocked gaze. With the guests enjoying smiles and lively sound system. Clump sighed and smiled looking ahead thinking, Alpheus oh my god. You have done what no one else has been able to do. In the middle of the stage, Alpheus and Erina were happily dancing together. In a corner of the forest, Canis tried to contact his monster, Harvey, what's going on? Answer me, Harvey then replied, I felt a big tremor on the mountainside. The demon looked back and said, Arcane is using shadow slaves. Canis ran and said, that was the master's last move, could it be that Alpheus has already appeared? Harvey did not deny it, if you think so it is reasonable, Arcane will be here soon. Right at this moment, a light attack rushed towards the monster, it blocked it and said to Canis, we need to wipe this place out. Behind them, Chiron was chasing at the speed of light. Canis ran and cursed, that persistent bastard, instead of being trapped in the darkness and dying, he blocked all our movements. Harvey also said, it's like we've been caught on a chessboard. At this moment Canis' leg stopped, he said, we need to make a change. Harvey replied okay, here I come. Immediately, Canis unleashed his shadow magic, behind Chiron was also prepared and swung to summon power. At this time, at the impassable bridge, the sky was covered with loose snow. Lucas said in disbelief, are you kidding, the old man's magic is broken. Eren in the back couldn't believe it even more, it was absurd, only a high-level monk or a magician could break the master's Abyss Nova aka memory sealing magic, how could a teacher magic school can do it? Sina coldly walked towards them. Need happily ran out and said, Miss Sina, luckily you're awake. But at this moment, for some reason his hand was frozen. Need was startled and coldly said, it's too cold. Iruki wasn't too happy and just said, something was a bit strange. Indeed, the students whose memories were sealed below were shivering. Iruki concluded, she wasn't awake yet, she was. Before he could finish speaking, a stream of ice power shot out. Lucas barely dodged but still had to vomit blood. He shouted angrily, "Hey!" Lucas collapsed and covered the blood on his body with his hands and said, "Stop now, are you planning to kill all the kids?" There was a bit of fear on his face. He thought, sometimes there are bastards like her. Although monsters are on the brink of death, they can kill people even while sleeping. Indeed, Sina's eyes were still not alert, but she could still use her spiritual domain to attack. That's humiliating, Lucas thought, that woman can press magic spells on her body. Lucas immediately dropped his sword and turned around to escape. He thought, damn it. What is the use of that billion-dollar asset? Lucas used the mitochondria schema model and ran at speed, cursing as he ran. He was so black. But then he was taken aback. There was a problem with his leg. Miss Sina is waving her arms from afar. She was around 20 years old, around the level of a 6th level mage. Her most prominent type of magic was ice magic, absolute zero. Right at this moment, a super huge tornado appeared in her hand. As for Lucas, ice bosses appeared on his feet. Gradually both of his feet turned to ice. Lucas couldn't help but think, what a weird school. From teachers to students, everyone is equally miserable. At this time, high above, large clusters of ice appeared, which were glacial bombs. The ice bombs rushed down towards them at lightning speed. Aaron looked up at the ice in shock, thinking he was about to die. But at this moment, Need promptly rushed to pull her out of danger. Aaron, lying under Need, was surprised. "What are you doing?" Need shouted loudly at her again, "Wake up." Need tearfully told Aaron, "Everyone will die at this rate." Aaron also frowned worriedly and said, "I don't have enough time." At this moment Iruki appeared between them and said, "I will handle it." Need was startled and asked, "What are you planning to do?" Iruki looked forward analytically. "The ice? No. The weight of the iceberg was around 15 to 20 tons. I need to analyze them into thousands of pieces. At the same time, the vector of each piece will be guessed." Iruki immediately teleported the spiritual domain upward, and the spiritual domain rushed straight towards the iceberg. Iruki thought, even the slightest mistake could not be allowed to happen. His spiritual domain rushed towards the ice, breaking it into hundreds of pieces. Both Need and Aaron looked up at the sky in shock, thinking, how is that possible? High above, the ice had turned into brilliant fireworks. Aaron was surprised. The Magic Academy had students who had reached this level. But right now the situation between Aaron and Need is awkward. Aaron immediately threw Need away and said, "What did you just do?" Need cried in pain, "I just wanted to save you. I didn't do anything to you." Aaron shouted, "We are enemies. Who needs your help?" But Need quickly said, "Stop complaining, calm down. Do you want to kill them all?" But now Aaron said, "I don't know." Need was surprised. "What?" Aaron was silent and then said, "It's all because of Canis. In the past, Canis was always the one who protected her." Aaron laughed and cried and said, "I don't care what they will do." Need said seriously, "What the hell are you thinking?" Right now at Aaron's side, a huge explosion rang out. Both of them turned around in surprise. At this moment a step stepped out. Aaron shed tears. "Ha ha. Canis, even though his body is full of injuries, he is still alive." Aaron is happy. Canis. Back in the past, Sharon was reading a book when she saw something. He called Need and Iruki closer. Look at this." Need creepily walked closer. What is that?" Need read what Sharon pointed out. "The principle of mass and energy balance." Sharon replied, "Yes, mass can be converted into energy. If that's the case," Iruki continued for him, "meaning energy can also be converted into mass." Iruki was thinking, with this idea, we can improve the photon cannon, when Sharon suddenly noticed, wait. Sharon said in surprise, "This formula, isn't this the professor's name? Milch Alpheus." Iruki and Need were surprised. Really?" Returning to the present, a strong light source hit straight into the darkness. Harvey cried out in pain and said, "That bastard, he increased the power behind his attack." Canis was surprised. "What?" Not to mention that during the fight, he became stronger. On this side, Sharon is still chasing Canis. He bowed his hand and summoned a photon cannon. 1, 2, 3, 4 giant sources of light rushed towards the monster, making it scream. Then Harvey said, "That's impressive, but you're still very young." But at this time Sharon said, "No." He waved his hand and said, "It's just practice." Harvey was stunned. Immediately, another attack was about to advance. Harvey said to Canis, "I can't block that." "Run, Canis." but Canis said, "No, if we run away now, we will lose momentum." Canis shouted, "Absorb my willpower quickly." Harvey ran up cursing, "Damn, you're in a hurry." Somehow it moved forward to block Sharon's light attack. A series of large explosions rang out continuously. Just return to the scene where Eren and Need were looking up with their mouths open. Eren cried out in tears, "Canis!" Need said in shock, "What is that? Is that a photon cannon?" Iruki also had to say, "That bastard Sharon." He analyzed, it seemed like he was able to apply the formula he just learned yesterday. From above, Sharon used teleportation to rush forward like a god. Need and Iruki approached. Need looked surprised at the wound on Sharon's hand. He asked him. Sharon smiled and said, "Sorry guys." Then he turned around and smiled positively and said, "I don't think we can win." Need was confused. What, why are you suddenly so weak?" Sharon sighed, "I'm serious, that guy is extremely strong." Iruki exclaimed, "It seems like things are going to be very difficult." Need still lamented that after improving the photon cannon to be so powerful, he still couldn't win. Iruki looked at Sharon and thought, Sharon must be under a lot of pressure. The only reason he spoke up is because we have to handle things here. "Good job Sharon, now we are together." When Iruki stepped forward and said, "What are you going to do? Do you think you can take 2 against 3, admit defeat and spare the students?" Need also said, "No one has died yet, it's not too late to surrender." But at this time Canis said seriously, "The battle is not over yet, my master will punish you." Need didn't understand, punishment, do you know what you did? But Canis replied, "You can ask Alpheus when you meet him in hell." All three were surprised. "Principal," Canis continued, "he had committed an unforgivable mistake." Canis shouted loudly, "This shabby academy was created after he stole it from my master. Everything you are enjoying here was taken from him." Sharon showed a shocked look. "Big Need, what the hell are you talking about?" Iruki also said, "Don't be fooled, even if he is telling the truth, what have these people here done?" Canis frowned and said, "Those things are not important. I am the master's representative, I act according to what I think is right. Need is angry, it won't change him." Iruki said again, "So, you mean we're to end this, right?" But this time Sharon moved forward again. He raised his hand to summon a large amount of light. Canis and Harvey laughed loudly, "Ah ha ha, do you think force will be more effective than words? Even so, everything is still the same." But as soon as he finished speaking, Canis suddenly realized that Harvey was taking a serious stance to protect Canis. "Canis doesn't understand, Harvey, what's going on? Don't be afraid." But that monster replied, "It's very dangerous, that attack is not normal at all, don't tell me it was him." Canis immediately replied, "What are you talking about? If you absorb enough of my power, we will be able to stop it." But then he looked ahead in shock. "That light is brighter than the party's light." Sharon said coldly, "This is your last chance, release the students." Iruki and Need were stunned. Even Eren couldn't help but gasp. Canis said angrily, "I am the representative of the great magician, even if I die, your will not disappear." Sharon replied, "I don't want to kill you, however, if people die because of your faith, then I have to take you down." Scene change, it's an evening. Irina smiled and sat under the grass and said, "The light is so beautiful." Alpheus was stunned by her beauty. Irina continued, "Stars, fireflies, us, everything is beautiful, however, the words you said were not beautiful at all." Alpheus carefully replied, "I understand, why do you think the light is so beautiful?" Irina looked up at the sky and said, "Light helps us see in the dark. We can see the night, thanks to light, right?" Alpheus looked up in shock, "I see, darkness." At that moment, Alpheus seemed to have enlightened to a new truth. "That's not a contradiction, I get it, now I get it oh." Alpheus smiled sincerely and replied to Irina, "Very beautiful, simply very beautiful, Irina." At this time, Alpheus stood kneeling before Irina's bewildered look. In the bright moonlit night, Alpheus said solemnly, "Will you be the light of my life?" Alpheus thought, how could I forget that day, the air that night, the stillness of the wind, the scent of the grass, and Irina. No matter how the world changes, those are memories that I will never forget. Alpheus in his older form smiled. In contrast to him, Teacher Thought is trying to use his power to the fullest. I think the teacher's ability to resist light magic is too strong. Victor Arcane, it's impossible that he can perform a magic like this, he thought. "Principal, please, wake up." Right now, a sound rang out, What is going on? Interrupting Sharon and Canis' tense moment. Both were startled. Canis quickly said, Master, Master. It's Victor Arcane who has appeared. Arcane silently looked around. Lucas had collapsed under the ice. Of Canis and Aaron were looking down and saying, I'm sorry, Master. He thought, you stupid bastard, that's right. So it's all because of that kid. Sharon coldly questioned, were you the one who planned this incident? Iruki and Need in the back also had to carefully look at this old man. Arcane smiled happily. He said, you're quite stubborn, what's your name? Sharon shouted loudly, I won't tell a murderer my name, stop the psychological control immediately and leave here. Arcane heard that and laughed loudly, ho ho ho, sorry, I can't do that. He said, rubbing his beard, all Alphea's students must be punished. He said with a weird, ugly face, of course that includes you. Immediately a huge source of power emitted. Sharon looked in that direction in horror. Without hesitation, Sharon immediately unleashed his power to attack. The attack was so powerful that it made the ground shake. But the person who needed to be destroyed the most, Victor Arcane, still stood there. He commented, oh wow, within a radius of 52.7 meters, for this age, that spiritual field is quite large. Need, Iruki and Sharon looked up in shock, he just dodged. Not giving up, Sharon continued to raise his hand to attack again, but at this moment a voice rang out saying, stop, Sharon. Athela slowly walked out of the forest. Sharon looked at her in shock. Ms. Athela walked out with a struggling appearance. Victor Arcane smiled at Athela and said, how dare you appear as a loser, since you were lucky enough to survive, you should be ashamed of yourself. Athela was supported by Need and Iruki and said loudly, I don't care about winning or losing, I just want to protect my students. Sharon quickly asked, Miss, who is that guy, why did he do that? Athela was silent then said, his name is Victor Arcane. He was a third-level archmage. Upon hearing this, both Need, Iruki and Sharon were all stunned. Athela commented that it seemed like he really hated the principal. Arcane smiled, pathetically, complaining to his young students. Athela looked at him and replied, you don't have the ability to be so leisurely. Arcane looked at her silently. 10%. Canis thought in shock, his master's mental strength is currently only at 10%. Even so, even that 10% of the Archmage, Harvey judged, was more than enough to wipe out those guys. Canis said again, but we haven't caught Alpheas yet, just like I thought, I should. Aaron heard their conversation and was stunned. Canis, what are you talking about, Canis? But now Canis stepped forward and said, Master. Please leave this to me. Arcane turned her head to look at him and smiled, leaving it to the star. Aaron nervous, Canis. Why are you trying so hard? Canis in her eyes seemed to have turned into a strange creature. Victor Arcane was silent for a moment, then smiled and said, hey, kid over there, you're Alpheas' disciple, right? Sharon immediately said loudly, don't call the principal by his name like that. Sharon said, compared to the principal. Then someone like you is not worthy of being a magician. After hearing this, Arcane laughed loudly, ha ha. He laughed like crazy and thought, Alpheas, for these 40 years, how fake have you been? Need and Iruki looked at Arcane above incomprehensibly. At this point he said, okay. Canis, stop fighting that guy. Canis smiled and bowed respectfully, thanking his master. Athela called out worriedly, stop, Sharon. But Sharon still advanced. Confronting him was Canis. Aaron used magic reminder, Canis, think again, it's better to leave this matter to Arcane. But Canis said, he had already disappointed his master once, he had to defeat that guy even if it meant death. Facing Sharon, Canis shouted, we will fight. But this time there was no response. Canis frowned and called again, Harvey, answer me, Harvey. But in his spiritual power, his demon had no wings and flew away. Canis gritted his teeth, then he rushed forward thinking, well, I will still fight. Sharon also immediately took a defensive stance. Canis then chased after Sharon and thought in surprise, what is this, jumping off the cliff, he wants to fight in the air. Canis smiled complacently, thinking, stupid bastard, he probably thought those shadows couldn't be used in the air. But the night sky was no different from a giant shadow, the Canis immediately disappeared into the darkness. But then, he was stunned. Need, Athela and Iruki also opened their mouths and looked up. So is Aaron. High above are countless luminescent letters shining brightly. Chiron gritted her teeth and thought, if I can't follow his movements, then I just need to aim at his entire spirit domain. Immediately, thousands of brilliant magic attacks attacked towards Canis. He raised one hand. Use dark magic to block these attacks. Up above, it's like a battle between angels and demons is taking place. In just a blink of an eye, Chiron's luminescent attacks were able to pierce Canis' darkness. He immediately turned around and dodged, thinking, this crazy guy. None of it is fake. In front of him, Chiron was still attacking continuously. Canis thought, did he really cast hundreds of spells at the same time and all of them were real? How could such a mediocre amateur do that? Chiron continued to fire flares at Canis. Below, Miss Athela also said in surprise, when did Chiron get that power? This time Need was also stunned, it couldn't be him. Again, Iruki was also speechless, he had entered the infinite domain. At this moment, a sound rang out, startling both of them. Ms. Athela said, what are you talking about? Chiron has already stepped into the jaws of immortality. Athela silently looked up at the still glowing sky and thought, this is the end. Canis is still on the run from the bioluminescence. He keeps trying to call, Harvey, answer me, at this rate we will die. Just as he finished speaking, a powerful attack approached. But then Canis was startled to realize, I wasn't injured, what just happened? Then he looked up in surprise at the shining sky and thought, he wasn't aiming directly at him. That bastard was aiming at the darkness. Chiron was still sending his light magic forward. Canis now realized that he was completely eliminating the darkness that he could use to teleport. Canis gritted his teeth and was a little scared, he got goosebumps, the mental strength of this psychopath was bottomless. Standing before this vast light, Canis thought it was shameful and unfair, he didn't want to die in front of his master. Victor Arcane still silently folded his arms and watched the battle take place. Just when he thought he was about to die, he also thought, I'm about to die. Then at this time a sound rang out, it's so annoying Arcane. Canis was surprised, Harvey. At this moment, those brilliant rays of light were blocked by a vast darkness. Canis screamed in pain, he thought, Harvey, why, my mental force. At this moment, Harvey shouted again, regaining consciousness and focusing. At Chiron's side, his light show was blocked by my shadow. Chiron thought in surprise, why suddenly? Next, the shadow and light were going crazy, one ran and the other chased. Chiron thought as he dodged the shadow attacks, the situation in his favor had been reversed. At this moment, he was hit by a shadow attack that passed through his hand. Chiron immediately ran downstairs, as soon as my shadow approached again, he hurriedly dodged away. Chiron covered the wound and thought, if you continue to use the immortal jaw, it will be very dangerous. Chiron thought, isn't it strange? Physical strength that can withstand the light spell, high intelligence, strong close combat ability, speed that comes from flexibility, why didn't he do that from the beginning? Chiron opened her eyes wide and thought, could it be? Remember everything, Chiron thought, that monster. Is it draining his spiritual energy? Athela also turned her head to look at Victor Arcane and thought, Arcane, you are truly a cruel person. To you, the disciple is just a vessel that helps that monster move. Right now, Aaron was scared as he looked at Canis who was collapsing on the ground and vomiting. Canis vomited and said in disbelief, Harvey. On this side, the monster was still fighting with Chiron, its power seemed to have become many times larger. Chiron thought, I see, if the opponent has changed. There's no need to continue using physical attacks like magical light to do anything anymore. The answer was the luminescent word. Chiron immediately waved her hand to change the plan. This time, a huge beam of light emitted towards the monster. Harvey hissed in pain, damn. It shouted madly. But Chiron continued to attack it. Chiron frowned, as I thought, it wasn't pleasant, even if I had unlimited mental power, I still couldn't overcome my limits. But right now, Chiron thought, omnipotence, if that's the case, there's no other way but to raise my own omniscience. Energy is equal to mass times the speed of light squared, this time I'll take the entire mass. And convert them into energy. Scary monster, what is this? It looked at its attacked hands and was frightened. The pulse is abnormal, it hissed. Aaron gasped. This time even the old man Arcane had to open his eyes wide. Need and everyone were shocked, what was that? Iruki was silent and then replied, it was a laser. Chiron's magic has turned red. A giant laser beam pointed straight at the monster. Harvey is terrified, my body is being burned. Down here, Canis also collapsed and cried out in pain. Aaron was worried. She realized, Harvey's pain was being transferred to Canis. Harvey had reached his limit. Sharon still shines magic straight at Harvey, the monster screams. If this continues, we will be destroyed. The light beam still shines straight ahead. Athela looked up, she saw Arcane calmly looking at them. At this moment, Miss Athela shouted loudly. Sharon stopped quickly. Sharon turned to look at her. But the monster replied, it was too late. Immediately, the monster exploded. Back to the day before, the monster introduced, I'm Harvey. Aaron hugged his brother's hand tightly, and Canis coldly said, Harvey, become my subordinate. Harvey looked at the two children silently, then said, why? Arcane meets Harvey privately and asks, don't you want Canis? The demon replied, I didn't mean that, but combining with Aaron would be more effective. It analyzed that Aaron had lived in Ladum for 10 years, but other than Canis, no one had ever seen her, but through that resistance, she gained a high-level psychic sense, and she saw things that ordinary people cannot. Arcane calmly said, he was talking about the first principle, which is a unique brain process that allows to perceive an object or object as if it were from the first contact, through which a person can know the true form of an object or object. Harvey continued, thanks to sensing Aaron's overload, you found and brought her here, and you also brought Canis with you. Arcane said frankly, no, Aaron is too gentle, please enter Canis. Harvey thought, so Arcane, the reason why you gave Canis to me, you had already planned this from the beginning. Go back to 1 minute before the explosion on the mountain. Aaron looked up at the sky and realized it was flying. Harvey said to Canis, Canis, I'm about to explode. Canis looked up at the sky in shock. Harvey. The monster continued, I will destroy our contract. Immediately, a stream of power rushed forward, causing Canis to scream in pain. High above, the monster had swelled like a balloon. Canis panicked and said, Harvey, no, why are you alone? Back then, Canis answered Harvey, you ask why I want power, because Aaron is my only unique light. We must protect her from this world. Before exploding, Harvey thought, nonchalantly, what an interesting guy, let's get on with life. Canis shouted in pain, Harvey. Arcane turned her head to look the other way. In the end, the explosion still took place. The atmosphere around the impassable bridge was filled with red rays. Arcane was stunned. Sharon had been behind him since when? Sharon said loudly, what have you done? In everyone's surprised eyes. He shouted, answer, are you planning to kill everyone here? Arcane narrowed his eyes and replied, oh that expression, why do I find you so familiar? He said, you are the reflection of Alpheus 40 years ago. Sharon shouted loudly, shut up. Arcane smiled excitedly and said, I know why the cunning Alpheus accepted you, you even have the appearance of omnipotent possession, he is planning to play a sinister trick on you. Sharon heard that and shouted loudly, what do you know? Arcane then said, I know, the Alpheus that you respect, was originally my student. Sharon was stunned, what? Arcane stood high and said, Alpheus is very smart, teaching him is a pleasure. But he was blinded by greed. He threw me into hell and burned my life's work, while I did everything I could to help him. His wife also died in vain. Need was surprised. The principal and Iruki also said, what are you doing? At this time Athela stood in the middle of the children and said loudly, tell me. Story of 40 years ago. Arcane silently looked at the group of people. Sharon silently looked after him. 40 years ago, is the record of the most remarkable time in Alpheus's life. That day the sound rang out, this year's Golden Magic Circle Award went to Milch Alpheus. Alpheus happily held the trophy and flowers amid the cheers of so many people. The award was given to the magician with the best achievements of the year, the Golden Magic Circle. Everyone around Alpheus now laughed and said, Alpheus, you are truly a genius. Who would have thought that light possesses both molecules and waves? Once you become famous you will not forget us, you are the light of the family, Milch clan. Clump also dragged his friend to a sweet corner, Alpheus, this lovely friend, I thought you were a troublemaker, I never expected you to do such a big thing, you know we have to celebrate, right, or not? Alpheus and his friends Drool just said, of course, but let me go home first. On a street where the lights were still on. Alpheus happily took the trophy and walked in and called out, Erina. Erina was cooking and came out from the kitchen, she was happy, are you back, husband? Alpheus immediately put the golden magic bracelet on Erina and said, "This is yours, the golden magic bracelet, look at you, it has the seal of that empire, which means the whole world has recognized your thoughts, there." Erina happily shed tears holding the bracelet and said, "Congratulations, congratulations to you, husband." Alpheus immediately picked up Erina and said, "Because there's a party, I need to go." So, Erina doesn't understand. What? At this time, Alpheus carried his wife upstairs, ignoring Erina's screams. "Husband, the bread will burn, just let it burn, I'm about to burn too." Alpheus was 23 years old, he became the most famous magician on the continent, he received offers from all over the world, but Alpheus did not prioritize personal interests, but carefully selected the offers. Thanks to his abilities, his value continues to increase. However, both families still opposed their marriage. Alpheus stepped onto the carriage and thought to himself, "Just wait a little longer, Erina, you will quickly become the best. When that comes, it will be both the Milch and the Bostad families will be forced to admit us." At the same time at their house, a few guys appeared, it was Seraph, they approached and talked to each other. "Damn, why did it turn out like this, because of that? If you heal early, it would be good." They stood in front of Alpheus's house and said, "Who would have thought that things would turn out like this?" Seraph was still worried, "I should have brought a gift." They knocked on the door and said, "It's okay, it's not like you just give it to him and forget about the past." The door opened and a sound rang out, he was back. Why did his husband startle all three? Erina asked worriedly, You guys are." They are also shocked outside, Bostad Erina. All three breathed a sigh of relief. This is indeed Alpheus's house. Seraph immediately introduced, we are Alpheus's friends, is he at home?" Erina worriedly said, "No, he's gone out." Seraph asked again, "So do you know when he'll come back?" Erina replied, "I don't know." Hearing that, Seraph immediately said, "Can we please go inside and wait for him to come back? Standing outside waiting like this is a bit too much." Erina worriedly thought, her husband's friend. Finally she said, "Yes, please come in." At night, Alpheus walked into the house. "I'm home, Erina, sorry it's so late," but there wasn't a light in the other room. It was in the kitchen, some sounds rang out. "Alpheus, that bastard, he's so lucky." Alpheus showed a shocked look. In the wine and food room, Erina was singing in the room, there were 3 or 4 people talking. That guy Seraph said, "He is a guy who only knows how to flirt and date, he doesn't write any thesis. Thanks to finding a good family daughter, he made it big, hey he's drunk again." At this time, Seraph turned towards Erina and said, "I'm right, miss." Erina confusedly replied, "I don't know." Seraph said again, "Of course you don't know, finish the song." But at this moment, Seraph received a punch straight to the face. Alpheus angrily cursed loudly, "Son of a bitch." Erina looked at her husband in fear. A few other guys came up and said, "Why do educated people use their fists?" Seraph immediately panicked and said, "No, it's my fault, I wasn't alert." They left and said, "I will never let you see my face again." After everyone left, Alpheus angrily said to Erina, "Why did you let them in the house?" Erina said confusedly, They said they were my friends." Alpheus was angry, "What kind of friend would insult his wife or you like that?" Alpheus said desperately, "You don't know what my friends look like, Is it really that stupid?" As soon as these words came out, Alpheus immediately covered his mouth. He turned around and shed tears. Erina also shed tears and bowed her head without saying anything. Alpheus was silent, then turned around and said, "I'm sorry, just forget everything I just said. Just because her intelligence is lacking, doesn't mean her thinking is also stuck at 10 years old." Erina bowed her head and said, "I'm sorry honey, I'll never do that again." These words hurt Alpheus even more, however, the weaker side must always yield to the other person. Alpheus just said, "Sorry, I'm going out to get some fresh air." Leaving Erina silently bowing her head. In the pub, Alpheus angrily put the beer cup down on the table and cursed, "Trash, I'm such a trash. I didn't expect that I would say that to someone who only knew how to look and follow me." Clump could only say, it's normal to argue sometimes. Clump suggested, "Right, why don't you take this opportunity and make a baby, surely your relationship will immediately get better." Alpheus replied silently, "It's not that I haven't thought of it." Hearing that, Clump immediately advised him to just have children. By all means, he must have children so the family can become stable, just like the Ajahn family. Alpheus sighed and said, "I know, but the doctor told me that he doesn't know if a person with the intelligence of a 10-year-old child can endure the pain of childbirth." Clump was silent and then said, I shouldn't have said this, but you already knew, from the moment you decided to get married. Alpheus interrupted, I know and I don't regret it, it's just, Clump sighed, why would a smart guy like you act like that, you have no other choice. At this moment, Alpheus immediately raised his head when he heard that. At this time in another place, Arcane just wrote and said, not bad, you can successfully set foot here. The time after someone broke into Archmage Arcane's dungeon was 48 hours. One step from outside the door. Alpheus, all bruised, asked, are you Victor Arcane? Arcane replied, oh ho, I didn't expect you to be alone, you overcame traps and monsters alone, who are you? Alpheus was silent then said, my name is Milch Alpheus. He took out the paper from himself and said, I read your thesis on memory recovery research. Arcane smiled with interest and said, it's interesting, the genius behind the theory of light quanta, the Milch of Light, is interested in dark magic. Alpheus, before completely collapsing, said, I want to give my memories to my wife. Then he completely collapsed. Alpheus woke up startled, confused when he saw that he had just been lying in a pile of water. Arcane sat there, opened the papers and said, I read the notes you wrote here, it's interesting. He said, you want to use the absorbing ability of dark magic to store memories. On the other hand, you also want to use light magic to create a virtual nervous system, and use the virtual nervous system to assimilate and transfer the stored memories. You want to use the ability of light to transmit information. Alpheus looked at him silently. Arcane folded the papers and said, what a novel and wonderful idea. However, this is about giving one person's entire life to another, it won't be easy, not to mention the moral issue. Alpheus immediately replied, please accept me as a disciple. He said firmly, I will definitely know it comes true, I want to protect my wife from this world. Arcane looked at Alpheus and said, before making a decision, I have a question. Has your wife agreed to this experiment yet? Alpheus gritted his teeth and remained silent. Clump was the first to object, no, that guy is a criminal, why are you looking for him? Clump pounded the table and said, you must be possessed by a demon, you want to transplant memories into someone else's brain, that's impossible. Alpheus said silently, Clump, Arcane is the continent's greatest scholar of dark magic, even though you don't know it. Clump immediately said, yes, I'm such a fool. Even though I'm not as smart as you, at least I'm still aware that you're currently trying to throw away all the blessings you have. Clump tried to advise, if you get involved with him, your position in the royal family will be stripped away, the family will disown you, but Alpheus just said, I don't need those things. As long as Erina is happy, if successful. I will be even happier than now. Erina was stunned when she heard that. She closed her eyes, her husband's happiness. Erina immediately said, I will do it, honey. Clump panicked even more, Erina wait, this. But Erina said, I trust my husband. Alpheus will help you be happy. Alpheus immediately approached and smiled and said, of course, I am the magician who received the golden bracelet, I will immediately cure your weakness. Then I will no longer have to endure those contemptuous looks. Clump looked at them seriously. The Alpha's family sold all their assets to move to Arcane's dungeon. In the dungeon complete with laboratory rooms. Erina can live comfortably. Every week Clump comes by to bring food for both of them. In the laboratory, Erina lay on the hospital bed. Arcane smiled and nodded to both of them. Alpheus's face was haggard but extremely happy. Erina looked at her husband happily and also smiled. Only Clump just silently looked at them. Just like that 2 years had passed. Clump smiled and said to Erina, who was lying on the bed, after today, you will have the memories of Alpheus. Including the memory of him wetting the bed when he was a kid, I even know when he's looking at girls, ha ha ha. Erina just smiled at this joke. Alpheus also rubbed Erina's cheek and said, you have suffered Erina, now we will begin. Erina said smiling, thank you darling. Alpheus smiled and said, what do you mean, I'm the one who should be grateful, let's live happily together and have children. At this moment Arcane reminded, Alpheus this way. Alpheus also plugged the machine into his forehead, he was determined, technical magic, biological magic, alchemy, light magic, dark magic. We used all the most advanced technology, the clinical examination first had no problems. The success rate was 100%. Immediately, Arcane turned on the machine. The wires on Alpheus's forehead emitted light that caused him pain. In sadness, that ray of light seems to be drawn upward. Then, rays of light shined towards Erina's experimental chamber. Emotions poured into her, completely pure, without deception, prejudice, or calculation, something very pure, love. Erina thought, thank you, Alpheus, my love. I sincerely gave everything to you, I'm glad you met me. But at this time, the warning system sounded an unpleasant sound. Alpheus immediately sat up and shouted, Master, how's the experiment? But Arcane said seriously, our experiment was successful, it was perfect, however. Alpheus cried in panic, Erina, why is she like this? Erina lying haggardly on the experimental bed. Erina said with difficulty, the physical transfer was perfect, but the nerves in her body were starting to resist it. Erina smiled and tearfully said, unlike animals, humans must still exist somewhere that we do not know about. But he had already achieved an extremely wonderful achievement. If his research had been just a little longer, Clump would have been shocked to tears at this situation. Erina hadn't finished speaking yet, she was already screaming in pain. Alpheus panicked, Erina stop talking baby, I will do everything too, I'm sorry, baby. Arcane couldn't help but turn away. Erina said haggardly, no, why are you sorry, honey? Because I'm so stupid. Alpheus shouted in despair, what an idiot, you're the stupid one, were you the stupid one from the start? It's my fault, baby, but Erina closed her eyes, she thought, thank you, although it was short, you let me know the world you live in, a magical world full of logic, thank you for letting me see it before you left. Alpheus shouted desperately, baby. Erina's funeral was on a rainy day. Her funeral was held with the participation of family members, and Alpheus was not allowed by family members to attend the funeral. Two people are not married or have children. Just like that, the two of them were separated like two strangers, and the day Erina died as a result of the experiment. Alpheus banged his head against the wall over and over again. How is that possible? Erina has taught me how to look at life, where there is light there will be darkness, so why do I try to change her? Alpheus collapsed in the rainy night. What's wrong with me, god of light Milch, I'm just an arrogant Alpheus, we dared to touch the forbidden things. Arcane walked into the room and said, Alpheus you're back, I'm sorry about Erina. Now let's shock our minds and bodies so we can, but as soon as I finish speaking. He immediately saw a bag of gasoline coming out. Arcane looked in shock at the pile of documents soaked in gasoline. He shouted, what are you doing? Alpheus said, Master. He turned around and smiled blankly, we shouldn't have done this research. Arcane tried to advise, calm down, I know you're heartbroken but it's only temporary, the experiment was successful. He continued, people like Erina, people with unexplained psychological problems. We can treat them. Are you planning on letting her sacrifice go to waste? Alpheus chuckled hearing that. Alpheus summoned magical flames and said, sacrifice. Immediately, before Arcane's eyes, his documents were burned. In the flames, Alpheus smiled. Arcane painfully tried to pick up the burned papers, he shouted loudly, no. This research is not just yours, it is your, lifelong effort. He looked indignantly at Alpheus who had left, he shouted loudly, how could you do this to me? During the night, a huge fire could not be stopped. Returning to the present, Arcane slowly said, Alpheus that bastard, leaving me, the person who helped him both mentally and physically, in the sea of fire to escape. He looked up at the sky, not only that, he also made his wife sacrifice in vain, he abandoned tens of thousands of people so he could benefit from that research. After hearing this story, everyone was shocked, it was impossible. Chiron said, Principal, did he really do that? Arcane looked up at the sky and smiled, of course, I understand that he was heartbroken, but his actions were not worthy of the title of a magician. He bowed his head and said, the reason I came here today is not simply for revenge, but also to prevent any magicians who think like him from existing. Arcane shouted, do you really believe he is a good teacher? He is a cunning, arrogant and rash man. He destroys the great cause of saving people like that. But at this moment a sound interrupted him, yes, Need, Iruki and Athela looked at Chiron in surprise. Chiron said, his master's actions were truly unworthy of the title of a magician. Need panicked and wanted to stop his friend. But Athela behind him stopped him. Chiron continued, from the perspective of someone who was betrayed, I can understand you. However, his choice was also not correct. Arcane was shocked to hear that. What? Chiron stood there and said, as a great magician, that's all you can do. Arcane laughed loudly and said, because I have power. That's why we're allowed to do it. A blast of power shook the earth and space. Victor Arcane said frantically, I mean judgment. A beam of light injured Sharon, but he didn't pay attention and said, so a powerful person like you can't do anything but be stuck in the past for 40 years. Hearing this, Arcane was stunned. Sharon continued to speak, he spoke strongly, said this and that, but in the end, you simply felt regret during that time, right? Hearing this, Arcane was stunned. Even the grandfather from 40 years ago seemed to have awakened. Back that year, Erina bowed politely and said, it's a pleasure to meet you, I'm Erina, my husband depends on you. Arcane also replied, welcome, please make yourself at home. Erina looked around and said, you live alone in this large place, Mage, Alpheus confusedly explained, my dear, this person is. But Erina still finished speaking, she smiled and asked him, do you feel lonely? Arcane was then stunned. Erina, when I first saw that girl's eyes, I felt scared. Eyes that were pure to the extreme, a look that could face deep darkness, as if the source of light could cover all the darkness in the world. And now, Arcane thought, I can feel that look again from this young man. Arcane trembled and laughed loudly, ha ha ha. His smile makes Athela think, understanding and empathy are feelings that everyone has. However, even though they were very human emotions, the moment they were pushed to the extreme, they were no longer human. Arcane was tired of laughing. She continued thinking, clairvoyance reached a superhuman level, surpassing even the distinction between good and evil. Sharon, you can predict cause and effect, right? Arcane said now, it seems we will never be able to get along. He coldly looked at Sharon and said, you are someone who should not exist in this world. Immediately, darkness covered the place where the four of them were standing. Need was surprised, what is that? I thought he no longer had the ability to cast magic. Darkness is surrounding Arcane from all directions into a cluster. Chiron was stunned, how could you ignore the precept of fair exchange? At this moment, a sound rang out, feeling surprised, Arcane raised his hand. He laughed loudly and said, that's how magic is, extremely mysterious. Iruki also had to swear and scatter bullets, if this thing fell on his head, all of them would just sell salt. In front of them was a huge stream of dark power, stirring up the entire space. Aaron was also scared by this scene. Darkness is gathering. Then at this moment, a beam of light appeared. The beam of light attacked straight forward, knocking away that darkness. Need, Athela, Iruki and Sharon looked ahead in surprise. Principal Alpheus has arrived. Behind his teacher thawed. Arcane saw that he had arrived and immediately smiled. Alpheus silently looked at the person in front of him. Behind Arcane was a huge source of gathering darkness. He said softly, you are old Alpheus. Didn't think he would be hit by the memory sealing technique so easily. Alpheus only replied, it's good to remember the past. I feel very grateful. He remembered the picture of his beloved in the dungeon. At this moment, Alpheus turned back to look at the students. Then he said, I'm sorry for behaving immorally. Alpheus closed his eyes and bowed and said, thank you very much for protecting everyone. And Athela he also said, I'm very happy to have teacher Athela with you, thank you. Miss Athela respectfully bowed her head and said, don't worry, I also feel sorry for not being able to protect you, be the students. Sharon walked up to the principal and said, Mr. Principal, Alpheus just calmly replied, my mental power has completely recovered, right? Sharon replied in surprise, you already know, Alpheus said calmly, the most powerful magic that the arcane mage has created is abyss magic, the magic that controls memories. Alpheus smiled and pointed to his head and said, when Arcane erased the memory of using his memories, he also temporarily restored his mental powers. Sharon was surprised, so that complex really exists. The principal put his hand on Sharon's shoulder and advised, remember my words Sharon, if you don't have a trump card, you can overthrow the whole table, in any situation in battle. Then you can't call yourself a battle mage. Alpheus said, let us old men deal with it ourselves, don't act rudely, and let the children go. Standing before them, Arcane immediately replied, okay, if my old student said so, then I agree. Arcane smiled and said, releasing us would be simple. But what will you do now? You can't be their principal anymore. Hearing that, Alpheus frowned. Arcane continued, hundreds of students in this place have heard all about your vulgar past. Need was stunned, the one who revealed the principal's past was him. Iruki also frowned, everything had been planned by him in advance. Arcane said smugly, what do you think about burning this place to ashes like before? Alpheus looked at him silently and said, this is not something to joke about. Arcane turned his hand to the group of people and said, "Do you want to follow me? We will complete the research on memory implantation. I have successfully implanted my own memories. Look at this magical creature, this is Harvey." This matter was successful thanks to Erina's sacrifice. After hearing these words, Alpheus immediately became bitter. He opened his eyes and said, "Sacrifice." This statement was identical to what the young Alpheus said that year. Then, Alpheus said, "Master, this research. It's all your plan." Arcane was stunned. "What?" Alpheus took out a piece of paper and said, "What are you planning to create by taking away the memories of Erina and me?" Alpheus shed tears, held up that piece of paper and said, "Why did you create hundreds of magical creatures?" Alpheus shouted loudly, "You want to conquer the world." Arcane was confused and wanted to explain that. He smiled and said, "Is that so bad?" 40 years later, this man still says that. Everyone understood. Sharon said, "That's why you burned the research." Alpheus continued, "I think that magical creature has the memories of Erina and me, am I right?" Erin was stunned by these words. She looked towards Harvey's body. Arcane angrily gritted her teeth. Alpheus spoke the truth. The fact that it went so far here and exploded meant it disobeyed his orders, because it was just like me. Erin gritted her teeth and said, "Don't tell me, it's you." She waved her hand. This time the darkness gradually withdrew from the other students' bodies. Erin raised her hand forward and shouted, "Who ordered Harvey to self-destruct? Are you going to kill all of us, including Canis?" Erin shed tears of hatred. Arcane put his hands on his head dejectedly. Then he raised his hand and said, "Everyone here doesn't know how to listen at all." Now up high. The darkness has gathered into a giant black cloud, that thing is coming. That power is gradually moving forward. Its power is extremely terrifying. The students called out in fear. The principal, Alpheus, tried to protect everyone behind him. Arcane shouted loudly from above, "What's up, Alpheus, let's run." Leaving everything behind and running away on his own, Alpheus looked at him. The past continued to unravel. Clump looked at his friend seriously and said, "Will you die here, Alpheus?" In front of him was the haggard and dirty Alpheus. Clump continued, "I went through a lot in the past 10 years to find you, went to many places, and spent a lot of money. One day, I received information that you were somewhere." Alpheus just said, "Why did you come here? To meet the trash that is me." Clump was silent, then took out something from his body and said, "I have something to give you." Alpheus looked at the thing in front of him in shock. Clump continued, "He should have disappeared after the next day." In front of him was a letter. The sender was Milch Erina. Alpheus took the letter in his hand. "Dear Alpheus." Uncontrollable tears flowed out. In the letter, Erina said, "It was because I wanted to do this experiment. If I had one last wish. I wish you wouldn't be sad. But keep doing the research you like. You are my eternal light. Let the world see that light." After crying to his heart's content, Alpheus then said, "Give me some money, Clump." Alpheus trembled and said, "I will build a school, so that stupid people like me don't exist anymore. I will put my entire life on the line for this school." After hearing this, Clump smiled serenely and sighed. Returning to the present, Alpheus raised his hand. A source appeared. He thought, "The life that Erina had allowed me to live." Bright rays of light appeared. Everyone around had collapsed. The dragonflies seemed to be flying slowly. Sharon looked at the scene before her eyes in amazement. Time was slowing down. Teacher Alpheus raised his hand. The light on the idiot teacher's hand converged. A ray of light shined straight up in the sky, illuminating everything around. Sharon stood up and looked at everyone, as did Iruki and Need. Erin also raised her head. They were all following that light like the sun. When the light disappeared, the darkness also disappeared. Arcane exclaimed in shock, "What is this?" Alpheus breathed tiredly and said, "A magic called Big Bang." Reporting to the Magicians Association about this harmless light-emitting magic is a bit embarrassing, but I believe this farewell gift is more than enough. Arcane turned his head to look at Alpheus and said, "Not expecting something like this to happen, have you prepared magic to fight me?" The old fox, as soon as he finished speaking, Arcane collapsed, his nose bleeding profusely. He covered it with his hand. Alpheus calmly said, "Even if he manipulated his memories to restore mental strength, it was just an illusion of the mind. If you push yourself too hard, your brain won't be able to handle it, your life will be in danger." "He failed," Arcane said while breathing heavily. "I see, it turns out you haven't rested in these 40 years. You have defeated the great magician Arcane, your reputation will be even more resounding. Yes, this is something I did not think of. Alpheus remained silent and then said to Arcane, you still don't understand why. Alpheus stood looking at Arcane and said, you are no longer a great mage, that was 40 years ago, but enough time has passed for a 10th level mage to be reduced to level 2. The world has changed, we are all old, how long do you plan to pursue your childish ambitions? Everyone listened silently to Alpheus. At this moment, Arcane smiled in blood, cough, you bastard, cry out loud, you can't even be a great mage. He tried to stand up and said, you're not a genius or anything, you just know how to raise your voice. That old man revealed his magical eyes and smiled, pointing to his head and said, arrogant brat. From his body once again appeared a dark aura. Alpheus shouted in shock, are you crazy? Did you restore mental strength that way? Do you really want to die? Alpheus opened his eyes and looked upward. The school's students were all pulled upward by my shadow. So does Miss Sina. Arcane said as he used his strength, I will do everything I can to defeat you. Alpheus shouted, please spare the innocent people. Alpheus didn't understand, why is winning or losing so important? Stop being childish with that thought. Arcane was enveloped in darkness, then smiled and said, listen carefully, this is the last lesson I teach you. He said, magicians are always children. Aaron looked up at the sky in shock. The students of the magic school were being pulled forward. Alpheus and everyone immediately rushed forward. Alpheus told everyone to quickly save people. Need, Sharon, Teacher Thod and even Iruki all rushed forward. Thod used his strength to catch as many students as possible. Iruki quickly pulled his literature teacher up. Was the person who scolded him for not being able to take the test. Need cried as he tried to pull Gabe up, so many people are falling. Our professors, Sharon thought. Our friends were all free falling to the cold ground. Sharon is also rushing down. He shed tears as he walked towards the red-haired girl. Sharon shouted, Amy. The final destination is the coldness of the soul. Amy now opened her eyes. She wondered, who is calling her? This sounds so familiar, who is it again? It's me. Above, Sharon's figure appeared. You shouted loudly, Amy. Amy slowly opened her eyes. Then she panicked. Sharon is still trying to rush to save Amy. You finally caught Amy's hand. Amy was also surprised, Sharon. But then she suddenly realized something. Amy was surprised, Sharon, you are crying. Sharon cried and laughed and said, He remembered what he said that day, when we meet again, let's compete fairly, because I've already caught up with you. Sharon continued, I think I can't keep my word, sorry. Amy heard that and immediately panicked. She also cried and said, wait, Sharon, what are you going to do? What do you want to do? But now Sharon had closed his eyes. He just said, thank you to Amy. Amy hugged him, still trying to say, no, don't go, Sharon. Sharon thought, goodbye everyone. At this moment, Sharon's eyes changed, his body fell into a state of melting. At this moment, Sharon's whole body emitted a large light source, gradually brightening the entire sky. Iruki and Need, who were saving people, were also startled. The students who had woken up quickly covered their faces. Ms. Athela and Mr. Alpheus were also surprised by this light. In the end, Arcane fell to the ground weak. He silently looked at the scene before his eyes. Below the abyss, thousands of rays of light shine upward. Rays of light in all kinds of colors, Arcane exclaimed, that's called self-sacrifice. He silently thought, what an interesting world, to the point that even though I've spent my whole life wandering here, I still can't bear to leave, right Alpheus? Arcane finally closed her eyes. He was completely out of breath. On the impassable bridge, light sources still shined in the sky. A stream of light like a rainbow landed on the ground from the air. The students were all brought back one by one. Arcane was lying on the ground, only then did his shadow appear. Canis cried in pain and said, Master, do you think it's over just by dying? How could you leave us like that? Canis said loudly, I don't care if you see me as a tool or not, I just don't want you to abandon me. But, Aaron looked at Canis crying loudly and also shed tears. Canis still said sadly, you were wrong, it's all your fault, come back quickly. Aaron tried to say, Canis is not your fault, brother, but Canis still stubbornly said, it's all because of you, everything is because of you. At this moment a sound rang out, yes, it was your fault. Both of them looked behind in surprise. It was that cunning monster. It continued, if you hadn't messed up, Arcane would have lived and protected us. But now that Arcane is dead, we will all follow him. Canis heard that and looked at it silently. At this point Harvey continued, what if I said it was all your fault, would anything change? Arcane just lived out his life, he fulfilled his wish. He passed away contentedly. Harvey continued, now that he's gone, what do you want to do? Canis silently remembered and said, my wish. That day when asked why he wanted power, Canis firmly answered, I will protect Eren from this world. Returning, Canis stood up and replied, I told you, I need strength to protect Eren. He walked towards the ghost monster and said, so if you die here it will be very troublesome, I accept the contract. Eren worriedly said, Canis, I won't be able to stand it with the little mental power I have left, leave it to me, but Harvey immediately interrupted her saying, sorry but no, my master is Canis. Right now my shadow gradually merged with the Canis again. Canis Harvey. If you dare to betray me again, I will not forgive you. The darkness continued to pour into the Canis. Harvey smiled and said, I remember, master. I like your arrogance. Canis fell down, but this time Eren caught him. She cried and said, let's create our life together. In the distance, teacher Alpheus witnessed everything. Alpheus said, Professor Athela, I am a sinner. Ms. Athela replied that the first step to atone for her sins is to recognize her sins. Alpheus smiled and turned back to look at her and said, but, Athela continued, you are no longer arrogant. Mr. Alpheus heard that even more happily and said, ha, I will accept my punishment. Teacher Thawed and Miss Athela happily looked at the principal. Alpheus also smiled and said, more importantly, where is our hero? I didn't expect that the boy could teleport more than 400 people at the same time, it was impressive. But at this moment, Amy's voice rang out from far away, help me. Need and Iruki immediately ran back. Amy cried and said, Sharon was choking. After processing the Arcane's body, it took 8 hours to get all the students back to the dormitory. Sealed memories will gradually return. But until then the school will be closed. Amy, Need and Iruki are all with Sharon. Amy sat next to Sharon's bed and cried loudly. She shed tears and thought, I was really stupid, that day. I didn't recognize him when he came. Yet. Remembering all the time they knew each other. Amy thought more sadly. I haven't even said sorry yet. Need worriedly told Amy, you have to rest, if this keeps up you will get sick. Amy cried while holding Sharon's hand and said, magic can't kill the caster himself, why did he die after using wide area teleportation? There's definitely something strange going on with Sharon, Need said while crying, you're right, Sharon will definitely wake up, if not. At this moment a voice spoke in the room, meaning that there was still a possibility that magic could kill the caster. Arcane had also died after using magic, that was Iruki standing in the dark corner. Amy immediately objected, Arcane died because the energy in his brain was exhausted, but Sharon is like this because he completely opened his immortal jaws, those two things are different. Iruki continued, it didn't matter whether it was because he had used up all the energy in his brain or his immortal jaw, knowing the reason wouldn't change anything. Iruki concluded, the important thing is that Sharon is dead. Need immediately shouted, Iruki you, Amy next to you also said, you're such a nasty guy. She turned back to face Iruki one-on-one and continued, so do you believe Sharon is really dead? Iruki calmly replied, I haven't, but he is dead. Amy immediately grabbed Sharon's collar and easily lifted him up. Amy said harshly, Sharon is in this situation because he saved us. She cried and angrily threw up her hands and said, yet you. Her fist was aimed straight at Iruki. But Iruki just looked calmly without fear. Indeed, Amy had no intention of hitting him. Iruki exclaimed, he was so relieved. Amy cursed loudly, you know I will stop, right you nasty bastard. Amy cried and said frankly, do you know why I stopped? Because someone like you is not worthy of having friends. Need heard that and was also worried about the current situation. Iruki said loudly this time, then use your brain. Iruki continued uncomfortably, his heart had stopped beating and he was out of breath, find a way to bring him back from the cage of death. You're just acting pathetic and talking nonsense. Need was silent then said, magic can't revive the dead, Iruki. Hearing that, Iruki frowned. He pushed Amy's hand away and said, that is a human limit. After Iruki left, Need asked Amy, you can punch him. Amy wiped her tears and said, how could I do that, he is Sharon's friend. On this side, Iruki walked out of the infirmary cursing, they were so pathetic. A sound suddenly rang out, you're right, they're pathetic, right, Iruki said coldly, looking forward. You said, you guys. How dare you come here, Canis and Aaron? Canis replied, we only came to express our condolences. He didn't die fighting me, and it's a shame he died after saving you. However, I'm no longer interested. Iruki was silent, then said, huh? Canis continued, just as you said, they are pathetic. They always make a big deal about whether a person is really dead or not. Do you mean that? Iruki stretched his arms. You. At this point he continued, just pray that Chiron is still alive. Canis and Aaron were startled. Huh? Iruki said as he entered the spiritual domain, because the only person in this world who can stop me is only Chiron. Immediately, a spiritual source headed straight towards Canis as if locating him. Harvey reminded, Canis, your target is locked. Canis also said yes, but, the monster reminded, it's very dangerous. His calculation speed is unusually fast. It gives a scenario of what will happen if he uses that magic. This whole place will be wiped out. Tension filled the hallway. Canis was silent and then said, Harvey, how could he calculate so quickly that you had to say that this place would be wiped out? The monster replied, to put it simply, it was fast enough to be able to analyze everything that happened in this city within 3 seconds. Canis was surprised. Even if he had savant syndrome, how could that be possible? Looking at Iruki filled with murderous intent, Harvey said, I don't know, but what I'm sure of is his brain cells can't take it much longer. Iruki looked towards them, his eyes filled with electricity, and said, if Chiron has to die like this, I will definitely kill you. Canis was covered by Iruki's magic and had to grit his teeth. Harvey immediately reminded him, retreat Canis, he will explode as soon as you step into the spiritual domain. At this moment Aaron suddenly exclaimed, but, that means you don't think Chiron is dead either, do you? Iruki remained silent, then pointed at Aaron and said, it's best you should choose your words carefully. Canis worriedly wanted to pull Aaron back but still moved forward, saying, I may not be able to see the condition of the objects, but instead I can see inside people. Iruki still shouted loudly, so what? Canis is even more worried about Aaron. But Aaron also responded loudly, if he really believed he was dead. Iruki was stunned by the scene before his eyes. Aaron suddenly cried in pain and said, there was no way he would cry with such a scared expression on his face. Iruki was silent, in his mind were thousands of different thoughts. Iruki finally stopped. The atmosphere in the hallway remained silent. At this time, the lights were still on in the infirmary. Need was sleeping on the floor, not knowing that the room door had been opened. Iruki stood in front of Chiron's bed and said, the school will fall into chaos after a few days. If there is a funeral it will be too late. Iruki pulled out a small knife and looked at Chiron and continued, if you don't stop me, then I won't be able to move forward. Remembering the promise that day between both sides, Iruki pointed his knife up and said, so Chiron, I will save you. The knife it slowly touched and placed on Chiron's hand. Then it plugged down. At Althea's Magic Academy, students must live in dormitories, because this academy is where the children of high-ranking nobles in the kingdom are raised, so the security of the academy is the most important thing, but at this time, a teacher announced that the academy had been invaded by 4 unknown attackers. In the end, those attackers were dealt with, and the boy saved the students and professors. But unfortunately, our school's shining star, Irina Chiron, passed away. Miss Sina, Teacher Thought and Athela bowed their heads in sadness. Althea silently listened as the teacher continued, if the outside world knew about this, the academy would not be able to avoid responsibility for this serious problem. A teacher immediately spoke up, we must hold Chiron's funeral as soon as possible, we must notify the parents. On the other side, a professor immediately stood up to respond, and you guys think we don't know that, but Chiron's friends are firmly demanding that the boy's funeral be postponed. His body is still in the medical room instead of the morgue, I don't understand the reason. A white-haired teacher replied, that's all he said, but in reality he was just trying to buy time so that the school's reputation wouldn't be affected. Both sides respond to each other continuously, how can you say that? I'm just saying that we need more time to think, the longer this continues, the worse public opinion will become. Forget the school's reputation, the school could be shut down, we need to act fast, we don't even know the whereabouts of arcane students. This time the teacher and everyone turned to the principal and said, Principal, please make a decision, the student council has been convened today. The professor said, this is not an ordinary student council, if the children of the most prestigious noble families come together to accuse the school, then we won't be able to do anything. At this time, Teacher Althea said again, I was the one who said we should wait. Everyone who heard that was shocked. Faced with the heated debate below, Mr. Alpheus thought that, as the professors said, the school would be at a greater disadvantage if we continued to wait, but the more important question of the school's future still remained there. Remembering the tragedy of that day, Alpheus wondered, was Chiron really dead? He stroked his beard and thought, am I thinking rationally about this? Or did I think that Chiron was special? Sometimes we ask ourselves this question. But those vague feelings refuse to go away. Immortality function, that's an area that we don't know much about. At this moment Miss Athela stood up and said, in this battle, Chiron made the extreme decision to release her immortal function. She commented that, according to common sense, this phenomenon is defined as nirvana. Nirvana is a state different from life, so just because he has reached nirvana, does not mean he is dead. The teachers held their heads and thought, I don't understand, this is a magic academy, it's not common sense. The white-haired teacher said, I understand what the principal is saying. She continued, there was a possibility that the Chiron who unlocked the lock was still alive, which I completely understood. However, there was no guarantee that the boy would wake up. While waiting for Chiron without knowing when he will wake up, we may face the worst situation. Alpheus now asked the opposite, and what is that? The teacher and everyone answered in surprise, of course, the school would be closed. But at this time Teacher Alpheus denied it and said, no, that's not the case. The worst situation is that all the students and professors are destroyed. The hall immediately fell silent in shock. Teacher Alpheus continued, without Chiron, no one would survive, including you guys. Is there any possibility, even less than 1%? The child who risked his life for us, as professors of this magic academy, shouldn't we try? The professors just silently listened to Mr. Alpheus continue, if we accept responsibility and are punished, the school will not close, then. For that child, shouldn't we also sacrifice like that? In school, students started going back to school. In Chiron's hospital room, Amy and Need were still on duty. Amy said, putting her hand on Chiron's head, Chiron. It doesn't matter how long it takes, it could be years, or decades, I will wait for the day you return, so just say you will return. Need couldn't help but close his eyes when he heard that. Amy tearfully said in despair, please say something. Chiron still closed her eyes. But somewhere else, he opened his eyes. Chiron looked around in surprise and said, where am I? He walked around and thought, then remembered. To save everyone. At that time, I had unleashed the possibility of immortality to the limit. Chiron's hand and thought, is this the next life? It seems I still haven't forgotten the memories of when I was alive. But why, wherever I go, the scenery is still the same. Chiron stood in the middle of space and thought, as if all 5 of my senses were paralyzed, let alone. Chiron tried lifting her leg. In space, levels suddenly appeared. But then he turned around. Chiron thought, I knew it right away. Still the same. No official cannot change at all, Chiron exclaimed, distance does not exist, one can only calculate distance if there are 2 landmarks. But if either landmark does not exist, then the concept of space disappears and space does not exist. That means no matter where I go here, I'm not going. At this moment a sound rang out, very excellent, I didn't expect you to understand the meaning of space, I knew you had the right to come here. Chiron turned around and asked, who is it, am I dead? Then he looked up in surprise. At this time, the surrounding was no longer gloomy white. The flashes that flashed in front of Chiron shocked him. He looked up and gasped and said, wow. From that stream of light, a girl appeared. She stepped out of the light and said, I've been waiting for you, Chiron. Chiron said in shock, who exactly is that? Woman with blue hair smiling. The beautiful girl smiled and introduced herself, saying, I am God. Back to reality, the 5th day after Chiron passed away. Due to the recent tragedy, the professors took a risk and delayed all corrective measures, however, the students did not agree. At this time, in the student council meeting room, a large number of students were present. The students felt like the principal they trusted so much had betrayed them. The board clearly asked the question, do you agree with the corrective measures the professors deemed appropriate after the meeting? At this time, a student stood up and said that everything that happened stemmed from the principal's mistake 40 years ago. He continued, the charges against the principal had to be resolved on another day, and Chiron's funeral had to be postponed to another day, they simply didn't want to take responsibility. The student council president, second grader Amira, she said with a serious face, the student council must definitely intervene in this matter. The students immediately responded, yes, the principal must take responsibility for this incident, punish him, charge him. At this moment, a hand raised up and said, wait, everyone misunderstood. Sherla stood up and said, I'm Sherla from 5th grade, everyone is assuming that Sharon is gone forever, but no, the whole truth is not like that. Sharon's heart had stopped beating but his body had not decomposed yet. The students were talking loudly, really, is that true? Sherla continued, the professors made their decision based on this suspicion. Amira immediately said, is that true member Sherla? If he is not dead, then why has his heart stopped beating? Please tell us the details. Sherla immediately replied, it was the result of unlocking immortality. Immortality is a concept that does not directly affect a person's life, and the Ivory Tower is discussing it. In front of the entire student council, Sherla just said, it's a mysterious topic, that's why. Some students wondered, what is immortality? I heard it is the highest realm a magician can achieve, but knowledge creates magic, so what if, yes? Sherla was now sweating profusely thinking, wait, why are they reacting like that? It's a mysterious topic. Amira was also listening seriously. Sherla thought with tears in her eyes, isn't the second natural talent of wise magicians to make a decision after thinking about a problem many times? Sherla opened her eyes wide, I understand. We are not yet magicians but are still students, small children in the lower grades who only admit what they actually see and feel. As for the upperclassmen, they were biased because they hated the principal. In fact, they were saying, what does that have to do with the charges? She thought desperately, they didn't have the ability to reason, that luxury. At this rate, Sherla despairingly thought of the scene of teacher Alfie as being accused of going to prison. Sharon rested in a coffin with a funeral. While she was buried, she held her head and thought. Sharon will be buried, what should I do? At this time, another hand was raised, I'm Mark from 7th grade. Mark stood up and said, the school's honor comes from its students. If people hear rumors that our school has unreliable teachers, then people will also lose trust in our students. However, we all know that the person from before helped us realize what a true magician is. After listening, the students seemed to sink into a distant memory. Mark continued, who gave us love? When we were kids. The students looked at each other and said, yes, they taught us to be good people. Mark took this moment to continue, even though the principal had made a mistake in the past. I don't think we need to protest against the teachers we value so much. Sherla happily thought, that's right Mark, if logic doesn't work, then we have to tap into their emotions. Good job Mark. The two sisters silently liked each other. At this time, Amira silently looked towards the board and thought. If you vote now, the result will be 5 choose 5. The students in the junior class were crying and saying, what is the accusation? Please forgive the teachers, she thought with a headache. Expecting these children in the 1st grade to agree to protest was too much to expect. It's too much, that's why I said we need to separate. Amira had a headache thinking, at this rate they won't press charges, what should I do? At this moment a hand raised and said, 1st grade Ardino Fermi. Sherla saw him and immediately thought awkwardly, why is Fermi standing up? Fermi smiled and said, everyone, I forgot to say something important, we owe Sharon our lives. Is there anyone here who isn't sad because he died? Sherla turned her head worriedly, and sure enough, the students all looked at each other sadly. Therefore, Fermi continued, we should not continue to oppose. For our savior, we must fight to honor Sharon's soul. Sherla noticed and immediately said, wait, honor his soul, Sharon is not dead. Fermi then smiled and said, really, but as far as I know, they are using chemicals to preserve Sharon's body. If he is still alive, then why are they doing that? Yes. Amira and the students were shocked. She said, yes, is that true, Fermi Academy? Sherla member, do you know about that? Sherla was silent before the urging sounds, please tell us about the Sherla Institute. In the end, she had no choice but to smile wryly and say, I refuse to provide information that incriminates me, she thought painfully, I'm sorry Amy. Amira took this opportunity to immediately give an order, now we will start voting. Not surprisingly, when the results came out, most of them agreed. Sherla angrily cursed under her breath, it was all because of that Fermi bastard. At this time, a demonstration of students took place, they continuously shouted, resign Alpheas, please be questioned. Amira, at the head of the group of students, shouted, go ahead and hold Sharon's funeral, stop preserving the deceased's body. Amy and Need both saw it above. They were worried, it wasn't over. Over here, Teacher Althea said while using magic on Sharon, it seems they realized we use slowing magic, which is a type of magic that creates an environment in which time passes slowly. Althea said seriously, we don't have much time left. This side, Sharon wondered, God, this God immediately said, don't you believe me? Just like the objects that humans create will have human thoughts and appearances, so all the things that God creates have the same characteristics as God. From that, it can be deduced that you are the most like the princess, Sharon. Sharon was surprised to hear that. The other lord stretched out his hand and said, Sharon, will you create a world with me? Sharon stepped back confused and said, what? You're embarrassed to say, to me. He quickly covered himself with his hands and said, I'm sorry this is so sudden, I'm not that type of person. Seeing him so confused, the Lord just laughed and then waved his hand and said it's not embarrassing. Right after that, a set of clothes immediately appeared. God continued, this is not your world. She smiled at the surprised Sharon and said, your body still exists in your world. Sharon was then surprised and asked, I knew right away, this is another world. God laughed and said, ha ha, it's not, this is a different place from where you live. She pointed and smiled and said, a dot is a dimension without sound or face. She continued, from the outside, it looked as if there was no space, but in fact it was condensed. Sharon looked at her hands thinking, one dot, there was space between her two hands, in other words, her body was in 3 dimensions. Sharon suddenly said, there is a 3-dimensional world inside a dot. God smiled and said, your perspective is very special. She continued, yes, that is the nature of space and time, even a world that looks like a dot from afar. But if you look closer, it is an infinite world. Sharon continued listening in amazement, and God is the creator of that world, what do you think? Sharon was silent then asked, can't I go back? God doesn't understand, it's impossible, you don't want to give up yet, if you're feeling regretful. Sharon immediately interrupted, it's not like that, I understand very well. Sharon said again, can I ask one more question? The altruistic Lord said of course. Sharon seriously asked, why did you lie? Immediately, the Lord was shocked. She stood there silently. Then said, God does not lie, no, there is no need to lie. This God said with a smile, because if we think it doesn't exist then it won't exist. Sharon looked at her seriously and said, lying again. God is silent this time. Sharon continued, are you a god? God stopped laughing and said, there seems to be a misunderstanding here because our definitions of God are different, I will show you what God is. Sharon silently looked at her. Immediately, a small village appeared. Wooden farmers are harvesting rice. The wooden women are talking to each other. All are wooden people. Sharon looked around, looked towards a farmer who was reaping. God said, as you see, this world is a copy. Sharon looked at the Lord holding something round in his hand. The Lord said, however I can teleport it. She put her hand inside that sphere. Immediately, Sharon looked up at the sky in shock. A giant finger appeared. This finger grabbed the wooden farmer, then placed him in a stable. She continued, space has changed, which means time has also changed. Because space and time are one, Sharon muttered, time and space. God immediately said, yes. God continued, there is a similar thing that exists in your world, right? If you teleport a night in your world, the time unit of a turn has passed on the chessboard. Think you are playing when the time is short and there is no afternoon, it is called a chessboard. The woman continued, God is not invincible and transcendent like your faith. They are just designers capable of creating a dimension with a lower level than where they are. God went forward to continue speaking, but their creatures thought that God was an absolute entity. For they have powers that creatures cannot possess, and God can manipulate them without their knowledge. This farmer didn't know how he moved. Just as he didn't know this world was a copy. Sharon heard this and was stunned. The Lord smiled and said, there is only one way for him to know. Sharon also realized it now, it was an irresistible ability. The Lord placed his hand on the wooden man and said, yes. Right now, the space changes, a colorful world appears. The wooden man has disappeared. God said yes. Sharon and God looked up at the sky. God smiled. The possibility of immortality was a feeling that shaped the whole world. At this moment, the entire replica world seemed to vanish into bright stars. God held the ball again and continued, even so, the farmer's world was still in this glass ball, he could not perceive entities in higher dimensions. Sharon looked at the ball in shock. God asked again, "Do you understand now, Sharon? I brought you, someone who unleashed immortality and was nearly torn apart, to this special area." At this time, Sharon looked at her seriously and said, "What do you want from me?" God gently made the ball disappear and said, "This." The ball immediately turned into a dot. In Sharon's surprised gaze, God said, "To the time and space that I created, Sharon, and created another space, and in that, a different time, and another, if we keep repeating, it will become a perfect universe. That is called the space-time matrix." Sharon was silent after listening, then he said, "I can't, God doesn't understand why, I'm sure you have no reason to refuse." "You don't like my proposal," Sharon replied, "it's not bad, me becoming a god to create a world is good, and your plan to create a perfect universe sounds good." At this time Sharon said again, "But if I go into your time and space, others like me will have to sacrifice." God frowned and looked at him, then pointed his finger and said, "I don't give you a choice. If you refuse, then I will have to tear you apart." Sharon still said, "I won't do it." At this moment, the Lord pointed his hand towards Sharon, unleashed his power and said, "You will know soon." The Lord calmly looked ahead. But then she was taken aback. Sharon, standing in this source of power, said, "I understand." Sharon said, "The space-time matrix you talked about, is like a spirit domain." He pointed forward and said, "And this is her spirit domain." A red light appeared in his hand. God silently looked at Sharon. Sharon continued, thinking along the same lines that she was a magician. God was silent and then slowly moved forward. She said, "Sharon, don't do something you'll regret." Sharon was surprised at the red light on her hand. The Lord emitted a golden aura and said, "Do you think you can defeat me?" Sharon silently swallowed and thought, "I definitely can't win." She is someone who has reached the level of calling herself a god, arcane, no, perhaps even stronger than a god. But no matter what, Sharon entered the spiritual domain and said, "This is not where I should be." He continued, "When the farmer unlocked his immortality, his body disappeared without a trace, but you have my body that exists in another world, so I can become again, that's right." God was silent and then said, "Yes, you can return." She reminded, "But there's no way I'll succeed, I'll just die again," but Sharon still said, "Even so." He pointed the light forward and said, "I'll still try." God thinks, capturing it is not the problem, but its maximum energy. If that were the case, this space would be destroyed. The Lord silently looked towards Sharon's power. Then Sharon was startled and saw the Lord holding out his hand. Right at this moment, something like a black gate appeared between them. God turned around and told him, "This place is an intersection of space and time. The moment you step in, you will go through the process of getting here in the opposite direction." Sharon asked in surprise, "Are you really going to let me go back?" God just said, "Promise me one thing, if returning to the original world fails, come back here, and follow my words." Sharon silently looked at the gate. God still reminded me, I said again, "You will not be successful." Sharon immediately said before entering, "Thank you for letting me return," but God said, "It's too early to thank me. It is not easy for a pure and sacred being to return to a complex physical body, let alone a human body filled with disgusting elements." Sharon looked forward and heard God say, "If you can overcome it, you will become a strange creature and not a human anymore. If you want to give up, come back this way." Sharon said with determination, "I won't give up, goodbye." Then he walked straight into the gate. The Lord calmly said, "Have a safe journey." Sharon slowly walked inside. "If you go through this way, I can return. Sharon see forever." But he suddenly stopped. "You think, if so?" But now the surroundings were dark. Sharon looked around thinking, "This place is identical to the white room from before." He looked towards the front gate. God is still there. Sharon thought coldly, "Now that I think about it, there are so many strange things. Why did she give up on me so easily?" Sharon turned around and realized, "I'm stuck in a space-time prison." Here, Sharon thought, I remembered a memory, which was when I was at Uncle Armin's house 2 months ago. Uncle Armin said, "That's right, Sharon, it's a condensation spell." Sharon was stunned. If it was condensation magic then, Armin continued, it was the highest level magic where the time mage was faster than the speed of light. Sharon speculated, "We are moving at the speed of light." Armin smiled and said, "Smart kid, that's right." So when it appeared, space seemed to stop. Armin said, the light was quite strange. Light can make a mage faster. After a certain level, it is possible to catch up with time. That is the foundation of condensation. Returning to the present, Sharon analyzed, if this was a time when space was trapped within the speed of light. I can get out of here. Sharon sat in a meditation position. He thought, if I were faster than the speed of light, but how? Super light speed, a type of speed that only exists in theory and is not real. Sharon remembers what God said, the moment you step in, you will go through the process you took to get here in the opposite direction. He slowly stood up and said, I understand. Is the possibility of immortality. Sharon said as he used it, the speed at which immortality spread throughout the universe was instantaneous. Right now I'm just a soul without a body, I don't know if faster than light is possible. Sharon gritted his teeth and thought, but, destruction. I won't give up. Sharon immediately rushed forward, the speed was also faster than light. It's successful. Sharon seemed to have melted into the light. A portal appears where Sharon is currently located. Sharon was happy, I'm returning, to where I was before, to where my friends were. In reality, Master Alpheus was still casting spells for Sharon, filled with worry. 8 days after Sharon died, Sina and Athela were both present here. Sherla was now standing at the window nervously talking, looking over there. Below, Amira holding the petition said, as a representative of the students of Alphea's Magic Academy. We send a petition to all professors and principals of Alphea's school to surrender and be interrogated by the Magic Association. Some 7th graders, Mark, Maria and his friend Gabe all stood below trying to say, seniors please calm down. Miss Sina above shouted loudly, why did the student council incite the Kosk students and cause chaos in the school? Amira below said, no one instigated it, we didn't want to go to this extent, but Sharon has been dead for 8 days. Why hasn't there been any announcement yet? Miss Sina said that Sharon had fallen into a coma, but Amira argued that it's only considered a coma if the human heart is still beating. She said loudly, you can't lie to us by saying that his body hasn't broken down yet, if that's not enough to incriminate the principal. We also have Sharon's death as proof, but our old school doesn't want to collapse because of this. Miss Sina calmly said, she is sorry for deceiving the students, but this is the best decision to be made and the teachers will be responsible for this. Some people say, can teachers really shoulder the responsibility of their actions? Amira Kim thought silently, why did she say that? Is there really something we missed? What the hell, I read the entire report. Fermi nearby looked at Amira and thought, she will join the parade, it will be troublesome if she turns her back, more precisely, it would be very troublesome for my plan, I don't want to get dragged into it. At this time Fermi smiled and said, let's do this, let us see Sharon's condition, we will decide when we see him with our own eyes. Miss Sina was stunned and said, we can't allow it, let's wait until everything is over. The students were immediately indignant, impossible, how can we believe it, go inside, we have the right to know, fight for our wall. Maria wanted to stop, but you couldn't, but you were pushed away. Mark supported Maria and said angrily, you guys are too much. A Kosk student's life is in danger. But it seems like the crowd is very angry. At this moment, a shadow appeared from above, and Mark and Maria were surprised. Need landed and said, okay, come in if you want. He used his power and said, but if that's the case, then you will die. Need alone faced more than 100 students. Amira and everyone were shocked and laughed. She said, Need, we treat you well because you do your job, and this is how you talk to your seniors. Need stood up and said, should I say it again? From his body, lightning radiated with great speed and power. The students opposite were stunned. Wait, that's impossible, it's impossible. It was plasma magic. Need was about to go crazy. The students said, isn't he just a 5th grader? Even in our school, only Reikin can be used by 1st graders. Everyone upstairs was also very surprised. That was real destructive magic. Did he hide this magic? Iruki in a corner thought, bastard, you used that magic. Despite knowing what would happen if he did, Need didn't care and said, Sharon is still not there yet. I will kill all the trash who dares to touch Sharon. On this side, Sharon looks like she's about to rush out the gate. Go back to where everyone is. But at this moment, the red orb suddenly rushed towards Sharon. Sharon was stunned. Something is clinging to me. Mulpli consume, a voice was ringing in his head. Sharon tried to cover his ears. What is this? A sound rang out, oh rebirth, the lowest existence. Humans always have a strong will to survive. Sharon was shocked to realize that it was so. Remembering what the Lord said, it was not easy to combine something pure with a spirit entity to return to a complex physical body, more so than a human body filled with disgusting elements, which he said. Sharon immediately shouted, "Otherwise I will go back." That voice said, "Where to go? There is no place to welcome you. The only thing waiting for you is death." Sharon shouted loudly, "Shut up. I will return to my world, you try to escape the chains. The way back is now very close." Sharon tried to reach out and say, "Get away from me immediately." Returning to the present, Amira said to Need's power, "Why don't you accept that your friend is dead, stupid junior?" Amira radiated power that said, "This is weather magic that can be absorbed." Immediately, the student's eyes changed. Amira continued, "Need, can you really defeat all of us?" At this moment a sound rang out, "TSK TSK, I couldn't believe he was caught in a battle that he had no control over." Iruki appeared and said, "Do you need my help?" Need was surprised to see his friend appear, Yurki. Need said angrily, "You thought Sharon was dead, weren't you on their side?" The students were surprised to hear that. What was he saying? Iruki immediately replied, "Ha, of course not, I just don't want them to do what they want and take Sharon away." Amira said even angrier, "You bastards." On this side, Sharon was still lying quietly on the bed. Mr. Alpheus was silent and then said, "It seems this is the end." Amy panicked, "What are you talking about? What is the end? Are you going to mix Sharon? Is that what you mean?" Sina and Athela were silent. Teacher Alpheus just said, "Amy, look outside." He said slowly, "The kids had deployed deadly magic and tried to kill each other. If this continues, this will lead to another tragedy." Amy tried to hold his hand and said, "No, Sharon is not dead, you know that right?" Alpheus just sighed silently. Amy bowed her head in tears. Over here in a corner they can't see, Fermi is smiling proudly, thinking, he, fight, be afraid, I will become the thing that hunts you down." Iruki and Need silently faced all the students. Amira silently thought, "Is this true?" The students prepare deadly magic to confront each other. Amira immediately said, "You are Iruki, a person with genius syndrome. You, who are colder than anyone else, are acting based on emotions." Iruki silently listened to this girl. Amira continued, "Do you really believe that Sharon is alive?" Iruki then replied, "I only have one answer." Iruki said seriously, "Sharon is not dead." Need looked at him in surprise, "What?" Amira smirked and said, "Is that so? I guess you have prepared a logical explanation to convince us." Iruki replied, "Of course." This time the students were shocked. "What?" Iruki said, "I have proof." Amira immediately said, "Show us, why do you think Sharon is alive?" Iruki pointed up and said, "The first reason, it's 4 o'clock, well, I'll let you guys see for yourself." The bell rang, the students were stunned and scared, thinking, "The bell, it's like a spiritual explanation, what's going on?" Need standing next to him wasn't sure, he was coming but, what was going on? Amira said with a black face, I understand. She said angrily, "You guys are crazy, we will confirm Sharon's condition ourselves no matter what. How much time do you think you can buy before the class graduates?" But at this moment, a document appeared in one hand. Canis smiled and looked around, talking and laughing. "Oh, this is quite fun, can I join in?" Amira was stunned. "You, how dare you come here without fear? It's Canis and Aaron, this time I'll catch you, mark my words." Canis smirked and said, "Just do it if you can." Iruki opened the document and said, "You're late." Canis didn't understand. "Why is that? You told me to come at 4 o'clock. Iruki replied, 27 seconds late. The two brothers were speechless. Canis clicked and said, "Whatever, I'll repay the favor to Sharon now." Need didn't understand. "Iruki, what is that?" Iruki replied, "A lightning dragon notebook." Need was startled and ran back. "What?" Iruki calmly said, "I have diagnosed Sharon and sent the collected samples." Turns out that day Iruki used a knife to do that. Need was scared. "Since when did you know? More importantly, you do this for 5 days, from scratch." Canis and Aaron also didn't know what to say. The students were surprised. Loy Dragon, what kind of scam? Do you think the name Mercadane will change everything?" Iruki said, "Don't worry, I used an alias. If I used my real name then my father would be bothered, moreover." Iruki said, "Don't you think what's written in this document is more important?" Amira immediately said, "So what?" It contains a magic that can bring the dead back to life. Iruki opened the document as he spoke. It had a name, an analysis of the immortality function and the coma state. The students were shocked when they heard that. Need also looked in surprise at Iruki, who was reading again. Based on the analysis of the subject's cell structure, they were in a state of inactivity. With the samples collected 24 hours after the institution, the functions of the organs did not change. The data below, both Mr. Alpheus and the teachers and Amy and Sherla above were surprised to hear. Iruki analyzed. Iruki continued reading the documents. Based on the data obtained, the subject's body may be in a state of inactivity, but it cannot be concluded that the body has stopped functioning. The students below were excited. What's the difference? Does it mean he's not dead yet? Amira was stunned to hear Iruki continue to say. Thunder Dragon had classified 3 types of circulatory arrest. 1 is the heart function completely stops, 2 is the heart function is temporarily stopped, and 3, the heart does not stop working but is in a state, stopped. She shouted loudly, wait, the third one is unreasonable. Iruki didn't care about flipping the paper and continued saying, this is important, listen carefully. Once it is possible to observe a living being in cardiac arrest, based on the immortality mechanism, there will likely be 2 new cases. In the first case, if the self-control is delayed due to a special reason, until the brain reaches a conclusion, there is a possibility that the body will temporarily suspend functions. And in the second case, even if the subject's capacity for self-control is exhausted, it is possible that the observer's conception of time may be different. Furthermore, while the body functions normally, an outsider cannot observe this activity, because of the space-time barrier. Iruki said as he read and flipped the paper, relying on magic logic, the subject could glide, well, anyway. Amira listened silently to Iruki, lying in the recovery room. Arian Sharon cannot be considered dead. White paper and black ink clearly written. Need shed tears hearing Iruki say, how, I found. How to revive the dead. Amira held the papers and tremblingly thought, so the student council was wrong. The country's largest magic organization said that the faculty council's choice was correct. The students behind looked at each other confused and thought, so what can we do, us? At this moment a sound rang out, Amira. Amira was startled, it was the principal. Teacher Alpheus also stepped down at this time. Amira bowed her head and said, we didn't mean to cause trouble for you, principal. The other students also looked down. Amira continued, we just think it's not a good idea to cover things up. And assumed that the school would show. But at this time Alpheus put his hand on Amira's head and said, I'm sorry for making you do that. Amira looked at the teacher with tears in her eyes. Teacher Alpheus smiled and said, even so, can you trust me again? Once I conclude Sharon's condition, I will take full responsibility for everything, so as not to humiliate myself in front of my beloved students. Amira tearfully said, really, can I really believe that you are still the principal I always respect? Alpheus said gently, I swear on my life. Amira cried continuously. The student council president seems to have returned to her childhood years. At this time, the students had left, only teacher Alpheus and Fermi remained. Fermi rubbed his neck and said, oh my gosh, if the principal showed up, he would have cheated. Teacher Alpheus laughed and said, ho ho, it seems like I just hindered you. The teacher said, Fermi, you have already graduated, you are 22 years old this year. Fermi smiled and raised his hand and said, you still haven't found a job with a salary as high as here, so then. Watching his student leave, Alpheus could only sigh. In the hospital hallway, Need and Iruki walked together silently without saying anything. After a while, Need blushed and turned around and said, why didn't you tell me? You did it on purpose to show off, right? Iruki scrunched his nose and replied, joking around, how could I make plans with someone who is still immersed in misery? If it gets exposed then everything will be in vain, you idiot. Need said embarrassedly, yeah, I'm an idiot, fine. Iruki smiled at his friend and said, that's true, do you remember his expression just now? Need quickly covered it up and said, I don't even have time to care, how will I manage tomorrow? Iruki replied indifferently, never mind, I'm so spoiled with lettuce that they probably won't even pay attention to you. Need's heartbroken, Need then said, wait, are you even considering that? Iruki replied, if you want to bow to me then go ahead. At this time, they saw Amy standing outside the door. Yurki said confusedly, well, that's how it is, we have protected Sharon. But at this moment Amy tearfully said, Iruki, thank you. Thank you very much. Iruki made the crying girl startle and scream. He immediately panicked and ran into the infirmary saying, "Whatever." Who would have thought that as soon as he opened the door, Sherla was also preparing to rush in. Iruki immediately avoided her and ran towards the hospital bed. Amy, Need, and Sherla jumped up and said happily, "We did it, we saved Sharon." Iruki was speechless. "Ugh, that's why I can't stand this group of people." Iruki looked at where Sharon was lying and thought, although we have proven that he is not dead, it is not by miracle or anything. Please come back. Iruki thought, we are ready to wait for you no matter how long it takes. Over here, Sharon is lost in thought. If I go crazy while losing my mind, will I regain my sanity, or will I become something else? That sound rang out again. You were just picked up from the street, your parents only need one child and that person doesn't have to be you. Sharon immediately shouted, "No, that's not true," but he still said, "You are not their biological child. You can be adopted by anyone, they are not your parents." Sharon screamed in pain, the voice still said, "Your nature is a vile predator, you crush those inferior to you with your superior abilities, your victory directly leads to the defeat of others. No one in this world needs you." Another evil Sharon said. Sharon reached out and thought, I'm broken, is it over? His body seemed to gradually dissolve into hundreds of pieces. When my ego was gradually being shattered by countless contradictions, I found a remaining piece. Is the source, some call it the point, in front there is a vortex of light, others call it yin and yang. And the magicians call it infinite, in the red and blue light, a golden light appeared. Sharon thought, only when I lose everything can I see, it's all me. The horrible sounds that tear at my heart, the sounds that deny them, all of them are me. Those conflicts create who we are. Sharon seems to have formed a field to protect himself. I have to accept them completely, he thought. After a while, the Sharon finally touched the ground. He returned to the original white space. The image of Sharon in reality appeared before my eyes. A sound rang out from behind, "So you're completely determined to leave here, Sharon?" On the other side, the Lord said, "A divine entity returns to human form, an absurd existence, called Tantra." God smiled and said, "I didn't expect you to be able to cross the event horizon. I totally deserve it." Sharon calmly said, "Do you feel lonely?" God smiled and said, "You are very kind, however, a god cannot feel lonely. Regardless, I feel a little sad when you leave, just a little." Sharon heard that and smiled, "Thank you for giving me the opportunity to come back, I really want to say that." The Lord smiled, "Remember, there will not be a second time, you have reached Tantra, so you will not be able to receive invitations from me anymore." Sharon turned around and slowly walked forward. Blue light enveloped him. At this moment a sound rang out, "Send my greetings to Principal Alpheus." Sharon opened her eyes in surprise. He turned his head. But before he could finish asking, that light pulled him away. How did she know? It's been the 11th day since Sharon's death. Iruki and Need both slept in his hospital room. Amy also fell asleep next to Sharon's bed. She slowly opened her eyes and said, "Then I fell asleep here too." Amy goes to brush her teeth. Then returned to the hospital room and asked, "Sharon, did you sleep well?" She opened the window and smiled and said, "How are you feeling today?" Amy picked up the flower vase and confided, "If you open your eyes today, I will be very happy." She trimmed the landscape and said, "Do you remember? The day I left the cliff, you were the first person to look for me, a long time since then." Saying this, Amy shed tears again. "I said goodbye and did what I wanted, and She thought, "I didn't even have time to apologize, for what just happened or for anything before, I didn't have time to say anything." Amy wiped her tears and said, "Do you know how much has happened since then? I have a lot to say. So wake up." Amy turned around, then she panically looked towards Sharon who had opened her eyes the whole time. Witnessing this scene, Amy couldn't help but scream loudly. She screamed until she coughed. Then hurriedly called out to Need and Iruki in the distance, Guys, cough cough cough." She tried her best to hold back, but in the end she couldn't help but scream. Her scream was like a rooster's cry, waking everyone up. Everyone gathered in front of Sharon's hospital bed. Teacher Alpheus raised his hand and said, "It seemed like Sharon had opened his eyes all night." Miss Sina was also speechless. "That's right, because there was a slow magic spell on him," Need said worriedly. "Is he still alive?" making Amy angry and beating her. Master Alpheus chanted the spell on Sharon and said, "Then, release the slow chant magic." Need and Iruki immediately looked closely at the situation. At this moment, Sharon's eyes suddenly retracted. He jumped up in panic and shouted loudly, see. He panted while looking at everyone in confusion, panting, what happened? Now I see a strange vortex of light. Then he was surprised, even the principal is here. Why, everybody. Amy next to her was in tears. Sharon saw that and was startled. He said confusedly, hello, then an arm grabbed his cheek. Amy was mad, you bastard, what did you say hello to? Amy climbed up on the bed and said angrily, you bastard. Amy said tearfully, do you know how worried I am? Everything. Sharon didn't understand anything but still said, please, sorry. Sharon gets it and thinks, I get it, going to another dimension, and crossing the boundary, is just half a day for me. But while I was there, a lot of things happened. Sharon was preparing to apologize to everyone, sorry, me. Then Need and Iruki rushed towards him and shouted happily, Sharon was back. In a situation where two men were about to rush in, Sharon immediately hugged Amy next to her to protect her. Amy was hugged and screamed loudly in panic. Mr. Alpheus and Ms. Sina heard the children talking to each other, you've been dead for the past 10 days, 10 days, wait, I've died. Iruki and Need pressed down on Sharon and explained, if his heart didn't beat, of course he was dead, explain. Sharon then asked, well, what happened to Arcane, how are the others? Teacher Thought and Ms. Athela also came running when they heard the news. The scene they saw was 4 kids falling to the ground. Miss Athela happily hugged Sharon crying, Sharon, thank you for coming back, if you don't come back, Miss. Sina smiled looking at them and thought, Athela was very worried. She is a believer in immortality. Before the scene of hugging each other was touching, we heard the sound of Sharon popping. Athela said worriedly, I'm sorry, are you okay? Sharon was reeling. He smiled and sighed, thinking, have I ever missed the air this much? The feelings I thought were lost, I'm back, Sharon said with a happy smile, I finally feel like I'm back. But behind him, Iruki, Need and Amy were not like that. Sharon was crying, that's not what I meant. Amy cried while hitting, what is that? I didn't make you see anything. Iruki said while hitting, hit him more, Need also hit, knock him out too. Teacher Alpheus looked at the vivid scene before his eyes and then slowly left the room. He thought, what a blessing, what a relief. He left thinking, now it's my turn. But at this time Sharon also walked out of the room and called him, the director. Alpheus saw him and immediately said, a lot of things happened, the academy was temporarily closed, so I'll just take it slowly. Sharon said, thank you for your concern, however, I want to ask you a few things. Sharon said, the thing is, I went to another dimension through the immortality mechanism. Teacher Alpheus was stunned, another dimension, Sharon continued, yes, and there. In the hallway, Sharon told Teacher Alpheus about what he experienced. Then Teacher Alpheus was shocked. The teacher asked, so that woman knows who I am? Sharon said, yes, my memory is quite vague. But I'm sure she wants me to say hello for her. Alpheus was silent for a moment then spoke. I see, I guess I know her. Sharon was surprised, you know her, how do you do that? Master Alpheus thought, I don't believe in things like fate, but Sharon meeting him was probably fate, or not. Perhaps it was inevitable. The principal replied, Adrius Miro, now known as Timespace Miro. That child is my disciple. About the scale magic, Teacher Alpheus answered. Sharon heard that and was surprised, oh, disciple, what is the scale of magic? Master Alpheus replied, Sharon, have you ever heard the word liberator? Sharon replied, yes, that is the word the magic community uses to call those who liberate the immortality mechanism. Master Alpheus nodded, that's true, Miro is also a liberator, When Hiron heard that, he was surprised. Master Alpheus explained, scale magic is a type of magic that can only be performed by people who are enlightened by endless time and space. Sharon recalled, those powers were all real magic. The teacher continued, Miro is no longer in reality. There are many things that cannot be explained with knowledge, which is why he and his classmates conducted research at Eastas. Sharon was startled. As expected, Teacher Alpheus continued. Miro is the first president of the Supernatural Spirit Research Society. Sharon was lying on the hospital bed and laughing, it seemed like this was my last day in the hospital room. Thank you for visiting, Amy, and thank you Sherla. Sherla heard that and smiled and said, hee hee, no problem, because the academy is closed so she can play with the kids. Sherla said with a headache, to be honest, as a student about to graduate, those studies were suffocating her. Iruki heard that and replied, if you're tired, why don't you go rest? Sherla immediately said, you should rest. Resting doesn't mean your opponent will also rest. Amy said angrily, you bastard, you talk politely to Sherla but not to me. Iruki thought, how can Sharon and I be the same? Need now asked again, anyway, is the principal okay? Sherla replied, he said he would be happy to accept responsibility and any punishment. But he may just be investigated by the district. Teacher Althea stepped out of the carriage, next to him was Teacher Thod, and Canis and Aaron behind him. Sherla recalled, he was going to the Magic Association headquarters in the capital for investigation. Amy also said, it seems that during the third investigation at the Magic Association, he was summoned by the Special Prosecution Team. They said they would ignore any relations and follow the law. Even Headmaster Althea's, it seems like he can't avoid being disciplined. Shione heard that and just remained silent. A few days ago, Sharon said again, Principal, I have one more thing to ask. That person, Miro, she said she was waiting for you. Sharon said, even though she was the founder of the Supernatural Spirit Research Society decades ago, how did she know who you were? Teacher Alpheus rubbed his beard and asked again, Sharon, do you know the total number of students in our academy? Sharon immediately replied, no. Teacher Alpheus also said, of course, the total often changes. He said, some students have graduated, some have been expelled. However many students we have, this student will always be one person short. Alpheus said, Miro hasn't graduated yet, that child is permanently enrolled in our institute. Sharon heard that and was stunned, no, it couldn't be, the magic was on such a scale. Alpheus answered for him, yes, Miro is at Eastas / in a high-level dimension created by scale magic, that place is called the high level of Eastas. Master Alpheus grabbed Sharon's shoulder and said, Sharon, this truth is a secret that even those who have worked at the academy for many years do not know. Promise me you won't tell anyone. Teacher Alpheus said seriously, no one. Things related to the upper floors, it not only puts you in danger, but also puts the continent in danger, you understand. Sharon was silent then smiled and said, I will keep it in my heart. He said confused, it was a bit scary anyway, I can't believe she's in Eastas. I don't think I can sleep at the Research Guild anymore, ha ha ha. Master Alpheus smiled and said, don't worry, as long as you don't enter the immortality function, Miro won't be able to find you. Teacher Alpheus continued, moreover, Miro will never leave the place she created herself. Sharon doesn't understand, what's wrong? Master Alpheus looked out the window and said, to Miro, this world is a very painful place. Returning to the present, Sharon looked out the door, then he looked towards everyone talking and thought, what a warm and pleasant atmosphere. The ugly truths were present before me at the border, and the terrible truth lay in the Eastas. Although, when I'm here, those thoughts have escaped. But, Sharon was still thinking, scale magic, liberator, high level of Eastas, I wonder why they called me. As if the path I had to take was there. Amy was talking to the group of people when she suddenly saw Sharon staring blankly out the window. This time in another place. A voice rang out, the content of his testimony could be used against him in court. With this, the investigation is over. Now, Teacher Alpheus stands in the middle of the room. At this moment a voice rang out, Canis, Aaron, here is startled Alpheus. Behind me, Aaron and Canis are walking with me. Alpheus immediately asked, can I talk to these two children for a bit? The watchman replied, oh yes, however, they cannot allow him to talk for too long. Canis sighed and thought, even though we were all subjects of investigation, they spoke politely to him and impolitely to us, many of them were rotten from the inside. Alpheus looked at them and said, there's nothing to worry about, I just have a few questions to answer. Canis immediately replied, I don't care, don't treat me like your disciple. Alpheus said again, that's why I wanted to tell you, Canis doesn't understand. Alpheus immediately said, once this is over, he will have to go to the Magic Academy. After hearing this, Canis immediately frowned and said, what? Canis said angrily, you mean I will have to kneel before you? Don't misunderstand, you haven't won yet. He shouted loudly, if it was a fair fight, someone like you would have been defeated by my master in just one, but Alpheus interrupted again, that's right. Canis and Aaron looked at him silently and puzzled, then Alpheus continued, however, if that is not the case, I will be the one to kneel first. That is the devil. Alpheus left but did not forget to say, no matter what reason you give, you will still be hated, you will be able to get over this. Since we both have the same master, I am willing to give you two a future beyond darkness. Canis was taken to room B, he thought, what the future? The only thing I learned was how to fight. The only orders that await me are on the battlefield. The two brothers slowly walked inside. At this moment a man appeared, the guard said, young man, I am bringing Canis and Aaron. The white-haired man smiled and said, please sit down, I'm the detective of the third investigation room, Sakari, you two are Canis and Aaron. Canis sighed and said yes, and Aaron suddenly trembled with fear. Canis said in wonder, Aaron, what's going on? Aaron said in fear, I can't read his case, I can't see through him, Canis. Canis was startled and thought, what did she see that made her tremble like that? Opposite, Sakari smiled and said, oh my god, it seems like she was a bit surprised, you called it the first sutra, right? The use of magic is limited in this association, but innate properties cannot be blocked. So this was my only option to avoid being read. Sakari's entire body was covered with something. Aaron looked at him in fear and thought, this is so absurd. He hides his thoughts perfectly. Sakari smiled and said, however, I will be happy if you two don't cause a ruckus. At this moment, Aaron jumped back. Sakari brandished the weapon right in front of Aaron and said, focus, if you dare, we are in the middle of an investigation, your name is Aaron, right? Aaron trembled in fear and replied, yes. Harvey appeared and said, I guess that person was right, that we wouldn't be able to cause trouble. Canis frowned and replied, yes, he is extremely strong. Sakari smiled looking at the two. 30 minutes, Canis looked at the document in front of him in surprise and said, Master's will, Sakari said, yes, check it yourself. Sakari said smiling, it seems Arcane prepared it so maybe it was for you, it was notarized by the laws over there. Canis held the papers in his hand in shock, his master left this for him, it couldn't be. He couldn't believe the words. Leave all my assets to me. On paper it is now 4.8 billion gold. Canis asked tremblingly, is all this mine? Sakari smiled and said, yes, it's all yours. Canis still didn't believe it and read it a few more times. I thought, what are you thinking when you write this? I can't ask you any more, what are you really thinking? You don't even care about my life, but now you call me your student. Sakari continued, however there is one thing I want to clarify. It seems Arcane considered him a student and wanted to leave behind his inheritance Canis, but Arcane is a dark magician who controls others, right? Haven't you guys been brainwashed since you were young? Canis and Aaron immediately reacted, what? The two trembled as they listened to Sakari's analysis. In fact, brainwashing children does not require magic. If a child is saved by someone when he is about to die, then to that child, that person often becomes a godlike entity. And that godlike entity will often say this, I need something like this. Then the children will believe that their goal in life is. Sakari was talking nonsense when Canis said indignantly, stop that nonsense, Master has never forced us anything, everything I do is according to my own will. I had already declared everything but that, but the more alert Aaron asked, if we admitted that we had been brainwashed, would anything change? Sakari smiled deeply and told them both that he would be considered innocent. Immediately both of us became speechless, we were innocent. Canis thought suspiciously, is he just toying with us? Sakari continued, this is the association's stance, it's possible that Arcane has brainwashed children, we have invested heavily in investigating this matter, if that wasn't the case then it wouldn't be possible for you guys, Canis and Aaron, to commit such horrifying crimes, right? He continued, however if that was really the case. Canis frowned and said for him, I can't accept his inheritance, right, because I won't be a student of Arcane. Sakari smiled. He said again, if you admit that you were brainwashed, Canis, then that doesn't mean you're not a student of Arcane. If that happens, this estate will be considered illegal property, the association will confiscate it. Canis was stunned. A new piece of paper was presented, a waiver of inheritance rights. Sakari reminded them, sign here, and you will be considered innocent. Canis was shocked to realize the truth, this place was no different from Ladum. No, they're cleverly hiding it, but it gives off a stench worse than the smell from Ladum's sewers. Canis trembled as he looked at the paper in front of him and thought. Perhaps, this world is a giant, completely smelly society, bloody and rotten. The Canis seemed to have awakened. Sakari slowly stood up and said, I will give you a little more time, about an hour, but Canis interrupted him and said, I will sign. He smiled and commented, you made the right choice. Canis didn't say much to the guy and just signed his name. He asked again, what do we need to do now? Sakari smiled and said, you can go now, because it's your freedom. Aaron asked again, so what is the procedure for release? Sakari left and said, no need for such a thing, you can go. Canis was furious and thought, these bastards, from the beginning they were targeting the master's assets. Aaron also looked at Canis sadly, but Canis didn't pay attention and thought, saying that letting people like us out wouldn't pose even a small threat to them. Now I think I understand, Master, someone that all the countries on the continent can't do anything about, is truly an extraordinary existence. Canis slammed the table, startling Aaron. He asked Sakari, what level of magician are you? Sakari smiled, was silent for a moment but still said, I am a 5th level magician. Canis immediately said, I may be backing down now, but in the future you will definitely have to bow to me, that's for sure. Sakari rubbed her head tiredly and said, oh my god, I just came here to work. He still smiled coldly and said, then at that time, please pay attention to me. Aaron immediately told his brother, you did the right thing Canis, giving up is better than rotting in prison all your life. But Canis told her, Aaron, let's become stronger, we both need to be. Aaron was silent then said, yes. At the 3rd investigation team, Sakari reported to someone, the young man, that, thanks to the dead arcane, the cleaning job was handled easily. The man opposite instructed him to put the documents on the table. Sakari was silent then asked again, how is the Alpheus case? The other person just calmly said, what's wrong, are you afraid it will spread? I'm just wondering if a 6-month suspension is too light, even though 40 years ago, he was still part of an illegal experiment. As for the attack on the academy, although he may be the victim, is he also the one responsible? Sakari frowned and said, if we transfer 4 billion 8 gold coins as bail money for him, it can be considered acceptable but. The other man laughed again and said, but what, you think I will make an unfair judgment? Immediately Sakari bowed her head and said loudly, I'm sorry, it was just a slip of the tongue. The person in front calmly said, you can go. Sakari immediately quickly left. The people in the room mumbled, TSK, the place where he hit me back then still hurts so much. Back in the past, when he was young, Alpheus punched the man that year. Saraf clutched his face in pain. Back to the present, the man picked up the pen and muttered, as I thought, I really should have brought a gift at that time. Saraf smiled and said, this is my belated congratulation gift, for your jewelry award. Inspector Argiano Saraf signed the confirmation. Return to the Magic Academy quickly. The students hurriedly ran somewhere. Chiron, Iruki, and Need smiled and said, good morning principal. Alpheus was wearing normal clothes, his face was dirty, he was holding a grass harvester, he laughed loudly and said, ho ho I told you, you can't call me principal anymore, now I'm just an old man. Need laughed and said, no way, once a principal, always a principal. Chiron put down his bag and asked, should I help him? Alpheus just said no, if you help me, then I will have nothing to lose. He asked everyone, how is your school life? Since the school closed, all 3 immediately complained, I feel like I'm dying, like it's driving me crazy. In the remaining time, how can I raise my score in each subject to at least 50? Alpheus still asked as usual, I see you are trying to make progress in the next semester, is that right? The 3 dejectedly remembered a month ago, after completing the research presentation, so that we could graduate together. We promised to go to 4th grade together next semester. However, soon after, the Archmage Arcane attacked the academy. And as a result we can't study at all. Need said loudly, this is a big problem, how can I double my score? It's done, I'm done. Iruki just said, I only have an advantage in math, so there must be an advantage for you, right Need? Need is in pain, for you it's just literature, that's the most disadvantageous thing for me. Chiron told them the truth for them. More importantly the biggest problem was, there was no motivation at all, because right after a major incident happened, the atmosphere at school was chaotic. Need said in defense, actually being able to study in a situation like this is unusual, just play today, start studying tomorrow. Chiron and Iruki still feel really convincing. Then Chiron pointed in surprise and said, oh, you guys look at that. Iruki and Need turned around in shock, why were those people here? In the distance, Canis and Aaron slowly approached. Canis asked them, hey, school's over, you guys probably finished class too. Chiron stepped forward and asked, what's going on, do you have any unfinished business at the academy? Canis said simply, since from now on this will be where we live, so we're just taking a look around. Everyone was surprised. What does that mean? Canis also said unhappily, even though I personally don't like it, to be successful, joining a magic academy will be faster. Need said loudly, do you think the magic academy is a joke? Why do they accept someone like you? Canis called again, senior. The whole crowd was surprised. Canis smiled and said, you guys are in 5th grade, right, and I'm in 4th grade, so please call me senior. The whole group didn't believe it and lied. They all thought, did those strict teachers really allow them to enter 4th grade right after being accepted? Canis smiled and said, isn't it obvious, we've been disciples of a great mage for 10 years, we've completed the basics a long time ago. Need said sarcastically, but still lost to Sharon. Then Canis said again, anyway, guys, the scores look pretty pathetic, it tickles me. Canis laughed again and said, to be honest, I was quite disappointed. For one of you, every subject is a bad grade for math. For the remaining person, even the writing score is only at an acceptable level. I can't believe I lost to such idiots. Finally the two left. Canis did not forget to say, well, try your best, I am ready to treat my lovely juniors well. His loud laughter still echoes to this day. Sharon immediately said, let's cancel the exam. Need agreed, I'd rather give up everything than call the other two seniors. Iruki said, why give up, those two will start next semester. Sharon said again, no matter what, we still have to move forward next semester. These three idiots are on fire again. Is it possible to double your score? The first method is time management. We divide each hour into 10-minute intervals for time management. If we do so, we can somewhat prevent the feeling of time passing too quickly. It will help maintain the highest level of concentration. The second method is to create study groups. Luckily, there is no conflict about the subjects we are good at, which means we can help each other with the subjects we are lacking. However, one new thing we learned was, Iruki shouted loudly, I have solved it. Sharon picked up Iruki's test, it's done, let me take a look. But after reading it, Sharon was shocked, what the hell? Sharon immediately said loudly, how can this sentence be reasonable? I have taught you how to use particles. Iruki immediately objected, why is it unreasonable? You eat spaghetti, I will eat spaghetti, is a perfect sentence to express that. This is a sentence that emphasizes each person as independent subjects without needing any special expressions. Sharon held her head in doubt about life, is that true? They realized, the reason we are weak in some subjects is not because we are lazy, but because we are really not suitable for them. Sharon angrily said loudly, you are wrong, language is not mathematics, it is not a tool to make a proof method. Iruki said again, I don't know anything about that, mathematics is the best. Sharon said the fatal words, what, so you're not going to move forward, it really hurts. Iruki lost and had to take back the check sheet. Continuing, thirdly, we ignore all academic achievements, and only study enough to advance to the next grade, because we don't want to become Canis's juniors. Need thought to himself, the problem is the practice assessment tomorrow, the practice tests are my whole world. But Sharon and Iruki are still seriously studying. Need thought, oh never mind, I'm sure just being in the top 10 will be enough. The next day, the bulletin board appeared 87 times and was still increasing. The students looked ahead in shock. Need was doing the work, everyone was shocked, what was going on, was that really Need? Can interacting with Iruki and Sharon make his skills grow stronger? With that score, he will definitely be one of the highest scorers, right? Someone said to Manhwa, do you know that Iruki hasn't been coming to class lately? What? In the end, the results were clear, Need ranked first with the absolute highest number. Need happily sighed, phew, how many times have I survived? Miss Athela also congratulated you. Iruki on this side was silent for a while. Once again a great stream of power was released, shaking the three worlds. The rankings changed, Iruki was on top with a score of over 200. The whole group cursed angrily, Iruki, this time you also used some kind of equation, right? I'm sure that guy didn't do it right. At this moment a voice rang out attracting everyone, are you making a fuss over such a low score? Canis came with Aaron, he said, it seems like 5th grade is really incompetent overall. Everyone was startled, Miss Athela said loudly, please continue to visit the school quietly. Canis sat aside and said, is this a heart rate training test? We've done this so much that we're tired of it. Aaron also said, well, Master told us to increase it at all costs. In order for the soul area to maintain flexibility and be able to change shape quickly, This is a basic exercise where you repeat the expansion and contraction, Canis said with a smile. 210 huh, what do you think, can you defeat it? Aaron said coldly, you call that a question? The 5th graders were not very happy, well, acting as if they were superior. Another said loudly, we have our own secret weapon too. At this time Sharon was on the floor, everyone was extremely cheering, go Sharon, break the record again. Sharon silently took a breath and closed her eyes. Canis and Aaron silently observed the situation. The yellow light changed, Sharon entered the soul area and opened her eyes. As soon as the green light turned on, Sharon shouted loudly. Again, like last time, the spiritual area was again spread into space. The students were stunned. What? 120 beats in just 10 seconds, that means the heart rate is 12 beats per second, everyone was shocked. Even Canis and Aaron were surprised. Aaron thought, there's no way that would make my head explode. Athela looked at Sharon and thought, Sharon's endurance, which was already very strong, has now become even stronger. A state of Vajrasana, the Vajra body, it must have been a characteristic that she acquired after returning from beyond immortality. As a type of convergence, Sharon would grow strong as a defensive mage, that's what all mages believed at the time. However, the advantage in endurance turned into a powerful vessel just to endure invulnerability. This child's potential, where will it end? The green light turns off, the red light turns on to signal stop. The students all silently looked forward. The rankings changed again, Sharon moved to first place with 110 points. The students were talking, it's unbelievable, Sharon has reached this level. Sharon turned towards where Canis and Aaron were sitting. Canis silently looked at him without saying anything, not too happy. Aaron exclaimed, that kid is really impressive, Canis said, he must be at least that good to be worthy of being my opponent, let's go Aaron, we've seen everything we need to see. The other students laughed and said, is that all a disciple of a great mage, how dare he look down on a 5th grader from the Magic Academy, he shouldn't joke around like that. Canis thought to himself, last time I thought I lost in terms of elemental disadvantage. But I was wrong, now even if we had a match with just pure strength, I couldn't guarantee that I would win. To become the strongest, I must defeat you first. Back in the past, the 4th grade students talked to each other, do you know Sharon, why is it suddenly like this, a 4th grader dares to call the teacher of a senior class like that. Everyone turned their heads and were shocked, it was you, it was Canis, but Canis only told me and answered me. He asked, what kind of person is Sharon? The first thing I investigated after entering this school was the personalities and personal relationships of those 3 people. Their performance was disappointing, no, it was terrible to the point of being terrible. Considering they beat me, I thought they were at the top of their class, but it turns out they're just a little above average. However, when I investigated their personal relationship, I was surprised. No one dares to underestimate those 3 people, they are considered opponents that can be surpassed at any time, unlocker, powerful light, excellent endurance. Canis muttered, surely, if I continue to follow him, I will find out the truth, that Sharon guy. He sat there and said, next time I won't lose, I will defeat him and become a strong person like my master. Aaron closed his eyes and said, yes, Canis. We will become stronger, you are eating rice balls. Canis reminded her to eat slowly. Another day at the Magic Academy. Boom, it's already dark. In the library, students are crowded and studying hard. People exchange exercises. People discuss homework with each other. Outside the owl statue, there are also some cakes. People say that putting cherry cakes in front of Chika's cat sauce will help you pass the exam or something. Now at the gathering place of the 3 idiots. Sharon, Iruki and Need are seriously studying. Iruki has already disappeared into a demon, still mumbling, literature, verb, expression intention. Need is trying to understand everything, Sharon is quietly doing her homework. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and the exam was finally here. Sharon was going to school when he suddenly heard someone calling his name. Sharon bowed his head to greet the seniors, everyone laughed and said, what do you mean by calling them seniors, next year you will also enter 4th grade. They laughed and said, stop pretending you don't know, I heard that you 3 are working very hard these days, I have high expectations of you guys. We are always grateful that you guys fought for us, if we could study together now it would be great, Sharon and Need blushed and thanked them. But immediately they held their heads, what should I do? I felt the pressure on me, if I made even one mistake in one subject, it would be over. On the side, Iruki calmly said, even if you enter the tiger's den, you just need to stay calm. In other words, if you worry you will only make things messy. Iruki told them, it turns out all three of us are in different exam rooms, the exam questions are probably different, after all, we made up our minds under the stars, so let's stay together until the end. Sharon and Need were confused, why does Iruki seem so strange today, did he eat something strange yesterday? The bell rang, both were scared, damn the exam had already started. The three entered their respective exam rooms, okay we will meet again in 12 hours, we will definitely pass the exam, good luck to you, gentlemen. In the bright sky, all three were filled with determination. Late afternoon at the meeting area of the three. Thanks to Iruki having memorized all the questions in the exam, it was very effective. Need would write down the questions Iruki was reading, and Sharon would make an answer sheet from the textbook. We were able to reproduce the questions and answers of all subjects. Sharon and Need said unfavorably, this isn't good, I think I've failed a few subjects, it's such a failure. Iruki analyzed, if our score is below 80 in any exam then we are done, there is no use crying because the milk has been spilled, you cannot take back what has been spilled, so let's just finish the grading first. Both Sharon and Need are really not used to Iruki's poetry. In the classroom, a loud sound rang out, okay, I did it. Need happily picked up the exam paper, the average score was 82, I passed 80 points in all subjects. Fourth grade confirmed, Yahoo! Need jumped up and down with joy. Then he noticed Iruki trembling and worried, what's wrong with Iruki, don't tell me. But Iruki laughed loudly and happily said, ha ha 87 points in all subjects, yes. After memorizing the way my literature teacher spoke and imitating it, my literature score skyrocketed. Iruki said happily, if I had missed a question it would be over, but I did it. Need also congratulated him. Need turned around and asked, what about Sharon? When did Sharon lose color? Need worried, Sharon, don't tell me how many points you got. Sharon muttered, the average score, a total of 86 points. Iruki didn't understand, it was amazing, even as a normal person, he actually surpassed 80 points in just one semester. He asked, isn't that amazing, what's the problem? Sharon sweated in confusion and said, I don't know, everyone doesn't understand. Sharon tremblingly pointed at a math problem and asked, this problem, this is a multiple choice question, right? Iruki looked at it and said, oh that question, it's really difficult, the solution is also very long. Sharon said with a sweat, the answer I chose last, I don't remember anymore. Need frowned and said, think carefully, the answer is 1 and 2. Iruki asked again, if you get that question wrong, what will your math score be? Sharon replied, 79 points, the remaining 2 also lost their colors. Sharon said with a sweat, I feel like I chose answer 3, but I don't remember whether 1 and 2 is answer 2 or 3. They both sweated thinking, just because of this question, he could be stuck in 5th grade for another half year, and it was a 2-point question. Need immediately got angry and said loudly, I can't stand it anymore. Need pulled Iruki and Sharon out, let's go ask the teachers. Yes, that sounds good. As she was walking, she heard someone calling her. She asked, why are you guys here? The 5th grade exam ended yesterday. The three immediately said, the multiple choice question in the math exam. What is the answer? Miss Sina didn't understand. What happened suddenly? Need quickly said, please hurry up, we are really in a hurry. Teacher Sina thought for a moment and then said, well, if it's that question, then it's probably answer number 2, she thought. Needless to say, the Sharon has completely lost its color. He collapsed, number 2 stars. Need and Iruki supported him. Sharon, are you okay? Wake up, you have a diamond body, right? Sharon was so shocked that she was foaming at the mouth. Need had to say hello, we're leaving, ma'am. The two pulled Sharon back in pain. Sina exclaimed, oh my god, they are always full of energy. Now in the teacher's office. Ms. Sina sat back at her desk, far away from the students grading papers. She said, oh yeah, they asked about the exam A, and specifically its final multiple choice question, so. Then suddenly she received a test from someone. Finally, Ms. Sina smiled and said, oh, from the beginning the correct answer was option 3. So, Arian Sharon has been confirmed to be promoted to 4th grade, which makes people's hearts skip a beat. In another place, the capital of Thormia Bashuka Kingdom. Kaizen Swordsmanship Academy, where Ryan studied. A woman with long hair tied up. She said, The street fighting moves, I must say, the teacher, throughout the semester he never opened his mouth, but in practice he performed very well. This person gave it to her and said, "Well, you think you'll do well, Ryan?" Ryan silently looked at her. "Oh, that boy has come back." She asked, "So do you think you can do well, Ryan?" Ryan calmly said, "If you're not going then sit down, otherwise the teacher will die." She smiled and said, "Even the great Ryan is afraid to teach them." Ryan said, "Being caught right before the test is scary, but why did you change seats to this place?" She just said, "Who knows, maybe it was to help my friend relax." Ryan calmly, "Have you ever seen her worried?" She smiled and said, "That's right, there's no place in the lower rankings to worry about, the last place is really free, isn't it?" Ryan felt pain when he heard it. "I'm not happy, Ryan Agent, first year, ranked 30 out of 30 at Kaizen Sword Academy." Ryan mumbled angrily, I was able to open the diagram last month," she thought with a smile. If the others heard that provocation, they would probably get angry, but this guy is really different. Someone who never gets nervous in any of these situations, someone who endured the hardest training of first year, so why is someone like him always ranked last in the rankings? She asked again, "Do you remember? He participated as the top student of the first year. Ryan joined the Kaizen Sword Academy as the top incoming student. 6 months ago in winter, at the Kaizen Sword Academy, in its 200 years of history, had produced 10 first-class certified knights, and among them there was one who even achieved the title of Great Sword Master, symbolizing iron will and courage. It was a prestigious academy among prestigious academies. Hundreds of people with knightly ambitions who want to leave their mark in the academy's history gather here every semester, but, except for the 30 people who passed, most failed to endure the 1-month trial period and gave up. A man was crushed by someone. The red-haired boy laughed wildly and said, "Hurry up, that's all you can do, that's Richard Figure in Group 1. Everyone in the distance shouted loudly, "Crawl quickly, Dawson, I bet on you, don't do anything stupid." Hey, anyone who hasn't bet yet, hurry up, that's the scheme user, Group 1. A few confused people joined in, "So I bet 10 silver, me, I'm with, that's Group 2, those who haven't learned the schema but have excellent physical ability. And those who have no talent but are forced by their parents to study, are classified as Group 3. Some people say, "Wow, how much practice do you have to do? If you don't want to become a prey, then keep quiet." Elzen Tess belongs to Group 1, she thought, unfortunately, but that's the way the world is. Those you cannot trust to leave behind in battle, they will not be your comrades, but only prey. That Richard guy kept pressing down on Dawson who was trying to crawl back to the top. He smiled and said, "I'm in first place again." But at this moment suddenly something flew. Ryan immediately punched Richard, pushing this bastard away. All were stunned by this scene. Ryan told him, "Richard Figure, stop it now. Do you think this is your garden?" Ryan Agent belongs to Group 2. Figure angrily stood up and cursed, "This crazy dog," he threatened, "do you want to die?" The woman next to Tess said, "That guy has finally messed up." Tess was curious, "Oh, you know his name, is he strong?" She commented, "No, not at all, weak." She said, on Figure's birthday, the second group went to collect money, and he was the only one who refused to pay the protection money. The two talked, so the first group marked him on the blacklist. "That's right, but I didn't expect Ryan to step forward to stop this. He turned out to be a hot-tempered and outspoken person." Ryan told Figure, "Follow me out." He said, "If the teacher knew, it would affect your academic evaluation." Figure laughed loudly, "Ha, okay. He also told the people outside, "You guys follow me. Group 3 are those who are tired and cannot avoid it." Figure said loudly, "Let me show you what the consequences will be for daring to poke me." Finally, Ryan stood in front of the two boys in Group 3, confronting Figure. Figure said loudly, "Hey, those bratty soldiers. I'll give you guys a chance, if you don't want to be beaten then run away." Needless to say, these people immediately ran away. Figure chuckled, "What a bunch of losers." Figure said, "No one is on your side now, what are you going to do?" Ryan calmly said, "What are you going to do? Your question is too confusing. Do you only fight when you have an advantage?" Saying this makes this Figure crazy. Ryan held the leader's hand and said, "I fight because I have to, that's what being a knight means." I said, "Something like you doesn't deserve to be a knight." Figure laughed loudly, "Okay, I will duel with you like a knight, jump in here." Figure proudly said, "Since the level difference between you and I is too far, I will let you fight first." Immediately Ryan rushed towards Figure. But Figure was able to easily dodge this attack, probably thanks to the scheme. Next, he immediately turned towards Ryan and said, "You idiot, why do you think I would let you beat me?" Ryan was beaten to the bone, spitting out. Ryan held his stomach as he was beaten and thought to himself, "This is the power of someone who awakens the star schema." Figure muttered, "Hey, you're not down yet," then continued to swing his arms. A few super huge blows were launched. "It seems I've been gentle with you." Ryan immediately faced continuous attacks. He watched as Figure rushed forward, then grabbed him with the knife and pushed him forward. Figure was stunned. "What kind of power is this? Damn it, are you kidding? A guy who doesn't even have a blueprint makes me have to deal with it so hard, and on top of that, it looks like both sides are equal. This is something he can't accept." Figure immediately waved his thumb down and said, "You, how dare you?" This attack hurt Ryan so much that he vomited blood. Next, Figure swung the move towards Ryan's face. While beating him, he said loudly, "Die, die." Blood splattered and Figure cursed, "He died." The people outside were worried and wanted to rush in. Figure stopped and came over here to stop him. The other people were also scared. "Are you really going to kill it?" But Figure still said, "Let me go, I have to kill it." Ryan is still bleeding. In the end, they took off his clothes and hung him upside down, amid the laughter of the other people. They said, "He looks like a worm hooked on a hook. If he doesn't have any skills, there's no point in showing off, pretending to be cool." "Who do you think you are?" Ryan silently looked at this group of people. Tess on one side thought, no matter what, this was too much, humiliating someone he had defeated in a duel. It could leave them with an indelible wound. At this moment, Ryan suddenly opened his mouth and said, "I'm sorry." "I know it's with the ladies." Tess was surprised to hear it. The others laughed loudly. "Ha, what is he talking about, even showing off this situation?" They laughed even louder, thinking there was nothing special about him, but he turned out to be an idiot. He thought that pretending to be cool would make him more cool when he was so weak. In the end, you were the one who was humiliated. Ryan still said, "It's okay, even if I'm humiliated by failure, everyone will soon forget it." At this point, everyone couldn't laugh anymore. Ryan still says, "I don't feel ashamed because I fought hard for what I thought was right. As time passes, today's humiliation won't even be left in my memory." "But, what about you guys?" Ryan asked them. "You guys, who aimed to become knights and join this school, ran away without even trying to fight. That fear would continue to haunt you through the years. The time in school when you were so scared that you didn't dare speak up, the cowardly version of you. But time has passed and will never come back." Ryan said loudly, "You guys can lose 100 times, because you fought for your beliefs. But the humiliation of losing faith and effort at a young age will hold you back for the rest of your life. Then one day in the future, even if you become knights and receive honor, it's okay to ignore the injustice right in front of you. Will never disappear either. To a swordsman, trust is everything." Ryan said loudly, "So let's end it here, if we want to be proud in the future. Then fight, you idiots." Everyone here, no matter who they are, has the same feeling. They all wanted that one day, their fame would spread far and wide, as ghosts of the battlefield, as the greatest swordsmen, as Iron Knights. They crave it. Richard Figure on the side chuckled and said, "You, what's with that look in your eyes?" The rest of the people in the academy looked at him with crazy eyes. Figure said loudly, "If you want to fight, if you want the same outcome, then you can jump in." At this time, Tess jumped up. She immediately pulled out a knife. But not to beat that guy, but to untie Ryan. Each of the sinners eventually fell down the tree. Tess smiled and said, "I've decided, your name is Ryan, right? I'm Elzen Tess, let's fight together." Ryan was stunned. He thought, how can you shake hands with tied hands? Everyone was surprised. "Elzen Tess, she is a great warrior, isn't she?" She said, "So, if you call yourself a man, then don't sit there anymore." The players in groups 2 and 3 said loudly, "I won't run away anymore. Do you think we'll let your thugs bully us?" Figure and the bullies were a bit indifferent. Hey, everyone calm down." Figure immediately changed his tone and said, "I know, if you guys are going to go to that extent, then." But he immediately changed his face, hit the guy next to him and said, "You guys think I will retreat, you idiots?" He immediately said loudly, "Get in here, you idiots, it's war. Do you think you can do whatever you want if you know how to use the diagram?" These guys kept fighting. The coach also appeared. Tess said to Ryan, "Sorry, I ended up ruining your good things." Ryan said without paying attention, "It's okay, I never wanted to be a hero anyway, so I took him somewhere without a coach. Tess asked in surprise, wait, you really don't understand anything. There's no way the coach will let us do whatever we want, I'm really worried. Ryan just said, what exactly is your motivation? To me there are things more important than graduation and fame, my goal is to become stronger. Tess said blankly, for my lord, that's all, Lord, don't tell me. Tess chased after Ryan and said, you can only do that once in your life, but you've already done it, they must be very famous, right, Ryan doesn't understand. What makes you so curious to the point of being so nosy? Tess immediately said, of course I'm curious, you already have a job but you're still going to school. So who is that person, the person you entrusted your life with? Ryan immediately said, Sharon. Tess didn't understand, Sharon, what does this person do? Ryan immediately said, he's my friend. Sharon is currently studying magic at a school in our hometown. After hearing this, Tess was stunned. Did I hear wrongly? Not a magician, but a student. No way, there's only one possibility. When a person makes an oath with someone not for fame or future, it is a matter of boy and girl. Tess immediately felt like she was right. She told him, wait, that friend of yours, Sharon, maybe. But before he could speak, the teacher called out, the test has started, come here quickly, you idiots, do you all want to fail? Tess thought, damn, I'll definitely have to ask him later. At the CQB practice hall. The students stood below listening to the teacher talk. This person said, today's practice test will focus on movement. In particular, I will grade based on how they move. This is the 6th grade teacher, Parka Kwan. Parka pointed at a student and said, you there, tell me where the swordsman must put his emphasis. This person immediately said, right at the navel. The Parka immediately said, there is bean residue on the head, that's wrong. He called another person, the soles of his feet, that's wrong again, there's nothing more stupid than that. Another person, but still answered the navel. Parka said loudly, I've learned everything, lie down and take 200 breaths for me. The answer is outside the body, the Parka says, in the terminology of the schema we call it beyond gravity. Repeat after me, external gravity. Everyone immediately shouted along even though they didn't understand anything. What is it? First time hearing it. Parka said holding the sword, it's natural that you guys don't know, because I didn't bother to explain it before. So watch carefully, I will test the students, everyone is scared and angry, wait, don't teach anything but still give tests, now the test is up, I will kill you, teacher. The whole group looked after Park, stepped forward, and he lectured. Then, slashing, a powerful blow was unleashed that disturbed the air. Parka continued preaching, stepping back and slashing. The continuous slashing attack scared the students out of their wits. The students thought, just now, he just swung his sword, but what is this energy source? He explained, this is a basic sword movement, you lean forward to shift your body's center of gravity, and using that momentum, you increase the destructive power of the sword strike. If you apply the diagram, then the destructive power will increase exponentially. Looking at the expression on your face, I know you're thinking it's obvious, so you'll die within 3 seconds in real combat. Keep this in mind, in real combat movement is more important than strength. Depending on the situation, a swordsman will shift their body's center of gravity away from their body, for example. He immediately hit the ground hard. Parka body changes say, now, my body's center of gravity. The whole group looked in surprise at the scene before them. Park said standing parallel to the ground, my center of gravity is behind me, they call this beyond gravity. The Parka quickly turned back to the upper lobby. He changed his movements and said, use this. Then he immediately jumped up as easily as a hand. The whole crowd shouted in shock, what was that? Suddenly the teacher jumped up there. The Parka hung upside down in the shocked eyes of everyone. Was he walking on the ceiling? The Parka continued to bounce and turn like it was doing ballet. Then the Parka was like a storm, continuously turning around and jumping down. The atmosphere was disturbed by the students' sounds of surprise. One person wondered aloud, could a person really turn around that fast? Parka felt that was enough, he quickly returned to the podium. The giants are still rioting, Ryan thought, this is crazy, there is no way to block that attack. He judged that he did not perform that attack with strength, but based on inertia. This is the swordsmanship of the man once known as the Death Mage. This is an application of external gravity, of course, it's not like I'm actually controlling gravity right now. I simply increased my power with the diagram to achieve maximum inertia, I simply amplified it to illustrate it in a way all of you can understand. He said, Today I will test you this, do you understand? If you don't understand, don't dare to say it, teacher. Yes, teacher. Parka looked at these kids and continued, so now, whoever shouts while I'm modeling, lie down and do 200 push-ups, and everyone will immediately lie down on the ground. The students did push-ups while listening to the Parka speak. Listen, the subject assessment test on the movement of the center of gravity will be the horizontal obstacle course. The rules are very simple. When you encounter external obstacles, quickly avoid them. It is necessary to overcome obstacles of various shapes. At the last step, there will be almost no room left to get through, so if you don't use extra gravity you won't be able to get through. Since all the foreign objects are made from real sword blades, keep in mind that in a serious situation, you could lose your life. The whole group did push-ups and thought in fear. Parka continued, I believe that none of you will be so scared that you won't dare to be afraid. In the rare case of a part being broken, Instructor Kaina can reattach it so there's no need to worry. It was the surgery lecturer, everyone was scared, this was even scarier. Parka continued, when you have finished doing push-ups, go up in number order. Number 1, the first bad boy immediately stood up. Tess sat next to Ryan and said, Number 1 Davis Aiden has already finished his assessment, even though we have learned the scheme. Ryan said, but isn't 200 push-ups too much? Tess smiled and said, let's go over there, otherwise we'll be punished again for another hour. The whole group cried both in fear and jealousy, they were busy doing assessments. What's going on? Why is the goddess of first grade attached to him? One day I will kill you, blue hair. At this time Tess asked again, but you know, is that person named Sharon a girl? Hearing that, Ryan was stunned. He felt offended and said loudly, are you crazy? Even if I have a mental disability, I would never insult a knight like that. Hearing that, Tess immediately felt hope. Well, Ryan said confidently, Sharon will definitely become the best, that's why I bet my life on him. Tess thought in surprise, oh wow, when he talks about his friend it completely changes. Ryan told her, no matter what, don't rush to judge. The more Tess thought, so he's the friend that makes Ryan talk so much, I feel so jealous. Tess thought to herself, oh, if so. She opened her mouth, that guy named Sharon, can I meet him? Ryan was surprised, why? I don't understand, why are you meeting my friend? Tess smiled and said, you brag about him too much, how can you not be curious? Thinking about the fact that you already have a master makes me jealous, Ryan said, it's too sudden, not to mention that Shiorn is still far away in Crayus. Tess said, then I can come visit Crayus, I'm almost on vacation. Tess bait, oh yes, in the south there is a small island, right, I heard it is a very famous tourist destination. Great, we can go there and play together. Ryan immediately blushed after hearing this, play with Sharon. When I realized the friendship had begun, half a year had passed since I said goodbye to him.
Ryan shed tears. I want to go out.
Ryan immediately said, ahem, but would it be okay for the three of us to go? That guy was a bit shy. Tess thought to herself, smiling, very good reaction. Tess immediately said, then ask him to bring another girl along, he has an acquaintance from the Magic Academy. A double date vacation, what do you think? This statement shocked Ryan double. Ryan blushed and said, well let me think about it. But Tess took that as a yes, she said, great, before we go on vacation, should we end this hands-on review with a bang? Next is number 17, Elzen. Tess comes to the floor. Parka looked at her silently. He gave the order, start. Tess immediately galloped forward like crazy. She rushed towards the test without thinking. Moving forward to the first challenges, Tess turned around just like the Parka from before. She thought, is my flexibility to this extent? This is a giant obstacle, everything is stuck apart from a small gap at the bottom, unless using extra gravity, otherwise it will be clumsily cut like the salad I ate this morning. She immediately slammed her feet on the ground like the teacher did earlier. First, start with the head movement, moving the body's center of gravity outward. Next was a performance no different from the Parka teacher. The first obstacle has been overcome. Tess quickly stood up, Parka also said, Elzen. Tess, Parka. The other students applauded. She thought, this is my first time doing this, but I did it perfectly, were all the training sessions I took until now just the basics. She judged that even though he had a strange personality, he was still a true lecturer. Parka continued to call, number 28, Ryan Ajahn prepared to evaluate. His face did not show much satisfaction. Ryan prepared to get into position. As soon as he started, he immediately rushed forward without thinking. The other students were all surprised, oh, so fast. Ready to enter the first obstacle. Ryan placed one foot as his center of gravity. Use the schema to move the body's center of gravity outward. This bastard, are you crazy? A thought rang out. At this moment, Ryan's feet were pinned to the ground. Ryan immediately leaned back to resemble what he had been taught. The parka looked on in shock. At this moment, Ryan suddenly muttered, why did he stuff his neck into the blade of the knife? Just as the blade was about to stab his face, Ryan was dumbfounded. Where is your diagram? The parka immediately rushed forward to throw Ryan out, also considered saving the boy. Ryan was thrown away. I don't understand. What, you already used it, that scheme? Parka shouted loudly, what nonsense are you talking about? Don't you know what the scheme is? I told you, those who don't know how to use the diagram will be eliminated from the actual test. Ryan still said, no, you already know how to use it. Parka recounted, a month ago, I took the test to strengthen my grasp, and I definitely passed. Ryan continued in surprise, what, it was obviously a lie. He recounted, I picked that thing up, if it was a test of lifting twice the body weight, then this level was definitely feasible, even if it was only barely achieved. Parka heard that and immediately pointed to the rock next to him. Ryan immediately lifted the rock, still thinking, what do you think? Ryan tensed up and said, how is this possible? Why, what's going on? Ryan asked the teacher. Parka was surprised to touch Ryan's muscles and said, Ryan, sorry, but... He was stunned by this scene. Then he said, I haven't opened the diagram yet. The teacher was so surprised that he was speechless. The lecturer just now said he was sorry, right? What? He was talking. The whole group didn't understand anything. Ryan doesn't understand, aren't you already lifting this rock? The teacher commented, it's because you're stupidly strong, your muscles are bigger than your brain. Ryan Ogent, first grade, first semester, confirmed last place. Ryan was stunned, and heard him say, the Academy of Swordsmanship and Swordsmanship. Swordsmanship is the most basic quality of a swordsman. The space was as silent as paper. Ryan was so shocked that he dropped the rock in front of him. And all swordsmen's techniques use diagrams as a basis. As a result, Ryan will be disqualified from all practice tests, and will not be able to receive points from the practice tests. Early in the morning at the Swordsman Academy, a curse rang out, damn it. Ryan held the grade paper and thought tremblingly, just because I can't master the diagram doesn't mean I have to be at the bottom of society. He thought in fear, if the transcripts were leaked out and father found out, he would be angry. From far away Tess said loudly, Ryan, you didn't forget, right? About vacation, do you really have to bring a friend? Ryan quickly picked up his bag and said, oh, of course. He thought, Sharon, what are you doing now? At another school, Althea's Magic Academy. Sharon was standing silently in an empty field. He entered the spiritual realm again. Soon after, Sharon started using teleportation. In an instant, he was moving faster than the speed of light. Next is patrolling, moving quickly horizontally. Sharon used her spirit domain to rush forward like crazy. The afterimage left behind is an extremely brilliant rainbow of 7 colors, that is, rainbow tears. Sharon landed on the ground and quickly raised his hand to perform qigong or something. Next, the rock in front of him immediately exploded. It was a light temple. Sharon silently looked at the scene before him. In the end, it's not over yet, there are still tricks left. Next, Sharon activated the Aurora Ray skill, a bright red ray shot straight forward. No matter how hard the material is, if it is affected by waves, this powerful magic will eventually destroy it. Sharon thought with panting breath, for a moment the photon cannon had more destructive power. But continuous damage from Aurora rays can be sustained almost indefinitely, this way. His specialized magic got a lot stronger in a short amount of time. However, Sharon raised her hand again, this time with a wind blade. The strong air flow shot straight into the tree, causing something to fall. It was an apple. Sharon looked at it and thought, I have learned that just knowing powerful magic is not enough. I still have a long road ahead with many difficulties to overcome. When my magic is still not widely known, I can surprise others. And I can use my invulnerability for a short time to make up for the inaccuracies in my moves. However, when standing in front of truly strong people, I can't do anything. Sharon coldly looked up. Even though many close friends died right before my eyes, I was powerless to save them. One day, when the people most important to me are in danger. Sharon clutched the apple and thought, I don't want to become a weak magician who can't do anything to save them. For that reason, I have to try harder, someone called Sharon, startling him and turning back. In the distance, Need and Iruki are calling. Sharon smiled and turned to look at them. But he suddenly saw something. An X-shaped spiritual field suddenly appeared around him. Both Need and Iruki only saw a 7-colored light suddenly appear on Sharon's side. Then, he teleported to the two of them, making them both jump. They were surprised. What is that? Is it teleportation? It's amazing. Have you practiced it? Sharon said with a smile. I succeeded in moving at nearly the speed of light. It's great, isn't it? But it makes me very dizzy. He also said, well, it's useless because the travel distance is only 50 short steps. But, Iruki said again, it's useless you say, even the graduating class has difficulty with spatial teleportation spells, and at least he surprised Need.
Need immediately said loudly, I also have something that will surprise you. You have never seen flame magic before, right? I will show it to you. Iruki said, whatever.
Iruki said to Sharon, you were drowning in your own pride in this deserted training area, weren't you? Sharon quickly replied, no, it's not. He said, I still have a long, difficult road ahead, me. At this point Iruki patted his shoulder and said, no, it's okay. He said, your light magic, the power to harness this monochromatic light is amazing. Normally it would require 10 years of pure mind training to be able to do it. However, he did it immediately by applying the principle behind photonic magic to it, so he could be proud of that. Both Need and Iruki agreed that he was the one who improved the most in the past semester. Sharon then smiled and nodded and replied, yes. Another day at the Magic Academy passed. The teacher suddenly heard a student saying, thank you for teaching us last semester. The teacher smiled at the three boys and said, who would have thought that the biggest troublemakers in our school would welcome us like this? Don't forget what you learned during the vacation, and play your best, Need said with a smile, you're very good at that. The literature teacher also patted Iruki's head and said, the best thing is that the student with the most failing points, Iruki, has made progress. At this moment, the teacher suddenly called Miss Athela, making her turn her head. The teacher used his handsome appearance to invite you, we are on vacation now, if you have time, why don't we have a meal together? Even the teachers and students were shocked. What? Miss Athela quickly refused. I'm sorry, but, we have to manage order, Teacher Thad said admiringly. You're so strong, it would be great if I could participate in the training. Teacher Sina laughed again. Oh my god, Teacher Thad will also join this training process, but if he shaves his head, he will lose his appeal to women. Thad teacher doesn't care, hair has no meaning in terms of love, however, of course you wouldn't know because you've never been in love, Ms. Sina. He asked directly, she had never dated anyone, right? Everyone was shocked. Really? Miss Sina calmly pushed up her glasses and said, I'm sorry, but... She told a shocking truth, I'm currently dating. Everyone was shocked. The teachers were afraid that there was going to be a war, the teacher didn't believe it, and Sharon thought, it's impossible, so what about Armin? Thad teacher tries to punch and eat sticky rice, so why don't you say their names? Miss Sina said, I'm dating, Magic. The teachers were shocked. The students were bewildered. In short, the whole group didn't know how to react. I see. At this time, Teacher Alpheus walked in and smiled and said, what are you guys doing here? Some people were surprised. I understand. Are you still alive? The principal smiled and said, I'm still the principal. Now an interim principal will come next semester. Please treat him as well as you did me. The teachers were still shocked by Ms. Sign's story. Only Need said loudly, no, I don't want another principal. Teacher Alpheus said again, Sharon, before you go, can you spare some time? He immediately approached, of course. Need and Iruki immediately said, we will wait outside, so please go to the main door. Sharon replied that they understood. Both teacher and student entered a classroom. Teacher Alpheus asked again, you intend to investigate, right? About Miro, he spoke with eyes that penetrated the world. Sharon was surprised to hear this. He also said, as expected, he recognized it. Teacher Alpheus smiled and said, I have been taking care of children for 40 years, I can recognize it just by your eyes.
Sharon bowed his head and said, I'm sorry, but I heard the principal say again, let's try to investigate the Cargo ruins.
Sharon looked at his teacher in shock. Alpheus just replied, if you look at it, you will be able to understand briefly, about the world in which Miro lives. Allowing you to investigate the Cargo ruins, Alpheus continued, means I trust your judgment. So don't ever let your guard down, understand? Sharon immediately replied, thank you, I promise not to cause trouble. Mr. Alpheus continued asking, can you tell me why you want to explore the maze? He smiled at him. Sharon just told me that I heard a voice when I returned through the dimensions, a voice. Sharon nodded, yes, that was my own voice. Words like, anyone is fine with your parents, except you are an illegitimate child, they are not your biological parents, you are not necessary to this world, Sharon remembered saying, it was so deep that even she forgot it was her voice, a discarded existence. Teacher Alpheus frowned and thought, I heard all about Sharon through Clumph. Sharon continued, accepting that things can change that do not follow my principles and that I myself can become enlightened, but that is still far away, so I want to become stronger. He said, to do that, I need to learn many more things about myself. I think I need to learn more about the conflicts within myself, Sharon concluded. And then I had these thoughts, it was just a fleeting moment but still. When learning about the person who created countless dimensions and chose loneliness for himself. You can find the answers you need that way, he's confident. The afternoon sunlight shines through the window. Teacher Alpheus silently looked outside. He looked at Sharon's back and thought, children at that age will go wrong at least once. He closed his eyes, in fact, everyone is a lonely traveler, falling into the vast land. I hope you will find a way to find yourself again, by protecting your loved ones. Alpheus opened the pendulum containing the old photo and said, isn't it wonderful? It's like looking at the days of your youth, if that child is really like you say. Is there any guarantee that the boy will not stray into a terrible path like me, were the words of Alpheus during the meeting with Clumph. He thought, that child is like me, not at all arrogant with his talent. Make good friends. Figure things out instead of choosing to get angry. It's like, that kid is doing what I can't, can he really do it for me? Alpheus muttered, I can't protect everything I love, but if it was that baby, maybe. Alpheus closed his hands tightly and muttered, I'm sorry, I have no right to ask this, but, just one more time, can I be a little selfish? Outside the city, Iruki asked Sharon. Have you told the principal about the maze? Sharon nodded and replied, he told me to explore the ruins in Kergo, I didn't expect him to be so willing, Need said confused, it's a famous resort, isn't it, are you ready to go there? Sharon nodded, yes, I plan to go on vacation. Iruki held his head and said, I wish we could go together, because my father won't leave me alone. Need and Sharon thought with their mouths open, forget, this guy's family is not ordinary. Need also sighed and said, my family is the same, they are also a problem. Need spoke again, but thinking back it was surprising, Sharon had met the founding president of that super spiritual association. I heard that Micaiah Gerald, the head of the Magic Association was a co-founder, the person who created the Astas equation was also a co-founder. What an era full of wonderful people, Iruki acknowledged this. Need smiled and said, Sharon, remember to tell us again after exploring. Sharon nodded, I'm sure. The horse carriage rolls on. Need called out from the car, Sharon, Iruki, take care, remember to write. Iruki simply dropped a like. Sharon also stuck her head out and called out, take care, see you next month. In the capital Bosca, Ogun, Reina's mansion, the sounds of guitars resounded all around the streets. On the stairs, clothes were scattered. Agent Reina, a beautiful 20-year-old woman, looked extremely tired and played the piano. Ryan poked his head in and looked scared, it was so noisy, there it was again. You know it right away, the evil witch is evolving into an advanced witch. Looking at her, I knew she was starting to have a fit again. How many days had she been like this? If I paid attention at this time, I wouldn't just get scolded. Ryan turned around and thought, I have to sneak away secretly. But at this moment, a high-heel shoe came flying out from nowhere. Yet it stabbed straight at Ryan, causing him unjust pain. Reina stood up and muttered, seeing a sneaky cat lurking around here. Turns out it's you, does Reina look like a devil now? Reina opened her hands and said, give me the scorecard. Ryan immediately said loudly, do you think I'm a child? You can keep the scorecard yourself. Reina easily beat Ryan and got the score report back. She lovingly advised her to listen carefully when she speaks. Reina slowly read the scoreboard. This result made her unable to believe her eyes. The rank of 30 out of 30 was clearly written on the paper. She was horrified. You, bottom rank, what kind of study are you doing? What is a fake diagram, like a fake pregnancy or something? Ryan angrily said loudly, I don't know, what are they talking about? Reina scolded, you idiot, Unlocking the scheme is so difficult. Ryan also changed it. If it doesn't work, what can you do? Ryan turned around and said, whatever, I'm here. Reina immediately pulled him back. Where do you think you're going? Stop right now. Once you're done here, let's go down to Grandpa's place. Ryan heard that and shouted loudly, no way, I have my own plans, I'm leaving. Rian asked angrily, where are you going and with whom? She thought that I don't have any friends. Ryan didn't say anything but thought, I have to choose my words carefully. If I say I'm going out with Sharon, I'll definitely die, she looks terrible. This name's Sharon, I have to let him know this side of my sister, Ryan thought, but said it another way, you know the Elson family, right? There is a person named Tess, the only daughter. After hearing this, Reina shouted loudly, what a horrible thing to say, why would a daughter of a noble family like Elson come out to play with me? Seeing an opening, Ryan immediately rose up. Needless to say, Ryan ran out the door like a moth, ignoring Reina's call. Having experience from his old master, Ryan runs faster than anyone else. Reina sighed, mumbling, Ryan, when will you realize it? No matter how hard I try, I'm still in the palm of your hand. Reina smiled coldly and said, let's ride in the carriage, let's see who can get to Crayus faster. On the carriage, Sharon was surprised, oh, young Master Rai has already been named. Butler Timurin replied, yes, he just reached level 10 and is busy with official duties on the front lines. Lady Reina has also just been promoted, becoming the 7th Royal Orchestra conductor. While the homeowner was still busy, and the great elder planned to abdicate soon and return to Crayus, the butler slowly told everything. Sharon asked again, I heard that Ryan was also there, how is he now? The deputy butler replied, I don't know much about that, I only know that he is a certified swordsman who has reached the next level. He continued, it's best not to mention the eldest son, even in the family. Sharon immediately replied, ah, I see, you think, could it be that he was expelled? No, the head of the family loves his children very much. Sharon thought to himself and speculated, it must be for political reasons. He continued asking, how is Ryan these days? I thought I would see him soon, but... Timurin sighed and replied, it's been half a year since I received a letter from him. Sharon laughed, ha ha, it's really Ryan. As soon as he arrived at the door, Sharon was stunned by the scene inside. Ha, what is this? The table was full of beer and snacks, and there were voices talking. Father, this pork porridge is so delicious. Of course, pork goes best with beer, lamb is too smelly, here it is, let's have another cup. Yes sir, he, Ryan and Vincent are drinking and drinking together non-stop. Sharon hurriedly asked, Ryan, father, what's wrong? But as soon as they saw him, they were overjoyed. Mr. Vincent immediately rushed to hug him, oh my God, my son, are you hurt anywhere? Sharon was also scared, the smell of alcohol was so strong. Sharon felt the fatherly kiss and thought, wait, what's going on? I was looking forward to a dramatic reunion after half a year. Sharon had to ask, why did this suddenly happen? Why is Ryan at our house? Vincent smiled and said, he's been waiting for you here for 2 days. He also said, let's go chopping wood and hunting, right? Ryan also replied, a man has to go hunting. Olina then hurriedly walked over from the house. The two immediately hugged each other tightly. Mom, come here, baby. Olina patted her son's head, they both talked, I must have gone through many difficulties while you were away. Oh, the Ajin family has helped us a lot. Sharon thought, that's right, this is the reunion I've been waiting for. Olina also did not forget to glare at her husband, a child returned home, yet some people only knew how to drink. Sharon asked Ryan, I heard that you haven't contacted your family all this time, have you visited the family? Ryan evasively said, why are we going there? I have many things to do. Sharon immediately smelled the danger, it was ridiculous, he must have caused something, right? He felt guilty. Sharon understood and rubbed his forehead and thought, oh God, it's not that he doesn't want to go home, it's that he can't. Ryan didn't pay much attention and just told Mr. Vincent, Dad, now is not the time for these things, let's go chop wood with me. Vincent was also excited, let's go, let's spend some time together. Olina was speechless, I just finished drinking, what else should I do? Go upstairs and get some sleep. Sharon sighed, there's no way, it's been a long time. Sharon took off her coat and told her mother, it's okay, we'll be home soon. Olina is worried, it's too dangerous to go up the mountain after drinking alcohol. Sharon now tied her belt and told her mother, don't worry. Having a child here, your expression is extremely trustworthy. Olina was stunned by her son's change. She thought, it's okay, because the boy is here. It's only been half a year since I saw my child again, but he seems to have become a completely different person. Ryan held the axe and said to Sharon, let's make a bet, the loser must listen to the winner's orders. Whoever can cut down the tree with fewer cuts will be the winner. Sharon was surprised. Huh? Sharon exclaimed, I feel like I made a similar bet with my father when I was young. At this moment, a loud noise rang out in the forest. Sharon looked in front of her in shock. What? Is that a schema? He shouted loudly. Ryan laughed and said, no, there's no need to use a schema to cut down a tree. Ryan said, swinging his axe, but you know. We're just getting started. After speaking, Ryan continued to swing an axe. Sharon continued to look on in shock. He couldn't believe his eyes, it was lightning. Ryan actually used lightning. The tree was easily cut in half by him. Sharon was surprised and happy for Ryan and said, Ryan, you have learned how to swordplay. Ryan laughed loudly, yeah, I'm not the same person anymore. Ryan thought to himself, I did it, great, I was worried about what I would do if I failed. He thought, the lightning attack Sharon used last time on me, no, it was a sword thing, I learned the secret move from my father. That day Vincent told Ryan, that's why I asked, Sharon, how can you perform lightning strikes, and you see, Ryan thought to himself, it's not worth the effort to practice for a whole day ha. Ryan was happy and Vincent thought with satisfaction, what a good friend, even though he was a noble, he was not stubborn, and politely asked me to teach him. Not only that, he also had a strong will and did not give up until he succeeded. Talk to Sharon, see Sharon, I told you it's not easy, now you still think you can win against him. Sharon smiled and said, I wonder, to win, you probably have to defeat him with just one slash. Ryan smiled and said, here, use my axe, but Sharon didn't accept, it's okay. Both Vincent and Ryan looked bewilderedly at Sharon, reaching out one hand to touch the tree. He closed his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, he was already in the spiritual realm. Vincent and Ryan were surprised, what is this? Is a stellar wind, around Sharon appears wind convergence. Immediately, Sharon opened his eyes and did some trick with the tree. Vincent asked bewilderedly, what just happened? But at this moment, the tree seemed to have been slashed by a sharp knife, having been sawed in half. Sharon pointed to the chopped tree and said happily, I won. Ryan was surprised, what kind of magic? Sharon boasted, it's called a wind blade. Very surprising, isn't it, mister? Vincent was also surprised, oh my god, is this magic? I thought it would be some interesting circus trick. Vincent happily said, I guess I don't need to worry about living off wood anymore. Sharon also said, of course just leave it all to me. Ryan also thought, I can't believe it, it's only been half a year, but... Ryan smiled, his face was a little red, I thought, I knew it, I was right from the beginning. Sharon smiled and said, now, my order is for Ryan to move the pile of wood. Ryan cried, anyway we will do it. At night, the cozy house is lit with lights. Sharon's family and Ryan ate happily at the table. Sharon smiled and told them what happened. Vincent and Olina also laughed happily. Ryan also smiled at them. When the lights were turned off, Ryan said in a panic, are you planning on going to Galleon Island too? Sharon smiled and said I want to investigate a place called Kergo Ruins. Ryan doesn't understand. What? It's for your studies. Sharon just said, it's okay to have some time to relax, this is also a famous tourist destination. Ryan immediately said excitedly, right, that's okay. He said again, but will my condition be okay there? Sharon turned around and said, what a meaningful trip, who would have thought that he would return with his girlfriend from the Sword Academy? Sharon asked, how well did you study? It's very suspicious that you came here and didn't go home. Ryan immediately said, what, it's not important so forget it, and she's not my girlfriend. Ryan said loudly, so, just ask if you have anyone you can take with you. He thought, here it is, the biggest obstacle in this plan. Sharon is such an idiot, he doesn't even dare to look at the witch sister's face. Honestly speaking, there's no way he knows any girls. If he doesn't, then I guess I'll have no choice but to tell Tess the truth. But Sharon said, I know. Sharon calmly said, I will bring someone, a girlfriend with me. Ryan was so shocked that he almost lost his temper. Even Olina and Vincent, who were eavesdropping outside, gasped in shock. Ryan said in surprise, you must have a lot of girls in love with you. He muttered that his witch would probably be very sad, but seeing Sharon bewildered, he just said, nothing. Sharon remembered again, how is Reina? It must be nice to have such a good sister, after all, I am an only child. After listening, Ryan didn't want to say anything, but he asked again, is your friend pretty? Sharon was surprised and said, oh, she is very beautiful. Sharon warned, don't expect too much, maybe she won't go anywhere. Ryan immediately said, you have to make her bear it, understand? Early morning a few days later at Vincent's house. Ryan had to go home to prepare for the move, and to convince my supervisor to agree, we set off to Crayus, both saying hello to Sharon's parents. Mrs. Olina took out something and gave it to Sharon, please take this with you. Sharon didn't know what it was. Olina explained, I made an amulet in the shape of a 4-leaf clover, do you remember? She said, when her mother fainted due to high fever. Back in the past, Olina was sick and almost bedridden. She opened her face and looked in surprise at her child lying next to her. Not only Sharon and Mr. Vincent also watched her, Olina recounted, I picked up all the 4-leaf clovers in the mountain. Sharon smiled and took it and thought, in the past I searched all over the mountain with my spirit domain, so my mother also remembered that. The three of us hugged each other. Olina told me that this was my first time going to Crayus, so I must come back safely. Looking at the three happily talking, Ryan thought, Sharon's personality was inherited from the two of them. Olina also gave one to Ryan, making him confused, thank you mom. Ryan held it and smiled and said, don't worry, it's Sharon's cub, I will definitely protect him. Olina smiled and looked at him, I will trust you with Sharon, young master. The woven clover symbolizes this. The Karmas family, head of the noble families of the kingdom of Thormia, their descendants inherited a special power related to memory called red eyes. It gives them an inner gift that helps them learn things 10 times faster than anyone else, however they do not pursue power, but choose more carefree ambitions. Because their family tradition highly values individuality, each individual creates their own mark in their field. And everyone called the Karmas family the Continental Stars. Sharon stood in front of their house thinking, I didn't have time for an appointment so I went straight here. I'm a little worried, but what should I do if she's not home? I'll have to wait until she comes back. In the distance, there are 2 people watching you. Sharon also saw these 2 people. They asked carefully, please, who are you? Sharon immediately replied, my name is Sharon, is Amy here, I'm her friend from the Magic Academy. Hearing that, the 2 people breathed a sigh of relief and replied, oh so. But in their hearts they thought, what, the vacation just started and these flies are already swarming around her, he must be very confident about his appearance, but even royalty can't do anything here, you know. He told Sharon, let me check and wait a bit, then ordered the person next to me to check. His eyes were not at all clean. He said loudly, what are you doing? I told you to check. The younger man trembled as he held the sword hilt and replied, yes. When that person left, the old man thought, what's wrong with him? This person's assessment of Sharon, that boy, gave a somewhat different feeling, perhaps he was a student of a famous family. He was about to explore when the other person hurriedly drove the horse back. He thought, I have to find a believable excuse so as not to cause bad publicity, so he said to the boy, what's wrong? She said she was busy today, right, but the young janitor called out, she asked him to come in. The gatekeeper is talking nonsense, I know, I'm sorry, young master, she's quite a busy person so, what, really? The other person got off the horse, breathing heavily, and continued, the lady herself had given the order to escort him. A super royal carriage appeared, surprising everyone. What was going on? Seeing the person in the car get out, the other 2 were even more frightened. They immediately changed their attitude towards Sharon and said, welcome to Karmas territory, welcome. The person in front said calmly, I am the head butler, Adel. Sharon smiled and said, I'm Sharon, so she's home, how lucky. The people from before were thinking, is there something happening that we don't know about? The butler came to welcome him. Adel still kept smiling and said, this may be a bit disrespectful, but before escorting you to the house, there is something I want to confirm. Sharon smiled and said, what is it? Adel said, I want to confirm your identity, to make sure you are really Mr. Sharon. Sharon was surprised, what? Butler Adel explained, the lady said this, if it's Sharon, bring him here, so I interpreted her words like this. Only let him in if it's Sharon. Sharon was shocked to hear that, what, that's exactly how Amy talks. Sharon thought, are you really interpreting it so strictly? He asked, confirm my identity, how do you plan to do that? Adel smiled coldly and said, so it seems I can't. I have the obligation to confirm the identities of those who intend to enter, and I have the authority to do that. Sharon was confused. What, but? Immediately he seemed to be transported to another place. Sharon quickly hugged her neck as if she were drowning in a deep sea. What is this? I couldn't breathe, it felt like all my internal organs were upside down. Impossible, Sharon thought, is this a real force map that disrupts the nervous system? He slowly sank. But outside reality, everything is still so quiet. Both gatekeepers thought in amazement, this is a terrible technique of conveying suppressed emotions directly to a person. He's applying what he used to punish us on the child. They both thought, isn't that going too far? But he just remained calm. Sharon outside remained silent. Then he raised his head to look at him. Adel thought, how can he still stand? Adel sighed, I didn't want to use that much force, but... Immediately, Sharon in the mental world seemed to be continuously submerged. He seemed to have suffocated. Sharon now reassured herself, calm down, they are just emotions and I can control them. His hand gradually moved. Sharon slowly calmed down. Now outside, Adel looked at the person in front of him in shock. What? This was his strongest suppression, but he could endure it. Sharon still stood there without saying anything, looking at him. Adel thought, he can't bear it with just endurance, if he can, or he's stupid. Either he is a spiritual cultivator who has reached a sect, or he is a madman. After all, that child, what is inside? The carriage finally moved. In the car, Adel cried and said, I'm really sorry, please punish the old man for this disrespect. For the crime of not being able to recognize a noble guest, I'm willing to accept any punishment. Sharon was confused, isn't it the family members who suspect me? Adel still said sadly, no, it was all my own decision, the homeowner did not give any conditions. Sharon was surprised, then why? Adel still explained, because this was the first time Miss Amy had ever brought a man home, so I wanted to see for myself. Sharon was speechless, it turned out to be like that, like he loved his niece, now even the guards and the main housekeeper were like this, just how much was she loved by her family? Sharon said a little depressed, suddenly I feel so nervous. Butler Adel laughed and said, haha, it's not that nervous, it's just that it might exceed your expectations. Hearing that, Sharon is even more afraid of the road ahead. Stay in the villa. Amy sat on the sofa thinking expectantly, he's here, really? Sharon on the carriage exclaimed, wow, it's so beautiful. He praised, this garden is really beautiful. Adel also said, that fountain was personally designed by Miss Amy. He said, not only that, each person also had their own area, and they decorated it to their liking. Sharon exclaimed, that's it, it's really impressive. He analyzed, that water fountain was designed according to the light refraction effect, it was indeed Amy. Mr. Adel was silent, then smiled and said, everyone in the Karma's family possesses the ability of the blood eye. Thanks to that ability, they dominate every field, nothing is impossible, and that's why they rarely interfere in each other's affairs. Even when the academy was attacked, the homeowner only confirmed the safety of Lady Amy and then left the decision to the school. Sharon was surprised, that's it, he thought, it was a situation that was dangerous to his daughter's life, and yet. Butler Adel explained, it's not that they lack intimacy, but that's their family rules. Because of that, the young lady had to go through many hardships when she was young. Sharon doesn't dare to comment, I've experienced it myself, my friend. Mr. Adel smiled and continued, yes, she really had a hard time, but recently the lady has changed, now she seems to enjoy her work, like the other members of the family. I believe it's all thanks to you, Sharon, I sincerely thank you. Sharon didn't really understand, I said, no way haha, but Adel still said, I'm sure, it's true that seeing through the world is different. The two slowly entered the house. Sharon looked around and thought, I feel so worried, I hope I won't be rejected at the gate. Adel said, the homeowner, Lady Amy's friend, has arrived. A woman in a blue dress appeared in a hurry. Adel stepped back behind Sharon and let him deal with it himself. A loud voice rang out, a red-haired woman appeared and said excitedly, it's a man, that's Karmas Isis, the family's wife. Sharon thought to himself, she looks exactly like Lady Amy. He was about to introduce himself when he was pulled away by Lady Isis. She said as she pulled Sharon along with her, forget about introductions, honey. Miss Amy's boyfriend had already arrived. Sharon was placed on the sofa by her without having time to react. A voice rang out, what, makes Sharon a little shy. A man wearing a family ring on his ring finger is reading a newspaper. You are Karmas Shakura, head of the Karmas family, you said, my daughter's boyfriend.
Sharon was scared and quickly wanted to explain, no, that's not it, I am.
But another voice intervened, someone appeared and said, boyfriend, should we take a look? Look at the person who stole our younger sister's heart, it's Karmas Vayan, the eldest son, and Karmas Aries, the second son. Sharon was so scared that she couldn't even explain. In this case, he thought, this was even more difficult than forcing. People are engraving themselves in their memories. Sharon said in fear, my name is Sharon, it's just Isis excited, oh my god he's really handsome, he goes to the same school as Miss Amy. Isis said again, so you're also in the graduating class, Sharon quickly explained, no, I'm in 5th grade. At this time, Lady Isis also changed her tone and asked, what? This time, not only the son in the house, but also the wife looked at him with deathly eyes. Sharon felt more scared than when facing the Archmage Arcane. He quickly said in despair, from next semester, I will be in 4th grade. Immediately the men smiled. Everyone immediately changed their attitudes, they laughed loudly, and were extremely friendly, making Sharon confused. They talked to each other, what are 5th and 4th grades, they are part of the magic school system, but when did Miss Amy move to the graduation class? Of course he didn't know, he just came home yesterday. Sharon was scared to death and still didn't understand what this situation was all about. A loud voice rang out, what are you guys doing? A red-haired girl appeared. Of course that's our heroine. Amy blushed and said loudly, why are you all teasing my guest? Sharon listened and lost his temper for the second time, all this time, they were just teasing me, they even explained, well, it was just funny to see him being so stiff. Everyone exclaimed, oh so this is Miss Amy's room. Everything is decorated so cute, with the way she acts so tough, isn't there a huge difference, no matter what, she will always be our lovely little sister. Amy sat quietly drinking tea without saying anything. Isis, Vayan and Aries gathered around and asked Sharon, brother, how did you win her heart? You must have made her swoon like a real man, right? That's impossible, he looks very thoughtful, he must have won her heart with his sweet words, right? Don't be shy, say it, you're on a date, right? Amy threw all three of them out and said loudly, we're going on a date, okay. All three were bewildered and speechless. The Shakura homeowner below who was reading the newspaper was also surprised, really? In the tea room, Sharon asked confusedly, is that okay? We're just pretending to date at school, I don't think there's any need to lie to your family anymore. Amy didn't pay attention and said, it's okay, they don't care either. She explained, I had to do that otherwise they would be even more troublesome. Sharon heard that and said, I feel like I caused you trouble, sorry, I should have informed you first. Amy doesn't mind, it's okay, you're just visiting a friend's house, so, why did you come all the way here? I don't think you just came here to play. Amy drank tea and listened to him, trying to calm down in her head, yes, why did you come? Honestly I want to know so much that I'm almost going crazy. Sharon just said, actually, I have a demon bird. Amy still drinks tea, yeah, a request. Sharon said, do you want to go out, go to Galleon Island? Amy paused at the tea drinking part. She asked, you, and I, going to an island? Sharon explained, I have a close friend named Ryan, he was the one who suggested this. But Ryan said he would bring a friend, so I also need a friend to go with me. Amy, still drinking tea, asked, is the friend that Ryan brought along a girl? Sharon was surprised, how did you know? I haven't said anything yet, Amy thought, hiding her face in her cup of tea, his friend is really clever, this is clearly not a double date. Dating, Amy was startled when she heard herself think of this word. In a cup of tea, she blushed and thought, why did he drag me along to do that? He doesn't even care about us pretending to date anymore, so why now? Amy asked again, of course still not showing her face, why me? You have friends in the advanced class. You know I'm in the graduating class, right? Everyone else is extremely busy with special training. She said with shaking hands, I don't have free time to play, so why? At this moment, Sharon coldly bowed his face and called her name, Amy. He said, you're the only one. These words directly made Amy's whole face fall into the teacup. She was so startled that she spit tea straight into Sharon's face. Sharon was covered in tea and still smiled brightly. Amy blushed and said loudly, what are you talking about, you idiot, you idiot. She threw the towel to Sharon and shouted again, hurry up and wipe it off, it's really dirty, really. Amy wiped her mouth and thought, honestly, it makes me uncomfortable all the time. When we fell, why did you make that face? Because you came to me first. Is it because you feel guilty about not being able to keep your promise? If not. Amy thought, that kid, he likes me, but since when? Sharon interrupted her thoughts, don't you remember what I told you before? About that person named Miro. Amy was startled. Miro, the president of the Supernatural Soul Association, right? You said she was trapped in another dimension. Sharon now said seriously, I have a theory, that the immortality function is linked to super light speed. That's why I wanted to know more about her. The principal said he wouldn't object if I investigated the Kergo ruins. Sharon said, since Ryan invited me anyway, I thought I'd do it on the way. Amy made a stupid sound, making Sharon also bewildered. Amy calmed down and told him, that's it. Kergo ruins is not part of the kingdom of Thormia, as it belongs to the Gallian autonomous government. If it is someone who can deal with unknown dangers, then you are indeed the most suitable for this. Sharon replied confusedly, no, that's not what I meant. Sharon said confusedly, well, what you said isn't wrong. Amy thought calmly, the real reason he chose me was, even though we weren't compatible at first, that's why we understood each other. I sincerely support you. They tried their best to protect each other. Countless fragments of the past have built up trust. Two people facing each other, if this fruit is not shipped, it is too wasteful. Amy stood up and thought, if that's what it takes, then this investigation is more than just curiosity. She stood on the edge of the railing thinking, maybe that was the answer they were looking for. When crossing different dimensions. Amy looked at Sharon and thought, what worries are you holding in your heart? It's come to this point, I can't pretend I don't know anymore. Well, if it wasn't me then who would care so much, Amy said smugly, he refused a lot in the teleportation test. Amy said, okay, let's go. Sharon was surprised. Amy smiled and said to him, let's go to Gallian Island. The next day at the Ogden family mansion. Tess stood in front of everyone and shouted, hello, I'm Elzane Tess. Biscop was surprised, oh. He happily said, I have heard of Elzane, isn't that a famous diplomatic family? He asked Tess, is your father still fine? Ryan thought proudly to the side, just as planned. After hanging out at Sharon's house and using Tess as a shield, the strategy was to ask permission for this trip in just one go. I know it will work. Overhear Tess talk to the bishop, my father is in occupied territory, but he practices swords every day. To be honest, even I don't know what my father is doing or where he is. Tess thought to herself, I don't know, I'm going. Bishop exclaimed, I see, a person who has built his reputation with a sword is truly different. If the Ogden family uses swords in a tough way, Elzane's swordsmanship is the pinnacle of sharpness. Moreover, this lady is a genius of the Sword Academy. Unlike you found a good girl. Ryan said loudly, we are not dating, just normal friends, so Dad has agreed to this trip, don't you pay attention to that person's daughter looking at you madly. Ryan added, the Sword Academy is really harsh, I need time to recover. The bishop also said, yes, I tried really hard. The result paper before my eyes surprised the bishop, I was able to open the schema. Ryan smiled triumphantly, a certificate proving that he had overcome strength enhancement. Now it has been determined to be a fictional form of schema, just an hour of useless paper. But if it was for a small trick, Ryan looked ahead in surprise. The bishop frowned, then he said with emotion, you did very well, really. Ryan was stunned, could it be that Dad is really happy, really, I've never seen him like that. The bishop asked again, by the way, where is the scoreboard? Ryan immediately said, I'm keeping it, she said she would show it to Grandpa later. Then he continued, so can I have it now? The bishop doesn't understand, what? Ryan smiled and said, Dad promised to give it to me if I could open the schema, that grandfather's sword. The bishop also said, yes, since you have opened the schema, you also need to practice the great swordsmanship of the Ogden family. Ryan stood in front of the room door, opening it. Standing in front of that sword, the bishop didn't quite understand and asked, didn't you say you were going on a trip, why did you bring the sword with you? Ryan looked at it in surprise and thought, this is a great sword. The sword I've always wanted since I was a child, a symbol of steadfastness. That is the pride of the Ogden family. Ryan quickly lowered it. He thought, of course if he couldn't use the schema, he wouldn't be able to use it properly, a sword was absurdly heavy. Ryan immediately took a trial swing, Ryan thought, but it's not impossible to use. He immediately put it on his back. Back to a few days ago, at Sharon's house, Sharon told Ryan, after the vacation, I will investigate the Kergo ruins, alone. Ryan asked in surprise, why are you alone? Sharon just said, it could be very dangerous so. Ryan immediately said, so there's even more reason for us to go together. How could a knight not protect his master? Don't even think about leaving me behind, I will protect you. In other words, this trip is my first mission as a knight of Sharon, Ryan thought determinedly. Tamurin reported, Sir, young Master Sharon has arrived. He was not the only one entering the Ajin's mansion. Sharon and Amy slowly walked in. Sharon smiled and said, hello, are you okay? Bishop greeted back, yes, I heard you did very well, Sharon said with a smile, this time you made it to 4th grade, all thanks to him. Bishop was polite, I didn't do anything, it was you who tried your best, he thought, not long after he entered school and he's already in 4th grade, I know you have talent, but how great can your talent be? He asked, and the young lady next to him was my companion. Amy bowed her head in greeting, pleased to meet her. She smiled and introduced, I'm Amy Karmas. Tamurin and the butlers were stunned. Same with Tess. The bishop was even more shocked, Karmas, no wonder the name sounded familiar, wasn't it the most prestigious noble family in terms of lineage? And she is Sharon's companion. Honestly, when you took your knightly oath, I thought I was ruining one of my sons, but now, my son, I'm worried that he might become a burden to Sharon. He thought, but finally, Ryan has opened the schema, and both of you are affiliated with prestigious noble families, so as a father, I can't hide this joy. Ryan didn't dare to let his father think any more and shouted, we're going, it will take about 10 days. Bishop immediately threw his son a bag of something. He said, use this as travel expenses. Ryan was surprised to see a bundle of gold coins inside. He thought, hurry up, we need to leave this house, and run away quickly. He immediately followed Sharon out the door and shouted, we really have to go now. He ordered, Tamurin, quickly prepare the carriage to go to the port. He immediately nodded, I understand, wish you a happy trip. He held an envelope of some kind in his hand and thought, young Master Ryan, I can endure about 10 minutes. Please, I wish you luck. Ryan said loudly, I told you, we don't need maintenance, but the driver still said, no way, we have to, at least let me check the wheels, we will lose our lives. Ryan hurriedly told them to hurry up. Tess over here thought excitedly, completely different from what he imagined. I thought Ryan's master would be the passionate, hot-tempered and loyal type, but he's more like a noble, and moreover, he's with Karmas, the continent star, which is crazy. She happily said, let's introduce myself, I'm Altsane Tess. Amy also introduced herself. Sharon also shook her hand and said, I'm Arian Sharon. Tess was surprised, Arian, I've never heard of the last name Arian before. She immediately said, oh so you're Arian, your main family is from Creus. Sharon then said, I don't have a main family, I'm just a commoner. Tess was surprised at what she heard. Amy in one corner looking at her. Tess on this side looked up at Ryan who was repairing the car on this side. Sharon even thought she couldn't accept this truth. He pulled his hand away and said, if that makes you feel uncomfortable then. But Tess immediately punched herself as she said, ho look at me, why am I acting so sleepy right in front of Ryan's master, it's so embarrassing. She quickly said, sorry, I'm rude, right, I don't care about status or anything, at least from today. Ryan said loudly to everyone, okay, get on the carriage quickly. But at this moment, a loud voice rang out in the distance, unclear, Ryan, this bastard. How dare you? Everyone looked at the storm in front of their eyes in surprise. The bishop slowly approached through the smoke and fire. He was about to get mad and scold him loudly, how dare you be so disrespectful to adults like that?